world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win.
Welcome to the fifth and final day of the Starcraft 2 Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh. We've had 4 absolutely fantastic days of Starcraft 2, and today is the day that we crown a new Starcraft World Champion.
You're absolutely right, Rotterdam. The entire year of StarCraft 2 has been building up to this moment. The fiercest competition in StarCraft history, from 18 players down to 4, but only one of them can become the champion.
Those 4 players are absolutely amazing, but don't forget, it's not just about the StarCraft 2 championship. We also have the club rewards, and I am sure that everybody over at Team Liquid is rooting violently for Clem.
Dark, Serral, Hero, and Clem are the 4 best players in the world, but today we're going to decide who the best among them is. I cannot wait to get started. Let's kick it off.
There's no doubt about it. Over the last year and a half, we have had 18 phenomenal performances from players from across the globe. On a nomadic journey now through the desert, they find themselves here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. Over the past couple of days, we've seen strength, ingenuity, and fortitude exemplified by all of these players. We've said goodbye to previous world champions like Bjorn, like Oliveira, like Reina. We've said goodbye to hopefuls who have always been on the cusp, like Solar, Classic, Gumiho. And we've even said goodbye to GOAT contenders such as Maru. Now we find ourselves in the top 4. We find ourselves in the pantheon of the elites here to figure out not only who is going to become our next StarCraft 2 world champion, but also who is going to walk away with $400,000. An unbelievable figure to even comprehend here 15 years into the history of StarCraft 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready. It's time to get the show started. My name is Kalaris, your host here, and I am welcoming my gentlemen to the stage to get everything ready and roaring to go. As we have got ourselves Demu, we've got ourselves Rotterdam, we've got ourselves, damn, you're looking good. We've got Lambo here as well to get this rolling. How are you feeling about that, Ben?
I'm feeling good, and you're right. Lambo coming in as if he's doing a Lambo Talks over here. And
Yeah,
yet again, it's looking good. It's looking good.
How about yourself, Roddy? The final day.
It's a day that we've been looking forward to for a long time, ever since this tournament got announced. I love our Final Four. All 3 races are still represented. The storylines, I mean, we can talk about them all day, every day. It's just fun. It's exciting. I really feel like it's 2010 all over again. It's like one of the first StarCraft tournaments because it just feels different today.
Lambo, obviously, we have witnessed excellence over the last couple of days here, and it feels like it's only going to get better. We've got best of 7, a best of 9 grand final. How do you even begin to approach it when you're alongside these kinds of names here on the stage?
I think at this point, I don't think anyone hit anything the entire way through, but they just showed the highest level of play. All of them prepared for this a month in advance. All of them were grinding ladder games. They were playing custom games against each other, and it all comes down to this single day. All of them are they all just want to be the world champion here. Yeah, it's incredible.
We have previous world champions, we have young hopefuls, we have, of course, the outside shot when everybody had counted off Protoss. They'd written them off, Ben, but we got one in the Final Four. And even last time when it came to Katowice, it was Hero that was able to kind of stand strong for the race as well. There is no Protoss on the planet when it comes to offline performances quite like Hero.
I mean, honestly, the top 4 that we have right now, it's just incredible. You've got 2 foreigners, the best 2 foreigners we've had in a while. I know Raynor absolutely is a contender for up there, but Clem just showcased a different level, and yet again, truly peaking. And the Koreans you talked about, I mean, Dark, he went through so easily in that winner bracket, like so fluidly as well. And the fact that we've got Hero, he really is doing what Maru did many, many moons ago, where he's the only Protoss left standing. And the level that he's brought to this tournament, it's actually insane. Like, you're seeing his play, and it's absolutely beautiful play.
It may end up being a little bit of a cliche here, but it does feel like Dark was always an excellent player, right? We've seen him always being able to take the highest of heights. He's a previous world champion. However, there's that little bit of me that does feel like he's playing for a higher purpose here. We know that it's likely to be his last tournament before Military Rotterdam, and we know that the dynamics have shifted for him personally as well. So for Dark, you can really see it in his performances.
The higher purpose gave me some chills going down my spine, James. That was perfect. It is just perfect, man. Our top 4 is amazing. Dark is a previous world champ as well, 2019, of course, and what a tournament that was. We have Serral, of course, is also a 2-time world champ. Then you've got 2 non-world champs, all 4 races, 2 Koreans, 2 Europeans. It's beautiful. We all love Dark. We've been rooting for him for a long time just because he's so fun. And Lambo, you know, in the past, some of the Europeans have been somewhat critical of Korean ZVZ. In my eyes, Dark was always the exception because he was good in late game. He was excellent with the spellcasters, and that really set him apart from a lot of the other Korean Zergs.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Dark is a strategic mastermind, honestly. He gets ahead early on very often, but he's also a master of the late game. He actually is the person, the only Zerg in Korea that really is looking to get into that late game.
Yeah.
He can play defensive, he can sit back, and he's so good at counterattacks in late game, Nidus tactics. I think he has the best tactics in all of StarCraft. He knows what the game-winning maneuvers are. He might not be the quickest overall, but he's like, you know what? you lack some vision there in your main base. Let me pop a Nidus in there, and then at the same time go across the map with everything else when the opponent is distracted. He's one of the smartest.
The funny thing is that he's actually not had any opportunity as Dark to crush some keys as we've been watching this go down, because he didn't even fall down into the knockout bracket here, alongside Clem as well. Didn't even need to fall down into the lower bracket to get things going. And Clem is a point of contention here for me, because again, when it feels like all the other names have stood so strong, so stalwart throughout the entire history of StarCraft 2, Clem is technically, to this level, the newcomer. And yet, a lot of people are saying maybe it can't be done, but some people are definitely saying it can be done.
No, absolutely. I mean, Serral was definitely the guy to really pave the way for the foreigners. Like, absolutely, we didn't think that could ever be done. And then you have Reina very quickly in his wake, and then Clem. We never thought foreign Terran would ever reach these heights, and the level that Clem got to earlier this year was just absolute insanity. Nobody could touch him, and I really feel there was one game against Serral on Alcyone, I believe, and he made the comeback happen. He made it, and then he went all the way, defeated Dark in the final. And the level he's brought, it's actually the quickest Terran I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, we never thought a foreign Terran would be able to reach these heights, Ben. And
No,
if we had to rely on Ben...
I mean, to
Ben.
be fair, our hopes were on you in the past, Ben. We're like, yeah, we didn't really think it was going to happen.
Sorry, lad, sorry.
Maybe in another game. All right, well, we've got ourselves our Doritos top reactions from all the players that were either eliminated or advancing on throughout the tournament. And let's be real, Roddy, there was a lot of heartbreak yesterday for these players.
It wasn't just heartbreak in-game, but like just seeing them in real life as well, seeing the emotions, knowing how much it means to them. I mean, being close to it, if you're in that arena, it just feels like it hits you even harder, it hurts even more. We saw amazing games though, and we saw like unexpected ending to games as well. We saw games that we've legitimately never seen before play out in ways that we didn't think was humanly possible. We knew that yesterday was going to be the ultimate roller coaster day because everybody was here and all the games mattered. But suddenly yesterday it was like bye, 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 so quickly. And yeah, the feels were very, very real more than once yesterday.
It was a tumultuous day. I mean, it was not only high-octane action in the game, Lambo, it was high-octane action for these players off the battlefield as well, because emotions were riding high. It's very, very clear here that when it comes to a stage like this, there has never been a stage like it, with this kind of prize pool like it for these team players to try and compete for.
Yes, you could see how much it means to every single player. Yesterday, obviously, we had 15 players duking it out for one spot. That means 14 of them are going to end up super sad. And I think it's still important to show these pictures as well, so you can see how much it really means for these players.
Agreed.
You put in so much, you put all of your soul in the practice, you spend so much time in it, and afterwards you sometimes feel like, oh man, it was all worthless if you lose there in the first round. But all of them are trying, all of them have prepared like crazy, and that's what's beautiful about this.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Aramco top 5 highlights coming in from yesterday, zooming thick and fast through as we take a look to start things off with number 5. We've got Cure going up against Hero, Roddy.
Yes, we did, and this was a bizarre game. We had a couple of Vikings chasing Disruptors towards the end. I mean, Cure was in so much trouble here, but at one point he took a really good fight, and we're like, is there a chance? Is there a world? Unfortunately for Cure, there wasn't.
We're sticking with Hero versus Cure as we have number 4, Ben.
I mean, honestly, this series between them was real damn classic. I mean, Hero made such a lot of good moves. He was also quite fortunate in a lot of ways, but I mean, clip after clip of Hero. I think he absolutely deserves it after yesterday.
Number 3 going up against Reina, Lambo.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Hero show all along. He showed that he can play the standard games. He showed that he can play Blinkstalker Storm, and here he actually surprised by staying on 3 bases, going for a more of a trademark Hero style where he tries to kill his opponent straight up, and you see that he still got it.
Is it just Hero wall-to-wall? No, let's find out with number 2 in a few moments' time here, as it is going to be Gumiho versus Showtime, Roddy.
Yeah, this is one of the most bizarre games of the entire tournament, and at one point, even though these guys are world-class, even they lost track of the game. Because at one point they both said, I gotta end it right now, and then we had this fight, and it was like, wait, what? I was gearing up to attack you. This game was bananas, and it comes down to 2 Marauders hopping in and out of a medevac, dodging Stalker projectiles. Yeah, you can't script this stuff.
I sort of wouldn't be surprised if that was number 1, but anyway, we'll finish up our number 2 and see what we're going to get here because, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to pick highlights in terms of what we've had from all of these days. Lambo, pro perspective, show us what number 1 is, mate.
Well, number 1 is actually the same game. I feel like we could have just picked 5 different clips of that game. So let's get into it. I just want to highlight the very end. We had 4 Stalkers with 10 probes against 2 Marauders, 3 Medevacs, and 2 Liberators. And you can really see how all the different decision makings come into play here. Gumio tries to force the Stalkers to blink, so he goes to the Stalkers. He obviously tries to stay in the Liberator circle. Showtime now focus fires down the Liberator circle where the Marauders are at. The Marauders barely escape. Gumio knows, okay, now I can snipe one single Stalker in that time, and the probes get so close to killing one of the Marauders right here. And I think this is where Showtime kind of messed up, because he has the DPS still on the Liberator, so that Liberator will fall, but he ends up pulling the probes away, which I think was a game-losing mistake, because now he blinks forward, and the Stalkers, they're shooting projectiles. So whenever you see the Stalkers shoot at the Marauders, you can actually dodge these shots, while the Stalkers can't dodge them the moment Blink is off cooldown. And that's why in the end he loses the 2 Stalkers versus 2 Marauders fights, and it really came down to, I mean, after a game like this, as a player, you think, if I just did X or Y differently, it's crazy.
No, definitely so. And of course, here that requires a lot of APM, a lot of fast thinking on the moment. And in fact, Rotterdam actually commandeered some of the players and did some real-life APM tests. Let's take a look.
Over the years, our StarCraft 2 pro gamers have developed superhuman abilities when it comes to multitasking in-game. But how well does all that speed, or APM, translate to real-life situations? I am going to present Hero Marine, a Spirit, a Serral and Showtime with a very messy living room, and they've got 2 minutes to get as much done as humanly possible. Welcome to real-life APM. Hello, Piotr.
Hello.
Welcome to real-life APM. Do you know what this is all about?
No.
As you can see, we've got a very messy living room. There is messy bed sheets, there are pillows on the floor, there are clothes all over, an open drawer. And the goal for you is to complete as many tasks as possible within 2 minutes. You can make up a game plan, or you can just go for it.
Well, I'll just go see what bothers me.
All right.
You say go.
3, 2, 1, let's go, Gabe.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, what the hell is that thing?
That's the baby. The baby needs some love.
Okay, this first. Baby's crying. Wait, not a baby, it's a bait.
That child can wait. The salt stuff.
We are not going to comfort the baby, Gabe.
Oh, shut up.
Cold water there. Hey, relax. hey.
Can you just put them all in here? Maybe ignore the baby. Don't care about that.
Oh, another pair of socks. Put these one nicely in there.
Nope. What am I supposed to do? Brush the teeth, maybe.
Put in the light bulb. Put some butter on bread. Make a cup of tea.
Yeah, you know.
I'm not sure what it is. There we go.
Oh, it still doesn't shut up even though it's out of sight. There's another t-shirt here.
Or I'm not gonna. I don't want to get cancelled or something.
Alright.
Nice.
I'm starting to get very competitive. Isn't that nice?
Let's get these, put them nicely here. Just like that.
Gotta say, Hero Marine was folding everything, Sarah.
Yeah, me too. That's how we do it.
We don't have unlimited time, Piotr. I still see a very messy drawer, pillows on the floor. Fold it a little, make it look a little more cozy.
It's so huge. What the hell?
Not sure where's the garbage can nature, but
We can also make a cup of tea. We can do some jumping jacks. 10 jumping jacks after we make the bed.
Side again.
Okay, this is not how you comfort a baby. So let's clean up. Do some jumping jacks. Put in a light bulb. Brush your teeth. You sure that baby doesn't need its bottle?
No. The light bulb. Where does it go? Wait, where does it go?
This man is a natural. There is way more pace and urgency than with the other gamers.
I don't work.
That's
I
all
don't
good.
work.
Are these? Wait, what the?
Well, yeah,
Like in the front of?
let's do it.
No.
And the baby could use some love.
The page. That's me.
This works as the bed, probably. Let's make the beds real quick.
Yeah, baby. It's the most random thing I ever did. Delicious.
No, I don't know how to make this better. This is a little bit of a special case here.
Do you get points if you drink?
No, you do not get bonus points if you drink. Stuff it all in. Stuff it all in. Close the drawer. With the baby. With the baby. Baby is happy. All right, Gabe. That is it. I still see a floating sock on the television, but it happens to the best of us.
Baby. You what? Yeah. Oh.
That is the perfect ending of real life APM right there. Tobias, you absolutely crushed it, mate.
Nice.
You've absolutely crushed it when it comes to folding clothes and putting some socks in the
If
drawer.
somebody folds the t-shirt this well, they deserve a prize, you know.
How do you think we did?
Never again.
No, you're done. This is not what you signed up for. Oh, all right. Well, GG, mate. I think you've completed real life APM.
Better than Hero Marine?
No. GG's. You have completed real life APM. Thank you so much, Showtime, and good luck in the tourney.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, what did I just watch? I mean, well done, Rotterdam. That was something special.
I can guarantee you when they asked me to come over here to Riyadh to talk about StarCraft 2, they never mentioned me doing this kind of stuff.
No.
But we had fun, and I gotta say the boys handled it really well.
All right, well, let's get to the serious business now. We have got the schedule for today. Of course, we have 2 best of 7s and then a best of 9 later on. Maybe something sprinkled in, who knows? We'll leave that to your imagination later. However, we have got an excellent set of matches. Later, Hero versus Clem. Brief thoughts on that, Lambo.
I mean, a great match. Both of them are very good in that specific matchup. I think it's almost 50-50 if I were to guess.
Potentially. It's really kind of down to the wire as to who is going to be able to attain the finals here. It's a match for the ages. But let's talk about our upcoming match. It is Zerg versus Zerg. It is Dark going up against Serral. Best of 7 to figure out who is going to be able to win things out. You've got Dark, $1.1 million in prize pool, Triple Crown winner, 2019 World Champion, the most recent GSL champion, the Foreigner Killer, maybe his last tournament of all time. And on the other side, you have Serral, $1.5 million in prize pool, 2-time Triple Crown winner, 2018 World Champion, 2022 World Champion, 2024 Katowice champion, and wall-to-wall domination this year. And yet, the immortal has become mortal here in Riyadh. All importantly, this Zerg versus Zerg Rotterdam is big. It's a big fight field here in Riyadh.
It is absolutely beautiful, man. Whenever these two go up against each other, we always get fantastic CVZs. In Katowice, Dark was the only one who made it look even somewhat possible to take down Serral, and with that I mean he won a map. But that was better than everybody else did, because no one else was able to take a single map. Serral has been somewhat vocal in the lead up to this tournament that ZVZ is the matchup that he's most worried about. But when Serral says that he's most worried about it, it still means that he's the best ZVZ player in the world. I mean, he's incredibly good. Yes, he looked very human against Clem, and even Hero made it look like there is something to be gained there, but everyone is allowed to have an off day.
Yeah.
I think Yona is still an absolute god. I think he does come in as the favorite. No matter how awesome Dark has been, Serral is Serral.
Well, before I get the other thoughts here, let's hear from Serral himself. I'm very interested to see what Serral has to think before going into this round of 4 match.
I am here with Serral. Serral, you have to face Dark next. And he is an opponent that even though you've beat him the last 5 times or so, he always manages to at least take a map or 2. So what makes him different than other Zerg players in your mind?
Well, he has his own style a little bit. He likes to do a bit more crazy stuff. But I think in general, I have a tendency to lose some games in CVC. I think everyone has that. It's just hard to win every game in that matchup. So he has his differences, but at the same time, CVC is just very volatile.
Yeah. You mentioned that it's your most difficult matchup as well earlier in the tournament, even though you ended up losing to a very strong-looking Clem that you'll likely have to face later should you win. Well, and I guess if he wins as well. But yeah, I mean, now that Raynor is out, do you think the biggest threat in CVC is gone, or is Dark just as dangerous?
I think Dark's 1 milli% less dangerous, but practically the same. They are both very strong, and I think winning against Dark is not easy.
You had a day off yesterday. Did you manage to figure something out, prepare for Dark?
Well, I mean, I have not played any CVCs in this tournament so far, and I've done preparation beforehand already. So I have ideas coming into the series, but at the same time, usually just doing my own thing is good enough. So I have to see what the games bring, I guess.
I see that you brought your hat. You put it on the floor just now, but yeah, you haven't been wearing it. You're just carrying it around. So what's up with that?
We are inside.
All right, and with that, some thoughts from Serral, of course. Ben, before we get into this, before your thoughts as well, they did play each other in Katowice 2024 in the round of 4. Serral was victorious 3-1 there, so what are your thoughts coming in?
I mean, I'm going to give Serral the edge just because I believe he is the most well-rounded Zerg of all time. He can do it all, and trying to cheese him out, it's tricky. Going to the late game with him, it's almost impossible. If there is one Korean Zerg that can go late game, it is Dark, because he's had these games where he's very far behind.
Yeah.
He knows how to turtle down and make you absolutely work for it. And when it comes to a best of 7 as well, that's a real marathon.
Sure.
So going up against a guy like Serral,
You guys at home can predict as well. You can probably see it on the screen in the moment. I won't detail it because I want to get Lambo's thoughts. We're 1 minute out from the game. You're one of the best people to even talk about Zerg versus Zerg when it comes to it. So what's your thoughts coming in?
I think this is going to be a battle of builders. Neither of the players has faced another Zerg before. Both of them have something prepared, probably for every single map. And in a best of 7, you get to play all the weird maps. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be quick-paced. I don't think either of them are going to play too many late games. It's going to be an early game fest, and I favor Serral slightly.
Okay, he's got his trademark hat, it seems, ready to go here. Does Serral make another World Championship final? Or does Dark here, Roddy? That's the question.
I think Serral is maybe a tiny bit concerned, not just because it's Dark and he's amazing, but historically, ZVZs on the massive stages can be scary. We think back of Shin in 2023 Katowice, we think back of Solar as well at Game S8, but I do believe that this Yona has really put in a crazy amount of effort and thought. I believe he's ready.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get to this. It's our best of 4, round of 4 even, I should say, for a best of 7, as these two are going to go head-to-head with one another. Either we get Dark in the final, or we get Serral in the final. They're awaiting a Protoss or a Terran in there as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get this rolling.
The final day has dawned at the Esports World Cup. Here at the Starcraft 2 stage, only 4 players remain. Fancy, I'm excited to be here with you. We've got world-class talent bringing you the casting and analysis, and we have the best Starcraft players in the world here ready to compete.
We started off this tournament with 18 players from all over the world. We are down to the final 4. Every match from now on is worth $150,000 to the winner. We can't wait to get these matches started.
It's amazing the value of these matches, but what is even more amazing is how hard these players have worked to get here. All year long, they have been fighting for ranking, they have been fighting for qualification, and now only 4 remain, Fancy.
Absolutely, and these 4 players have went above and beyond to be able to get to this point in the tournament. So how about we welcome the first players for our first match of the final day here at the Esports World Cup. It is going to be Dark versus Serral.
Dark is here competing in potentially his last StarCraft 2 tournament before heading to the military. He has scraped the ceiling so many times without breaking through. His opponent, Serral, is #1 in the world, and every player...
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are tuning in to the Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. My name is Trevor, but you may know me as Quickshot. And before we dive into the final day of coverage for Week 7, our Championship Sunday for StarCraft 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and EA's FC, we have a crucial update to share with all of our Central viewers. And it does relate to the EWC Club Championship update that's brought to you by STC. Now, in case you've been living under a rock or the sun caught your eyes, you may not have heard, so let me be the first to tell you. Team Falcons have done it! They have won the EWC Club Championship and are crowned the best club in the world. I will hold Vitality and Maru personally accountable for being eliminated 5 minutes after we finished our broadcast. We wrapped up at 7 p.m. local, and at 7:05, Maru was unfortunately removed from the StarCraft 2 tournament, suffered that defeat, which then mathematically guaranteed Falcons the win. 4,220 points, 2 individual game trophies, a phenomenal 2,500 above Team Liquid, and frankly speaking, they have outperformed and outplayed the rest of the competition. Now, of course, this is the entirety of the Club Championship update, so it's crucial to remind you that the fight for second place is ongoing, with multiple teams being able to catch up to and potentially overtake Team Liquid. The second place $4 million prize pool is now where we will be turning our attention to for the remainder of the Central broadcast today and the majority of Week 8. That does it for your update in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. And of course, just before we dive into all of the action here in Week 7, Championship Sunday, the penultimate week of the Esports World Cup, StarCraft 2, EAFC, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will be hitting your screens and taking to those beautiful arenas later on in the broadcast. We figured it would be important to sit down and spend a little bit of time with Grant Rousseau. I hope I'm saying that correctly. This may be a name that may be unfamiliar to most of our viewers, but when I tell you his title, you'll understand why he's here. Grant is the Global Director for Esports and Operations at the EWC Club Champion Falcons. Grant, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's still not quite sunk in yet.
I imagine, look, listen, the victory lap has only begun. I'm very grateful that you've taken a pit stop here at the Central broadcast. Just before we dive into talking about the entire event, the club's performance, could you give us a little bit of introduction? What do you do for, let's say, the average gamer? And maybe how long have you been in esports and with Falcons?
Sure, so I've been in esports about 8-9 years now, jumping around here and there, but I've been with Team Falcons for 2 years. I joined them when they were very much at the top of MENA, but perhaps hadn't taken that jump into the global. And effectively with my title, my job is to help bring Team Falcons to the global wider audience and to create teams capable of winning on the global stage. And obviously as EWC got announced, that then became let's go win EWC. So it's all the operations and building the teams and all the systems behind that.
I'm very grateful that you've done a lot of interviews. I can hear it in the answers. You've simplified that a lot, not only for me, but for the viewers. As somebody that has seen nearly a decade of esports firsthand, we're briefly discussing League of Legends background. Just quickly before we jump into the team and the club's performances, what do you make of the arena? What do you make of Boulevard City and actually seeing EWC become a reality?
It's incredible. I was here last year for Gamers 8 with Falcons and none of this had been built yet. And so I saw the Boulevard, I'm like, well, this is not real, like this is insane. And then coming back this year and having seen all of the arenas be built, everything be designed, it to be so fluid is incredible. The arenas have been genuinely amazing, genuinely amazing.
I tell you what, something it's daunting being inside, standing on the stages themselves, looking at the entire arena and seeing it put together. But for me, it's the augmented reality and the extended reality, the graphics on stream, the cube in particular, with the little walls that disappear, they're fantastic. Okay, let's talk about the winning moment. Week 7, day 3, with 4 days of competition left, well, 5 technically. Team Falcons, that we actually have a little bit of footage here of MS Nazri, the entire crowd. How do you feel personally when you see these moments replayed, bearing in mind this is what, 12 hours ago?
I keep getting really emotional because I've worked with these staff for 2 years now, and obviously for them, some of them been at Falcons longer, and it's just knowing like how incredible all the staff are and how seriously hard everyone worked for this. Once this became a goal of ours, like how much Dasari and the rest of the team around him worked. And yeah, I mean, I get emotional. I know 12 hours ago, everyone you see on that screen right now was just crying.
Yeah.
Like, we were all just in absolute tears.
I will say this as well. Obviously, the local audience and fandom will have a slightly deeper or richer connection to certain games, certain titles, specifically EAFC, specifically with Sorry, that's a deep one. I loved watching all of the Falcons versus anyone matches. The performances were great. Let's actually talk about, let's say, the overall impact that the Falcons teams have had. It's been a topsy-turvy ride. That's the way I'll phrase it. I actually have got a bit of an overview for you in terms of how Falcons have performed in each of their respective games. We can see the club championship points just a second ago. Let's talk to some of the competition firstly. Team Liquid, Team One. The fact that we're standing above them, as somebody who is very familiar with those orgs, those clubs, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this, we kind of identified sort of 5-6 teams that were going hard for EWC as well, and have been very much like measuring how we could do versus them. Probably overthinking it far too much about, this maths and that maths, but it does feel good to be at the top. Like, these are teams that I've admired my whole career. Like, I've always wanted to join up with these kind of teams, and to be at the top of that is a dream come true.
I'm gonna put a bit of an inflammatory sentence in your mouth, so you can pass or no comment if you want to. How good does it feel knowing that Steve, Alban, Joe, Sam, they're all below Grant right now? Is this a no comment? That's a no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no comment. Great. I'm good friends with all of them as well, just so we're aware. Okay, let's talk about Falcons, the event overall. We've got another graphic that'll show, let's say, the placements and the points accrued thus far. I mean, Call of Duty Warzone in week 1, 1,000 points, Free Fire. But what's impressive to me, first, second, third, fourth. Then we've got a couple of blips as the weeks have gone on.
Yep.
Let's talk specifically about the highs. Warzone, Free Fire, second place at MSC and MLBB. How do you reflect on that? How do the teams feel? Because they're just one piece of a bigger pie.
Yeah, I think, like, it sounds weird to say over 8 weeks, we came out the gates fast, but
yeah.
it really worked because there wasn't like the pressure of the club championship yet. We didn't really know how it would go. So I think the players played very freely. So we had a strong Warzone team, we had a strong MLBB team, and we knew they'd do well and picked up first, second. The Free Fire was, I'd admit, like a bit unexpected. We knew they were capable of top 4, but to then finish first was just crazy. So obviously we kind of got that early lead.
Well, listen, you mentioned Free Fire. I've got a little bit of video packages just to talk through some of the games. This is also going to be a little bit of like a personal story time for me because I've had to learn a lot of these titles for this event and for hosting this role. Free Fire blew my mind. I see you there, Grant. You are
jumping and screaming.
For joy. Actually, do you know what? Production, could we roll that back to the beginning of the clip? And what I'll do is I'll ask everyone to watch it right in the middle of the very front row of fans. There he is.
There he is.
Look at Grant. There we go. We've got the slow-mo. I will say, we haven't prepared this. I've not seen that footage personally. Grant, are you proud of yourself for letting go that much? You should be.
Honestly, people know me, like, I'm so emotional with what I do in esports. I don't hold back, and I connect with the players that way. When we won this, like, I just went, I mean, I can't swear on this, but just went absolutely mental. Like, absolutely mental.
My producer's like, ballistic's a good word. You went absolutely ballistic. I had a lot of fun with Free Fire. It was my first introduction to the competitive side of it. Those monster trucks, they've become a running meme, and we feature them on nearly every week of broadcast since week 2. Let's carry on moving on. Let's talk about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Second place in this one. We're considered sort of favorites. We're very hyped up, but the run from Solongo Red Giants was huge. How much of the gaming communities, and like you can see your players there really getting into it with Falcons, AP Brei, how close do you get to the respective titles, games, and then, you know, the respective fan bases?
I think we make such a point, like us in the team of esports, make such a point to connect with all our players and everyone we can, because only through that connection will they understand the Falcons brand, understand the fans, and really appreciate why they're here. Ironically, I think this backfired a touch in the middle, which we'll touch on. But yeah, for every team we work with, there was just such an amazing personal connection, and it just means everyone wants to cheer. Because a bit like you say, like, a lot of the fans here don't know MLBB. A lot of the fans here don't know some of the games, and yet they're at every game cheering for us.
I will tell you this as well. When we did get to, especially Free Fire, especially Honor of Kings, the Filipino audiences coming out, like, for their handheld games, PUBG Mobile was crazy. We'll discuss this off air, but those Falcons AP Brei jackets, let's talk.
Yes.
They are, woo, they are very, very impressive. So second place in MLBB, I had a lot of fun learning the game. We also had the Women's Invitational later on. One of your competitors, Vitality, also unable to pick up the win, so we had some surprises. Apex Legends coming second. You have to be disappointed. You were supposed to win that.
It's probably the main event here where second felt bad. You know, like I wanted consistency, but there was some trophies where like, that's the one. And these guys hit match point first. They had the chances, you know, and it just sometimes, I mean, it's a battle royale. Sometimes it just doesn't land at your feet, but they still do really well.
The longest Apex Legends LAN final in competitive Apex history. At map 6, there was the first threshold accrued, and every time a team won from thereafter, and specifically from round 9, 10, 11, and 12, a new team, one of the final 4, needed to win in order to keep the finals going, and it did.
Yeah.
When you're sitting watching backstage, you have to be shaking. I mean, I saw you jumping when the team wins. How were you personally when you saw those results?
It's funny how much it changed as the matches went on. A match, you know, we won game 5, which we hit point, and we were all like, oh, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. And by map 12 and 13, we're like, we'll take second. We just want to go home. Like we're just at that point. I'm like, as long as we don't fall below second, it's fine. Someone please end. It was, no one had any energy by the end. But
now, before we talk about the most exciting one, in my opinion, let's talk about some of the struggles. Obviously, I think after week 4, started to get some early eliminations. Didn't necessarily have those deep runs. Didn't even accrue club championship points. What do you attribute to that? Because as far as I can see from the outside, the Falcons' approach, I mean, we see here, you know, Street Fighter crashed at 3 players, was huge.
Yeah.
But also still had high expectations. So is this a little bit of pressure getting to you guys?
That's it. I think that week 6, we had Street Fighter, TFT, and Fortnite, all strong teams. I think, you know, it was a bit of a learning point on our part. We reached that point where we knew that, you know, one big win would take us to that threshold of winning EWC. And the players can't help but feel that, you know, and all the fans around, like all the staff around, everyone's around these players just being like, oh, if you do it this week, if you do it this week. And I think that was just a learning point on our part that, you know, the players are already dealing with enough pressure themselves, so we couldn't load that on. So we actually completely changed strategy for week 7 and 8, and all the way we interact with teams as a staff, we put completely new rules in place going to EFC, and what was going to be a big week 8, well, hopefully still will be a big week 8 for us to tackle that fact.
Now, one of the things that I thoroughly have enjoyed is I've had the pleasure of speaking to various, you know, managing directors, CEOs, you know, very high up people at the respective clubs, partnerships. And one of the new roles and one of the new people I spoke to was an EWC event manager from T1, right? And that was something that, as somebody that's been around the block when it comes to esports and events and you know, 20 plus years myself, I sat and I went, I'm sorry, the EWC event. And she explained to me that, from T1, with the small number of teams they have, it's her responsibility to look after them. You've also just alluded to how you communicate. So how does the EWC event and tournament change how you interact with the individual game teams? Because for the first time, they are side by side. They feed into one another, and that doesn't exist in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, it's logistically the biggest challenge we faced, I think, just to make sure. But we have 5 or 6 staff across the esports team, and we have responsibilities kind of in different teams in different areas. And what we made sure was, as we're coming to this tournament, you know, 3 teams a week, roughly 2 to 3, that someone's responsible for each team, when we're just managing individually. Even if that wasn't a team we were involved with, even if we weren't a part of it, it was just sheer operations and logistics, like, ability of the team to make sure that everything works well.
Well, listen, it definitely did. I want to go back to the biggest moment, especially in my mind. I had the joy of watching the Call of Duty Warzone tournament. It was on one of the latest games added to EWC. Modern Warfare 3 is ongoing right now. But the boys that you had wearing the Falcon were entertaining, engaging. They also completely entered and face-palmed the seeding rounds, the solos, gave me hope that they needed to come back. Like, the storyline was just tantalizing. It was the first tournament, it was the first win. When you look back at that, how much do you enjoy COD, be honest? And secondly, what do you make of the players and the org's representation?
I mean, I love COD. I'm a British guy, so I grew up on COD my whole life. And Warzone, all of my friends play Warzone non-stop during lockdown. So when we were like, oh, we want to look at Warzone, because Call of Duty is a huge game in Saudi. It's one of the big 3. So we had a Middle Eastern Warzone team who were growing, and we also want to bring some maybe another level team, just in terms of for the global audience. So when we were like, oh, let's look at Warzone, and we started to talk to those 3 guys, and then it got announced, and we were like, well, that's awesome. And so, we've been talking to Biffle and Hisoka and Shifty for a while, and as soon as they signed for us, they were like, yeah, we want to commit to you guys. Let's make something cool happen, folks. Let's make something cool happen with EWC. I was excited.
They leaned into it as well.
Yes.
Like, honestly, watching Call of Duty player celebrations, it feeds my soul. It's so passionate. It's borderline too aggressive, but it's competitive spirit, right? And Hisoka in particular, he did not hold any punches. Is that something that you're holding your global director hat on? You're like, let's dial it back a touch? Or do you love it? Oh yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag.
I mean, it's a COD culture. You know, I think if you're modeling the Modern Warfare tournament now, I don't think it's any different. It is that culture. So let them be, but also let's remember that there's grace in victory.
Oh yes,
and all of that.
Yes, you know what I love so much. Viewers at home, you may not have been able to see Grant roll his eyes ever so gently. We've obviously had a couple of footage here. Specifically, the thing that stands out to me is just seeing the boys, Pivotal Shifty, Hisoka, interacting with the crowd. They really leaned it. I think the performative side of competitive Call of Duty is on another big level. Okay, let's stop the celebrations for a moment, because I think it would be inappropriate or it wouldn't be 100% fair if I didn't ask some of the questions that I've seen online, especially on social media when it comes to, you won the club championship, you did it in week 7, day 3, right? 5 days of competition to go, but you just spammed so many teams to get in, playing the numbers, stat padding, whatever the horrible things are. How do you respond and how do you reflect on those types of opinions from the wider market?
Sure. I mean, I've been asked this question a lot, not a surprise. And all I say is this, which is, so when Gamers 8 finished last year, and I think they kind of did a sort of a mini championship kind of thing, and we finished 7th or 8th, we sat down as a team and we went, Gamers 8 next year, or at the time we thought Gamers 8 next year, we want to win that, right? It's a thing in Saudi, we want to bring it home for the Saudi fans. You've seen the crowds here, like that's what we need to do. So we started working on it in early September, started figuring out, okay, so there's a good chance this game will be in, there's a good chance that game will be in, and started to build our budget accordingly. And then obviously once EWC came along, that then accelerated a few things, but to be honest, we were very prepared coming in. I think talking about, to be honest, like let's talk about the budget, because that's a lot of people ask about, is our budget is not that vastly different to sort of the 2-3 top teams. I mean, I do believe we're not the top budget. I might be wrong. I'm sure there'll be some things about it anyway.
That's a discussion for another day.
Discussion for another day. But I think the point is, because we planned so early and we looked at this operationally, the amount of players who we've been to for a long time who came to us on like free transfers, the amount of players who signed for us because they wanted to play for us and were willing to set up a contract accordingly. We've planned for this for so long that we've been smart sort of in our budget and our revenue pickup wise, and it sounds weird to say, like, we haven't just won this from a performance perspective, we've won this from an operational perspective.
Correct.
And so, sure, we had teams across all the games, but we planned for that, and we took EWC extremely seriously. Like, we wanted to win that the day it was announced. We wanted to win it before it was announced. So for us, that's what our goal was, that's what our focus was.
I mean, when I look at a lot of the other clubs participating here at EWC, I think Twisted Minds, Vitality come to mind as let's say, runner-up and third in terms of broadening their reach and their scope. I've had the pleasure of speaking to several people from Team Vitality, and I said to them, it's great to see how much Asian representation you have under the Vitality logo. It's not something I'm familiar with. I know them for CS and League of Legends. You played the game of the club championship and you have won it fair and square and early, so you get to do a big victory lap. Something I think that is also fair to acknowledge is there may be a lot of people that are new to the name of Falcons, right? This is a club that has only a few years of pedigree in a field of 5, 10, 15, 20-year-old clubs.
Yes.
I know that I've had a crash course on learning about the club's origins in EAFC from Nazri. Can you give me the abridged version of where Falcons is, and then are you brave enough to tell me where Falcons are flying to next?
So the history is, our founder and CEO and chairman is MS Nazri, who I think a lot of people heard of, won the FIFA World Championship back in 2017, came second in 2018, and very much became the sort of face and celebrity, let's say, for esports in this region. Kind of that first big player, from this region to step up in something. So he formed Team Falcons off of that fact. He wanted to create an organization off of it. Paused a little bit during COVID, and then as COVID came, as the entire planet did, and then once COVID finished, really was like, I want to commit to this now and make this as big as it can be for Saudi, for Middle East, so that there's a team that's representing. So obviously a lot of focus on the Middle East to start, and then 2 years ago when I joined and a couple other staff joined, that's when we were like, right, in our opinion, MENA's going well. Let's now take that next step and bring the brand globally. So in the grand scheme of things, we are very new and very young compared to a lot of the, teams you've heard of or know, you know, story teams. But that's why we've had to expand and grow so fast to catch up.
So what is next? Are you brave enough to tell me? So there was 21 games, 22 tournaments, and if memory serves you, it's 16 or 17.
Something like I've lost track.
16 or 17. Okay, there's a many. Are we getting to max? Are we going to add it? Can I get a scoop here in EWC Central?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's but look, I can say it's like funny enough, like the work doesn't stop. Right on Tuesday, we have a meeting between us as EOS staff. Right, what comes next? Because everything's been focused on this. Right, the whole focus has been go win EWC. So what comes next? No doubt, winning EWC next year is going to be top of that list. So I'm sure, you know, as we find out EWC's plans as well, we'll be alongside that and give everything. It's going to be way harder next year. Way harder.
I certainly hope so, because I'd love to know this. I think it is a fair assumption that many of the clubs that took part in EWC this year dipped their toes into the broader market, dipped their toes into picking up additional representation to make a play for the EWC Club Championship. I, as a fan and a viewer, want to see more competition next year. I presume the same is true for you as well.
Yeah, like we want more competition because it makes it exciting for the fans, makes it exciting globally, you know, adds even more recognition to what is an incredible trophy. So, you know, it's been hard to win it this year, but, you know, if let's add another layer and make it even harder, then if we win next year, it feels even sweeter, right? So we don't want to stop.
Do you know what I love so much is, like, it's the ambition. You've done a lot of the PR circuit that was, if we win next year, he's saying.
I never jinx it.
We better win next year. Grant, I just want to say thank you so much. I'm going to give you one last opportunity to say a message to the fans, to the audience. I want to congratulate you and Falcons again, just so you're aware. This is a unique piece of merch you can only get from us. We're going to do a giveaway. You can see up at the top here, StarCraft 2 MW3 AFC for week 7. Every guest that we've had on the show over the course of the last 3 days has given us a signature. I'm not going to make you sign it on air. It's a bit awkward. What I will do is, if you can give a little shout out to camera number 1, whatever comes from the heart, whoever you want to thank, and then I'm going to let you get on with your day. And I certainly hope you enjoyed the victory lap, because it is to be commended what yourself and Falcons have done.
Absolutely. Got a lot of sleep to catch up on. No, it's just it's kind of 2 areas to thank. Like, firstly, huge thanks to all the Falcon staff. I mean, we were celebrating last night, of course, but they all know how much they contributed to it. But obviously, Emma Stasari and Mo and Alce and Jordan, Lars, all in the esports department, Tarek at the top. Just massive shout out to all of them for all the work they've done to help make this happen alongside myself. And secondly, to all the fans, like, I did not appreciate or understand Falcons when I first joined, but now I never want to leave. And to bring in even people like myself and to include me in the Falcons family and include all of us in the global team, the Falcons family, to cheer us on and celebrate with us. I can only, and there's only so many times I can thank, but thank you so much. Like, it's incredible. And I hope you're here in week 8 cheering all our teams for hopefully another couple of trophies to close it out in the best way.
They're going to be here today.
True, yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind. I just want to say thank you once again. I can't remember, I think it was like that. Fly,
yes,
Falcons,
that's it.
fly. There we go. I remember. I will admit, I have wanted other teams to win earlier in the tournament just for the storylines.
Of course.
Look, we've got to do our respective jobs, right? Yeah. But also I had guilt about it, so that's why I need to apologize. Congratulations once more.
Thank you.
I'm going to say goodbye to Grant, let him get on with his day. One last time, we're going to take a look yesterday at the CEO, Emma Stasari, learning about Team Falcons' victory in the club championship while live on stage moments before his FC match. Check this out.
And here we are with Team Falcons Musad himself. First of all, I mean, I know you haven't started your game, so but if you have a couple minutes just for this, Team Falcons just confirmed the winners of the club championship at the Esports World Cup. Setting the game aside, what does that mean to you as someone who was kind of a pioneer in Arab and Saudi esports?
Alhamdulillah. I want to thank everyone. All of our fans, all of our supporters, all of our employees, everyone have worked hard, have done their best. The amount of pressure that we've done on ourselves due that it's a home event. We promised ourselves that we want this trophy to stay at home. I think now finally we can stay. It's home. It's home. It's home. It's home. The trophy is Saudi. It's for all the Saudi people. Believe in yourself. We do it for you, for everyone at home. It remains in Saudi, and nobody can get it from our country.
a very inspiring message and a great one for your fans and the Saudi people and Arabs in general in the space. Of course, there's more to go through, and Falcons is competing in every single game. So what are we talking about for the rest of the tournament? Does it mean now you let off the brakes, or are you going to go harder to get even more points?
I think to enjoy, to be honest. Now there is no pressure on any of the players. Me and Mecca have been dealing with pressure to make sure that everyone here is happy. Now we have the rest is to enjoy and to earn more points in it. But we're now just getting for more trophies because we know our players are the best players in the world.
There you go, Sad. Thank you very much. One more time for your EWC Club Champions, Team Falcons! Good luck with your matchup, and good luck. Thank you, all of you. Back to our commentators.
Can you imagine being in that hot seat in front of hundreds of fans about to play your potential elimination match for EAFC, and then learning that the club that you founded and started ultimately has won the championship? A phenomenal performance, and obviously a phenomenal moment to look at MS Nazri there winning the club championship for Falcons. We are nearly ready to dive into the championship Sunday of our content. So let's take a look at the EWC catch-up powered by STC. Now, as I have mentioned a couple times, the 3 games inside the arenas today: EAFC, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and Starcraft 2. Before we catch you up with the results that have come in from Saturday to Sunday, let's head down to the arena, to the floor, and find out what Nicole Holiday has for us in EAFC.
Wow, what a day it has been here at the EAFC 24 tournament at the Esports World Cup. We have seen so much action, some incredible games, lots of goals, some surprises too, and we have had to say goodbye to some of our players, but I'll get onto that in a bit. We did see a few players go through to tomorrow's quarter-finals. So let's start with Jafonzo Young and Mark 11. They were the first players from Group A through to tomorrow. They were joined by Nicholas PH-Zin and Vergang from Group B. Now, Group B was actually really close. It literally came down to the final group game, but it made it that bit more exciting. It did mean, though, like I said earlier, we had to say goodbye to Johnny, Levy, MS Dosari, and Goalpoacher, who were all eliminated. Unfortunately for them, their keys were crushed. So the other players went into the resurrection stage, and that was so juicy. I loved it. There was so much drama. Again, loads of goals. We saw some brilliant games here in the Gadia Arena. And we have to give a shout out to Abu Maka, because he literally turned his tournament around. It wasn't looking so good yesterday for him, but today he did so well in the resurrection stage, and he made it through to the quarter-finals tomorrow. Then the final resurrection stage game, Manu versus Bonanno, and wow. That is all I can say. Wow, I was speechless. I mean, Manu won 10-1, guys. 10-1. He absolutely crushed Bonanno. Incredible game to witness, and it meant he took the last place into tomorrow's quarter-finals. So we have our final 8 players, but who is going to come out on top?
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic update, and really blow by blow throughout the entirety of the Resurrection bracket. You can see this behind me. I think crucially, as far as our broadcast was concerned, the Team Liquid, Team Khullet Mullet guys ultimately faced off against one another, with Emre Yilmaz being eliminated there. Finally, Manu Bashari being able to pick up the win and taking out Bonanno, as we heard just moments ago. Only 2 of the 6 players from Resurrection advanced to the actual playoffs bracket, and I'll show you that playoffs bracket in just a second. Jafonzo up at the top, PH-Sin, my Aussie boy, Mark 11, and down at the bottom, Abu Maka, the last remaining Falcons player, after, of course, MS Dosari was eliminated yesterday. Who's going to make the run, and why is it going to be the Australian? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Let's move on. Talk about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. My boy, Ian Chambers, is on the floor, and he's given us a Modern Warfare update.
Hello there, Central Broadcast. Ian Chambers here, coming to you from the Amazon Arena. It's all just starting to settle down now after an incredible quarterfinals day. Let me just run through all of the action as we look ahead now to the semis. It was a strong start, if I'm being honest. Vancouver Surge eliminating Carolina in a tight series. That one was 3-2. Then we rolled into QF number 2. The undefeated, with no maps dropped, Atlanta FaZe were just absolutely stellar. 3-0 was the score there, destroying Boston's dreams. And then we moved into 100 Thieves, the youngest team in the league. And here at the EWC, they are continuing to mature. They said bye-bye to Toronto Ultra. And we had a Champs Final rematch. Optic Gaming taking out Cloud9. They well and truly have their number. We are all set now for Championship Sunday. 2 semi-finals, and then we will crown our champion. They will raise this trophy in the air and take home the huge share of that massive prize pool, $1.8 million. You do not want to miss it.
Thank you so much, Ian. You are correct. We do not want to miss us. The semi-finals and finals will commence tonight, 5 p.m. local time. You can see the results on your screen. Bottom half of the bracket was the more competitive one. Both series going to 5 games and some surprises coming in. We'll break that down once I do eventually introduce Katie Bedford back to the show later on. And of course, these are your semi-finals. We'll dive into those a little bit later. Now, the third and final game that is currently live. We are in the Final 4 for StarCraft 2, and it's time for a regular update from the Mad Cat himself, Cats.
Yesterday was Heartbreak Day in the knockout brackets. It was pretty crazy, and 3 of the expected finalists in the top 4 were there. It was Hero, Maru, and Raynor. But there was also kind of a surprise to many, Cure, who not only managed to make it to that top 4 in the knockout bracket, but also upset Maru in the semifinals to book himself a ticket to fight in the finals against a Hero who defeated Raynor in his own side of the bracket. In the end, Hero came victorious and booked himself a ticket out of the knockout bracket and into the top 4 of the entire tournament to balance things out and make sure that Protoss would be represented today in the final day.
It is my absolute pleasure to let you know at home that Cats will be joining myself and Loco in moments to actually take a closer look at Serral taking on Dark. The first matchup of that Final 4. But the knockout bracket is behind me. My heart was broken once Maru was eliminated yesterday. I sincerely wanted him to make it back into the Final 4. Obviously, Hero eventually is the player that does so. Now, that does set us up for these Final 4 players who are currently facing off against one another for the lion's share of the prize pool. Dark versus Serral, Hero versus Clem. We need to find out who's going to come out on top, but I'm happy to see a Protoss in there because Loco has just been like pooping on Protoss all weekend long. We'll jump into the game in just a second. That does it for our EWC catch-up powered by SDC. And I'm back on the sofa. My little ping pong action in the studio is not done just yet. Quick reminder, StarCraft 2 is live, EWC Black at 5 p.m. Modern Warfare 3 kicks off at EWC_White, and EAFC starts at 6:30 p.m. So we're not going to get too much time today, Case. I'm looking at her at the moment. The ladies are here. I will introduce them in a moment or two. I am joined by the Protoss hater himself, Loco. We'll give him a chance to speak in a second because we have a special guest joining us in Cats. Cats, thank you for delivering all of those updates for us. We see your face every day. So to us, you're a special guest, but like a regular guest, but I know you haven't been on our show live. So how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. I mean, I love the energy here. I love what you guys are doing here, so I'm really happy to be here.
That is awesome. Okay, we're actually going to jump straight into Serral versus Dark. It is one of these elimination matches. It is a best of 7. So in terms of score and matchup, Loco, how are we doing in the matchup? I've not been able to catch any of it.
Yeah, I think Dark is pretty happy that it's a best of 7. Normally in StarCraft 2, for most tournaments we play, we do best of 5s in the semifinals, but Serral seems to be speedrunning this so far. He's already leading this series 3-0 in, I think, about 30 minutes time.
That's unreal. Cats, how would you have expected this series to play out? I mean, in my head, Serral was the favorite, but not this much of a favorite.
No, definitely not. I mean, Dark, he has had this dad energy ever since he had his daughter born not that long ago. And to be honest, he's been looking great lately. He won a GSL as well. And Serral was kind of scared of Dark and CVC in general, but he's looking insane. I mean, like, the other thing is that Dark actually always takes a game or two off of Serral. Like in the last 5 matches, yes, he won all 5. But there hasn't been a single one where Dark didn't take a map, and this is looking like it might be the first.
Ooh, I mean, he's up in supply, up in resources for the time being. I mean, look, is this just a sweep 4-0? Because it's feeling that way to my eyes.
It's looking like it. So Serral has always been known for incredible Zerg versus Terran and incredible Zerg versus Protoss. The one matchup where at this level he tends to struggle a little bit, and you got to put an asterisk right next to that because the man's incredibly good, but he tends to struggle a little bit more against Zerg. Last year, most notably, he ended up losing against both Solar as well as Shin in IM Katowice and Gamers 8 at the time. So he didn't win the biggest tournaments that year, losing to a fellow Zerg player. Now, it's important to note that those series were very different than this one. It seems like Dark is mostly playing a straight-up match. I mean, these games are going so fast, so I'm not exactly sure what happened in the other games, but this is likely the longest running game of this series so far.
I mean, 9 minutes 45. To my eyes, Loco, when I look at just the disparity in bases, in army size, in control on the map, like, this just screams Serral smash. How does he set up for a win? Because like we haven't had a lot of chance to kind of talk about like setting up plays, or diving deep into things. So maybe you and Cats can help explain to me, a novice StarCraft viewer, how Serral wants to push his advantage to actually win the game from here.
So usually what Serral does is very precise execution. Now obviously the top level players are all very good at playing high level StarCraft, but Serral really seems to treat this game like it's almost like an Excel spreadsheet where the numbers just roll out at the very end. He's all about perfect execution and grinding openers over and over and over again. Most players have a certain weakness, but I don't really know any for Serral.
It's so difficult, and right now his timing, you see he's maxed out, so his army is not going to get any bigger, and his +1 attack just finished, whereas Dark is waiting for his +2 attack. If Dark can actually hold here and get to maxed out, he will have an advantage, but that's what Serral doesn't want to allow. So for Serral, he wants to trade right now, and he wants to try to end the game right now.
Oh, those roaches are pushing forward, but they're stuck on the ramp. They can't spread out enough.
Yeah, so one thing actually we just saw in the picture-in-picture was a small little Zergling run by as well, taking down the 4th base of Dark. Obviously, both of these players are Zerg, and when you're making effectively the same units, it's Roaches and Ravagers for both of them, the player with more income will be able to make more. So Serral taking down one of the expansions is huge. He's now playing 4 bases versus 3, and he's got the same army. So
but surely having the high ground here favors Dark, but I guess resupply, rebuilding the army, it's going to be harder for him than it is for Serral, right?
I think the important thing here is that Dark will have an upgrade advantage very soon. If you look at the production there, he will have an upgrade advantage. Serral's struggling to push into the Ravager Biles, so that is an advantage for Dark actually. And Dark is behind in drones, yes, which means in the long run, like Loco was saying, he will fall behind, but he will have the bigger army for a big fight. So it's all about how hard can Dark win that one fight.
Well, at the moment he's holding back, Serral. Quick update for you, production. Give me an update. Game 1, 7 minutes. Game 2, 8 minutes. Game 3, 9 minutes. All of them victories for Serral. This is the longest game of the best of 7 series thus far.
Yeah, pretty much all the games we've had on the Central stream, they were like 30 minutes long, 40 minutes long. We've had some absolute macro games.
Cats, what that means is get comfortable, because this is going to be like 18 minutes of gameplay. We've had that type of curse on our content.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see Dark turn this around, and I don't think it's a game that he cannot win by any means, right? Like, yeah, Serral will have the advantage the longer the game goes, in some sense economically, and he wants to play on Dark's side of the map as much as possible, right? Because the moment that Dark has this upgrades kicking in, which is just about now, he will have the stronger army. So he will win a fight, and that's when the economy kicks in for Serral. Oh my god, okay, well, maybe I take it back after those.
Doc, tell me about in the defensive position, is Dark's units going to get more value because of the additional space that he has? To at least like spread out the attackers, get more damage from those roaches?
Yeah, for sure. It is that spreading that you're mentioning, and also the fact that Serral has to walk into him if he wants to continue to attack, right? So walking into the Biles is going to be much more difficult.
So Serral actually just planted down a Spire, which is one of the structures, the second one in the top left-hand corner that is currently building for him. It allows him to produce Mutalisks. Now, Mutalisks are flying units, and Dark currently does not really have any anti-air. Honestly, he just dealt so much economical damage to Dark. This is more or less like the get out of my game type of play.
Yeah, for sure. And Serral now actually has positional advantages as well, because now he has managed to get himself in a position where he had a concave. Now he's forfeiting that concave, and he's trying to go back as his army is smaller and has less upgrades. So he knows that he has to just buy time for those Mutalisks. And if he can get those out, he will be in a fantastic position, because Dark cannot afford with 38 workers to keep up.
I mean, Serral has been like army capped for almost the entirety of this fight, even after losing a few roaches here and there. His supply and his bases have just got him outdone. I mean, that does not look like the face of optimism. Dad buff not working out this time.
No, not this time around. So one of the main reasons as to why Serral keeps fighting here is that the resources in the game are obviously finite. They run out at some point. So the longer they trade here, an expansion lasts for maybe like 10 to 12 minutes or so. The longer they keep trading here, considering Serral has a fresh base that he's mining off of, if he can soft contain Dark on just these 3 of his, he is ultimately going to have a much bigger army. Now we have the Mutalisks on the production tab too. 10 of them are coming up, and there is no anti-air available for Dark, and Dark's not even really winning the ground war anymore.
Honestly, I think Serral needs to lose some of these units to make space for those Mutalisks. Get them onto
That's
the
what
map.
he's doing. That's why he's being
exactly.
aggressive with the roaches. He's trying to open up supply.
Yeah.
And by the time Dark finally creates a little bit of room to breathe, he's going up against a unit that he can't fight.
Is Serral mad from having to come through the knockout bracket? Because that's what it looks like.
He probably had a bit of an off day. Yeah, he probably had a bit of an off day, and he still played really well, but he's mad.
Yeah, I mean, Clem would be an amazing opponent if he can get him in the finals again. Clem is ridiculous at the matchup, and he is one of the players that can actually beat Serral somewhat consistently, but this should be it. Yeah, that should be seized to be
Flying in and
There's no
out.
chance. Yeah, there's no chance. I mean, he played that perfectly, Serral did.
Wow, unbelievable. Okay, Cats, can you just summarize for me? On our show, we've got FC, we've got Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and obviously Starcraft. The way that Dark surrendered so quickly, what are some of the factors that went into that as a summary? It's been a big talking point because Call of Duty and FC players and experts cannot fathom anyone doing that just yet.
Yeah, so basically it's what we've been talking about. He knows what position he's in. He should have identified, hey, I have the stronger army, I have the upgrades, I have to just push out on the map and try to make something happen. But Serral did so good at just applying the pressure and being on his face and trading, like you were saying, to make space for those Mutalisks, right? So Serral played this perfectly in that sense, and Dark never got that breathing room to take a fight. I think he should have just forced the fight, maybe get a big flank going and just force the fight, because he would have won the fight. But then Serral would have still had enough time potentially.
I guess it's like a lose-lose situation though, because if he was trying to force a fight, then that army that Serral had put on his front door then just completely wrecks his production and bases.
This is actually more of a reaction from Serral than we usually see. Like, he is not usually one who's going to be very excited to be winning a match right here. Usually he's calm and collected, but he was pretty
underdog,
upset.
You know what I mean? That's
I don't think he's ever the underdog. He hasn't been the underdog since 2018.
But interestingly, yeah, like you usually don't get a lot of emotion out of him, but when I interviewed him, I asked him, what skill would you steal from a player? And he said Oliveira's ability to double fist pump after wins. And he has actually done it since. So
that's so funny.
I actually hope we can get footage of that at some point. Okay, listen, we had actually hoped to have spent a little bit more time with this particular semi-final and have Cats and Loco help break down the game. But the fact is, Serral speedran the semi-final so much that we're not going to be able to watch much more gameplay, if any. So what I am going to do is I'm keeping you for your expert opinions. It's not often that we get someone who's been on the core broadcast, and also for this length of time. So what I want to start with is ask you to judge Loco's predictions. Okay. We actually asked Loco to give us predictions of his top 4, and we checked this obviously before the tournament began. What do you think of the 4 names, and how disappointing of a prediction is this from one of your colleagues?
So these were before the tournament started.
No, yeah, I think these are great. These are definitely 4 of the favorites.
I told you Starcraft guys are nice.
I think Clem is difficult to know like what shape he's gonna show up in. He can be the best player in the world at times, so you could make an argument for him, but the same can be said for Raynor. So I feel like Dark is even a really good pick. I feel like not everyone would have picked Dark. And
damn it, Cats! I was hoping I'm trying to bully him.
He's been picking on me the entire event so far.
Have you played the StarCraft 2 campaign?
Yeah.
How much does it bother you that Raynor plays Zerg?
Not at all,
Why is
actually.
nobody? How does nobody in the StarCraft community react
we
to
all
this?
addressed this in like 2019, 2018.
Yeah,
we went over this. We've moved
forgave
past
him?
it.
Oh.
It's misspelled as well.
That makes it worse.
Yeah,
it
I
makes
don't
it
know.
even worse. Like, that's
a
not how a
different person.
Zerg would spell it. Right, let's talk about the knockout bracket. Obviously, because I've got Cats and Loco here, I think maybe Loco, what's your immediate takeaway when we look at this? My eyes obviously go straight to Reina, Hero, Maro, Cure. Those are the games that we were just wrapping up as we left the show yesterday.
I am very happy to see Hero playing as well as he's doing this tournament. Hero, he decided not to really participate in a whole lot of the smaller online cups over the last few months. Normally he plays in pretty much everything, all of the weekly tournaments. Usually he's one of the common signups, and he has decided to skip the vast majority of those and really start practicing. Historically, Protoss has always been played in a way where they're almost like a little bit aggressive. They're trying to do like a trick strategy where they're catching the opponent off guard. But Hero is playing solid, straightforward StarCraft 2 this event. And for him to take down some of the very best players in the world, and for him to now be in the top 4, I think it's amazing. It's been far too long, in my opinion, that we've had a Protoss player win a big event in general. A World Championship victory would be amazing.
Do you think it's possible against that Serral?
Yeah, Serral looked very angry there. I don't know.
Like, even to me, I'm like, I don't know if you can do it. How do you and the rest of the broadcast team feel about like the knockout bracket and play it out? We only get your updates on our show, so it's great to have somebody that's like so close to them throughout the whole day.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the strongest players in the world, and what you would expect even going into the knockout bracket is 3 of those players in Hero, Raynor, and not Cure.
Clem, yeah.
Clem. No. Hero, Raynor, and who was the third player?
Maru.
Yeah. All 3 of them are extreme favorites going into this. Cure is kind of the underdog that kind of made it happen and made a huge upset against Maru. But outside of that, it's the 4 that you would expect, and then for Hero to win, that's incredible.
At the risk of being a little too dumb, it looked like Maru had a bandage on his left or his right arm. Is there a wound that he's suffering? Is that just for comfort? Like, do you know what the story is there?
Yeah, it's kind of a Terran tradition in StarCraft 2. Terrans tend to have wrist problems, so a lot of the Terran pro gamers actually end up with bandages or having to take extra care of the wrist.
It was something we briefly touched on, but we obviously didn't focus enough on it to get the deeper story. Let's turn our attention now, obviously, with Serral picking up that first one. Let's look at that Final 4. I've been calling them the Elite 4 all weekend just because Seltzer's here and I'm a huge fan of Pokemon myself. Serral's picked up the win, so he's sitting in that grand final. It'll be a best of 9 later on this evening. Hero versus Clem will be coming up momentarily. What do you make of Hero versus Clem? Who's going to win?
I think Clem is going to win, but it's going to be very close. I mean, they kind of fear each other. I had dinner just last night with Clem, and he said that Hero is the best player in the world as far as Protoss is concerned, right? And he is a player that stylistically, they match up really nicely against each other, right? Because they're both very fast, very aggressive, very big on multitasking. And for Clem, the fear is that Hero can basically outdo him in the early game. If he can get past the early game, then Clem is going to start feeling more and more comfortable.
I think Clem's victory celebrations are probably the most enjoyable that I've seen. He just exudes childish happiness, like childlike happiness. Who's your prediction, Clem versus Hero?
I find that one so difficult to predict.
You have to predict.
I think I'm going to go with Hero, mostly just because Hero seems to have really made significant progress over the last couple of months.
You've learned from your ways.
I've been calling Protoss to win this event ever since the start, but I didn't put him in my top 4. It's a little...
One of the first conversations we had, the last time that I really watched a lot of StarCraft 2 was when DT rushes were still kind of hot. A long time ago.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I've said every day because I just love Dark Templars. And the first game we get, it's not a rush, but the way that Dark Templars played, I sat like just a child at Christmas. Like, yeah!
He was opening Dark Templar every game.
Yes, I love it so much. Okay, obviously we will keep you updated on that second semi-final as it plays out. But my production team have taken advantage of Katz's good nature and his loving personality. We're going to watch the 7 minutes of the first game. Did you watch this first game at all, Katz?
No, actually, no, I didn't.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're loading up. This is game 1 of Dark versus Serral. We know that it ends in about 7 minutes. So the question that I'll ask Loco specifically, when we see big things that can impact how Serral wins, can we point it out so we can keep teaching our production crew on how to watch StarCraft?
So Serral is usually incredibly precise with everything that he does. I find it very funny, though, that game number 1 in this series is on Dynasty. This is considered to be one of the absolute worst maps for Zerg ever. So I can imagine, at least on the ladder in 1 versus 1, the Zerg players will veto this map. There's already a lot of mind games going into this, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that Dark is probably going to try to do something here, right? Like, it looks like he's going for a gold first, so that's pretty cool. I wouldn't be surprised to see aggression. If we're calling aggression, it has to be almost from Dark, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially in game 1 of the series, he's very likely to bring something cheeky and try to make something happen there, try to trick Serral. That's one of the most reliable ways to beat the guy.
Just waiting before we see the production queue and exactly what's going to come up next. For anybody that hasn't seen, it's not something we've spoken about a lot, those gold bases. It is a more valuable resource.
Yes.
You gain more from each pretty little crystal that these little drones bring back in their horrible little mouths. Just to make it clear that everyone who's...
No, they have little hands. They hold it in their hands.
They're little claws. Because they're kind of like flying crab monster things. Like, I don't know what they're weird. Anyways, sorry.
So it's 7 minerals for every golden trip that they make, and for regular blue minerals they get 5. Now on this particular map, the golden mineral line is incredibly exposed. I'm sure the observer will give us a shot of that with the expansions finishing in just a moment. That's a cool shot, actually. That's the main base right there of Dark on the right and Serral on the left.
That's even my production team's like, wow, it's great. Sorry.
The golden mineral line on this map is attackable from the other side, so it's a risk to take. Generally speaking, Serral is not a risk taker. He is somebody who will try to play as conventional as possible, but apparently he feels like he needs to, even opening up without any Vespene up to this point.
Yeah, I think that's conventional in itself for this map, right? Because you can't really just forfeit that sort of advantage that's available to you against a player of the caliber of Dark. So I think, yeah, maybe if he was playing like you know, in an open cup or something like that, he wouldn't do this, because there is some ultra cheese that maybe you can drop a spine or something on the creep behind it and do something super cheeky like that. But against Dark, you just kind of have to. If you don't take that gold, then you're just going to be too far behind, I think.
My production team are wondering, what is this floating thing doing? The Overlord, you know?
Yeah, so the
TLDR?
Yeah, the Overlords are the unit that provides supply for the Zerg. So for the Terran, you have a supply depot. It's like a little home where your units can live. For the Protoss, you have the pylon. Yeah, they can fit into the ground.
So that one of them is a home. The pylon's like a little electricity generator because they teleport their things in from another universe. And this giant horrible thing basically plants eggs.
Yeah, it's flying around. It is by far the best production structure, though. If you want to call it a structure, because in this particular matchup, usually there's not a ton of anti-air in the earlier stages of the game. So you will see these guys just hanging around the map, constantly spying on the opponents.
And I think that's a really big thing. We talked about fog of war, we talk about information. If you can see what your opponent's buildings are, what construction is underway, how many bases they have, you can use that information to then build your own army, make your own decisions, and sometimes you have to pivot as well. So that's why these Overlords are hovering in different spots. You can see these lings coming far across. This looks like a pretty big map as well, so you'll get a little bit extra time to react, basically.
Yeah. Now this is actually...
That's exactly it. He's reacting to the circling sleeve in the base, so great call.
Yeah, it's kind of cool how both of these guys are actually trying to outgreed one another. So Dark decided to go for the gold base first. Serral decided to go for the gold base first. Now we have Dark finally bringing out some units. Serral decided to re-wall here at the front.
Did he cancel the build, or was it actually destroyed?
It was killed, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Didn't get any of those minerals back either then.
Oh, he's going to have enough roaches here to ultimately defend it, though. But Serral has decided to go for a much faster third base as well. So both players are almost like at a... We've talked about gentleman agreements in Call of Duty. In this game, it's like, okay, you're going to expend, I'm going to expend, I'm going to expend again, you're going to expend a little bit later. For some reason, we're not attacking each other until relatively late into the game.
Bear in mind, this game ends at 7.5 minutes.
Yes.
We're 4.5 in, and we've had one ling attack.
Okay.
That was it.
So one thing to note here is that you can see the worker count at the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
It's 26 for Dark versus 35 for Serral. Now, in absolute numbers, that is not that big of a difference, but if you're thinking about, there's the income advantage graph.
It's also percentage-wise at this stage in the game, it's significant. It's multiple percentage points, very high up. Also, another quick explainer there. What Dark tried to do was block off the entry to his base with buildings, and if you cancel the building just before he gets killed, you get a portion of those minerals back. So one of them was lost, 3 of them there, but again, that's additional cost. His income is already lower, less workers, and he has to waste resources trying to protect this Zergling attack, and it's pushing Dark a little further away.
Yeah, that was actually Serral that Serral had to cancel but he has been working, Dark has been working at a worker deficit, and Serral knows that because, like you guys were mentioning with the Overlords as well, he has had an Overlord behind one of Dark's mineral lines as well in the gold, so he's well aware of how many workers Dark has there, and you can kind of take that estimation and be like, okay, like I guess I can get away with, you know, a couple more workers than you, and then that's perfect, and this just looks like game over pretty much. But
yeah, so this is the reason why this happens is that the player in blue here, Serral, has just had more income for longer.
Yeah. And ultimately, even though it's only like a 5-worker, 6-worker, 7-worker, right? It's a relatively small advantage percentage-wise, like you're saying.
Yes.
It's very significant. So you just
It's
end up
crazy.
with more stuff. It's once again more stuff beating less stuff.
I just expected this to be a lot more of a visually digestible win with a 7.5-minute smash. So what is this next build and what is this next move here from Serral? Because he's been the one that's been defending, obviously, these very sort of like quote-unquote low investment attacks, really.
Yeah.
But it hasn't done any damage whatsoever. Still got a larger army size. Still got a larger worker size.
Yeah, and now Serral's going for the Baneling Nest as well. So he is basically trying to put the nail in the coffin here. He's going to try and make a bunch of Banelings and see if he can destroy this army from Dark and overwhelm him.
Are you a bit, this is a strong word, but are you a little bit disappointed in Dark and like how this series played up versus how the rest of his tournament has gone?
I don't know if disappointed in Dark is the way that I would put it, because he did make it as far as he did, and he is such a formidable player. He's my personal favorite Zerg to watch. He's just crazy, and he is a player that doesn't have the cleanest mechanics. Like when we talk about Serral, he's invincible because he's so clean at everything he does. But Dark is just crazy, man. Like he's the most likely player to get supply blocked. He's the most likely player to need kind of help mechanically. Like he'll make additional hatcheries.
A little bit of basketball mixed in there.
Yes. I mean, honestly, that's 2 Overlords taken down. This is the first push by Serral.
Yeah, so he's been mining more resources this entire time, so he just ends up with a lot more units, and Dark at this point knows it as well.
Wow.
He's the one tapping out.
Also, those Banelings, I think they were the first ones that I saw on the map. I hadn't seen them previously. They did so much damage to those Zerglings.
Yeah.
Instantly forces Dark to tap out. Yeah, it just kind of felt like he lost the mental game a little bit there. Tried to make some aggressive pushes. It didn't work out.
For sure. It was that first aggressive push that kind of fell flat. It didn't do enough damage, and then he didn't re-drone. He just kept making units, and then Serral never moved out early enough that he could capitalize on those units. So I don't know what he should have done. Maybe just keep hiding units, right, and hope that Serral moves out, hope that Serral thinks you're droning up, maybe transfer more drones to the gold to make it seem like you droned up. He needed some more mind games and some trickery to make it happen, but it didn't happen.
Didn't end up going that way. A little bit of a fizzle of game 1 versus what we were hoping, but all credit to Serral. I don't want to mitigate the impact he had. Just before we go, I've already forgotten. Who are you predicting to win from the Final 4 now? Serral,
I'm going to say Clem.
You're going Clem?
Really?
And you're going Hero, right? You're going Protoss?
I mean, if Serral plays like this in the next series, he's going to be practically unbeatable. But I'm going to say Hero, yes.
We both can go Protoss? Can we go Protoss
Sure,
together?
I will go Protoss.
I'll be nice to you for the rest of the day. Okay. Okay, just very quickly before I let you go, Cats, I'm going to say thank you so much. I'm going to ask you one last thing. Give a shout out to any viewers, anyone on StarCraft, maybe hype up the rest of the match. You can do the camera one. On your way out, I'm going to ask you to sign this. We're going to give it away to somebody. Every guest that's been on the show has done so. So this is your opportunity. Say whatever the heart speaks.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, StarCraft 2, if you guys are checking it out for the first time, it's probably, I think, by most people's standards, the most difficult game to master out there as far as esports are concerned. It takes, I think, the most amount of just mechanical raw skill, and strategically, it's a very high bar as well. So if you're checking it out, you know, it's always cool to learn and to see what you can get out of the game and what you can get out of these players who put so much effort. And that's why we see things like Oliveira crying after this tournament after his loss. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Yeah,
but for example, that is the sort of emotion that these players are undergoing because they put in so much.
What I'll say this is the emotion is shared across every game. There's no doubt in my mind. We saw MS Nazri from EAFC earlier. We've seen very huge reactions. So the emotion I give you is equal.
For sure.
But I will give you a little taste of what I'm like on this show. StarCraft 2 is mechanically more demanding than every game that takes place at EWC. If you're a Call of Duty viewer, you control one guy with maybe 3 weapons and a grenade. Well, in StarCraft 2, you have up to 200 things that fly, run, tank, shoot, siege, abilities, healing. Oh, you've also got to build bases. And you know what? It's 200 units versus 11 in football. StarCraft's a better game. We're going to head on with our show. I'm only saying that because I can see Katie and Case's eyes right now. As we go to a break, we're going to head to the SDC stage to hear the victorious Serral in the ALJ interview.
What a dominant swift 4-0 for Serral against Dark, making it the first ever grand finalist of the Esports World Cup StarCraft 2. Dark, if you please could hand over your key to Serral so we can crush it later on. Congratulations on making it to top 4 and guaranteeing $80,000. But now, Serral, we all know how ZVZ matchups are always so volatile. But you always seem like to have a cool head and just calm throughout the whole match. How do you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's just part of being Finnish, I guess. No reason to panic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of that dedication, everyone thought that because you lost 5 games, like in the group stage, you might not have it in you to make it to the grand final, but you definitely proved everyone wrong. That you definitely proved that you are the final boss of this tournament. So I do want to ask you, you have grand finals, like compared to all the players in StarCraft 2, you have the most grand finals from all of them, and you are in one today. Does that make it like at all nerve-wracking, or is it just another day at the office?
Well, no, I don't think this is another day at the office. This is the biggest event of the Starcraft scene ever, so it's a bit nerve-wracking, but at the same time, I don't think my past finals changed too much. I usually win the finals, so it's like being at home.
Honestly, you are definitely at home, and you couldn't make it to the grand final in Riyadh last year, but you are now. So who do you rather face from your next opponent?
I mean, I think it would be nice to face my European friend, but at the same time, I kind of want pros in the finals. They haven't had it in a long time, so maybe Hero there would be very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's Hero or Clem, we definitely know that it's going to be a great match. Ladies and gentlemen, Serral is now the first grand finalist at the Esports World Cup StarCraft 2. So let's send it off to the analyst to talk more about what's going to happen next.
Was the monkey off his back, and now I think that has been shrugged off completely. It was a little while ago now, a few months ago, but obviously now there's an opportunity for him to become a world champion.
It absolutely is. Like, I think right now you can look at these two players and name them both as the best of their races. Like, I love Maru to death. You know, there's a lot of great players out there, but they are both playing out of their minds. They're like, Clem is obviously having a fantastic year already. And Hero, like, honestly, he's the only Protoss that really has been delivering for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
So we're looking at this. I think that they're the absolute best, and they're the best matches to go up against Serral as well in the finals, which is a very important aspect of this.
Yeah, Serral obviously has been given a run for his money every single time against Clem. Clem made his name on beating people like Serral, but on the other side, Hero is a whirlwind of aggression in this matchup and the next. So it's going to be scary for Clem to go up against Hero.
It's going to be scary for Serral no matter who gets through this. You know, Hero, we always knew that he had some really strong play. He had been somewhat inconsistent. He had moments where he really shined. He looked brilliant, but it seems like right now at this tournament, he's completely calibrated for every opponent he's going to go against. We were talking earlier about how Maro was sort of the de facto Terran god in the entire the entirety of all of StarCraft 2. Well, now Clem is coming in here and he's sort of usurping that. So this is going to be an exciting match. I think it's really tough to call who's going to come out. Both these guys looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no matter who moves on here, it's going to be a tough match for Serral.
All right, let's get to it then. It's a best of 7. Hero or Clem will go to the grand finals at EWC.
Well, there you have it, gentlemen. Serral is looking better than ever, and he's waiting the grand final, but his opponent is on the horizon, Seltzer.
Absolutely. This next matchup, though, does prove to be a little bit more even. Like Kyleris was saying, the same matches, the same number of maps. So this is going to be a big decider between Hero and Clem.
We have waited so long for a Protoss Grand finalist these past few years. Weibo Gaming's Hero is making that dream a reality for so many fans. But he is up against Team Liquid's Clem, the man that took down the final boss himself in the biggest upset we have seen this year.
Players, shake hands and take your seats. Let's get this match started. Casters, it's up to you now.
It's time to hop into our second semifinals of the day. A Proto.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. Welcome to EWC Central. I'm your host, Quickshot, and I've already introduced to you Loco. We've spent a little bit of time, well, we spent a lot of time with StarCraft, as well as catching you up on all the action from yesterday's games, as well as the EWC Club Championship update, in which Team Falcons have won. We are around about 50 minutes away from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 semifinals kicking off between Optic and FaZe. That'll be at EWC White. And then about an hour and a half after that, EAFC will finally begin its knockout brackets. And of course, we will be keeping you up to date with as many of those results as we can until we finish our show at 7. But I think it is important to welcome the other guests, co-hosts, co-anchors, Case and Katie. Welcome back to the broadcast. Katie, it's been pretty easy at the office thus far, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've just been making faces at you from the chair over there. We've been hanging out.
Case, how are you feeling today? How much are you enjoying watching FC live in the stadium?
Good. No, I mean, I really enjoyed it yesterday. I spent hours in the arena watching all the gameplay. But I am curious, is this turning into a StarCraft stream or what's going on?
It has felt that way. The superior game, so I don't
really see the problem, guys.
I will say, though, I think Cats did a better job of explaining the game than Loco did.
Okay. I thought you weren't picking on him anymore.
Oh, I take it back. Loco did a better job than Cats did, of course. I will say,
is amazing.
I tried my best to get Cats to have a little bit of banter and fun, and he just did not take the bait.
I've been trying to tell you guys that the StarCraft players, the StarCraft talent in general, everybody's really chill. Everybody's kind of nice.
Now, I believe we have one last thing happening here for StarCraft before we move on with the show. Catch up with Call of Duty, catch up EAFC. I quite sincerely don't know what this is, but I'm told it's Loco's hidden talent. So what is Loco's hidden talent?
I did some sleuthing.
Oh!
I did some sleuthing, and I found on Loco's Instagram that he's incredibly talented at painting miniatures, spends, over 20 hours on certain ones, and they are so detailed. And you told me, you said, look, that's all hand-painted by the gentleman
so cool.
on this couch.
So actually, fun fact, I have been talking to Kalaris, right, the host for the StarCraft 2, well, pretty much all of the shows that we do, and he is big into miniature painting.
Yeah.
And he, you know, I've always heard him talk about that for years now, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot myself as well.
So the thing that I love so much, you've got 40K and you've got original Warhammer in these mixtures.
I just paint. I don't
So you don't play the game?
No, I don't play the game.
Man, so the unit on the left is from the Warhammer 40K universe, is a Tyrannid.
Yes.
The unit on the right, I actually am not familiar with, but I know that it's from the original from Warhammer.
Yeah, I was gonna say it almost looks like one of the Elden Ring.
The thing is, if you don't play Warhammer, you really should. Like, you got to bust out rulers, you got to roll dice.
It's been very recent, so I've been painting since February.
Since February, and he's doing that.
It's been really fun. I've been streaming it a bunch.
Do you know
I've been kind of like...
He has so much time during a StarCraft game that's 30 minutes
Oh
long.
my goodness.
This is incredible.
This is a great segment, guys. I wasn't sure what to expect when it said hidden talent, but this is...
Yeah, me too.
This is great.
What is this?
Thank you.
I'm trying to have, like, banter, and I'm trying to bully him. Why is
You've
this
been picking on me too much. This
I had to insert a wholesome moment because he played it off so casually. He's like, "Oh, I'm just a nerd." I'm like, "No, you don't understand. I couldn't do anything even close to that. That is incredible."
That is very nice of you guys.
That is genuinely amazing. And again, I'm still the biggest nerd at the table because I play Warhammer, but with grey miniatures because I don't.
No. Okay, so I don't know much about the game, but that's like the only rule that I've heard of. Like, you are not allowed to play with like
it's just
bare plastic.
You call it the grey box of shame because you take your armies in little boxes and they have nice little like displays and things like that. You can only play a grey box of shame against a grey box of shame because you care more about the game than the painting.
It's like
You're gonna have to order some commissions, perhaps, from local
Trust me, trust me.
I feel like that's going to immediately ruin all the fun if I
Take my word for it. Take my word for it. I couldn't afford it. Okay, I promise. This will be the last check-in for StarCraft for a little while. Only because we have two other games that I feel guilty. I haven't looked into them just yet. Clem versus Hero is just starting. Give me the sales pitch on why we should watch this, Loco.
So these are two incredible players. I looked at their stats just now before this series began, and historically, Hero's got 46 wins against Clem. Clem has got 46 wins against Hero. They are literally 50-50 over their career so far. Now, those stats are since 2016. I would say that these days the players are in general quite a bit better than they were back in the day because Clem is still very, very young. And
Can I tell you something? At a record of 46-46, if this goes the distance of the 7 full games, we will have a head-to-head score of 50-49. And I just love that visual. Please, please, please give us 7 games. You can watch the rest of that series at twitch.tv/EWC_black. I will keep you up to date on the results if you stick with us here. But as I've mentioned, we're going to take a break from StarCraft 2 for now. And we're going to turn our attention to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And who better to start our recap other than our friend Ian Chambers in the ALJ interview?
I'm here with Ian Chambers, who has been interviewing all of the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 players throughout this week's tournament. Ian, you may have the best insight into the players so far. So we've seen them rise, we've seen them fall. How are they feeling overall?
Do you know what? This is my first time doing like a Call of Duty event, and
really,
these guys know how to talk, right? You know this better than anybody.
We're all certified yappers here.
Absolute certified yappers, but especially with the World Champs optic, like energy levels, confidence through the roof. But saying that, I just was talking to Scrap of Toronto Ultra as well just then. That guy can back it up. He talks, but he can back it up. So I'm really enjoying talking to the players. They're having a wonderful time out here. Of course, all of the players involved in the Esports World Cup are getting treated wonderfully, but then they get to perform at the highest level. So it's good stuff.
When I found out not only are you here for Call of Duty, but you've actually been moseying around EAFC. So, Case, this one's going to be for you. Talk to me about the energy levels. What's it been like in the arena?
Do you know what? So the cool thing is there's like multiple stages, right? So you can sometimes hear when another stage pops off.
Really?
The FC stage is loud, especially when Falcons are playing. If the fan support is anything to go by, Falcons are going to go all the way. That's the vibe I'm getting.
And I believe Abu Maka from FC Falcons did just win the whole thing. There was this emotional interview. So cool to see. But I want to know before I let you go, because Ian, a very busy man. Tell me, prediction, Call of Duty MW3, who's coming out on top?
Optic.
Easy, a Green Wall fan in the making. Ian, thank you so much. And if you
Can I ask you a question before we go?
Yes.
How do you put up a quick shot all the time? How do you handle being around him all that time?
Selective deafness. It's a skill you cultivate over many, many moons, but I'm going to let Ian run. There's much work to be done. If you'd like to catch Ian and the rest of the incredible COD talent, you can do so at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
Oh, thank you so much, Ian. I got what I wanted. It has been a pleasure to obviously get videos from Ian from all the respective games in the arena, and it is an absolute pleasure to continue working with Katie. It's great to talk about Modern Warfare. The last time we spoke was in Warzone, literally like 6 weeks ago. Let's talk more about Modern Warfare 3. We've got the bracket. Let's take a look at how those quarterfinals shaped up, and I think let's go, what's kind of the headline for each of the respective series, like 1-2 takeaways?
Optic Cloud9, a rematch of champs. Optic has Cloud9's number. That's all you have to say. Atlanta FaZe did exactly what we expected them to. They speed ran Boston Breach. The only real excitement came out of the Toronto Ultra loss and top 8 elimination by 100 Thieves. That was a massive shakeup and probably the end of that Toronto roster. Woo! And then Surge and Ravens. I predicted Surge. It was a bit sloppy, but they got there, but a great series overall.
I mean, look, the bottom half of the bracket, both series going to 5 games. It was the expectation that we had set and we've come to appreciate. It was going to be the tougher side of it. A little bit of a surprise. Before we dive into the specific games and look at some of those quarterfinal results, how did Katie's predictions play out? Now, if memory serves, Optic is her overall winners, and it's only the one surprise, Toronto Ultra. They, what was the phrase we said yesterday?
Scraps.
Scraps. They were given a finals berth and they threw it away.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite okay with my prediction being wrong here because I love this for 100 Thieves.
Yes, and of course, let's talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. They, of course, won this series, right? It went to 5 games. The Search and Destroys in particular were the ones that I liked to watch. Let's start from the perspective of Toronto Ultra. Why did it go so badly? How did they lose this series?
Well, it started off phenomenally. I was in the green room with Case, and I pointed at this map 1, and I said, this is exactly how I expected it to go. 100 Thieves is getting dumpstered, but that was not the story. You look at the stats, you look at the maps, you say Toronto all day long, but 100 Thieves, they had something magical on their side because they did get smoked map 1, but it was a 6-5 crazy ending to map 2 that gave 100 Thieves maybe the little bit of second win they needed.
I mean, we're looking at this map 2, of course, being the Search and Destroy. Arguably, actually, you know what? It is my personal favorite. I love this kill. Open the door, shoot him in the ass. Goodbye, buddy. Beautiful thing. 6-5, it's max 11 rounds. So when it's tied up at 5-5, it goes the way of 100 Thieves. And I know I'm doing a little bit of spoilers. The same thing happened in map 5, or like the 5th match between these teams. Admittedly, 1 round to the good. 100 Thieves just came out on top in S&D, and those seem to be the 2 modes that mattered most.
Yeah, and this is actually map 4, the hard points.
Yeah.
You're correct. And this one was crucial because 100 Thieves also needed to win this map, or else Toronto closes it all out 3-1. And it's a crazy game. They pull ahead at the ending. But this is the exciting moment. This is that map 5 where 100 Thieves came alive. Look at Kremp's scoreline. 11-3 was not going to lose to them a second time in a row.
Now, 100 Thieves, obviously, they pulled off the upset. As we watch this final map play out, they have now set themselves up already in like a bit of a Cinderella story. They're in a semi-final. You've got to feel momentum's on their side. And if they show up and do well in semis, they're going to look good for finals. This is a momentum-based game. These are players that are fueled by that emotion, and they've got to be riding high.
And this is the very ending. You can see how high they felt, that excitement here. They get up. You're going to see them stand up. This is on their side, Kleenex, head in his hands, apocalyptic. I'm really hoping we show the other side because you saw spit fly out of their mouth. They were screaming
here we go.
and yelling at Toronto. This right here is this beautiful moment. He's screaming a bot, which means you are a bot. You are an AI, and we are better than you.
The thing is, I will say this. In terms of the players and the competitive history and rivalry, fair. But when you've won 3-2, 6-4, 6-5 close games, I think they play a little bit more difficult than just a bot. Hey, my personal opinion. Really quick thing, though, of course, because Toronto Ultra were eliminated, we were expecting them to go to finals. Not only was that Kate's prediction, I think in terms of seeding, in terms of recent performances, that is probably what should have happened. Instead of getting what could have been a guaranteed minimum 600 points for Toronto Ultra, if they'd made finals, they get 10% of that and secure 60 points, and they are locking in the EWC Club Championship at only 720. I don't think that's going to be enough for a top 10 placement. They are still in the money because it's the top 16 clubs that will walk away with a piece of that $20 million prize pool. Let's go for a quick comment. Atlanta FaZe versus Boston Breach.
DoorDash special. We only need a quick segment because there's nothing to say. They ran through them. Awakening tried his best. He went 40-26. That's 40 kills, 26 deaths, and the hard point to lose, which is really tough. If FaZe just ran through them, it wasn't even close. but now we're on Sunday, Trevor, and that's where I get nervous because they're also playing.
Pause. Wait, because we still got to do two other quarterfinals. We'll come back to it. I want to set up hype in a little bit. Just before we do, Katie also caught up with Atlanta FaZe's Simp, and I'm a fan of his too, after their dominating series in the ALJ interview.
I am live with Simp from Atlanta FaZe after a quarterfinals speed run 3-0. Simp, how are you feeling? It is Sunday when this airs, but so far you have yet to drop a map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling good. I feel like all these maps we've played, we've been confident on. I feel like we've been doing everything we need to do, and as a team, I feel like we've just been 100% here.
Now, in map 1, that hard point, at some point it was like 156 to 80. And you won it 250 to like 205. So for anyone who might not be familiar with Call of Duty, how do you make a comeback like that? That usually never happens.
Honestly, it's really just about locking in and playing perfect COD. I feel like our energy started spiking once we had like a clean 4 dead on one of the hills. And I feel like from there, we kind of just started doing everything right, making really good plays. And I feel like it showed. We won most of that second half. And like you said, they didn't really get many points after that.
Now, this does mean that you're going to be facing off against either Cloud9 or Optic Gaming, and you had a really good record against Optic so far in MW3, but maybe not the best champs finish. So what is this tournament to you? What are you hoping to achieve?
The tournament's a little bit like a redemption for champs. I feel like the team that lost to champs was like not really us. I feel like we didn't really play our best, and it definitely showed. And like I said, I feel like this is kind of like a unique experience where you have a tournament after champs. So I feel like we're just here to have fun, play confident, and hopefully take home the chip.
Now, a lot of these other tournaments, maybe StarCraft 2 might be a good example, don't have personalities as loud as COD. So what is it like in the Call of Duty ecosystem as one of the best pros of all time, and how chirpy everyone can be?
Oh, I mean, it's insane. I feel like no matter what happens, you can always expect 1 or 2 people from every team to be saying something after every map. And even us, I feel like even if it's not the rec, you know, we're always kind of talking trash about people to ourselves. So I feel like no matter what, everybody's going at each other.
All right, you make it to the finals. Who do you want to meet there?
I'm honestly not sure. It's not Optic or, you know, on our
So
side.
you guys will, it couldn't be them, but it could be someone like Toronto, anyone lower side of the bracket.
I'd say probably like Toronto or Seattle. I feel like Seattle right now is looking really good. And as a team, I feel like they're always a fun match to play against. So I feel like a finals match against them would be sick.
I like it. So maybe Surge Atlanta in our future. We'll have to see. But Simp, best of luck on Championship Sunday. Potential to be our first Call of Duty champions here at the Esports World Cup. If you want to see more from Simp, FaZe, and the rest of the team still in the running, you can do so at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
And of course, that Call of Duty broadcast will be beginning in about 5 minutes. The game's in about 35. In case you are unfamiliar, Simp is a player we've talked about several times throughout the course of our last 3 days of coverage. He is arguably one of the best Call of Duty players, especially in the modern era. And I now understand why he's one of the Tiny Terrors. We're going to turn our attention to Optic versus Cloud9. This is a rematch of the CDL finals. And as far as I can see on scorelines, it's the same results. Did it play out the same? Did you feel, you know, more confidence in Optic, more disappointment in Cloud9, or is it just more of the same, Optic greater than C9?
More of the same. Optic has Cloud9's number. I think they have a genuine mental block with Optic right now. They beat them in Champs 5-1. This is a best of 5. It was 3-1. Exact same story all over again. Same
story all over again. We're watching the footage here now, and I think one of the things I'd love to maybe talk a bit more, just saying goodbye to Cloud9. As far as I am aware, it's not a name that I associate with CDL a lot. It's one of the newer, let's say, slapped-on logos, shall we say. But how much optimism does it give Cloud9 as an organization to at least make top 8? They did take a game off Optic, but it feels like everyone's taking a game off Optic. So how do you reflect on Cloud9's run this far?
Well, I mean, I think they did well. You did make it to the top 8. Keep in mind, Cloud9, formerly New York Subliners, they won Champs 2 years ago. So this was previously the best team in the world, and then they came in 2nd place the next year at Champs. So their run has been really, really good. So yes, maybe they're not winning to Optic, but they're doing extremely well. It's a very, very good team.
Yeah, of course, what we saw on your screen just a moment ago, by the way, Clem has picked up the first win over Hero in that best of 7. Now I want to talk about Optic. I want to now get that excitement. Because of Optic picking up this win, they are now going to face off against FaZe. On paper, FaZe are the favorites. They haven't dropped a single map. They're coming in 9-0. Why are you giving me that face?
I wouldn't say
On paper, mathematically, they're stronger.
That's only from someone who doesn't watch a lot of COD, but I see where you're coming from. Much like with the Toronto series, you'd look at the stats only and you'd be shocked that they lost.
It's a huge upset.
Well, it's a Sunday, and we've talked about how FaZe tends to have the twisties on Sundays. They just don't. They struggle to channel the same energy, but they haven't dropped a map. That's very true. Optic has dropped one map in every single series. I think Optic's going to take it. There's so much nuance I could get into, but I would like to be proven wrong.
I would like for FaZe to plant their feet on the floor and not twist.
I would love that. I would genuinely love that. And the reason I say that is not because it's Optic. It's because I want to see them hit that ceiling of potential we know we have, and it's frustrating when they don't get there.
Totally understand. Totally understand. I'm having a bit of fun with this one. Obviously, I know Optic are the favorites, but it would be great to see Atlanta FaZe do well, especially after I've spent quite a few. I've done quite a few interviews with Eric here from FaZe. Okay, one last series that we didn't talk about. Vancouver Surge, 3-2 against Carolina Royal Ravens. This was one of the games that I didn't know how best to interpret. Is that the result you're expecting, and that close, good or bad for Surge?
I mean, I think it was fine. I expected Surge to win. The fact that it was a bit of a sloppy night out for them is not surprising. They woke up in the morning, they had their phone, they had everything they needed, their wallet. I mean, it got a little crazy, but at the end of the day, they had everything. They get to move on and play against 100 Thieves. There were mistakes on both sides, but maybe they just got those out in the quarterfinals.
I mean, look, you can't really have too many sloppy nights out here where we are at EWC. Let's hear from Vancouver Surge's Brei after that victory yesterday in the ALJ interview.
I am live with Brei from Vancouver Surge after a 3-2 victory over Carolina Royal Ravens to keep it alive in the top 8 playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. Brei, how are you feeling? Because things got a little shaky, but you guys managed to come through.
Yeah, I mean, we feel amazing. I feel great. We are down 2-1. We kept the composure with the boys, and the results here, 3-2, just super proud of them and us, of course.
I love it. I interviewed Hook earlier in the tournament as well. Probably one of the most even keel, calm players around. And you guys have continued to do so well. How are you preparing for your next matchup, the matchup that's going to take place on Sunday when this interview airs?
We're going to play the Toronto and Thieves. Both are excellent team, of course. Just we're going to play our game. And if we do play our game, we're going to win it.
I love that. I mean, that's how simple COD can be sometimes. We're also covering EAFC and Starcraft 2, and I've been trying to tell my other experts, COD can be so day to day, and sometimes you just have to sit down in that chair and have a better gunny than someone else. But tell me, what has this experience been like so far, the first Call of Duty tournament at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Everything's great. Just like the problem we got like with servers, like it's not your fault, guys. It's just like Call of Duty. So otherwise, everything's just perfect.
I love that. Perfection is exactly what we want to hear. Now, tell me, you take down either 100 Thieves or Toronto. You're in the finals. Who do you want to meet there from the upper portion of the bracket?
It's a tough question. I think we don't mind about anyone. I think we just like want to play our game, and we'll see if we can go to the grand final, who we play. Like, I think we don't really care about that.
Oh, that's such a cordial answer. I respect it. Well, Brei, thank you so much for joining me. Absolute best of luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
We'll see everything that happens with the Call of Duty Championship. And if you want to see Brei and more of Vancouver Surge, please make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/EWC_white.
Fantastic interview from Katie. Really nice, calm and collected replies there from Brei, and also really nice beard. I'm not going to get there any day soon. Let's continue talking about Call of Duty. One of the things that I thought was really fun yesterday was asking Loco to build an EAFC 11 to put on a pitch using StarCraft players. So the same question has been posed to Katie, but using Call of Duty players. Now, when we talked about this a little bit earlier, we also had to discuss formations and things like that. So I'm going to ask Case to help me analyze this composition. So who is your starting 11 in COD FC?
Well, the top about 6 you're going to look at are all players from 2 teams playing today, which is Optic and FaZe Clan for a very good reason. But I'm going to be real. I kind of assumed the ones up front are like, you know, submachine guns, fast attacking, the strikers, and the ones back there defending. So maybe the ARs, the ones that sit back, they anchor, they make sure that the opposing team doesn't take the hill or take the spawns.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so just to confirm, Simp, Abizi, Shotzi, Pred, Celium, and Draza. Those are kind of like your strikers. Do you differentiate between your front three and your middle three?
Yes, I specifically put Simp, Abizi, and Shotzi as the front three because I would also consider them to be the best 3 submachine gun players in the world. They are going to be the ones scoring the goals. They are going to be the ones that are fast. They're hard to keep up with. They're going to be stealing the games away.
That's how you win those best of 13s in football. Case, what else do we analyze when we look at this roster? What are the questions? Because I'm seeing a 4-3-3 there, which is a little off meta from what we see in the footies comps on stage.
No, 4-3-3, that's definitely an interesting formation here. But question, so we have Brei in goal, and we learned the term clean sheet the other day. And so my question to you is, what is the equivalent of a clean sheet in COD, and has maybe Brei done it?
Ooh, okay, that is an excellent question, and I'm so sorry to Brei, but I had to put him in as a placeholder because production told me I couldn't use an icon, even though I was learning the lingo from EAFC. And my icon would have been Crim6, the winningest Call of Duty player of all time. When you played him in a final, you were not likely to come out on top. But that clean sheet you mentioned, the closest equivalent we would have is something like what Atlanta FaZe is doing in this tournament. They have not dropped a map. They had a 3-0, a 3-0, a 3-0. Now, if they happen to 3-0 Optic and then the finals, that would be incredible. Or you do it in a specific game mode. Say you don't lose a single S&D throughout an entire tournament.
Yeah, okay.
So I was wondering though, since we have seen these guys shout at each other quite a bit, would they actually get along if they were to work together?
Hell no! Hell no!
There's only 2 particular players that I'm not going to specify who genuinely would not probably play well together.
You missed the pass! We learned a term yesterday. That roster, it would have been blown the hell up.
Yes. Well, it would have imploded on itself. It wouldn't need to be blown up. It would implode.
This ain't no tots. This ain't no tots.
But to your point, Draza is a great example of your question because Draza's team, when he was on 100 Thieves, had a lot of sass with Atlanta FaZe, who's Simp, Abizi, Celium, and co. And then he went to their team the next year. And one of the reasons, because even if you're chirping on Twitter, culturally and personality-wise, they were an excellent fit for each other. They meshed really well as a set of 4 players. So oftentimes, it's a competitive first sort of banter. It doesn't ever get personal. And in those cases, those players don't want to play with each other anyway.
Okay, well, listen, so you're aware, we are going to be finishing this up, taking a closer look at StarCraft 2. So that is the Call of Duty EAFC crossover. Thank you so much, Katie. I quite like playing this little mini game. It's quite fun applying other human beings to EAFC. And remember, we're going off their player abilities, not necessarily physical. Okay, very quickly, let's take one more look into StarCraft. As far as the results are concerned, 1-0, our boy Hero is struggling a little bit. How do you feel about that?
He's out to greet him. That's so risky, but it is paying off.
These two, though, I mean, I think Hero has got it in him to come back, but I mean, it's a 50-50 in my mind. So Clem leading the match right now, even though it's only a single point. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal indeed. You can continue watching that over at twitch.tv, EWC_Black. Nailed it, yes. Okay, so while we wait for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and EWC to kick off, we will get Case to give us a rundown on what happened in that Resurrection bracket in the not too distant future. We did have a conversation going that we've sparked up, mostly because of me. This Call of Duty game is one of the only few that has 2 completely different game modes, 2 completely different tournaments, and 6-7 weeks apart. We had Call of Duty Warzone Resurgency at the beginning of the tournament, in which Team Falcons won, and now Modern Warfare 3. And one of the things that I would like to discuss, right, not to add flame and fire despite my natural inclinations to do so. Warzone and Modern Warfare, how much crossover is there? How much respect or lack thereof do we see between the respective games? Because as far as I can tell, there's never been any crossovers, you know, in terms of especially Warzone to Modern Warfare 3.
There has never been a competitive Warzone player who has transitioned to the top tier of pro play in multiplayer. However, plenty of retired pros or in their waning years where maybe they're not on the teams they want to be on do transition very successfully over to Warzone. And definitely you're not stirring the pot because these players all have big egos and they love to argue about whether or not multiplayer pros or competitive Warzone players are actually the more talented ones.
Okay, so, okay, I'm just going to go in and throw a stick of dynamite. I come from competitive Call of Duty. I played on PC. I played the, traditional mode, shall we say. Warzone and Battle Royale hadn't been invented yet. That's how long I've been playing Call of Duty. As far as I'm concerned, the traditional game, especially Search and Destroy, is not only more difficult, more taxing, and more competitive, I just think it's the better game mode. Is that an opinion that would get me in trouble if I said that on a bigger Call of Duty broadcast?
I don't think you having an opinion on which one you prefer is... Now, if you said...
Okay, how about this then?
Give me spice. I know you have it in you.
Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3 professional players that compete in CDL, their retirement home is Warzone.
I think that's fair.
Yes! Okay.
I think that's fair.
Hang on now. You just think like me, though. Is this what the community
thinks? No, I think if you are trying to argue that Warzone players are better Call of Duty players, or that Warzone is more difficult than professional Call of Duty, then... I mean, come on.
I think they're different games.
Yeah. I like delusional takes, but that is...
There's also a randomness, right, in Warzone, which makes it so
keep in mind, when you're a pro, you are practicing against other pros. The best, there's 38 spots in the league. Those 38 players are the ones you compete against every day. When you're playing Warzone, most of the time when you're not in a tournament, you're playing pubs against Timmy Timerson and Bob Billy Joe. Like, it's not the same thing.
Those are really good names. I also agree with that. I do think structured competitive play is inherently a more competitive and a more sport-like experience than a randomness of a Battle Royale. I see them as completely different games. That's why I consider this weekend's games actual Call of Duty.
I will say, though...
I love that name. That's great.
there are two in Shifty and Biffle Warzone players who I do think the community at large does believe, pros as well, could make the transition if they wanted to. But why would they practice 6 to 8 hours every day and worry about scrims when they could sit on their stream, make tons of money in Warzone, and not have to do that?
In my head, you've got salaried, compensated, hired professional players in Call of Duty, Warzone, CDL, and then Warzone is more about streaming engagement content. That's my summary.
And tournament, and then tournament, but you're streaming, you're creating content, yes.
There's not that many tournaments, right? We talked about this in Warzone as well. There's not many LANs that have this type of thing, so...
There has been a big uptick recently,
I guess that's why there's two different games here, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Because they're different games.
High five, Loco. Yes. Okay. So we've done our brief introduction now to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. The games will be commencing in 23 minutes. So we're going to turn our attention to EAFC. Now, unfortunately, Web Nazri was unable to make it out of the Resurrection stage, but we were able to catch him and talk about the tournament in general in the ALJ interview.
Yes, I'm here with Web Nazri, who is a player for Kashima Antlers. I mean, I first have to talk about, you're the only player from Asia in this competition. How amazing is that for you to be representing your region?
アジアの選手はナスリさんだけなんですけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか。そして一人だけでアジアから来るのはもっと難しくなりましたか。それとも簡単だと思うんですか。
プレーのレベルにおいてはすごい難しいと思うんですけど。初見殺しっていうかあんまりヨーロッパにいないタイプだと思うのでその点はアジアからなのが有利なのかなと思いましたね。
So it's kind of difficult because of how high is the level of the competition here and players from Europe and other regions. However, being the only person from Asia, that gives me an advantage because we have a slightly different way of playing. So maybe the others don't know how to play against it. So that makes it a little bit easier at the same time.
I would love to actually learn a little bit more about the Asian way of playing because I know that South Americans are very used to a lot of attacking. But can you quickly explain how stereotypically the Asian community plays FC?
普段はアジアの選手はどうやってこのゲームをやりますか。南アメリカの選手たちは本当に攻撃が強いと思うんですけれども、一般的にアジアの選手はどのような戦略があると思うんですか。
世界の選手たちと比べるとよりゆっくりでよりボール持つとかよりパスつなぐっていうのがアジアのスタイルだと思います。
So compared to other regions around the world, I think in Asia we play slightly slower. We have a more passing game, more from the back, slightly slower.
Now, we do have to talk about you have officially qualified for the Resurrection stage. You narrowly missed out on those last two spots with your very, very great win over Johnny. Talk to me about that win because I think that some people may have expected you to be in that 7th or 8th spot, but you managed to make it out.
レズレクションステージまで突破しましたけれども、本当に3位も できたと思うんですけれども、まあ、4人になりましたが、これはジョニーさんの対戦の時に大勝利できたから突破しましたけれども、この試合についてちょっと話してもらいたいです。多分勝ち目がないと思う方が多かったなんですけれども、その強いジョニーさんと勝って突破しました。これについてちょっと話してもらいたいです。どのような気持ちでしょうか？
昨日の試合が終わってからジョニーの試合を見ていろいろ研究してこう対策していこうっていう話をコーチとしてたので、それがうまくはまったかなと思います。
I couldn't hear him. もう一回お願いします。
昨日のグループステージの試合が終わってからコーチと試合を見て対策しようっていうのでやってたので、それがうまくはまったかなと思います。
So yeah, after yesterday's games of the group stage, we talked with my coach about the upcoming game against Johnny. We thought about the strategy for the game. We planned it through, so it was like very very well planned from the beginning.
All right, well, last question for you. How much would it mean to you to win the Esports World Cup?
EWC このような大会を優勝するのはどのような意味を、どのような価値を持つと思うんですか？
もうこの e スポーツ、この FC でもうなんていうかアイドルになるとかレジェンド的存在になるのがこの大会で優勝する意味かなと思います。
So it's like winning against all those idols and legends of the game would be absolutely amazing, because the tournament's so stacked. That would be absolutely great.
Well, Web Nazri, thank you both so much for chatting with me. I wish you the best of luck in the Resurrection stage, which was about to happen. This is airing tomorrow, but we will have to see how that all plays out. I'll let you guys get to it. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much to Victor, as well as Web Nazri there. Fantastic interview. Of course, Case did fantastic as well. It's finally your turn to talk.
Yeah.
Your game is up. We are at 4:30 at the moment. And of course, EAFC will only be beginning at 6:30 in 2 hours' time. But we're going to run that entire bracket tonight. 9-minute halves. So it gets a little bit of a later start time. Let's start by rounding out the group stage from yesterday. They had one game left to play before that Resurrection. What are the key takeaways here and players that have been eliminated?
Yeah, so we smashed 4 keys yesterday, and I think that Group A was a bit more surprising than Group B. So we said goodbye to Levi David and also Johnny. I honestly was very, very shocked by those two specifically in Group A. I'm not going to say who I thought would be in those spots.
You thought Mark 11 was going out?
Okay, well, now I'm getting called out.
You've made it very clear. You think I'm backing the wrong player.
You hope Quickshot didn't remember.
Yeah. He only really does well in one tournament per year, and so that's what I was going off of. But I will say I was wrong, and so he is doing very, very well in the competition, and he is not in one of those 2 spots.
And of course, MS Dasri, the founder, one of the starters of Team Falcons, he had that interview just before his final game of the group stage, where he was informed Team Falcons ended up winning. He, along with Goal Poacher, dropped out. Obviously, let's quickly talk about the fact that 3 players each advanced. They're waiting in the final brackets. 3 then go to that Resurrection. But notably for me, Anders, Virgang, he managed to jump all the way back up, which you also did correctly predict.
Yes, and so a player like Anders, you just know he's going to come back from a situation like that. At day 1, he was 1-2, but he was able to finish out strong and win out the rest of those games, which did lock him in a spot for the top 3. So then he was sitting pretty, not having to be in that Resurrection stage. But I'll be honest, the Resurrection tournament was also very, very surprising, so I'm excited to talk about that.
I mean, look, we've got the bracket in just a second. Reminder, of course, that 6 out of the respective players from groups were waiting in quarterfinals. Only 2 from these 6 players then advanced. So what should we be looking at? Help me understand the results and what's the most surprising.
Absolutely. So I'll start there on the left. If we look at that the lower matches, it is Emre Yilmaz versus Manu Bashor. That is a Team Liquid, Team Hullet matchup. It happens very, very often, but as of recently, Emre Yilmaz has been beating Manu, and so the fact that Manu was able to get out of that game, first of all, and start off the Resurrection bracket was very, very impressive. We also have Abu Maka pretty much having a clean sweep across the board. If you look at the scorelines, it wasn't as easy as what I just stated, but he was able to do it without losing. In addition to the fact that Matthias Bonanno, he did have to go down to the lower bracket. Look at that last score, though. Manu Bashor versus Bonanno, 10-1.
I can't believe that. Best of 23, and he ends up winning. Did you notice, by the way, on the bracket it said best of 1?
I didn't notice that.
That was just for you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Let's talk about Abu Maka, because he won almost every single one of his goals, his games, just by 1 goal mostly. I think he had 1 scoreline of a +2 goal difference. We've got the highlights from specifically this Manu Bashor matchup because of the fact that Manu ends up advancing. What did you make of this game and how well Abu played?
Yeah, this one's interesting because, as a reminder, Abu Maka is playing for Team Falcons, and so the entire arena was rooting for him. He actually, when he came out, he hyped them up, did some chants even before the game, and so, well, maybe that affected Mono Bashor, but he definitely had confidence going into it. But no, this game was very, very end-to-end, scoring on both sides, back and forth. You never knew who was going to take it until the very last stages of the game.
That looked like a 4-2 at halftime, immediately 4-3. Now bounces back 5-4. Man, you see so much of Haaland in this game.
Yes, it's always Haaland,
It's always Haaland, right? I mean, but that's the 4-3-2-1, right? So he's sitting up there like on one of those.
He's always ready for it.
It's either the assist or the one scoring.
Exactly. 6-5, another score just to put it back in. There's still more goals coming through. It is nice seeing Abu Maka playing with the crowd a little bit because we've only seen a few of the player interactions with the audience. It's got to mean a lot more, especially because Abu would have been playing this game after Team Falcons have been crowned the EWC Club Champions.
Yeah, it was really nice specifically because after he won, he got up and actually I don't know what the music was because they were singing in Arabic, but he actually got up and told all of them to sing it. They were repeating after him, and it was a really, really cool moment. Was there a lot of the word Habibi in there at all or not? No? Not sure.
Okay, because there's a very famous song here that's basically like Habibi's like my love kind of thing. So it's actually really nice. Okay, so one of my favorite things to do is review our experts' homework. So coming into this, we asked Case to give us a prediction of who the top 8 were going to be. 5 out of 8. How do you answer yourself here?
Honestly, I'm not that upset by it because I do think that some of the heavy hitters are still in it, and I think that at least one of those people will win the entire tournament. Yes, we said goodbye to Emre, Levy, and Bonanno, which I was very, very surprised about. The Team Hullet guys, besides Manu, didn't do that great, but I'm not that mad about it.
I will tell you this, in order to get a passing grade for predictions, you do need 6 out of 8. So we're just short. So we're going to need you some extra credit and hyping up the predictions in the rest of the games later on. Okay, so that's what we are expecting. One of the players that is on this list, so a player from Lunar Galaxy is Jafonzo. He was the winner from Group A, absolutely performed fantastically. I had the pleasure of actually speaking to Lunar Galaxy and specifically Diogo Jota earlier on in this EWC event. So he's the person we're going to speak to in the ALJ interview.
Yes, I'm here with Jafonzo from Luna Galaxy, who is just locked in the #1 spot for Group A. I know that today was more about seeding, but how important was that win over Mark 11?
Yeah, it was an important match for me to know how I'm feeling on these days. So yeah, I keep the level today. So yeah, I hope to do it tomorrow as well.
Now I believe you were down 2-0 in the beginning. So what shifted? Talk me through the whole entirety of that game. Because how did you make? I know it's 9 1/2. It takes a long time, but how did you make the comeback?
Yeah, 9 minutes per half. I have a lot of time. So yeah, I start losing 2-0. Then I come back 3-2, 3-3. And then I think it was like 5-3, and then yeah, he put press, so it ended up 7-4. But yeah, it was a close game. Mark is doing a great job, so yeah, it was a tough game.
So for those of you back home, because this broadcast specifically, we tend to simplify the game for people. You mentioned that when you turn on the press, it could really either go good for you or bad for you.
Yeah.
Explain to everyone back home what went bad for Mark 11 when he turned on the press.
Yeah, when you turn down the press, I just try to keep the ball message as I can, and I try to explore his back in defense. So that's what I did with long balls. So yeah, that's good advice that I can.
There we go. You heard it here first. All right, so look at the situation. You are going into the playoffs as the #1 seed. You are 3 wins away. How does it feel? You're so close to that prize.
Yeah, so close, but at the same time, with a long distance.
Very far.
So yeah. I'll see you game by game. I'm confident, so yeah.
So now you get to sit back and relax a little bit as the resurrection stages happen. As you're looking at the list, I know that Group B is not locked in yet, but is there anyone on there that you would prefer to have or even not prefer to match up against?
I don't want to play against Nicholas because we have been practicing a lot these days. He also qualified from the last chance qualifier, so if I have to play him, I hope that will be in the final. So yeah, that's the only guy that I didn't want to face right now.
All right, and then so just so you know, on my broadcast, we do have 3 different games going on. We have Call of Duty, Starcraft, and FC. But for everyone that is not really familiar with FC, why should they watch your games tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope that you should watch our games tomorrow because it will be a really good FC that we will watch. So yeah, let's see who will be the Esports World Cup champion of FC 24.
All right, that is factual information. We will be crowning a champion tomorrow, so make sure to tune in. Jafonso, thank you very, very much. Good luck tomorrow, and I will send it back to you guys. Actually, you know what? I have a question. Trev, why should you watch Jafonso today?
Unreal. I mean, he into that. Okay. Jafonso represents Luna Galaxy, one of the best Premier League players. Striker for Liverpool, national player for Portugal. Jafonso qualified to the EWC EAFC through the last chance qualifier and now finds himself in the top 8. While he's expected to do well in the top 8, he is outperforming Team Liquid, Team Gullit, and he may be in the final with Mark 11, because that's who I think is going to win, but he's definitely going to make it all the way there. That's why you should watch Jafonso. Come on, guys. No, look, it's my job to hype. It's their job to play. That's why we're on either side. And also, I definitely could have done a better job setting up that interview that Case did so incredibly well. Let's look at that playoffs bracket. Let's see where Jafonso is going to be, who he's playing up against. Yes, he can play Mark 11 in my semifinals. What do you think of the quarterfinals and how they're matching up?
Man, I mean, there's a lot of very, very tough matchups here. I do have some opinions on who I think will go through. The one that probably excites me the most is probably Verge versus Young and Jafonso versus Manu. But honestly, there could be some upsets here. Okay, I will say the Piagazin versus Mark 11. I don't think it's going to go how you think it's going to go.
I knew that already. I mean, Piagazin is already somebody that you've been flexing on pronunciation. You're trying to be all like coy, Piagazin. What are the rest of your predictions? And let's go all the way through the finals. Who do you think win this? And is it going to be Anders again?
Let's do it. All right, so first up, I do think that Jafonso is going to have a great run. I do think he will beat Manu and Piagazin. But I do think that before that, Piagazin is going to be your Aussie favorite, Mark 11. Just because Piagazin, he was the FC Pro champion this year, and I think that that will really give him the momentum to get through. We also have Verge Gang, which you might be surprised that I don't have him going all the way through.
I am very surprised, actually.
It's interesting because I actually made this morning, and I had him doing it, and then at the last second, I was like, you know what? I have the confidence in Jafonso. I really do.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's see if Jafonso can do it. From last chance qualify, I actually also sincerely didn't know that Case was going to be predicting Jafonso. I was just hyping it up because I interviewed like a famous footballer once 3 weeks ago. Okay, that's awesome. We've officially introduced all 3 of our titles. We've already been watching some of StarCraft, and it looks like the second semi-final in our Final 4 is another one-sided series. 2-0 in favor of Clem. Our boy Hero, last remaining Protoss, is not looking like he's up to the task just yet.
Yeah, Clem is looking incredible in the last couple of series we've seen him play. Obviously, we haven't been following exactly what's going on in this particular series, but him leading 2-0, it is a best of 7, so normally in StarCraft 2, the semifinals is a best of 5. Does give Hero an extra shot, but this is looking really good for the Frenchman. Okay, listen, give us a little bit of stakes. We are waiting for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 to start, so we're going to get a context on this game and then listen to the casters.
Amazing back then in the quarterfinals against Maru. I think at that point, Clem's biggest win ever. But against Rainer in the semis, he just couldn't really get it going. Against a man that, you know, he's looked very competitive with from time to time and sometimes even beats him, or quite often. This time, though, it's a different Clem. Another year has gone by, and it is safe to say that Clem has absolutely leveled up. Not just in this matchup, but as a player, as a human.
There's not a weak matchup for him right now. I know TVT can sometimes stumble a little bit just because those Korean Terrans are so damn good, but Clem, he's leveled up, and that is a weird thing to do when you were as good as you were before. But the Atlanta Clem that we saw back then, it feels like we're seeing the same Clem now. He is just absolutely knowing when to peak.
Now,
this is scary, though. This is scary.
Yep, this Cyclone is going to actually fall very quickly. And Clem is actually picking up all these units, and he's continuing to go with it. And Hero's just vibing, doesn't know that there is a drop that's going to show up in his main base soon. But it also means that Clem has very few units at home. So once more, it is going to be very chaotic. Can Hero at least wipe in a few units here? Yes, he can. He had 2 Stalkers left behind as well. Should go all right. Widowmine fires at a probe that disappears into the assimilator. Now, this is a great start for Hero. This is exactly what we were talking about. He might still lose a few workers here and there, but there is potential on the other side of the map, and he should be able to clean this up. I would have loved to see him either fight with the probes or just send them away. But he's clearly very focused on the Stalker micro at the bottom side of the map. He is killing a lot of Marines there. He has delayed the bunker, losing 8-9 probes at this point. This is just a little bit more than what could have happened. And that Widowmine is actually ready to fire again. Clem is very good when it comes to retargeting. Does not need to do that. Does have to the medevac home, so that's a tiny bit sloppy.
Clem found way more there, Ben, than I think he deserved, but that's also because Hero was so focused on what was happening on this side of the map. And that obviously means that Clem lost a lot of Marines here, and Clem's tank count is not high because he also opened up with that Widow Mine.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the best start Hero's had. Like, it really is. This amount of damage is starting to get a little bit out of control. He blinks on the tank. There's a second tank behind as well, but does take out one tank for 2 Stalkers. Not the worst trade in the world for Hero.
Going to wipe in a few more Stalkers. Hero is not done yet, does not have a third base. Hero is playing this with some evil intentions. He really wants to just get Clem out of there. He's like, okay, I've seen what happened. Now, he did just use all of his warp into the bottom side of the map, and that means that dealing with this Banshee is going to be hard, but I have the feeling that Hero is not too bothered by this Banshee. He says, all right, a single Banshee versus this many Stalkers. I think I like my chances. I believe that I can deal more damage than your Banshee can for now. At this point, though, it's only Clem who's really finding a lot. Clem did drop the Auditor, so that's something he can't really use anymore. Hero is taking more and more of an economic beating. He has a lot of potential here, but it's time to really start getting more value out of all these Stalkers that he's made.
Yeah, as time goes by, it's just getting better and better for Clem. Look at that SCV lead he has here, Kev. And he's been doing nothing but making pure bio. The tanks as well online. He's available to make medevacs as well.
Hero's not done yet. Hero's absolutely not done yet. Right now it looks bad for Hero. I absolutely agree with you, but Hero has potential. And if Hero has potential, most of the time that means great things will be happening for him. A couple of these Stalkers are properly better than Bruce, so they have to be so careful because tanks can easily kill them. It seems that Hero just lost his Observer there because the Raven revealed it with the Marines nearby. It is getting hectic, it is getting scary. He's going up to 3 bases. Hero no longer feels that he can just straight up kill Clem. He's gonna try to transition into charge, drop the Forge. I'm sure that he would love to find a little bit more damage. And until Stim is done, you'd normally always think that there is damage to be found. But Clem is making it really difficult on Hero.
Yeah, the way he's positioned his tanks as well, just constantly hugging this CC. Now, that is a lot of red health SCVs.
Yep.
So he has to be a little bit careful. Ooh. Oh, this is a tense moment, but it is fixed almost immediately over here. This Banshee just cruising around, seeing what it can get done. It couldn't do anything in the main, and honestly, the amount of damage it did get done was well worth it overall.
Yep, a beautiful setup here by Clem on the low ground. Now with that bunker, it took him a long time to get that bunker up safely. His eBay is indeed not done yet, but I'm sure Clem is going to fix that soon. Hero won't forget about all these low HP SCVs, by the way. Just because he hasn't killed them now, that doesn't mean he won't be able to kill them eventually. Zealot charge is more than halfway done. And even if you just click a couple of Zealots into this mineral line, that tank is going to deal a lot of friendly fire on those SCVs. Or there is no tank, and that means that the Zealots will also shine. Instead, Hero blinks into the natural. He does take a double volley. I mean, he's got a bit of a soft contain on Clem right now, and if Clem ever moves out, he really is in danger of losing a silly amount of workers very quickly. As that eBay is still not done. I mean, earlier I was like, I'm sure Clem is going to fix that immediately. At this point, it can actually really start hurting Clem, because Clem is obviously looking to get some upgrades going as well.
Yeah, it should have been on the go. It should have been halfway done by now, at least. And now, Hero, with this little, like, chokehold that he has on his opponent. I mean, this Raven, it was really effective in Game 2, but so far, in this game, hasn't been able to get too much done. Now, Hero feeling like, all right, let's focus on one side and one thing only. He's got the third up and running. He's getting the tech going as well. That engineering bay could really cost Clem in this game.
Yep, this is going to be painful. Clem will obviously eventually realize it. I would love to see Hero sneak that Warp Prism into the corner of the main and warp in a couple of Zealots. He has an Observer outside, as Clem finally is going to finish up that eBay, and he will fire up +1 immediately. He's got an Observer here, so I think he was maybe waiting. If Clem moves out, I'm going to go for that harass immediately. If Clem doesn't move out, well, let's see if I can get...
Welcome back to EWC Central. Right as the action kicks off, those force fields maybe actually hurting a little bit. Wasn't allow those Marines to go forward, and ultimately Hero's army looking like it got a bit trounced.
Yeah, I think Clem just has the numbers at this point, right? Like, it's so difficult to come back when you're going up against one of the very best players in the world, and it looks like Clem is just playing out of his mind good this tournament.
I mean, Clem has been really on fire throughout the course of EWC StarCraft 2 tournament, and we saw those Zealots running in, zooming as quickly as they can. It would have been called a play style with a little diamond on it if we were watching AFC.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that he won against Serral 3-0. That is something that doesn't happen.
Clem versus Serral is looking more and more like the final.
It could be a rematch, yeah.
Can he do it again against the Serral that we saw an hour ago?
I honestly, I would love that, but I'm afraid that like Serral woke up this morning and is not happy.
Violence.
Yeah, he chose violence.
I mean, best of 9 is where Serral is waiting right now. Who will join him, Hero or Clem? It feels like it's going to be Clem. Now, of course, as we are just about to gear up for Modern Warfare 3, I figured we should get some commentary juices flowing. The rules are simple. I'm going to bring up a clip from one game, and I'm going to ask each of my experts to cast a game that they do not specialize in terminology from their specialist game. And because I think I made Case go last time, I'll make you go first this time.
All right.
The game is Call of Duty, and you have to cast it using FC terminology.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay.
I believe in you. You'll be great.
Good luck.
Thanks
Okay,
so much.
we're going to bring this clip up, and Case will commentate this using EAFC. So in 1, 2, 3, go!
All right, so let's see. We do have 2 teams on the pitch here. It seems that both teams are wearing blue kits, which is a bit confusing. We might have a kit clash here situation, but it does seem like we're also paused. All right, here we are officially kicking off in the first half of the game. It does seem like we have a ball roll around the center back there, and that is a goal. I believe. I think that's a goal. That is one goal for
That looked like a red card to me.
one of the blue teams. That is a goal for the blue team. Not sure which one, but that is a goal. All right, so that's okay. Well, the team celebrated.
That was the goal.
That was the goal.
That's
Okay.
So hard. It was golden goal rule. So first one to score wins. Honestly, that was tough.
Yeah,
that was
quick.
I went to red card as well. I was like, I'm not sure what it was.
I don't know what the ref was doing in that game. Like that was aggressive.
Of course, I think because I have poked fun at Simon for his Dutch heritage, his lack of football knowledge, I think it's only fair to give him the EAFC gameplay now using StarCraft terminology. This is still a top-down. You're still controlling units, so this should be in your wheelhouse, right?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out.
Let's find out. Let's roll the clip in 3, 2, 1, go.
Looks like the overall army supply here of both players is even at this point in time. The player in the orange colors is going to try and see if he can land a corrosive bile inside of the main base of the opponent. He's going in for the push right over here. Does he get it done? And he does actually kill one of the opponent's main structures. Incredible work right there by the famous
so good. That was really good. That was really good.
Honestly, though, but I think the perspective and like controlling units, like there really was a lot of parallels.
That was great.
Destroyed one of the structures for the net. That was fantastic. Okay, we have one clip left, and this is going to be StarCraft 2 in the style of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 from the one and only Katie Bedford. 1, 2, 3, take it away.
They're looking to close this out in style right now. The blue team pushing forward. Those subs so hyper-aggressive, not afraid to get in the face of the Protoss. Look, they're ready to ride, and they are going to fly down that center lane. We talk about that 3-lane style that's so well known in StarCraft 2, and it's going to be front and center from the subs. Those ARs hanging back, though, they're protecting the base. They want to make sure that no one can slip by and potentially change those spawns or change those rotations. They've spent so long practicing. I couldn't even tell you when the ending happened.
So good.
To be fair, that was a 33-minute long game. Like, they gave you one of the most impossible segments to cast. Like, that was a difficult
I was going to throw something out about if there were Zergs, I wanted to be like, oh, the little AMs are going to grow into something bigger and better. But
That was so good. I think for all three of you, you actually got very difficult clips to commentate.
Yes.
So very well done. That was awesome.
That one was hard.
I genuinely love these segments. They are some of my favorites. So thank you very much. And I believe
casting one.
Look, I showed off a little bit the other day. The producers say my ego can't do with more of those boosts.
Okay,
so,
fair.
Yeah, whether or not the producers want to give me one later in the show, we'll find out if we have the time. What we're going to do now is turn our attention to the Modern Warfare 3. The semifinals have officially kicked off. 5 o'clock local is when the games are scheduled to start. So we'll take a look inside the arena in just a moment. And with the players now taking to the stage in Amazon, Optic versus FaZe. Optic are the expected favorites. They are the team that should win this. There is some emotion from EWC Central backing FaZe. Personally, I am a fan of Atlanta FaZe and Eric and Anderson and what he's done. KT, give me percentage chances that FaZe do not get the twisties and can pull off the upset.
God, it's just so hard because FaZe has to get out of FaZe's own way. The percent chance they don't get the twisties? Was the question?
Correct.
Don't. I'm gonna say like 45%. No twisties.
45%.
They've historically had a mental block against Optic 2 years ago. They had like an 8-2 record against Optic this year. They did really well against them, but.
What do we think?
I am a jilted lover, okay?
EAFC StarCraft 2. Do we think the favorites in Optic are going to come in on top?
I think Optic wins.
You think so?
I think so.
I mean, you're wearing the colors, so
That's true.
It feels that way.
Yeah, I guess. You've been really hyping them up, so I guess they are the favorites.
Your instinct tell you? Because
they are looking very confident right now, so I'm going to say yes.
Here's the thing. It would not be a surprise if Phase 1. I'm just...
Not expecting.
I'm a risk-averse person, and so I'm going to go with Optic.
It looks like a 70-30 in their favor, or would you say?
With the twisties, yeah. Not, I'd say it's probably 60-40 phase.
60-40. Okay, so let's go should be close.
Yeah.
But I think I'm with you on this. When you've been around these games and these results and whatnot, as long as we have, and you're not just happy and nice in StarCraft, you set your expectations low, so you can't get disappointed.
Yes, I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than disappointed. I would love to see FaZe win, but Optic, they have looked like such phenomenal form here, and they could absolutely do it. I expect them to. You
can, of course, watch the entirety of the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 playoffs, semifinals and finals, which are happening tonight back-to-back at twitch.tv/EWC_white. We didn't catch the map Veto that was set up just a little bit ago because we're playing some games here. But we will watch a few minutes of this very first game. We're loading into Hardpoint. I'm not familiar with the maps just yet. So, Katie, what map are we on?
We are on Karachi.
On Karachi.
Yes.
Okay. And, of course, in Hardpoint, do you have a preference for either of the squads, or is it really just going to be down to the rhythm of who controls these points?
It's going to be down to the rhythm, but realistically, Optic, they historically are known as a hardpoint team. King of COD, Scump, was known as a hardpoint player. They are not known for search.
Okay.
So that doesn't always mean anything with COD because it's so day-to-day, but I would expect them to do well here, and considering it's 15-0 so far, that's exactly what they're doing.
I think as well, specifically, the point about Search and Destroy is a big one for me, because the fact that Search and Destroy is second in the rotation means if you do go down to that map 5, it's 2 S&Ds. And I have felt that the series that have gone to 5, we had a couple in the eliminations, and we have a couple. Oh, we've even got the maps and modes. Good job, production team. While you're looking at those maps and modes, I do think that being good in Search and Destroy is kind of valued here in terms of this. So,
this is what Hook said in our interview, and it is a very common phrase in Call of Duty that S&D wins championships.
Yes.
And it absolutely does. And that's why it was a bit funny in their initial matchup against Omit Brooklyn Optic that they lost Hardpoint but won a search against a S&D team. But Optic, they're looking phenomenal. I mean, this is an absolute blowout at the start. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure who went.
Somebody got disconnected.
Somebody got disconnected.
That's definitely not good news. Hoping everyone can get back into the game. I'm not sure who was. It might have been Cellium. There was someone on FaZe who I don't think even had any kills. They were about and it was Cellium.
Would it have been an observer? Because surely the game's not continuing to play.
Yeah, no, this is the exact same game. So it might have been an observer.
I think it was. I think it was an observer because the timer hasn't changed. The points have continued to accrue. So my instinct is that that was an observer slot. Obviously, these are digital. Just for the record, by the way, I'd like to do something. I'd like to pitch something. We've learned 2 different things to do throughout the course of our 3 days. The griddy, I think it was called.
Yes.
I think that's a celebration that could quite naturally fit Optic gaming, right? You know, Optic's
yeah.
And we were taught how to do face up. So I think we should do a communal, griddy or phase up, depending on who wins this series throughout the course of our broadcast, even if it kills Katie Bedford.
It won't kill me. I'll just sigh.
It won't be anything new then.
I will sigh.
Okay, so we're on board with this. Okay, we're going to do a communal griddy or a phase up, depending on the winner of this.
This is catastrophic, by the way, to be clear. 100 to 9 for Atlanta FaZe, or any team really, is catastrophic.
And of course, this is first to 250 as far as Hardpoint is concerned, if memory serves.
Yes, if they scored not a single point, this would be a 9 club for FaZe.
A 9 club.
If you got held to single digits in a hard point, that's like
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, it's not going to be the case.
Mathematically, I think the odds are very low because at least one of the hard points will be close to your spawn point. So you should get at least 20 to 40
but
points.
spawns rotate depending on where players are.
There we go. But I'm saying you can accrue 40 points at least in a 5-minute game.
So is this giving off Twisty's vibes already?
Yes, immediately.
Okay.
Yes. The fact that you've had this many kills, it's 114 to 16 is
It should definitely pause the game. It looks to me like a player has DC'd in the top right.
Oh, wow.
So
okay, yeah, that
I'm
would...
not certain how this... Also,
no, that would be Draza, who has disconnected from the game.
There we go.
I don't know if that's going to warrant a full reset, to be clear.
Oh.
If there were connection issues with the players, that may be a very valid reason for why they were struggling so much.
And also...
We don't know, though, but I would expect a reset.
And also, I would say, for our safety, we should not make any assumptions.
Yeah.
We don't know what's happening.
Very smart folks will figure it out behind the scenes, and we will get back into the action hopefully very soon.
So there's no way to recover the game if something like that happens usually?
You would think at this point, but no.
I don't know.
No.
We have a recovery mode in StarCraft 2.
Now, to be clear, okay.
COD does not have a recovery mode.
Actually, give a breakdown of the recovery mode in StarCraft 2 because I think it'll impress a lot of people who don't know.
So you have replay files in StarCraft 2, right, that allow you to watch back the entire game. And basically, as soon as a player leaves a game or as soon as a player disconnects, the replay file is on your computer. And what you can do is you can click the play again button, where it will continue 10 seconds or so before the actual end of the replay. You can assign players into different slots, and you can continue playing. Now, it does take like 10 minutes or so to set up. Doesn't happen all too often, luckily.
Nope. The recovery features in StarCraft are quite industry-leading for a game that is, 15 years old at least?
Yeah, 14.
14 years old, right? And
Interesting.
So
we didn't have it for a long time, and it was a real problem.
FC also has a recovery mode as well, and so you can go back into the exact time of the game with the score that you need, and it goes straight into it.
Out of interest, does it put the players in exactly the same position they were at the exact same?
So
it's like kickoff.
But that's like,
to be fair,
they figure it out together.
The reason why I'll draw a slight comparison and difference, in a game like StarCraft and a game like League of Legends, it actually recreates the entire game, including all of the decisions that have been made up until that specific timestamp. So you re-engage the game at a near pixel perfect spot.
That is amazing.
And in FC, it's a score. I change a 0 to a 1.
We're always oversimplifying.
Of course, but again, the premise, the most basics of the game mode. Obviously, if you are tuning in, the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 semifinals are live. We saw some pretty animated faces. Faces.
Hey.
Yeah, I know. Faces on the side of FaZe. I just skipped the sentence. We will keep you updated with any information as and when we hear it.
I don't know if there was a op in production, but they put Draza's face in green in a head-to-head of two FaZe players whose jerseys are red, and guess what team's green that they're playing right now?
Do you consider it a curse?
Spice?
I think it's quite literally the lighting under the photos because they do those dramatic, gamer shots.
No, and interestingly, Optic, they wore orange jerseys yesterday, which I wasn't quite sure what that was for. This is Pred, by the way, on the side of Optic. He is clearly very unhappy with whatever is being explained to him by
probably sounds like a remake.
And again,
right?
I will just say we should not make assumptions, but yes, comparing that day. Also, when you had the conversation with Pred, really happy-go-lucky, nice. He's definitely in serious mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pred is just, he has a ton of personality, and that is why I love him. I think he's been so great on Optic. He's done an excellent job, but he is going to be a guy who is loud. He says what he thinks.
Yep.
Shocking from Call of Duty, I know. But as opposed to like a Shotzzy, he's gonna say how he feels.
I mean, you can see the players. If we are looking, at the respective members, just looking down the line, in comparison to the walk-ons from Optic, there's a little bit more shaking heads, a little bit more frustration there, as far as I can tell. I am inferring a lot. Please don't get me wrong, right? But when they sat down, I mean, look, you've even mentioned as well, like they had that really focused, really centered look. FaZe obviously are sitting there waiting as well. The winner of this will be moving into that grand final and waiting to find out who their opponent will be. But it's a tough start, and now this is where your experience, your veteran players need to step up and guide you through this?
Well, we did just receive full confirmation from Amazon Arena that it will be a complete replay of Map 1 Hardpoint. When we left off and Abizi had that disconnection issue, it was about 115 to 17 in favor of Optic Gaming. We're not sure what was going on, but it has been decided that it was consistent enough or whatever it may be that we are doing a full restart on that Karachi Hardpoint 0-0. We start again.
Whew. Okay, come on, FaZe. Let's see what we're going to do this time round. It's not often that happens a lot. I believe it was a FaZe player that was disconnected as well, right?
Yeah, it looked like there might have been issues with Celium on the far right as well, but Abizi fully left the match.
So we'll find out what happens with that. You can keep watching Modern Warfare 3 at twitch.tv EWC_white. At the bottom of your screen, you can see that Clem, the Terran from Team Liquid, is popping off.
Wow.
3-0. Our hopes and dreams for Protoss making finals are looking further and further away. The players came in today with a 46-46 head-to-head. It is now 49-46 in favor of Clem.
It's looking pretty ridiculous, actually. 4-0s in the semis is unheard of.
How surprising is that?
From Serral, maybe not so much.
Okay.
I feel like Clem versus Hero is incredibly close. Like, Serral sometimes gets in these moods where you can just see it as well on his face, where he's just looking angry and he just doesn't lose anymore. But I think Clem versus Hero is usually very close, but there's something with Clem, man. He's been playing incredible.
And of course, as we mentioned, Call of Duty EWC White, Starcraft 2 EWC Black. We are still an hour and 10 minutes away from EAFC's quarterfinals kicking off. We are going to keep our eyes on these arenas just for a moment or two longer before we continue with all the planned content we have later on in the show. I think what I will do is maybe just ask, in terms of the reset now, in terms of the twisties, is this potentially something that can reset the reset from FaZe?
I mean, it certainly could. It could also have the opposite effect. If they feel like there's external circumstances they can't control, that might frustrate them further. But we'll have to see. But this is official restart. It looking like exactly the same as the first time around. Optic in control of the hill, in control of the slang.
And sometimes you don't want the favored team to get pissed off even more because they can come in with even more fuel.
Exactly.
Like Serral, for example, being forced down into that second place seed, coming back and destroying. Right now, it's another strong start to hardpoint. For me, I always decide if a team is out by the second or third hardpoint. The first one I'm willing to forgive.
Oh, so then you would have assumed that Boston would have taken map 1 over FaZe.
As long as, no, well, it is. I don't throw a team under the bus as quickly as you do on the first hardpoint.
You have not been traumatized as many times as I have.
Well, I know FaZe are going to lose this first point in just a second now. 35 points to 5. And there's already a killing spree there for Dashi. Oh man, 6. How many points do you need for the missile?
You need 6 or 7 in a row, I believe, to get that streak. But you'll see it in the bottom right there. There's a little square circle, and there's a little white line that's filling up. And then it'll fully light up when you get the streak. But you only get streaks in any game mode by getting a certain amount of kills without ever dying.
Now, I feel like most of my questions have been about GAs, about gentleman agreements, right? But I'm very fascinated by this concept. Does it ever happen that a team is very far behind and they decide, you know what? We have all these rules that we, quote-unquote, rules that we've decided amongst each other. We already saw a little bit of, I think you called it snaking earlier on. Do they ever, like, switch into other weapons that normally are not really played? Do they? Because this is a match for a lot of money.
Well, yes. So to your point, a broken GA happened in this tournament from Miami Heretics. You're not going to see that out of FaZe. If they're going to lose, they're just going to lose.
I have a personal pet peeve with GAs as a concept. And anyone who's been forced to hold them to accountable. But if, for example, sniper rifles are OP, and yes, they work well, use them!
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what if the whole team now switches to snipers all of a sudden?
It's like, all of a sudden, you look at, like, EAFC, it's like, well, gentleman's agreement, you have to have a defender and defender. No! The Footies pack gives you the option to put strikers there. That is my personal opinion, of course. I understand that as a community and a sports scene, it's different, right?
It's not always a 1-to-1 in Call of Duty.
Okay, so the reason I ask is because in StarCraft, we have had overpowered units, right? Like, for example, Brute Lords and Infestors together for years was considered overtuned. But there is no way that Zerg players decided to not play those just because they were being nice.
Yeah. And I also think as well, it's one of these things where I think, maybe Katie, you can correct me on this, but like if the competitive scene is a little bit more insular and it is a comparatively smaller, less worldwide scene as well, you do tend to have these like, okay, this is the type of game we prefer to play. This is kind of the, so it's like the fact that it is a lot more condensed and a lot smaller, you don't have multiple countries, multiple languages, as much reach as you do in FC, as you do in StarCraft, I think that plays a factor too.
Yeah, I mean, you can toss around things like Friendship League and a lot of other different phrases, but you are very right. COD at the highest level is very insular, and this has also just been a part of the community for years and years and years, this concept. So I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I don't love it because for certain mechanics that are just annoying to play against, they get GA'd. I think that's boring. I think it's stale. I want to see things like snipers back in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
Yeah.
And I think especially when you sort of limit the weapons, I also think as well, you can remember Call of Duty also has changed formats significantly, many times, frequently. The game also changes every single year. It's a new title, it's a new setting, there's new...
It's really difficult to balance too.
So also, what that does then create is a community that is, quite frankly, fractured every year.
Oh, here we go.
And then on top of that, you just try to find some semblance of similarity.
I was originally wondering how you can accidentally hit your teammate, but that is really hard to read.
Yeah, that is how, and usually it's always a communication thing, but I have to imagine, because I only looked at the map graphic pick bands for a second, but this should be a Optic map pick. I mean, a nice break here for FaZe, but I mean, Optic is doing such a good job of every time FaZe takes a step forward, they shove them 3 steps back. Case in point, 122 to 38. Optic very clearly in control. I would definitely, it also doesn't help if you kill your teammates. That's now the third time in 2 series that I've seen aBeZy and Selim accidentally kill each other on FaZe.
Wait, I've got some hopium for you. I've got some hopium for you, okay?
Yes.
Yesterday, we saw one of the biggest upsets of the brackets. 100 Thieves pick up a win with negative KD ratios across the board. And through the power of teamwork, friendship, and believing in the heart of the cards, 100 Thieves did it. Also as 2 S&D wins. So I'm hoping for S&D to come through and then we can phase up.
Well, I mean, again, this is the thing. FaZe absolutely can beat this team. They have beat them repeatedly throughout this year. They have a great record against them this year. It's just Sunday in a winner's final, if you will. I know it's semifinal, but on our regular brackets, this would be a winner's final. And I mean, you know,
you've been saying this all along ever since the first day of the broadcast.
Yes, because I've seen it so many times.
One thing I will say is we are going to take a few minutes to listen into this broadcast and try to catch the end of this hard point. We'll be right back. For right now, let's head into the arena and hear what the casters have to say.
Something. Guns are not working. The teamwork is obviously not there, and Optic Gaming are continuously just running away with this game, as they're going to put themselves in a position off the rotation over towards New. Now they still have 2 cruise missiles to work with just in case Atlanta find a little bit of success in that slaying department, but they're breaching that 180-point mark and they continue going up.
This is wild. I mean, you're dealing with, again, we saw the head-to-head stats. FaZe had Draza and Selim at 1.34 KDs. They're combining for 16 and 30 right now, but FaZe desperately need a lifeline as we jump into Atlanta FaZe listening to see if they can spark one up.
Okay, I'm trying to cross him, Ali. Crossing. Yo, what's up out of me? I'm Ali right now. No, with yours. Can he top out of me? Or top stat? Ali then. Can he top stat? Can he top stat? Can he top stat? Can he top stat? Hop weak. He's me flat. I'm sorry, BG. Bring this shit back. Back to her cross. I'm trying to get left. They can get past me left, okay? They can get past me left. Side door. I'm playing third. They can be tools. Okay. I have to get time though. Side door. A left. I got 2 on it. Once Archer's going red. Archer's going low red up 10. Nice, good job. Let's go, boys. Come on. Pico, let's go. Weak. One shot. He's going sky. I hear you. Yo, we can break him down right fucking here, right? Everyone guarantee one. I don't have a trophy for me. I'm pitching him. I said, listen, I'm playing deep. What's up right on me? He's streak. Try to get the time, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to. One's middle, mid lane, Ken. And one's top red. One's pitching top red. Yeah, answer red. How many dead? He's on red. Answer red somewhere. He's barrel spot. In the back. He's going back. Pitch your back door. Hey, back door. Hey, listen, nice. Hey, I'm coming with. Hey, I get you. Yo, he's 10 still. He's still just spawn killing. Second. Hey, 1 second as well. Listen, top 3. Yeah, you're by yourself. Nice. Where's your Chris? I'm trying to keep this white. That's a good time. And getting in the back, 1 shot, and on time. I'm pitching coop. Third. Went to the back. AG 1 shot on time. AG in the hallway. AG in the hallway. Get on me. Nice, good one. AG? Listen, behind the hill, last guy, behind the hill.
I'm getting shots,
Legitimately, Jay, I think the biggest takeaway I just had right there is the constant comms of someone's still spawn killing, someone's still spawn killing. No one's winning their ones anywhere on the map for FaZe.
Okay, and I don't hear any energy on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Obviously, when you're down by almost 200 points, you're not going to be having a good time. And Eafc Gaming continuously just running away with this map number 1. Atlanta FaZe have a tall ladder to climb if they want to get themselves back into this game, but still, the kill feed lighting up green. Finally, Selim and Simp are able to catch a couple, but it's still Optic soaking up that time.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with 220 to 70. So, I mean, trying to paint a silver linings, but I don't even think Bob Ross has that shade of silver in his palette. It's just dark clouds all around this FaZe opening Karachi hardpoint. Moment of recovery here as Optic are going to default for playing for rotation, so they're going to get another 20 of scrap unless Shotzzy clears this out himself. But as he does drop, now a chance for FaZe to work on rotation.
Yeah, FaZe got to work, and they got to work quickly. And keep in mind, Optic still have a cruise missile in their back pocket. They only need 31 seconds to close out this map number 1. They're not finding a couple kills off the rotation, so Atlanta giving themselves an opportunity, but you see those close spawns still in the back for Optic, and now you have a free pinch from Shotzzy.
Actually good for the opener, not gonna get the second, but lots of damage tallied, means that Kenny can get his trade, and then the turn back around, gets the read on Cell's pinch, and this is how the game likely comes to an end. And look how Optic are spawning FaZe so far across the map. They've got every bit of contest they could possibly need for the final 15.
Yeah, this is not good if you are Atlanta FaZe, not the way you wanted to start your championship Sunday, and here's when you let all the streaks start to rain. Give the call out to your teammates, realize where the pressure is coming from, everybody to iron up, final 5 seconds.
And it's gonna have to be onto a Beezy. 1v1, not one. I mean, that's it. Just single-handedly speaking, individual 1v1s were dominated by the green wall.
And you were talking about the mentality of the restart. If it was gonna play an effect on the way Optic were gonna come out playing, they said, no, we're gonna do it this time a little bit better.
Ready, set, go.
That's
insane, man.
The lowest amount they got was a 128 to 250 versus Toronto on sub base, and that was back during Major 1. So this isn't just a beatdown. This is an embarrassment considering that there's only been 3 other times outside of sub base that they haven't gotten past the 200-point mark, let alone the 100-point club. I know my boy Turtle's already looking through all of his notes to figure out the last time FaZe got 100-point club.
And as you take a look at the maps and modes, obviously the high-rise search and destroy coming up next, but Optic Gaming, they usually don't find a lot of success versus this Atlanta roster in hard points. But when you come out like that, you got to carry that momentum into the search and destroy. Continue to play confident, but also make sure you're playing super smart. Because Atlanta FaZe, they can take advantage, especially in this map mode.
Absolutely the case. But again, last time these two teams had played, this map was in the pool, and it was an Optic win, 6-3. So we'll see if that history has anything left for us to possibly dig further into. But I think you're absolutely right to point out the objective focus. It's been criticized. It's been a byproduct of that long S&D losing streak that they were on in Major 4 quals, but that seems to have been mostly corrected as we jump into round number 1, Optic on the attack.
Look at how aggressive Shotzi's getting. Gonna put himself in this angle that he found a lot of success at the last tournament, but FaZe do their homework. They strike for the first 2, and now it's Pred. And his teammate Dashy left to clutch on up.
Surely Pred doesn't get out of here by himself alone. And we'll just see, oh, what did I say? There we go. So the BC's on a crossing angle, and he will eventually finalize the kill, leaving it now just down to Dashy for a 1v3. Bomb is close by, but it is in the underground, which is not going to be easy for Dashy to collect, especially for FaZe's position.
He's going to check the right corner, though, for at least the first kill onto BZ. Also able to walk away with his life. One of the most clutch players that we had on the season, now in the 1v2 with 35 seconds to go. But that bomb being down towards bottom pit, he's trying to get early info of where the hell the rest of the Atlanta FaZe players are so he can try to make that play.
He has some idea where Draza is positioned because there were a couple of shots from Draza over towards these A windows. And now the follow-up tags will also alert him that there's someone nearby, but he does not expect Cell to be up top on the helipad. So no crazy antics in round number 1. Quick opening first bloods for FaZe. I think a lot of that is just doing your homework and knowing that Shots is going to hit that route to the top side of that wall almost every single offense.
Yeah, and they put basically all their reinforcements over towards B Street. They're realizing, okay, Optic like to work on this side of the map. Shotzi's going to work his way through bottom pit. So let's just 3-stack it on this side of the map. They find the initial 2 kills. Even with Pred finding that trade, it turns into a 1v3. It's going to be very difficult to try to clutch that scenario versus this squad.
Keep in mind, when Shotzi was hitting that route at Champs at Major 4, it was with a smoke in hand.
Yeah.
Doesn't have that this time. So that position may not be as abused as we saw Optic use in previous events. Abizi, quick routes. However, does he expect that Shotzi is playing in a bit of a peculiar spot of his own? Meanwhile, action, long range to the middle of the map. Cell is able to find first blood into Kenny window to window.
Yeah, BZ was able to spot Shotzi on the
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are tuning into the EWC Central broadcast from. The semifinals for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 are live and happening right now, as is the Starcraft 2 Final 4 bracket. But in the not too distant future, EAFC's quarterfinal bracket will be commencing. So in order to kick off those quarterfinals appropriately, we have a very special guest joining us in the broadcast booth. Case will be sitting on the sofa with me, as it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Wesley Schneider, a former Dutch footballer. Used to be, no, let me rephrase that. He is historically one of the best midfielders in the world. Wesley, thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much for joining. My producers wrote a different sentence. It wasn't good enough. What I would love to do is obviously we have StarCraft, we have Call of Duty. Yeah. We have a lot of people on our show. Could you introduce yourself to our audience and maybe tell us a little bit about how many games you play, what type of games you play?
Yeah. Well, when I was young, obviously there were not that much video games at that time. But later on, of course, when I became like a first-team professional player, we started with the football games, right? Yes. So, and then actually we all were in the game. So if you play professional play, you are in the game. So there was always a competition in the dressing room, you know, about okay, what are your skills and the dribbling and the headers and whatever defending part. So that was always a funny thing. And also the way it got more realistic every year by year, so that was beautiful. But to be honest, the moment Call of Duty came out, Call of Duty came out.
I can hear it.
Not that much, not that much. But I was a Call of Duty player, I really loved it, and I was like non-stop playing. I was not playing it online.
Yeah.
Not even now. I'm not playing it online, but I'm playing it just by myself. Nobody can talk to me.
Just the campaign, just experience.
Nobody can talk to me. If somebody walk in the room and they talk to me, I get like pissed, you know.
Yeah.
I want to stay focused on the game because I love the game.
Okay, well listen, let's talk about Call of Duty maybe later on. Let's start with football. I want to ask one question immediately. I'm recently learning about Dutch footballers a lot. I'm a hardcore esports guy, and I've been saying Gullit about 1,000 times. His team is playing here. His players have been doing very well. When you see now all of a sudden we've got EAFC and there are yous in the game and former teammates and former players like leading organizations. Diogo Jota, he was sitting on our sofa exactly where you were a few weeks ago. His player is now maybe one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Is that crazy to think that footballers are now leading organizations and watching
it is really crazy, but it's also funny. And I mean, like when I walked in like a few hours ago and I saw Team Gullit, I was like to the guys who were giving me a tour, I was like, I need my team as well there.
Yes,
you know? So
you do.
probably next year I will be here.
Oh.
We will manage that. I make like a qualification round or something in Holland, but I want the best players, and I want to be competitive here. So if I don't have good players, if I cannot find them, then I won't even come here, you know, to be competitive, because you can only be one of the best if you have the best players. That is what I understood so far. So, but it's amazing. I mean, like what look at this all around us. It's crazy.
Case?
I love that. It's great to see how the virtual football and in real life football can grow together. And I would love to see you as a part of the esports scene next year, and I'm here for it. But no, I'd love to chat a little bit more about your football career. Obviously, you started off with Ajax, spent time at Real Madrid, Inter Milan, a few teams after that. But what is your best moment? I know you've been in many regions, but I would love to hear your best football moment.
Well, my best football moment is, you know, when I was a kid and I saw in '95, I saw Ajax raising the Champions League trophy. I was saying to my family, to my parents at the moment, I said, like, that's the trophy I want to win. So that's my goal, and I will go for it. So in 2010, when I had the chance to lift this cup, to lift this trophy, I can say so far, and even a couple of weeks later, I played a World Cup final. So that moment, the 2010 with Inter Milan, with Jose Mourinho, with the great team we had, I think that was the most beautiful moment during my career.
2010 was in South Africa as well. It was the last year I lived there. I actually got to watch some of the group stage games.
With the Vuvuzelas, you remember?
Yay! I grew up with them, so definitely. Unfortunately is the correct answer, yes.
Well, it's so cool because you've dropped so many names there, but I am curious to relate it back to the game because you've had some great items in the game. You currently have a 97 rated version of your item. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it is a Footies item. I've personally used it. Fantastic item. But when you were first starting off, beginning of your career, early versions of FIFA, when you first saw it, did you compare your stats to other people and you're like, wait, no, my pace isn't that. I'm actually faster than that.
100%, especially the shooting part. You know, I was like, wow, I'm that low. I mean, like, and you are like this high, and I'm taking the free kicks. I'm the one who score goals from outside the box. No, it's all fake. I said, you know, but now I'm an icon. I'm on 97, and they asked me before, like, so what you want to be next year? And I said, come on, 97 is enough.
Yeah.
You want to be 99?
No. Let's 99 will be later for Messi when he quit football.
There we go.
He can be the icon of 99.
Oh, I love that answer. I want to ask, what is your now understanding when you see this event and you see the competition, and how you compare watching these players in different games I'm sure you've probably never even seen, like StarCraft, for example, sitting next to FC, you're here, we've had Diogo here, I think Neymar's coming next weekend. Like, the crossover is really exciting for us on, let's say, the nerd side, but now coming in with your football and your competitive experience, how do you perceive the digital competition?
No, I see like that it's getting bigger and bigger, and that's beautiful. I had an expectation this morning when I was thinking like, oh, later on I will go to the studio and to see everything, but I was just expecting like one stage, you know, and players will play there on the stage, but they have like 3 arenas. It's like with all this boulevard things, all the facilities, the whole atmosphere here, it's crazy, it's insane, and I believe that it's even getting more bigger and bigger. So And also for the players, let's stay to the football part. Like a lot of players, even they were playing on the streets, wheel football, and they could never achieve to be part of the professional level. But now they can. Now they can, you know, because they love the game. I believe they love the game, otherwise you're not playing.
Correct.
Yeah.
They love both games because you have to love football, and then you have to love playing football as well, right?
Exactly. But now you can be, even though you can be a big star, you can win a World Cup, even though you are not a real football player. So that's the most beautiful part, I think.
Can I put you on the spot? I know you're not going to be the most clued up on the players and, you know, who's going to be the best EAFC. Case is very much, but what I'm an instigator. I like trouble. I want to show you the bracket, okay? And what I want to do is tell you which professional players I know are involved with the teams. I want you to tell me who you think is going to pick the chance. So, for example, Diogo Jota, he's got a player here, right?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to have a better chance of winning than Gullit and Gullit's selection? I want to hear some spice. Are you willing to give me a prediction? Who else am I missing? Who else is on here? I mean, Piaga Zin, we've got Brazilian.
Yes, we also have Anders Verggame, which he competes for Red Bull Leipzig, so that's a football comparison as well. The rest are traditional esports organizations.
We've even got an Australian here in Mark 11.
Really?
Yes, which I'm predicting just because I'm trying to cause trouble. So which pro player or org do you think you're going to believe in most? Make a prediction.
To be honest, then I have to stay with my own country. You know? Then I would say Gullit.
Okay, there we go. That's awesome.
Manu Bashor, I like it.
That's it. Go with Manu Bashor.
You mentioned the World Cup, so I'd love to make some comparisons to the IRL World Cup to this World Cup. What similarities would you say in terms of the environment and things that you've maybe seen from both sides?
Well, I mean, like it's broadcasted all around the world. Also, this Esports World Cup. So that's the same. Still, I believe more people are watching the real World Cups. Yeah. But I think like in the future, it can be the opposite. I mean, like, you know, there are a lot of gamers all around the world now. So it can be completely the opposite in like, let's say 10, 15 years. We don't know that. But I love it, the way it improved. And still the space it has to improve more, because you can make it as crazy as possible, you know.
Can I tell you, your optimism is very refreshing.
No, but I really feel it. I mean, like I'm not here talking.
I can feel it as well.
You know?
I can feel it as well.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate enough to speak to many people who come from traditional sports, traditional success, and you genuinely care. You genuinely have that love in your heart. Also, because you play games by yourself.
No, but and to be honest, I wasn't thinking like yesterday when I got on the plane. I was not thinking about to make my own team.
Yeah.
But the moment I walk in here, I thought like, hey,
listen, if
I need to have my team next year, man.
Red Bull Leipzig, they've got to, come on, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say thank you so much.
So if there are some investors who want to be part of my team.
There we go.
I tell you what.
Feel free to call me.
If you could send that to camera one and send a message to your fans and your followers. Okay, that'd be great.
So I really want to be part of this fantastic organization. When I walk in this afternoon, I definitely want to have my own team next year. So if you want to invest, just let me know. You can. Can I put my Instagram?
I tell you what. You know what? If they cannot find you, they don't deserve to be an investor, okay? Only the people that are connected, trust me, you deserve the best. Yeah. What I will say is this, I'm going to ask Case to take your microphone. The reason for that, just very quickly, every guest that we have on the show, we get them to sign this. We write the week, we talk about the games. There are very professional nerds and very actual famous professional people that are on here. I'm going to ask you to sign this. As you're signing this, I'm going to be sending this on. We're still going to continue with the rest of our show. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time. It really does mean a lot, so I'll ask you to hold on to that. And we are going to head into the arena to actually watch some Call of Duty. Let me just sit down there. While we get that signature aside, thank you so much. We're going to head inside the Amazon Arena, and I'm going to say thank you once again to Wesley. We'll be right back and continue EWC Central. Ciao.
The gaming watching over towards this bottom blue because early frags were invested from Atlanta FaZe on this side of the map, so this is potentially where the push is going to come in.
Follow-up nades moving out of Optic, just making sure no one's playing inside of blue. Shotzzy continues to play off this angle. Draza down low, tough fight. Shots are decent though from Shotzzy, just can't quite finish the kill, and that's just an aggressive game of tag as both teams reset 4v4 with the BZ now making a move.
Oh, and BZ's ready for this first fight onto Pred. Finds that first blood, the first blood king. Is now in the man advantage for Atlanta FaZe. You got to start thinking about that bomb play, but Shotzzy's here to contest it from top heli.
He's got a lot to worry about, though. He knows he's got FaZe members over towards the staircase. Kenny trying to follow up behind, not going to work out. Exchange is good for FaZe. Dashy now by himself. This would be a 1v3. First two shots, whoa, super clean. Bomb, though, going to be planted. Does he get an angle at any of these FaZe defenders? More damage, but not enough to confirm any kills. And everything will reset 1v2.
You would really love to have a frag grenade in your back pocket for those gunfights, but Cellium somehow, some way, he's eating every single bullet, staying alive, changing up his corners, and then you set up the team fires in the 2v1 scenario, realizing that Dashy is most likely going to be pre-aiming the back of his spawn, playing for that guaranteed one-on-one. But a 2-on-1 is a lot better. Atlanta FaZe starting to pull away.
He was a bullet away from killing Cell maybe twice.
Yes.
But the big news, like you mentioned, is the little bit of separation here for FaZe. Doesn't feel as convincing as the scoreboard would lead you to believe, though. Shotzzy still at 0-4, Simp still at 0-3, so there are some elements to still be considered here as we jump into round number 5, and FaZe will take an aggressive setup with the trophy system down over towards the underground.
Yeah, they're pushing aggressively through bottom pit, so got to be ready for this play if you are Optic Gaming, and they were prepared for that aggression. They find the initial 2 kills. Draza effective on the trade, but man advantage Optic.
Yeah, this is just not where you want to be as FaZe's defense. Shotzzy gets tagged down to a bullet, but stays alive. He'll be the one to collect the bomb. Meanwhile, I say Pred had an angle over towards Cell's direction, but as Cell makes his way into the A site, he actually finds the kill. So now it's just to a 2v2, but still there are questions for FaZe on where exactly this Optic offense is.
Cellium's at least getting the read of where the play is going to be developing as that bomb does go down. He's pushing his way behind enemy lines, going to take his sweet time working behind the spawn. And it's a crossfire setup from Optic Gaming towards B Street.
Time on Optic's side at the moment. Cell and Draza taking their time, but the shots from Cell are great. But Shotzzy hasn't taken any shots of his own. So now there's question marks on where he's at. First 1v1 is good. Pistol out and almost. You thought for maybe a second he was going to pull the beat down out, but Draza too clean with the shots will get FaZe to 4.
And that's all comes down to Cellium finding that kill onto Dashy, because once you get that kill, you're realizing, okay, they're probably setting a crossfire setup here because he's not watching his back. So Shotzzy has to be at an angle to try to cover his teammate. But the headshot's good enough for the first kill. The trade more effective for the final. Atlanta FaZe starting to run away with this game. 3 first bloods to 2. But even in the man disadvantage there, the ARs for Atlanta FaZe clutch on up.
Yeah, that's massive from Cell, I think, in particular, because it really starts with the 1v1 he gets over towards the A side of the map versus Pred. If that doesn't come through, that round's just over. So, really good save. Easy, MCW in hand. Looking to catch some aggression, and what a read this is. Doesn't finish the second, but Draza's right there to pick up on the damage tallied. And that's enough for now FaZe to what would you assume be a comfortable 4v2. Make it now a 4v1 as a Beezy starts to pop off.
And now you know who the last player alive is. It's going to be Dashy, so he's most likely in the back of the spawn watching an angle from one of these windows. He finds that kill onto a Beezy, but the bomb is getting planted. Another 1v3 opportunity.
And welcome back to EWC Central. We have moved our focus back to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 now that we've said goodbye to Wesley Schneider, of course, they're from Eafc. It is my pleasure now to introduce another very special guest as we are into the semifinals of the Modern Warfare 3 bracket. Myself and Katie are now joined by the coach, Theory from Vegas Legion. Theory, first and foremost, could you do an introduction? Let some of our viewers know. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've got Starcraft, we've got EAFC, so we're this kind of like community show. So for those of us that are not as clued up in CDL, camera number 1, let us know who you are, where you're from.
Hey, my name's Dylan, Dylan McGee. I've been coaching and a part of Call of Duty since about 2008, and I've been in the CDL for the last 4 years, coaching Vegas Legion, and happy to be here at EWC and just taking a part, and happy to be on broadcast.
I'll say thank you so much for joining us on the show, especially tournament has come to an end. I think in terms of helping us break down the semifinals, your unique perspective is going to be infinitely more valuable, especially with all the additional games. How do you reflect on Legion's run at the tournament and let's say the overall competition as a whole?
I mean, anytime you get to gather the 16, 12 best teams in the world, it's going to be a great competition, in my opinion. Our run, unfortunately, came short in group stages. We fell short to Ravens twice in stage, but I mean, overall, the experience has been amazing. Everything that has been first class, and I mean, we're just thankful to be here and be a part of this whole entire environment.
How does it feel to have a tournament and a bracket that have AM Challenger teams in it with the potential to be playing, against those pro teams?
I think it's amazing. Like usually in the CDL, we've had a couple of pro-ams in the past, so we are used to the environment. Obviously, the previous format, the CWL era, was all inclusive with amateur teams. So, I mean, it's just unique because these players have been looking for that opportunity to come into the league for so long. So it just gives a good perspective and see how they can gauge their talent versus the top teams.
So when it comes to something like coaching in Call of Duty, that is, in the grand scheme of things, a newer addition to the game. Oftentimes, that was never the case. You just have those 4 players. So give me your perspective, your insight on what it's like to be one of those coaches, to spend that time, and maybe the different types of coaches there are. Because some could be like a vibes coach, some could be more hands-on.
Like you just said, there's a big broad perspective on coaching, right? Especially in Call of Duty, because we aren't impactful. Like when you watch the FC Club, while they're playing, their coaches are in their ear leaning
That blew
over
my mind. I had no idea that was a thing.
So in the original format, like 10, 15 years ago, you could be on stage with your team, talking to them in between games, helping them and doing all that stuff. Now we're reserved and we're stuck in between maps, giving notes and stuff. But man, I mean, it's so much fun just to be a part of the grind and everything like that, because people think, I'll never forget my first job. When I first got it, the first CEO asked me, like, you sure you guys are going to work 40 hours a week? And I was like,
yeah, exactly.
40 hours? Yeah, I think we'll make that cut.
I mean, the other thing is also quite interesting is like how coaching has changed. I think the competitive Call of Duty format, the fact that the player numbers changed, there has been significant changes in contrast to many other games. My background, I come from PC Call of Duty 20 years ago, the original Modern Warfare.
Pro mod
I spent most of my time in League of Legends recently. I play an unhealthy amount of Valorant and Counter-Strike.
I love
so
Counter-Strike.
there's established norms there, right? We did obviously just see the map veto, and coming into this game, it's 1-to-1 in terms of matches. Just before we focus in on the gameplay, one wild thing that we've had to wrap our heads around is when people play EAFC, the coaches are on comms the entire time to the players. So the players controlling the 11 on the field, and the coaches obviously looking at the bigger picture, talking strategy. It literally blew my mind. Did not know that was how it works. Could you imagine doing that in the current format, and how much of an impact would it have?
I wish we could do that.
Yeah,
the impact that you could have is just so drastic, because there's certain players that function so much better when they're allowed to just focus individually on themselves and not have to think about the broader term. But when you take those coaches away, now you have to have communication, teamwork, and all these other aspects, and keep the flow of the game and not get overwhelmed with all the emotions of, oh, we're down 30 points.
I mean,
Am I going to get desperate?
In Control and Hardpoint, I especially think that having a coach would just lift up and just focus on the gunplay.
And then even Search and Destroy, because you can have like a strategy-based thing, like, okay, first round we want to be aggressive, second round we want to be passive, like things like that. Other than that, you're implementing a game plan, but then you're also relying on your team leader to kind of follow through with it.
Well, and exactly what you just said, that can be, I imagine, stressful on your end. You'll go through these scrims, practice over and over, S&D, control, maps, moves, what you want to do in each specific situation. You practice them against some of these exact same teams in scrims, and then you have to watch all of your children go out and play, and you're like, please remember what we did. And sometimes it happens, but sometimes it doesn't.
I'll tell you now very quickly, by the way, Rainbow Six Siege was here just a couple weeks ago, and in Rainbow Six Siege, they have playbooks, like an NFL playbook.
Oh, yeah.
They go out on stage. Okay, let's turn our attention back to this one. I feel like I could talk theory with theory all day long, so that's great. As we mentioned, map 1 went the way of Optic, an absolute blowout. Search and Destroy went the way of FaZe, which I called. What was the
absolute
score?
blowout. It was 6-1.
Yes, I didn't get to see those as we were making live shows, so KD, maybe you and Theory have a little back and forth. Then let's actually talk about the plays and whether or not FaZe have got the twisties.
So the twisties is something I've been using to explain FaZe's Sunday problem. Theory's not going to need an explanation on what I am talking about when I say that. And historically, they've had a lot of matchups against Optic, done much, much better this year, but it is going to be Optic. I believe that just won round 1 of that control. But seeing FaZe get like 80-point clubbed in Hardpoint, it has been potentially years since we've seen that happen.
Really?
FaZe. And FaZe had a higher win percentage on that Karachi Hardpoint than Optic did. But Theory, I sit back and I'm like, oh no, it's a Sunday.
Just to confirm, it was 92-point club. Just 92. To be
was it 92?
It was 92, yeah.
That's slightly less awful, but still terrible.
No, again, the point remains, they were 100 clubbed.
It's still alarming because you don't see that from this team. Like
alarming is the best way to phrase it.
Like, for some reason, I don't know why Sunday, but Sunday seems to be their boogeyman this year. Because if you look at it in the regular season, this team matches up probably even better than their Cold War team, which is regarded as probably the best Call of Duty team in the history of Call of Duty. And if you look at their regular season records and everything involved with it, they are undeniable. I'm talking these.
It doesn't make sense,
these
right?
kids, I'm talking these kids, those 3 players on that team, they've lost a maximum of 50 maps per year in scrims.
And he's
in a whole
referring right
season.
now of 3 to EWC, Simp, and Cellium. They usually have a somewhat rotating fourth. I think Draza's been great for them.
Yeah, Draza's a great pickup.
It's really interesting because it's one of the things where I know in different other titles, discussing scrim results and the impact of scrim results, you either are scrim gods or you're stage gods, and oftentimes they're not one of the same. You know?
These guys, they've mastered it somehow. Like genuinely, it's the consistency out of those 3 players is truly unmatched by anything that I've ever seen.
And that's what can get so hard to explain, especially on a broadcast like this, where it's more surface level to say they are so good. And then you sit here and say, but what do you mean they suck on Sundays? And I'm like, they will be 9-0 map count in this tournament.
Correct.
That was their first map loss.
And get a 100-point clip.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They come out and they're so dominant. And then
about this. Listen, I'll tell you about this. As Call of Duty experts that are freaking out, they also just smashed Optic in SND.
They did.
And SND has been the deciding factor in many of the series have gone to the 5-game series, right? So
Surge Ravens, great example.
Agree.
This is a decider right here.
You
I'll
reckon
tell you that.
That clean?
Yes.
This control.
I agree. I agree completely with Theory. I think if Optic wins this control, it doesn't get to map 5.
3-1 is the prediction then from Katie. So Theory, look, from your perspective, let's look at the gunfights a little bit more. I'd love for you to give me some context on this, especially because yesterday we just saw 100 Thieves pick up a win with like negative KDs across the board. It's a very unique situation in any competitive shooter. How well are FaZe shooting right now? Are their thumbs operating as they should be, even though it's Sunday?
FaZe is shooting well. I mean, you can see right now that Shotzzy is clearly making crazy plays in their spawn. They thankfully just got him out, but the one thing that's very concerning about FaZe right now is, like you just mentioned, they're all negative. You don't, or other than Draza. Draza's +2. So they don't have like a dominant performer right now, and when you're going into something like a defense on invasion control, you're really looking for somebody to step up and slay heavy.
You need someone pop off.
You need it. You need that momentum. You need that flow state from somebody to like carry you through. Now they seem to have gathered their form here and are like kind of settling
it's
their
still
feet.
really close, right? 14-13, 30 seconds on the clock.
'Cause I believe it's 3 ticks to 3 ticks now. But that's like the decider. If any of these teams can get a couple ticks on offense or maybe secure that A point, then you'll see the swing round. And I mean, you're really just looking for these guns to get hot for FaZe because you need Simp to be in MVP form for them to really go deep.
Yeah, and I think you said it best, right? We've seen some pop-off moments from individually phased players across all the series so far at the Esports World Cup, but they haven't shown that cohesion they're going to need against Optic Gaming. I mean, they're the world champs for a reason. They're able to tie it up there. But Theory, do me a favor. You said, and I agreed with you, that this is the deciding match, or the map rather, because if Optic wins this, I don't think FaZe is going to be able to push that map 5. Why do we say something like that? Why do we say, oh, we know it's going to be over in map 4 if Optic wins map 3?
I'd say one, because Optic has much better consistency this year against FaZe and Hardpoint, strictly because for some reason, I don't know what it is about this game, but Shotzzy has hit another level, especially in Hardpoint, and EWC has kind of taken a step back this year. So EWC's always been like their counter to Shotzzy. If he's applying the pressure and getting those kills, then Shotzzy's going to be on the back foot, and they'll be able to take over. But this year, Shotzzy seems to have the upper hand. And I mean, even right now, you see him in 15 and 12. Even in that last round, you see the only time Optic really had a chance right there was when he got into their base, starts causing chaos, gets a couple kills, and then they can get out of their spawn and like really get going. So if they can control Shotzzy, FaZe will actually have a really good chance in this map. But if they can't, then it's going to be tough.
If anything, again, I'm not a avid Call of Duty viewer these days, but in the slower paced games, Search and Destroy FaZe seem to have a slight edge. They come out fairly high. Yes. Despite that first round loss here in Control, another close advantage. They win the second point. They're in a smaller lead now. It almost feels like when the game slows down a little, FaZe are a little better, but when we speed it up on Hardpoint, all of a sudden Optic then are basically like pub stomping like you would any lobby online.
That's like the golden rule against FaZe. You never want to let them get 4-man on a break, like any time. If you let them gather, group, and do anything, they're going to execute flawless execution. They've been playing together for 5 years. their teamwork is like contested to anybody else in this league.
And I mean, you look at this 24-17 as far as your lives are concerned. You get a couple ticks on the board there as well.
Look at
the FaZe are taking control. Yeah.
And look, I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I did say Draza, we need to see some momentum. It goes on a what, 7 kill spree, gets a streak.
Please toot your horn. That's why you're here. We'd like to speak to coaches
He's
for
the catalyst of their team right now because, like I said before, this isn't a BZ's game. This isn't Celium's best game. Those are their two, like Celium's been their MVP form guy for like the last 3 seasons. They brought in Draza this year. He brings in heavy slay momentum. So, I mean, if they finish out this round, it's going to be tough for Optic to win this map.
But they could certainly do it, and that is what I want to stress so heavily, is that Optic is an exceptional team this year. Atlanta FaZe, an exceptional team for many years, but there's a reason as the streak comes in from Draza, able to find a nice pick onto Dashley. Excellent there. You're getting into a little concern here. Single-digit lives remaining for Optic.
I'm not concerned. I want FaZe to win.
And there we go. And the reason we didn't have to worry about the rest of those 9 lives is because if you're just tuning in control, if you're the attacking team and you fully capture both points, then the round ends, you get that win. So a nice round out of FaZe, but I feel like their Sunday yips, if you will, have been like such an interesting case study for competitive Call of Duty. But tell me a little bit more about, we talk so much about these top teams, but we've also talked a lot about how COD is just day by day. Take 100 Thieves in Toronto yesterday. Can you give us insight on what we mean when we say it's a day by day game sometimes?
You could even call it map by map, right? Like that 100 Thieves Toronto series, just like you mentioned, like, I mean, nobody had Toronto losing that.
I had Toronto in the finals versus Optic and Optic winning.
If you saw the bracket, nobody thought Toronto was losing that side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they got an easy side of the bracket because Cloud9 lost to Surge.
You had Cloud9, Optic, and FaZe all in one side of the bracket. You're thinking Toronto's making the finals for sure.
That is literally what every Call of Duty expert has said as well. Yeah.
But you see a team like 100 Thieves who made that roster change to bring back Joe Deceives, to bring in Nasty, and somehow it sparked some type of momentum that's just brought them down. You know, they brought them up to a higher level. They've gotten top 4 at the World Championships, and they're carrying that into here.
And I love that you say that. So I'm sure, or correct me if I'm wrong, in something like a Counter-Strike, a Valorant, something like that, a multi-person game, it's not FC 1v1. Yeah. How much of an impact can a single player change in a roster make for that team?
I'll jump in. Can I jump in before you go specifically from Call of Duty? The honeymoon period is worth more than the individual ability of a person coming in.
That's what we're chasing constantly, is the honeymoon. Constantly. If you're in the bottom half of a league and your momentum gets staggered and people are losing faith in each other, it's so much easier to try and make a roster change and get a spark, get a flame, like get something going, build some momentum.
And if I can just explain, the other 2 games this weekend are individual 1v1 games. So for the Starcraft, the FC, for anybody that doesn't really know team-based games, when you play 4v4s, 5v5s, or formerly 6v6s, whatever the game mode is, the moment you change one player, the dynamic, the communication, the energy, the discussion, it all changes and refreshes. And in Atlanta FaZe coming in, something clicked. There's an argument to be made that after that remake of Game 1, that whatever twisties were there, despite losing it again the second time, I'm telling you, the looks on their faces were a little bit different.
That's cap! That's cap!
I'm telling
That's some tarot card reading you're doing right now.
The resets have a big factor.
I have watched so many games.
But Optic smashed him in that hard point just as bad the second time around.
Yeah, they did.
How messed up Optic's faces were after that as well.
Pred was super frustrated.
Pred was frustrated. So I think it would have done more damage to Optic than optimism for FaZe. Right now, FaZe are leading 2-1. All I'm saying is this: it's going to come down to S&D. I feel it in my bones.
Yeah, I think it goes map 5 here. I think that Optic is going to take that second hard point. But take a look at this. I mean, take a look at Shotzzy. I think Theory, you said it best, right? Shotzzy. I need glasses now because I'm old. That was what, 18 and 23?
18 and 23, 6 assists. Draza 23 and 11.
When we tuned in after that first round, Shotzzy was like +3, I want to say. I think he was like 15 and 13 or 15 and 12. And now he turned it into -5, so that's never, that's negative momentum.
Yeah.
And then we talked about Draza right there. He was what, +2? Turned that into +12.
Yep. That's a 2.0 rating. I mean, that's fantastic.
Exactly.
So I have a really quick question for you to take a step back from the level we're at right now. These pros, these champs, many of these players, all of them essentially with rings. When do you know you see an AM, someone who's in those S&D tournaments, the online tournaments, they're 17, they're young. When do you know a player is a generational talent, like a Simp, a Shotzi? You see them, they're young, they've not yet been tested, but you know.
Man, it's so hard. To know is very hard. Unfortunately, in my position, I don't really get to the generational part.
When do you
can feel it. You can feel their impact on a map, genuinely. Like when you're watching it, you can see like, wow, this guy has a dominant impact on a map. He changes the whole way the other team feels on the map. I remember watching Scrap, for instance, on Toronto, when he was in Challengers in Cold War. You could see like just an impact on a map. He's taking old school veteran players that you consider washed up or whatever, and bringing them to top 2s in these Challenger Cups and stuff like that. And you're like, wow, who is this kid? Like, what is he doing to do this? Simp, Abizi, Celium. You were seeing these guys for years, and I'm talking years. I mean, Celium got banned for a year because he rang on me in a COD Champs qualifier and dropped 65 because he's wall running off a wall in Black Ops 3 with a Shiva. And you're just like, who is this kid? Next thing you know, you're in your shower waiting in losers bracket round 1 to qualify for COD Champs. Like, are we gonna make it? We just lost some kid that I don't even know, just dropped 65 on me.
I mean, it's one of those things that has such a warping ability. I think you believe it when you see it on a stage like this, right?
Absolutely.
I think that's a great
Just
point.
super quick, by the way, we've just got the maps up for a moment, so we're going to hardpoint sub-base. Optic need to win this if they want to push us to search and destroy an invasion. Bearing in mind, S&D went very heavily in favor of Atlanta FaZe. But this seems to be whoever gets on the roll, whoever gets that momentum behind them right now has been able to run away with each of the respective modes. But I love seeing the rematch. I like seeing a different map. I like seeing whether or not FaZe can actually shoot in hardpoint, because...
And they can, that's the thing.
Do we know who picked
Just
this
depends.
map? Subbase?
I'm not sure if we can bring up the...
It literally just disappeared. It was on the bottom of that graphic, but I wasn't reading it myself. So if we can get those map picks up again, so there we go.
Optic picked Team A, so they
There we
picked
go.
map 1.
Yes.
Okay, so this is FaZe's hardpoint
There
pick.
we go.
Yeah, and that's what I said initially. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was an Optic map pick for Karachi, but it was interesting stat-wise, I think percent-wise rather.
Yeah.
FaZe does have a better percentage, but COD, Theory talked about feels and feelings. I feel like feelings in Call of Duty are almost just as important as stat lines.
Yeah, you could, like, for instance, FaZe, this is astonishing that FaZe picked Subbase, by the way. This was their auto ban for about 6 to 7 months, this whole entire season.
They're beating Optic 3-1. They're beating Optic 3-1.
They just won the break-off on the worst side, on the worst break-off in the history of this game. So
Are you starting to believe? Are you starting to feel it?
Wait, FaZe, I mean, you're never like...
I'm shaking my head. I'm
we
sorry.
can, we can say that Optic's going to win map 4 all we want because we truly believe that they should win most hard points, but FaZe picked this map for a reason, and it's because they can run 4 ARs.
Listen, can I just do one more thing? I'm going to curse this, and I don't care if I'm cursing it. Hypothetically, will the spicy tweets from Optic and the players be, if DC didn't happen to get one, we would have won 3-0? We don't want to comment? Let's not comment.
Other people will comment.
Oh, yeah.
How could you make that comment, though, if they still beat them by 250 points?
I've seen enough CDL points, CDL tweets.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, well. You got to avoid that, though. Come on.
I agree with you. There's logic, and then there's
delusion.
Okay.
Yes, there are.
I want to say, by the way, Theory, thank you for being so generous with your time. We're going to watch most of this map if we can. Once Hardport's done, I will let you get on with your evening. But for the time being, at the very least, Optic have got a little bounce back. A big streak there for Pred already. 5 kills on the board, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, Pred is just phenomenal. I think what's been really exciting as well is to see Pred, players like Hydra, like really getting these star talents coming in from regions that aren't America. To see it out of North America, I think is great for the scene as well, because I think, you know, it signals to some of these other regions that historically aren't dominant in COD. Like, well, if Hydra's there, if Pred's there and winning rings, like, I can do that too, even if my ping is 200 on regular games.
Yeah. We're hoping that this, I think all of our hope is that we can grow the scene internationally, because all we want is a better, like, what's it called? Like a pipeline of talent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
An unpotential talent, untapped talent is just a waste, you know? Where all these kids are sitting there that could be amazing players that we have no clue about because they don't even know about competitive Call of Duty.
It's one of these things that, like, it's what gets me excited about a tournament like EWC, because just frankly speaking, competitive shooters, especially TAC shooters, and look, Call of Duty is going to be a little closer to an arcade shooter than a tech shooter.
Yes.
In Europe, it's a tough market to break into. There's so many generations of Counter-Strike players that, you know, I've transitioned to like Rainbow Six, but when you have an event like this and it's sitting next to Rainbow Six, Apex Legends, you know, you even have Warzone at the event, it's brought me back to Call of Duty. I haven't played in over 10 years personally.
I think the biggest disconnect there is that when growing up from my youth, we all had consoles. For some reason, we had Xboxes and PlayStations, but in Europe, you guys all had PCs.
Yeah,
very much so. That's very true.
So it's like until about 2010 or 2012, there was no Counter-Strike on console, I believe. So
yes, I mean there still isn't Counter-Strike on console. It doesn't exist.
Ooh, beautiful
Valorant has
streak
just
out
gone
of
over
Cred.
there now, but I think the big one is also mouse and keyboard versus controller. It is predominantly a mouse and keyboard. Also, there's a lot of, let's say, strong-willed European thoughts around aim assist, as there are everywhere, but I will lightly introduce that word and not go further.
I think it goes both ways. The aim assist debate is, in my opinion, it's just a waste of time because what do you expect somebody to use an analog stick like a mouse? It just doesn't make any sense. So like they're going to need some type of guidance. Do I think it's gotten too strong? Yes.
I would agree.
I think it's catered too much to the casual.
Thank you.
Unfortunately.
So speaking with
Okay, but I would also say every single pro Call of Duty player would echo that exact same sentiment.
Yeah, because you want a skill gap. All the players want a skill gap.
Agreed entirely. I mean, look at it this way. We're 3.5 minutes left on this clock.
Optic's going to win this map, I'm telling you.
Optic is catching up, but they are behind. You are just a hater, Kate.
I'm not a hater. I'm traumatized.
What I love so much is I love looking at the faces behind the cameras when that happens. I mean, Theory, what's your stance on this? We've watched 1.5 maps together. It is a minor advantage for FaZe. 150 points to go.
It just looks like something happened in that map too.
Yeah.
Some type of spark was ignited. Some type of spark happened in that map too for FaZe. I don't know what. Whatever Crowder or RJ said to them on that stage.
Crowder's such a phenomenal. I lived with him for 3 years alongside Cole and Spence. So when I say I'm traumatized, like I love this team. I believe in them so heavily, but I'm too passionate. So I'm like, I want to settle in where it is.
This year has been hard.
I'm gonna say this as well. In the event that we get to like 225, 230 points, and if FaZe are about to win, I would like to interrupt us to listen to the commentary, hear the
I think that's fabulous.
What I would love to do is, as we're still building up to this, I don't know if I'm cursing it or not, what words would you use to describe how would you quantify a potential 3-1 win for FaZe over Optic? Theory.
Oh man, I think that's monumental for them. Genuinely, this has been they conquered their demon at the beginning of this year.
Also, can I pause you 1 second? We'll actually listen to the players.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can't start aping the time, bro. Let's go. Come on. Yeah. One long. I can kill the guy right. He's at server on top. One's on tunnel. Both sides on time. Simple time. I might be from me too, bro. Simple time. I can try to play right. I hear. Simple time. Absolute. One lock is in simple time. Absolute. Lock is simple time. Lock is your cat room ape. He's just going old. One's out summer. One's out summer. Let's go. Front tunnel. All right, front node. Both node. Last two node. MC node. I'm just sure it. Hey, what would a BZ? Half health for me. All right, I needed it for you, bro. Take your time. We're going to top cat, boys. Ape pseudo. Top's not going. We got to live. I'm trying to play duo. So dead, dude. Two on you guys. Top two. I wrapped the right. Something left. There's 2 on nudes. One more. He's close. Time top two. You're all over time. I got one on you. Back. On me. Bad. Missing one. Probably dark or some shit. Hey, get me back on me. I'm soaking. I'll see him. Top two, guys. Last guy. He's on time. On MC. Low right. I'm dead. Nice. It's spawning in the back. There's one tunnel, guys. I stun him dark. I got you top in 1 second. I was dark. Top two. Shut up. Dark. Start on me. Start over Luke. Cider. Last guy sell. Should be close. I'm with you, Ken. I'm playing close right. I'll block. I'm loading, Ken. I'm loading, Ken. I'm on shot. I got it. There's 3 against 10. 3. All there. 2 loading. 3. All there. Forklift. They can go up. I'll get 2 loading the plant. Alright, I reset plat. Here we go. I set plat. They can go right. So he's super weak. Let me play the right. I'm trying to get the right. Really weak side there. I 2 node. Okay, 1 down for B5. 1v1. Alright, for B5 node. Yeah, pick up the right. He's gonna go top side. I think he's wrapping top side. I hear. I have the right, okay? I have the right. I stun 8 top side. Yeah. I have time. I have your low P5. You can play out. I'm a tunnel. That is one of the longest...
Was someone just shooting a body?
That is one of the longest player listens in that I've heard. It's not the first time it's happened this weekend, just for the record. Again, I will remind you, I will cut you off if we get to 220, 230 points for phase 1. I want to hear the commenters go ballistic. Katie, you were on the edge of your seat. It looks like it's happening.
It looks like it. This map you can chain hills.
That's what I was going to say. And what Theory means by chaining hills is that there's multiple hills in a hardpoint. They go in a set rotation. Certain maps lend themselves to a team being able to control a hill, then a hill, then a hill, which means
it's happening. It's happening.
Optic can do that, they can come back. That window is getting smaller and smaller.
This is happening. We're hearing the players, the comments, the players are fantastic. Do you believe, Theory, yes or no, FaZe win this in 3?
Yeah,
But this is 4, actually.
over. This is over.
This is over? Okay, I want to get a few more points secured. Let's see if this next hard point does get picked up by Atlanta FaZe.
They got rotation to P4. This is over.
This is over?
This is over. Look at the map.
Should we listen to the commentators?
I can't watch.
Let's
throw it to the comms.
Let's head to the commentators.
Throw it to the comms because this is over.
P2. Yo, comms over. P2. I'll get on P2. We're good.
Well, it looked like FaZe about to put the game away here, but a team kill comes out of the cruise missile. Optic will hold on by getting in from the front. FaZe split spawning, still trying to find the final 10.
Optic have the numbers. They just have to find these gunfights through the back end. If you are Atlanta, you just want to take your time here. Wait for this pinch to develop on a Simp. He's able to find the first. The turnover potentially onto Dashy, but he's going to set up his teammates. Still one player left in the hill in Dashy. He's making it happen. He's able to find a 3. Optic game and take the spawns right on back.
Still a lot of work to be done here, though, for Optic. This is just step 1 of what's going to be about a 15-step process. 10 seconds of scrap time looking good. Dashy red on the pinch attempt over towards Warehouse. So now you got to move quickly if you're Optic. You cannot allow Atlanta to find any time.
Absolutely not. You have to work your way over towards top snow. You got to contest this hill early on, as now Atlanta FaZe only 10 seconds away from securing this series.
Last hit for Optic. Shotzzy right around the back. Last 3 seconds now coming through, and it's just down to Kenny. It's Straza who finds all 3. It may have been a slow start, but it's a heck of a hot finish as Atlanta FaZe take down the world champs of Optic Gaming in 4.
And that is why we will always call Atlanta FaZe a big dog all through our Call of Duty. Even them getting absolutely beat up in that map number 1, the next 3 maps weren't even remotely close.
Well, it's simple. The only words that can come out of my mouth right now are FaZe up, baby! And I will once again claim the correct prediction based on what I said earlier today. When you see that form, you see that search and destroy, you know what, they didn't even need it. KT FaZe finally did it. Well, hang on. They beat Optic. They haven't won the tournament.
They came back and finally did it.
Yes.
I think I was literally head in my hands, and Theory was like, Katie, it's okay. I needed you to calm me down, but I mean, they did it. They were able to take down Optic, and we talk about mental blocks with certain teams. That was certainly one of them, so massive congratulations to FaZe. It was really rough map 1, but the composure on stage. It was a winner's final, though. We've seen them win winners finals, roughly. This is a semi in this bracket. They are in the final.
I will say this, Theory, just so you know, we've got about 45 minutes of our show left, so I'm going to be asking you to say goodbye in a moment. We're going to turn our attention to EAFC.
No problem.
I want to say thank you very much. It was fantastic to have you joining us and talking about the game, especially from a coach's perspective. Also, thank you for backing me up in like debates with her. You've given me so much ammunition. What I will do is could I ask you to just give one last shout out to camera number 1, say goodbye to fans, viewers, something from the heart, and to EWC, and then we'll send you on your way.
I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity. Genuinely, thank you guys for having me up here and inviting me on. It's been truly an honor, and this experience has genuinely been once in a lifetime, and I just want to thank EWC and everything that's gone into this for inviting us out here and treating us truly first class, like presidential guests. It's been absolutely amazing. It
has been amazing. I want to say thank you as well. You got me back into Call of Duty after a very long time. Last time I competed was 2008.
Oh, man.
I'm just going to show you this very quickly. This is something that we got a lot of people to sign. The one that we just got added was this beautiful down here, a Dutch midfielder, professional footballer. He just signed that. It's amazing. I'll ask you to sign this on the way out just before you go. Don't forget. We're going to go to a break. When we do, it's finally time for Case to talk about EAFC, and we're going to be joined by Goal Poacher to watch some of the games. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
To watch. I feel like Young is trending in the right direction. It's something that I'm just throwing out there. I know we have all the hype. He's global. We love Bergang. We know what he's capable of. He's already won something this year, or multiple titles this year. However, on the big stage in Saudi, 3 matches, 3 losses. That's not an opinion piece. That's just a fact. That's just an observation.
Young has never beaten Anders, though.
No, he hasn't.
Also true.
No, he hasn't.
Head-to-head 2-0.
Something's got to give.
Move on. Nicholas, let's move on. Nicholas Abimaka then. Last one, big matchup for the local fans too.
Yeah, Abimaka has actually played 6 games on the main stage, and he's got a 50% win ratio, 3 losses, 3 wins. So you don't really know what version of Abimaka you're going to get. And Nicholas, like that comeback against MS Dosri as well. All of these games are top tier.
Well, they are the quarterfinals, and this is exactly when you can watch them as well. This is the schedule for today, so you know which one's coming up first. Jafonso's up first, Manny Bashor, PH Zin, Mark 11, Anders Young, Nicholas Abimaka, quarterfinals, and then we go on to the semi-finals, and that is when the stakes get even higher, okay? It goes from 50,000 to 90,000 if you get to the semi-finals, and if you're in the final, it's 150 swing either way. Runner-up gets 150K, the winner, $300,000. That is it. Big money, go hard, go home. Not with empty pockets, with 50K, because that's, if you got to this stage, that's what you go home with today. Can you predict at all Jafonso matchup? Where's that one going? Jafonso, Bashor?
I think because Jafonso's played so many games here, he's so comfortable.
Okay.
So for that one, I'm pretty leaning towards Jafonso.
I'm going to go the other direction. I'm not doubting the champion here. We've disagreed on everything throughout every single day, so that seems on brand for us anyway. Manu Bashor, I didn't like the way that he played at all day 1 and day 2. He'd probably agree with me, but I thought yesterday he looked active, he looked dangerous, he was deceptive,
the best
he was direct. He was scoring for fun, and I want to see him replicate that today.
We're split here though, aren't we?
Yes.
Jafonso, Manu. Guys at home, where are you going? Are you split? One of these two is going to win. Who's going to win at home? stcplay.gg. Cast your votes for this one. The first of our quarterfinals is coming your way. Before we get to the Giddy Arena, let's just welcome the players as well. They obviously entered the stage of the Jamil Motorsports a little bit earlier today. That is Jafonso. Actually, for me, looking a bit nervous, just whacking his hand. He doesn't really know what to do. Maybe it's because of the camera, or maybe it's because of the stage. Guys, what do you think?
See, for me, I want something in my hand. I'm always on the move. So, yeah, he does look a little bit nervous. And is it his first game on main stage, or is it?
It's not. No. And I don't know if jitters are a problem anyway. That just means that the game matters to you. I always had a little bit of early or anticipation nerves, but that just didn't necessarily impact performance, because once I got into the game, I was flowing.
Manu Bashor doesn't give much away. Looks like he did yesterday. He was here a lot.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Congratulations, Clem. And congratulations, Hero, for putting up an incredible fight. You're going to surrender your key now to Clem. And I know you guys are buddies here. I saw you hanging out backstage. What is it like to take out Hero in a situation like this?
I mean, it feels really good, and getting to the finals feels just surreal to me. I'm a bit sad that Hero has to lose in the round of 4, but yeah, I'm very happy.
I think you have every right to be very happy, Clem. Over and over again in every game, you have shown perfection, precision, so much preparation. Tell me a little bit about specifically preparing for Hero here.
Honestly, I kind of just wanted to rely a bit on my basics and my mechanics and get into good games, because I wasn't sure what he was gonna do, and I felt like it was really hard to prepare anything really specific against him. So I just wanted to do the builds that I usually do, and I usually find really strong. And then I was like, okay, if it goes well for me, and if the early game goes pretty well for me, then I have a really good chance in the mid game and things like that. So.
Yeah, we saw those fundamentals come into play. There was a medevac that got sniped. There were a couple times where he had you on the back foot there, but you were able to recover. Is that just falling back on your fundamentals?
Yeah, a little bit, but also I feel like when things went bad for me in some games, it was still alright because I wasn't too far behind, so I could always recover. Like the game on Oceanborn, when he sniped my medevac and he had a lot of good disruptors, I was like, oh, am I losing this? But then I saw his army pushing, and I was like, okay, actually it's not that much army, and I can actually just fight back, I think. So yeah, it was always on the limit of being really bad, but yeah.
Well, every match you have had in this tournament has really tested you. You were able to take out Serral, though, very convincingly. Now you're going to face him again in the grand finals. You were talking about showing a lot of your strategies then. Do you still have a lot in your back pocket for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I do have some things in mind. But I think against Serral, the last match I played, I played pretty much the same build every game, so I don't feel like I showed that much. So I have some things in mind, but yeah, I'll see what I want to do.
Hopefully the Basilisk boys haven't been working too hard together to pick apart your strategies, but Clem, you seem unstoppable right now as you're cruising towards potentially taking home this World Championship. Any thoughts on your mind? Any people you want to address?
Oh, well, thank you everyone watching at home. I appreciate the support a lot. And can I say something in French real quick as well? Merci au stream français. Je sais pas qui était au casque, mais je sais que vous avez hurlé. Donc merci les gars et merci à tous les viewers, à tous ceux qui regardent. C'est très gentil. Merci beaucoup.
Fantastic, Clem. It is so exciting to get to watch you play. We're going to let you take a little bit of a rest, and we're going to send it on over to the analysts, take another look at that very convincing 4-0.
Welcome back to EWC Central. We are into the final 35 minutes of our broadcast week, and I have had an absolute blast with Starcraft 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and now it is finally time for EAFC to take to the arena and kick off their quarterfinals. Obviously, you can continue watching Starcraft 2 at EWC Black, continue watching Call of Duty at EWC Gold, and are you gold or white?
Gold.
Yes, it's only like 7 weeks. Anyways, hi, I'm Quickshot. I'm joined by Case. It's my pleasure to introduce to our EWC Central viewers, Goal Poacher, professional player here for EAFC. We briefly introduced the show. We've got 3 different games here. This is close to like a podcast.
Yeah.
And this is the only time that we get to really just fully focus on EAFC. But because I got these other communities, could you tell camera number 1 who you are, where you're from, and what you do?
Hi, so I'm a professional EAFC player. I competed in this World Cup. Unfortunately, got knocked out in the group stage, but that's competing. You get on with it, you get used to it, and yeah. So from England, and looking forward to watching this first round match.
Yes, me too. Before we dive into it, we want to get your opinion on a few things. So, Case, I'll let you lead the conversation, but let's start by looking at the Resurrection bracket. We very briefly talked about this much earlier in the day, and I think the key summary from my basic eyes, Abu Maka running the bracket, outdropping, impressive run, and then Manu Bashore, a 10-1 over Bonanno. What on earth has to happen to get smashed that badly?
So Bonanno has already lost 2 times to Bachore before this. I think his head was kind of... Obviously, it's a match to make top 8, so he's focused, but when you go 3-4-0 down, I watched that game up until 6-0. So when he's gone 3-4-0 down, his head's gone completely. And then you start team pressing, and you can concede more and more and more, and it just happens to everyone, to be honest.
When you look at this bracket here, Abu Maka, Manu, were those 2 names the one that you would have predicted to make it out?
Yes, I think so. I think Banano and Manu, I thought would have been a lot closer than it was. But I think Abimaka going through the top doesn't surprise me. I played him in practice a lot. He was one of the best players I played in practice for sure. Manu, I didn't think he was too great in the group stage, but I think he's really turned it on in that Resurrection bracket, and that's why he's made it.
One of the things, just to move us along, sorry, they're basically doing the opening ceremony. We want to get to the games. Before we do that, playoffs bracket, I'll bring it up. Case, I'll let you ask a question. But main thing with you mentioning goal poacher a second ago was the field is very intense and strong. So Case, your question with the bracket.
No, this bracket's very interesting to me because I've spoken to a lot of people about it, and all of these games, it could possibly go either way. But what matchup excites you the most? Which one do you think, if anyone was to watch the broadcast, they should tune in for?
Honestly, it could be the first match. I think Jafonso Manu, I think it's the most open game. Like, it's going to end 5-5, 6-6. The other games, like Nicholas, very good defensively, so that could end 2-1. But this game will be 5-5 minimum.
Are you telling me Jafonso's going to win if he wins this match?
He was my dark horse for the tournament, so I think he could win the tournament. I think he's looked the best in the entire tournament.
One quick thing. I've fallen in love with an Australian player, Mark 11, only because I'm South African, so Commonwealth, there's not many of us competing at events like this. How much of a chance does he have?
He has a good chance. He's a good player. Yeah, he won I think 5 and lost 2 in the group stage. I think he won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
I played him in practice again. He's very good. I'd say he's probably not the favourite, but anyone from this top 8 can win 100%.
Oh, I hate that question because that means when I ask you to judge her homework. Let's look at Casey's predictions. Case, defend yourself to goal poacher.
I mean, you've already spoken about Jafonso. Yeah. I think it's a good shout. I will say, when I first wrote this up, I did have Anders going all the way through, but I gave it a think over, and then I put Jafonso just because he was so great in his group stage. Anders did start off a little bit weak, but we know Anders could possibly do it. But no, I was so impressed with Jafonso.
I think he's been really good. The only thing I will say is I don't think if Anders gets to the final, he'll lose. I think he will lose before the final. Probably to Nicholas.
Oh.
Okay.
I think that game could cancel him out. Nicholas is very good defensively. He also lost to him already in this tournament on stage. But if he gets to the final, I think he'll win it. But yeah, I think Jafonso's going to win it as well.
Now, help me understand. In terms of the FC community, are you somebody that will say spicy things and have spicy takes? Or the reason I'm asking, whenever we've talked about Anders and talked about his most recent success, not many people have been willing to say they're expecting him to lose before the final.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd say I'm quite spicy. I just say what I think, and I don't think he has played good on stage, and I think mentally that's affected him a little bit. Like, I'm pretty sure he's lost 3 out of 3 on stage. Yeah. And if he gets warming into the stage, I think he'll win it, but I don't think he will get quite warmed into it.
Oh, I like you a lot, Jack.
Thank you.
You're winning me over. You're winning me over here. Okay, Case, set me up for this matchup. Now we can see the players on stage. A lot riding on this, and I think both of my experts are kind of leaning towards whoever wins this has a strong shot to run the brackets.
Potentially. So we do have Manu Bashor from Team Liquid, Team Hullet up against Luna Galaxy's Jafonso. I mean, if we're looking at the stats from the group stage, you would think that Jafonso is a better player going into this one. All of the team members from Team Hullet did really struggle in the group stage, and so we'll see if that carries over. But I will say, the Resurrection stage for Manu Bashor was very, very impressive. He did lose the 1 match to Abu Maka, but we're looking at a 10-1 victory over Matias Bernardo. I will say, though, on that one, once you're losing by multiple goals, the goals kind of keep coming. So it's not as big as a loss as everyone thinks.
Once it's 4-1, 5-1, there's no difference between 5-1 and 10-1. I understand that concept entirely, because once you're done, you're done. We just watched a Call of Duty game, that Search and Destroy 6-1 record. Like, it's a blowout, right? I get that. Tell me what it's like playing in that arena against that crowd, the 12th man for whoever's in the Falcons jersey.
Well, fortunately, I didn't actually play against Abu Maka or Nazri on stage, because I imagine that would have been brutal. Like, obviously, you saw Johnny giving it, and Anders obviously always gives it, no matter who the player is. So yeah, luckily I didn't play against them, but like I watched them, and the crowd's incredible. Like, they're all really up for Falcons, and obviously Falcons just won the $7 million as well. I saw Dasari's speech, and that was really good for moment for esports, I think.
Now, it's interesting because I've seen a lot of chatter online about people's opinions about the celebrations and really getting into people's faces. Do you do that sort of thing, or does that take your mind out of the game? Because I feel like it could go either way. It could really get you into it and fire it up, or it could take your mind and kind of put you off for the game.
So Anders is a special one. Like, he's doing it like 4-1. I would never do it then, because like you're still 3 goals behind. But I think it can make you even more focused necessarily, because like you're so locked in, then you celebrate, then you're hyped up. You just gotta keep your mind focused on it. But I think it could be a good thing.
I'm a big fan of it as well. I come from tac shooter background. It's where I made my origins in esports. I love seeing the energy from it. One thing I'll ask you about this is like Jafonzo's come from the last chance qualifier. He's made the run from the last chance qualifier. He really impressed in the group stage, and now he's sitting in the top 8. Both of you kind of said, well, maybe there's a good chance here. How difficult is it to do a run like that from LCQ and then with this pool and then to be in the position he's in?
I think the LCQ's helped him a lot. I think he's gained momentum from that and just took it into the tournament. Like everyone else has flew over to Saudi. He was already here. He's played the LCQ, beat top players like Stingray and Abu Fawzi in the last game, and then he's continued it into the groups and won 5 out of 7.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. One last question for you. The tournament here, the idea of the keyframes and like having your key crushed and going into totem, what does that feel like for a player? I haven't had the opportunity to ask an FC player what it feels like seeing your little triangle, putting it on the table, knowing it had to get crushed by someone that eliminated from the tournament.
I actually thought it was quite funny. So like you see, obviously I seen the video, Nicholas did mine, and then he's obviously with the image of me, and I think he had the Saris as well. Yes. I just thought it was funny. Like I didn't really care too much because when you've lost, you've lost.
Oh, I love it. I love seeing it. I like seeing some of the players that obviously get very much into it. Okay, Case, I'm going to hand over to you. Break down the game for me. Who's doing well and who's not?
Absolutely. So let's get straight into it as we see Jafonzo in the red kits, Mono Bashor in the right kits. Now, I'm really interested in this one because both players had very different routes to this stage of the game. And Goal Poacher, you did mention that the more games you have, the better momentum you get, but does it come to a point where you've played so many games that maybe you're a bit fatigued at this point?
Yeah, it can work both ways, to be honest. Some players can get really fatigued. I don't think Manu will. Like, I think the more games has helped him. He only goes 1-0 down. I think the more games will help him. Definitely, I think he's a confidence player, so I think those wins will help.
Now, let's talk about corners because we all know how important they are in this game. On this broadcast, we've been calling them penalties because the likelihood of them going in is just so high. I mean, at what point did you guys realize how important they are to this year's game?
I knew they were good. When I've turned up this tournament, I didn't actually quite realize how good they are. Like, they are literally penalties, even better sometimes. Like, I conceded 2 a game, I think. So it's for me, it's a bit ridiculous because it's not like too high level skill in my opinion, so I'd prefer if they were patched, but yeah, they've been so important in this tournament.
Is that something that you are back home practicing over and over and over, or was that an easy thing to learn in terms of the strategy for the pens, or for the penalties, for the corners?
For the corners.
Why I think they're not that skilled is because I don't think they're actually too tough to good goal. I don't think they're too tough to learn, and they just go in too much. And I think it's really difficult to win the header, because you can just lose it even though you're in front of the player, and that's not your fault.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, we might see a couple corners in the future.
Penalties to me, come on, let's use the term. We've just called it penalties for 4 days here on our show, because that's how it feels. Out of interest, do you feel like there's a lot of pressure to come back in the game if your opponent scores first? You know, we learned a little bit about how it's more likely that you can find those opportunities in the 88th, 89th, 90th minute. So as a player, is that something that you're going, yes, I'm 1 behind, I'm in a good spot?
I think if you're 2 or maybe 3, but definitely 2, you've always got a chance, especially if you're 1 behind in the 70th. Yes. The games are so long, you've got more than a chance. And especially if you score 1, I feel like you get momentum and you can score 2 and 3, and then the comebacks.
Is this equalizer? Oh.
Or especially if you're a player like Nicholas99, who seems to come back in every single game that he ever plays, and never count someone like that out.
How do you translate that performance to words that I'll understand?
Coming back in a game?
Yeah. How is it that play can be that good?
Not every player has that capability. In this game, it is more likely that you could do it, but someone like Nicholas, you never count him out. I think it's just his mentality. Not everyone has that solid of a mentality.
There's a reason he's called the Iceman, because his mentals are...
I think, didn't you say that he was also very good as a defensive player as well, Jack? Is that,
he's probably the best defensive player, or top 3. His attacking is good. Ooh. His attacking's good, but what really makes him a good player is he just doesn't concede that many goals, and when he does, he still comes back.
Oh, that's a question for me then. Is how do I learn playing defense in FC? Is it reading your opponent's play, positioning your defenders correctly?
Yeah, so it's reading passing lanes, trying to press your opponent whilst reading passing lanes. A big thing is using a right stick analog to switch between players so you can press easier, because you can control whichever player you want to press with. So yeah, there's some defenders.
Is it also a matter of choosing the right players on the pitch as well? Because as you do your squad selections, some players like Jose Lu are going to help you out on defense, which people might be surprised about.
Yeah, 100%. I made a big mistake in my first game not picking Hosselu, and I actually conceded a back post header, which Hosselu would have stopped. So squad selection, especially in this tournament, is absolutely massive.
So what type of player is the best type of defender in the game right now?
Unfortunately, in this game, it doesn't have to even be a defender. It just needs to be someone for fullback with aerial plus that is 6'3" and above, and is obviously decent on the ball. But a defender, anticipate plus is also really incredible, and I think block is another underrated playstyle.
It's interesting because someone on this broadcast specifically asked, can you play a full team of Hollands? If you could, would you?
Oh, if I could, definitely. If he had a bit more defensive stats, absolutely, yeah. I'd chuck him out because he's just legs are so long that he just gets to every ball.
Also, you don't need defensive stats if you're always in the offense in the other half of the pitch. So you know what? Screw defense.
Exactly.
Also, by the way, I think I just saw Jafonso there. Is he playing with a female player on the team? I have not watched enough games, right? Was it Alesta or something?
Alexia Puteas. I think she's the only woman that we've seen on most teams. Maybe a couple of Caroline Graham-Hansons.
Yeah.
Did you have any women?
I had Puteas. A lot of people using Saka though, so there's not. Most people's teams don't even have a woman.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like they've not brought the greatest cards out in terms of meta for the women.
Yeah.
Obviously, two that you mentioned, Graham and Puteas, are very good, but other than that, there's not many.
Yeah, it was nice to see. We've only seen a handful of games on our show, and for Jafonso to be in the lead in a good position, I'm like, yes, let's go, Jafonso. I had the pleasure. I got to speak to Diogo Jota on the show and learn more about Lunar Galaxy, learn about the org behind Jafonso. So I've inadvertently become a fan, even though he's not Mark 11. So
I would actually love to ask you specifically about adding women to the game because that is something new that they added this year. What have been some of your favorite items besides Alex Puteas and Caroline Graham-Hanson? Because I know as the meta's changed throughout the year, some have been really, really good, but a couple standouts that you could think of?
In the first month of competitive, I remember a lot of people used Rolfor as she had really all-round stats for a left back. For women, Mia Hamm's a great icon to use, again, for competitive. But in foot champs, you can use a lot of women. You don't have to use the meta. But I'd say them two or two more really good women.
I mean, I think as well, when you're playing at this level, right, you do need those points on the cards. You need the height. I understand how at a tournament like this, it's going to be a bit more restrictive than necessarily playing against a much wider pool at an event like DreamHack, for example, things like that, right? Case, from what my eyes can see, Jafonso's offense has been great. I mean, it felt like, look, it's 22 minutes of game plan, but I'm going to go 60, 65% possession, 4-5 shots on goal.
Yeah, I think
he's in control now.
This could be a 2-0, 3-0 scoreline if some of those other chances have gone in.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing about FC. You might have the XG, which is expected goals, of 3, and you might only have 1 goal, which can be very, very frustrating as a player. But at the end of the day, only some of the shots go into the back of the net, right?
Yeah, it's all about oh, big chance.
Oh, let's go.
Surely a goal.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, wait, are we supporting Jafonso here? I forget.
Yeah.
I predicted him to win.
We want him to win.
Okay,
we predicted him to
there
win.
we go.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm cheering for the right person.
Yeah, to be honest, he could be 3 or 4 up here. I feel like this has been domination. I don't think Manu's playing too bad. I think Jafonso is really good. I think he's definitely underrated, but I think obviously if he wins this tournament, he'll be up there.
Oh, yes. That looked like, is the goal denied? Is the score? Oh, it's a replay. It's a replay. Ignore me. You see, old man eyes channeling my loco at the moment.
That was an unfortunate deflection off of there. I feel like sometimes you get that unfortunate touch that goes directly to their striker.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes he probably didn't mean to do that, but obviously maybe if there's a bit of delay in the gameplay, you can take a touch that he doesn't take, and then he's passed it and it's gone into Jafonso. Obviously he didn't mean to do that.
Now, I'd love to talk about Jafonso a little bit more. He was the MLS champion. When, in your mind, did he come out that you expected him to perform at these heights? Because he actually did really, really well at the World Championships as well. But what about him as a player makes him so successful, specifically this year? Because he's only been around for a couple of years.
Yeah, so to be honest, I didn't expect him to get top 4 at the World Championship, but obviously when you get top 4 at a World Championship, you're going to be expected to do well at this one, especially when he's made it through the LQC, which is harder than maybe getting invited. I think he's just really well-rounded. He's a really good attacker and defender. I don't think he's specifically unbelievable in either, but he's just really well-rounded, which makes him tricky to beat because you can't score that many, and he's guaranteed to score a few.
Oh, it's great to watch this at the minute. Look, by the way, Manu Bashar is on a pretty aggressive play, but he can't hold on to the ball. Defense from Jafonso is off the wall. We're only going to be able to watch the first half with you, Goal Poacher. But I just want to quickly ask, out of interest, how much other esports tournaments, games, knowledge do you have, as a player actually have and have been able to watch or experience?
I don't keep up with too many more esports, but I really enjoy Rocket League, which I know hasn't been here yet. I don't think.
It's next week. Going to be happening next week. Yeah.
I really enjoy watching Rocket League. I feel like that for me is the more skilled esport, just because there's no luck about it. Everything's
Totally
you.
understand. I'll say this to you. It's not to be disrespectful, only because until you see a game like StarCraft, Case will be able to explain this a little bit more. The amount of information in the games that they. But what I love is this is the first time that FC, in my opinion, is next to so many other games like StarCraft, like Call of Duty. We've had Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's had a competitive scene that's over 30 years old, which I've watched most of. So it's great. Like, how does it feel for you as a player being at the Esports World Cup after, obviously, the World Championship was just in Berlin a couple of weeks ago, seeing the different games, seeing the different titles side by side?
It's really good for the scene, like, to have more huge tournaments like this, and obviously FC getting invited to this. Maybe it was a shock for some, so it's really good for the players. We just want more tournaments, so this is a huge event to be at, and obviously qualifying was a really good feeling. Yeah,
I'm so excited. Okay, look, last few minutes of gameplay, so Case, you can take this one away.
Amazing. Oh, we have a fast break for Jafo, and it doesn't quite go. He's had a lot of opportunities here. I think that, we might have a penalty situation. And we do! Oh my goodness. We absolutely called it. I mean, okay, so question for you. Other than Holland, who is the best person to put in that situation for a corner?
Oh, Wegos, the new card that came out a few weeks ago, is really good. Obviously, Hosselu, you're probably going to start him at right back. He can still win so many headers in the box. So those three are like the best in the air, without a doubt.
And how do you possibly defend, if anything? Or is it just impossible at this point?
I don't think it's that possible because you can go front post, the middle of the box, or back post. And you can move your keeper, but then they can just put it so front post that your keeper just runs out and doesn't collect it. You can try and mark it with a header, but he can just run behind you or in front of you. And you might just not even win the header, even if you're in front. So, like I said, I think they need patching. I think they're way too good. I don't think they're possible to stop, to be honest.
Would you say that moving the keeper is probably the most important part of defending a corner?
Yeah, but then, so if you move the keeper front post, he could just go back post, which happened to me in a couple games. And then vice versa if he goes back post.
Oh, I keep looking at this. Okay, last couple of minutes, and we will be cutting away pretty dramatically once the game ends. Can Manu Bashir come back from this position?
I don't think so. I think this game has been way too one-sided. Like, in my opinion, Jafonzo's shot selection hasn't been great. He could be 4 or 5 up.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening, personally.
Don't see it happening. Oh, man. Okay, this is very exciting. Then I'm going to put you on the spot. Jafonzo, he wins EWC FC title.
Yes, he's going to do it. I think he'll win this. He'll narrowly beat PH and then the finals are 50-50. But I think he'll do it as he just concedes.
We might have a comeback. We might have a comeback opportunity here. And he's not even scoring with Holland. He's scoring with Mbappe. So I like to see a little bit of variety.
He's playing it on hard mode. He's playing it on hard mode. Come on. I've seen Haaland's face so many times on this broadcast over the last 4 days. All right, the last minute or so of this first half will play out. We're going to start saying goodbye to you in just a second or two. One last question just about EWC and the event. Have you got a chance to see up the boulevard, do some sightseeing here and enjoy the nightlife?
So I've been practicing quite a lot in the night time, so the only 2 nights I've really had off are last night and tonight. I didn't go last night, but I'm going to definitely have a look around the boulevard tonight, as it, it's very beautiful.
Can I put a recommendation for you? There's a esports title here, a virtual reality one. You put the goggles on, you hold the gun, and you basically play Call of Duty, but in real life. No backpack, no piece, you just run around and shoot people. You have to give it a bash.
I will, I'll try it.
Absolutely
That sounds good.
Oh, Manu Bashir, can he score this again? Make this exciting. Oh, come on. It's the last minute of overtime. Oh! Okay, Case, where can we watch the rest of this game?
Twitch.tv/E.
Come on, nail it, let's go.
EWC_gold.
That is the correct one. Just one last thing, just before you go, I'm going to ask you to sign this on your way out.
No problem.
Can you give a shout out to fans, to viewers, to your org, camera number 1, whatever comes from the heart?
Yeah, shout out to, first of all, Montpellier for signing me just for the World Cup. I'm signed for the next season as well, so I'll be playing in the French League, which I'm very excited to be playing in. Shout out to everyone that's watched me, from Insta, from Twitter or whatever. Really appreciate it. Obviously, we couldn't get the job done this year, but next year we will, I promise you.
Jack, you are an incredibly well-spoken man, goal poacher. Best of luck at the rest of the tournament. It is still an accomplishment to be part of this entire event. We're going to quickly check in with the rest of that game before we begin to wrap up for the end of the show. So let's turn our attention to Kiddie Arena.
And the game is well and truly back on. There was moments in that, Rich, where we could have been going into half-time and he was 4 or 5-0 down. Suddenly, you're absolutely right to say that. A bit of fortune and a mistake. Manu Bashir is only 1 goal behind, and I said 9.5 so long. How about scoring 2 goals in 5 in-game minutes? There's still 45 left to play.
I'll be really, really intrigued to see how this second half gets underway. Jafonso was the much better player for the first 45. However, the scoreline doesn't really reflect that. Now, Manu, little bit of confidence. What can he get going? As I say that, he tries to pass out of the back and it's intercepted.
Can Jafonso punish him straight off the restart here? He does well, just to wait for a tackle.
Welcome back to EWC Central. Obviously, those quarterfinals at EAFC are getting very exciting and heating up. We will talk about those in just a moment, but it is the last few moments of our broadcast. So it is time for the EWC Catch-Up powered by STC. We are going to start with the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 quarterfinal where FaZe up! It happened. I called it. KT, talk to me about the bracket.
I've never been happier to be wrong on all fronts. My predictions are blown out of the water, and that's great. To Atlanta FaZe after what was a completely blowout map 1 in Optic's favor. That pissed FaZe off something fierce because they came back, they 6-1'd them on the search, they 3-1'd them on the control, and then they blew Optic out of the water on a hardpoint map that FaZe historically has been horrific on and Optic has been very, very good on.
Okay, so 100 Thieves have already pulled off the upset, taking down Toronto Ultra. It was great hearing from Theory as well and just kind of validating everything that we've been talking about on our show. So great job, Katie. Just very quick question before we move on. Do you think that key crush of Optic's key being destroyed will be relished by Atlanta FaZe?
I think for their own mental, it's going to be very satisfying to just remind themselves why they're one of the best teams.
That's the most political correct. So yes, they're going to love every second.
If it had been Toronto, maybe
Obviously, the second semifinal is live right now with 100 Thieves taking on Vancouver Surge. We'll tell you where to watch that in a moment. Let's quickly look at the EAFC playoffs bracket. I have not a lot to share. We just started that game, and Case, you have been the best sport all week long. But hype up a little bit for what's going to be coming for the rest of the evening.
No, we have 6 more fantastic matches coming up. Starting off with the quarterfinals into the semifinals, and we will be crowning a champion tonight. There are plenty of more opportunities to watch so much good virtual football. Maybe Jafonso will win, but maybe your Mark 11 will win. We'll
listen, at this point in time, I think I should need to give up on the hopes and dreams. Aussie.
Wait,
no.
who should I root for? I'll root for someone. Just tell me who.
Jafonso.
Who? Go for Piagazine.
Can you not?
Piagazine?
Can you
All right.
not? She's literally just picked my
That's who Mark 11's going
That's
against.
my rival.
We're going to smoke you. Watch out.
Let's turn our attention to StarCraft 2. The Final 4 became a Final 2, and the Grand Finals in the Elite Fours have... yes! Key crushing! Okay, what are we reading on Clem's face?
I don't think Clem is going to give you much of a bad-mannered expression or anything like that. He's mostly just intimidated by the machine.
He looks so amazed.
He looks a little afraid, if anything.
You should be.
He's such a nice person.
I mean, it is a pneumatic press. Oh, okay, so he's already stepped it off. Oh!
This is such a StarCraft moment from what I've learned this weekend.
Very quickly, the finals are Clem versus Serral.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of the gameplay? Has it started just yet?
I think it's actually beginning right about right now. I mean...
Right about now?
Yeah, the semifinals have been very one-sided. We've had 4 zeros all around, but I think that the finals is going to be...
And thank you so much to the production team. Oh, by the way, you could see those gigantic smiles through the glass. Atlanta FaZe. There we go. Eric, that was for you. Thank you for taking the time and joining our show. Optic, maybe if you joined our show, we could not have cursed you. That does it for EWC Catch-Up, powered by SDC. Now, as we are closing out the night, let's check out the best moments and our 3 best Kidia plays of the day. Coming in at number 3, I would have voted for this one higher. It's Haaland with the bicycle kick.
Yes, this is Jafonso with Haaland. I mean, it's going to be the one and only Norwegian from Manchester City, but it was a penalty situation, so they're not that difficult to score. But it did look pretty, didn't
You hold
it?
L2, right?
Dude, so
L2
good.
to do the fancy kick.
Oh,
Exactly.
so
There we go.
Do you know, my brain told me, but that was a corner kick. I'm like, that's how I know I'm tired. We're moving on. Kidia play number 2 of the day comes from StarCraft 2. It's Clem demolishing Hero to make it into the StarCraft finals. I didn't catch this one, so what was happening here?
I don't think I actually caught it live either as it was happening because
you were on the show. You were
right
on the
over
show,
here. But it looks like Hero decided to just go for what seems to be an all-in. He decided to build some structures on the other side of the map, which is a very committed play. And, well, Clem is just looking pretty much unbeatable. Look how happy he is as well. He gets to crush the key of the opponent. That was a little intimidating maybe, but...
I'm really enjoying Clem's win moments. They are so endearing. Like...
He's very wholesome.
He just looks like such a nice young brother. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how else to say it. Your number one Kidia play of the day also comes, this is coming from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. It is Atlanta FaZe eliminating the reigning CDL champions 3-1. Katie Bedford.
I am just delighted, and Optic, a phenomenal, phenomenal team, but FaZe on fire today, trying to disprove the Sunday tradition they've cultivated, and they just looked absolutely impeccable. Maps 2 through 4, but Optic truly an incredible team, the winners of champs this year. An amazing match between two excellent teams, but I'm quite happy FaZe won and that my predictions are dead in the water.
Oh, unbelievable play. Huge reactions. I love seeing the FaZe pop-offs. Frankly, sometimes I think they're a bit much, but I don't care. I relish those moments. So that does it for Kidia Play of the Days. I get a little nervous when I don't know what's coming, but my producers have a sentence that says, we have one bonus play that unfortunately didn't make the cut. Oh, this is me losing FC. That's my guess. No!
Oh, this is Ian!
Yes! Oh! No!
Is he okay?
Oh my word! Is that Gaskin?
It's Gaskin.
That was Gaskin.
Yes, that is Dan Gaskin.
Play of the day.
I thought they were on concrete for a second. I wasn't looking at the floor. I was like,
excuse me. Listen, that carpet's not particularly strong.
No, that hurt.
And we get the replay.
Did he actually hit the ball? Did he touch it?
No! Well, listen, that is why, Dan Gaskin, it is never coming home, bro.
Oh, ouch.
Also true, though, to be fair. Ian Chambers is right behind him, the whole representative, too. Okay, that was great. That was a fantastic clip. Well done, production team. We're going to do one more time. Let's do this one more time. The EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, in case you missed it, at the beginning of the broadcast, we spent a fair amount of time talking about Team Falcons. They have won the EWC Club Championship. They have won $7 million, and no club can mathematically catch them. So now the race has become the fight for second place. Team Liquid have extended their lead from the last time we looked at this table because of the fact that Clem has advanced to the finals. It has bumped Team Liquid's score to 2,145 points, and they are turning out to be the front runner for second place. And a measly $4 million in the club championship. And for the first time in 7 weeks of competition, FaZe has entered my beautiful graphic by reaching the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 finals. They are now sitting at 720 points. They can extend that placement and climb even higher if they manage to win it all. We will keep you updated next week when we return, because our broadcast is coming to an end. And that does it for the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, of course, we are going to take a quick flyby around the world here at the Boulevard City Esports World Cup Championship Sunday. The finals are underway for Starcraft 2, as well as the semifinals in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and only the quarterfinals have just begun in our 9-minute halves for EAFC. Let's start by turning our attention to the Kidia Arena, in case this may be your last chance to talk about it live. Jafonzo, 6-2 up.
Oh my goodness. I mean, my prediction is playing out very correct as of right now. A 6-2 victory. It's looking like over Team Hullet, Team Liquid's Mano Bashore. I mean, I think it's just playing out in his favor.
Can we blame Wesley for cursing him earlier? And also, can you give me a brief thing? How exciting was it for you to be on the sofa and to take photos with Wesley?
It was so amazing because my football brain was just exploding. It was so exciting, especially because you've played with that item in the virtual pitch and then to meet him in person.
Can I give you a huge compliment, by the way? We knew that Wesley was coming relatively soon before the broadcast. You dropped some knowledge bombs to the point that I embarrassed Case by saying, please apologize. Please forgive my American co-host. She dropped so much knowledge that he just was like, Damn.
Thank you.
Anyways, that was awesome. Obviously, you can continue watching EAFC at EWC Gold. It is in the bottom of your screen. We are going to take a quick look in the other arenas if the games are ongoing. But I think we'll talk a little bit about the semi-final for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 next. 100 Thieves taking on the Surge. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, not necessarily a blowout map one, but 100 Thieves able to comfortably take the first hardpoint over Surge. So certainly more to come, but it could potentially be a FaZe 100T matchup in the final.
What I will say about this as well is, as far as the StarCraft 2 and the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 arenas are concerned, games are not live. So I'm going to quickly give one last shout out here for the finals. It's a best of, what, 9 now?
Yeah, we've always done best of 7s in StarCraft 2, but now that we, since this year, for the very first time, have a 9-map map pool, apparently we're doing
So just play all 9, right?
Yes,
TVZ,
so usually you get the veto maps, and I guess now they're just picking order
does
instead.
Clem actually do it again? He 3-0'd Serral. It's the first 3-0 in over a year.
5-0.
Definitely not a 5-0, no way. You know what? I actually believe he can do it. I think it's such an easy thing to say that Serral wins it. However, I've been incredibly impressed by Clem. It's a really good map pool for Terran. Normally, there's a couple of maps that Zerx will veto immediately. He doesn't have that option this time around. I'm going to say like a 5-3 maybe?
Well, okay, 5-3 for Clem. Let's see if that pans out. I want to do this. Normally, at the end of a show on a Sunday, I traditionally will ask my guests to say goodbye, and I'll have the final word. I will be saying the final sentence, but I want to start the goodbyes tonight by saying that this is the first group of guests that I've had on the show that have sincerely made me feel guilty about being mean and trying to have fun.
Yes, I did it.
There is something about this collection that has broken through and melted my cold, dead, jaded heart. And for that, I would like to ensure that you all say this on camera. I apologize for being mean specifically to Simon.
No, that's all good, man. It's been,
I've
I've had such a good time here. It's been so,
I've had a blast. I will say this as well, because I have denied Case so much EAFC footage. This will be the last clip in before I ask everyone to say their goodbyes. Jafonzo has won the game and eliminated Manu Bashore. He advances to the semifinals, where he's waiting for my boy Mark to advance and take him out.
I mean, we'll see about that, because Biagazine is going to be coming into that match very, very strong. But no, I honestly do expect Jafonzo to go all the way.
I will just say this. I'm going to start from left to right. We will end with FC, as we always do. Loco, what are you going to be doing for the rest of the evening? And goodbye. Thank you for joining the show.
Now, I'm going to be watching StarCraft. I'm actually getting a little bit excited for this finals as well. I'm getting a little bit giddy. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play out, but yeah, it's been an absolute blast. Thank you very much for hosting. I'm also happy to learn so much about Call of Duty and about EFC. I wasn't entirely sure what that was going to be like, but I'm actually excited to watch those games too.
Football Finals Best of 9 are my favorites.
Yeah, I know. What maps are they going to play on?
That's awesome. Yes.
I am adjusting my 11-player EAFC lineup, and I would have your footy cards in my lineup. I want you to know
Do I
that.
get the
It's
pink
been
background?
so much fun. Yes.
Nice.
I mean, I know that I now would be a Zerg.
Yes! You said they were disgusting and gross.
I like it. I actually like it because I like to be different, and they seem like a different one. So, and I also am now a fan of 100 Thieves because they are making now fun runs. So I now have new teams to root for outside of football.
You're thinking Thieves.
I'm thinking, and I now know not to call it 100 Thieves.
Yes.
Because it is 100.
Me too. I didn't know that either.
Okay, for one last time, you can keep watching those games at twitch.tv/EWC_black.
EWC_white.
Gold.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. Congratulations for Team Falcons on that club championship win on behalf of myself, the entire broadcast team, who are exceeding expectations every single week. You guys don't see them. They're behind the cameras. They are badass at what they do. We will be back for the final week next week for the EWC conclusion and closing ceremony. Good night. I love you. Oh, we start at 4 next week. I'm so sorry. I just read the words. EWC Central starts at 4 local time. Stop screaming, Trevor. Good night. We love you. We'll see you next time.
expecting anything to come from it. So if I just play it here, he plays it short into Konate, and as you can see already, Jafonzo is pressing. Now, you just keep playing here. There's no press on here. He's played the ball, but as you can see right here, if I just highlight that, Jafonzo has highlighted Mbappe, which means I want to go and get the ball.
And I always look at these with risk to reward. In an ideal circumstance, you'd like to always take a gamble when your opposition's trying to build up from the back, because if you get a takeaway, you create a 2-on-1 opportunity. Like I know what's coming next. We just watched this one back. I got an idea.
And I don't know if this is as much of a mistake from Bashore as it is good press from Jafonzo. So if we just play now, Bashore thinks he's going to get a turn with Van Dijk and play the pass out into midfield, but that does not happen because he's pressed here with Mbappe. And then once he gets forward with Mbappe, it's a 2-on-2. He has Ronaldo up here, and as we play right now, bang, here we go. It's a 2-on-1.
But there's something extra here. There's something nice. It's not all said and done. It looks easy, but then what does he add in? What does he sprinkle at the end?
It's the player lock, one of my favorite mechanics on the game. So if you see above Mbappe's head, he's activated it. But if I just slowly go forward, he's now switched to R9.
And now it's that game, we always talk about the bait and switch or the cat and mouse, or you're going to make that defender have to make a decision.
Yeah, so as a centre-back, I actually don't know how you defend this. I think there's a bit of luck, but Jafonzo, as I've said before, he is clinical. He pushes Mbappe, but because he's got the player lock, he's activated it. He's now one-on-one with the goalkeeper. But this is not just a standard goal because Bashore is doing goalkeeper movement as well. So he gets through, he waits and takes his time, and he scores, and he takes the 2-goal lead. But we have some more games coming, so make sure you are here after the break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
stage here with Manu Bachori. He just came off of the main stage. Unfortunately, Manu, this ends your journey at the Esports World Cup. But two things I want to say before I ask him is what a good sport for doing an interview right after. Thank you. And what a performance from you. Up and down the whole tournament, you made it back to be here today, and you won 50K. How are you feeling?
Disappointed, honestly. As you said, up and down, and it's just the problem this tournament is that it wasn't just constantly up, and the downs were just too low, and then you get punished. I felt also like maybe, I don't know, it felt like things weren't right when I was playing, but yeah, of course, that's no excuse. He played better than me and deserved a victory.
So Manu, what's next for you for next season of FC? Does this end your season? Is it vacation time now?
Yeah, right now there's it's just waiting on 25 to drop, and yeah, hopefully next season we'll be back competing for titles again.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for doing this interview. Congratulations for making it until this point to Championship Sunday. Like I said, 50K in the bag. He made it to the quarterfinals. Commiserations to you, and best of luck next season. Thank you.
Well, here we go then, our second quarter final. It's that man, PH Zin, taking on the man behind him. They're entering the arena together, Mark 11. This is a bit too cozy for my liking in a quarter-final matchup here. They look like they're best buddies here, guys. It's about to change, isn't it, when they get in the Giddy Arena on that stage for these two?
Maybe they're doing it on purpose. Take it easy with friendly. As soon as the game kicks off, that's out of the window.
These two, Mike, as well, pretty even Stevens in terms of what they've achieved so far. Both got 5 wins out of 7 in all those round robin fixtures. So can't really call it on the form here, but this is a different stage today, isn't it?
I was going to say, the stage is set, and we don't have any confirmation of stage work from the likes of Mark.
No.
Not saying that will be a disadvantage. I just haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
That's not something that's going to phase him, though. We had his team manager, Denman, on yesterday, and he actually went to me, are all the quarterfinalists playing on the big stage? I said, yeah, why? He said, oh, because Mark wants to go on it. So the fact that he's asking if he's getting up there, he really wanted to be on this stage, and he gets a shot now.
I don't doubt that. I just know that I'd rather be ahead on the stage than behind having to chase a game. You feel the moments when you're sitting across from each other versus being in the secondary competitive area where it maybe feels a little more relaxed. This is every time you have a bad beat, you hit the post, the ball doesn't bounce your way, you name it, you start to question, maybe it's not my day.
It's the quarterfinal as well, though, so it's kind of chucked in the deep end a little bit, isn't he? But listen, there's no room for excuses, and he's been on the big stage before.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can have a look at past matches where these two have played, and actually it was a semi-final of the World Cup here in Saudi last year. Mark got the better of PHN on that occasion. What do you guys at home think will happen this year? Cast your votes right now, stcplay.gg. Let us know what you think. You were pretty wrong last time, weren't you, most of you? Majority of you there, 59% of you said Manny Bashir. It wasn't to be in the end. You did as well. This one, guys, are we going to look at past results and they're going to determine this fixture? Mark coming out on top, or do you think it's going to go a different way?
Even though I kind of built the fact that we haven't seen Mark on the stage, I feel like I'm tired of the lack of respect that he receives. I'm going for Mark today to forge the upset because I believe the chat is going to favor PHN. We'll see. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Gorilla?
Mark had a very good group stage, and as you said, it's his first time on main stage, but mentally he does have that win over PHN, so do you know what? I'm going to go different to Mike. I'm going to go PHN.
Smart move. Smart move.
And they also now know who they're going to face as well. Jafo, who looked very deadly out there. 6-2 over Manu. Well, the time is now for this one, isn't it? Who's it going to be? Mark 11 or PH Zin to join Jafo in that semi-final? Let's get to it.
The first quarter-final here in the Gidea Arena, which saw Jafo through to the semis. And what a performance from him. I spoke to him afterwards. Milos, you helped crush the key of Manu. I mean, Jafo, a confident guy right now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he looked at when we were crushing that key also, just coming in. He knows what to do. There's not much to explain. The man came in. And if you ask me, Nicole, it's clear. You make it to semifinals, there's a lot more of that secret sauce from what we just saw on stage. So I absolutely cannot wait to see Jafo back again.
Me too. Okay, shall we get our second quarter-final started? Let's get the players out. Introducing PH Zin, representing Al-Ula. Finishing second in Group B after an impressive group stage. The Brazilian has done it all in South America. He is a winner, but can he win this quarter-final? Can he handle the pressure?
And his opponent, representing Footwiz, Mark 11! The best from Australia hits the EWC main stage for the first time this week. He's been plenty busy though, hitting the top 3 in Group A to skip the Resurrection stage, having the perfect balance of offense and defense. Will he keep his cool against the man he beat last year on the world stage?
Okay, guys, if you come in here, please, PHN, come on in. Do you have any final words before the game starts?
No, it's just I feel so ready and confident, and I'm ready for this moment.
May the best man win. Just so happens that might be you today. Who knows? Well, I think that's the hope for either one of our players. Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Go ahead.
Good luck. You know what, Milos, this is the first time that we have seen Mark on the big stage. I mean, the crowd is loud, as you can probably hear, so it'll be interesting to see how he does.
Crazy things have happened here. We'll see how it all shapes up in the game itself and on the pitch. Nicole, let's get this day started. Back again for Game 2 with our commentators.
Well, these two quite simply couldn't be more evenly matched. When you look at the group performances, Mark 11, 5 wins, 2 losses, 28 goals scored, 20 conceded, plus 8 goal difference, 15 points. PH Zin, 5 wins, 2 losses, 28 goals scored, 20 conceded, 15 points. Statistically, Ryan Pessoa, this is the best game of the quarterfinals. Will it live up to the stats? The audience pretty even as well in their predictions at home.
Yep. Can I ask you for a prediction early on?
No. You can. I'm just... Do you know what? Yeah, Mark 11.
I'm with you. I don't know.
I think it's Mark's time.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Mark 11's played extremely well. The only drawback is that we've not got to see him on the main stage. I think as a player, you obviously want to play as frequently as possible. Maybe that could work against him. The crowd element, of course, is sitting directly opposite your opponent. P8 Zin, it's a rematch from last year where Mark 11 came out on top. So mentally, I think it favors Mark 11 ever so slightly as well.
The two players behind them as well. You got Denman in the ear of Mark. On the other side of the stage, one of the greatest minds in the game. Now, swapped out Ajax for Al-Ahua. And such an impressive move for Saudi FC, really.
Massive move. Probably one of the best players we've seen throughout the last couple of years in the ecosystem. And I'm just excited to get going. I think for P8 Zin, a lot of expectations stemmed from his performances at the FC Pro Open earlier on this season. And of course, he's come on since then. I would say underperformed at the World Championship.
Massively, he got grouped.
Yeah, exactly, so.
Both players.
Yeah, but I think for Mark, my expectation for Mark was slightly lower because of the FC Pro Open.
Okay.
I think he didn't perform well there as well. He's shy to admit that himself. But if you base it off of that.
Both players had to win domestic leagues in order to progress their season. When you look at Mark down in Australia, had to reset the bracket. I remember actually watching that game because we were in Spain for the FC Pro La Liga right at the same time, and we had time difference lined up. It was nice. I managed to watch one and then commentate one. On the other side of it, P8 Zin, he's won something really every year he's competed, whether it's a Commonwealth Libertadores title, whether it's national glory with Brazil in back-to-back years, which was unprecedented really this year, FC Pro Open. But you do have to say, E-Champions League, we expected more. Him losing, I believe it was to Montaxa, which he was great in like the first half of that game and sort of just fell away.
Was blistering.
So it's not been, he's not gone up to the highs of that FC Pro Open win. If he was to beat Mark 11 in this game, he sets up a semi-final with Jafonzo. That bottom half of the bracket as well, tantalising. Anders versus Young in a rematch. And then Nicholas versus fan favourite Abu Maka. That's to come. Let's get into the present. So we P8 Zin, kicking from left to right, all in white. And in that footwidth strip from right to left will be Mike 11, Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa to guide you through your second quarter-final of the Esports World Cup EAFC 24. Not really got your opinion, Ryan, of that first game we saw. Jafonzo, dominant victory. What you expected, or were you a little bit surprised?
I would say slightly surprised, just based off of... Hold on a minute. Could be seeing our first chance. Based off of Manu's performance yesterday, the last game we saw was his demolition of Matthias Banana, one of the best defenders in the scene, and he made it look easy. So I expected a Manu of old, where he's won a World Championship before here in Saudi Arabia. But Jafonzo looks unbelievable. He does. To be honest, he looks sensational.
He looks like the man to beat right now.
Absolutely.
Mike 11 comes forward. Erling Haaland linking into Kevin De Bruyne. He loves that De Bruyne item in the middle of his three in midfield. I mean, he's got everything you want when it comes to passing play styles. He can play it in the air, he can play it on the floor, or with a pinged pass into feet. Could be a chance here for P8 Zin. Haaland pulls away and dinks it in to the back post. Kai Havertz picking it up. Maybe not where he was situated originally, but he will continue to recycle. The reverse elastic goal from CR7 is beautiful.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I thought there was a slight mistake there when he dinked it to the back post. To Havertz had to recycle it, kept finding little areas where maybe he could have punched it to a striker and turned for a step over or a reverse elastico, and it came just here. Havertz, goalkeeper movement, done nothing, into CR7, reverse elastico, the little toe poke.
We've not seen a lot of skills.
We don't. I was saying this, and genuinely, I said this about 20 minutes ago. It's very rare. The only things we're seeing are step overs.
A lot of people getting the ball there and then shooting first time.
Yeah.
And I did think that, like, in previous iterations or even earlier on in the year, a little McGeady cancel in the box to open some space.
It's very rare.
Yeah. Mike getting accustomed to the main stage. First time he's played on there, believe it or not. All these games are taking place behind the scenes, but he is struggling to get used to that. Main stage right now, he's 1-0, and it could be 2 as Mbappe takes the strike. No skill move on that occasion.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of space there with Haaland, CR7 and Mbappe sort of just occupying the both centre-backs, just the gaps in between them.
Surprised by no R9?
I genuinely just realised, I'm thinking, who's missing for CR7? Yeah, it's a personal preference, of course, but I think R9 for a lot of players would be a staple player in the team.
Well, he does like Cristiano, and he also likes Erling Haaland. Does PH Zin. He was trying to turn into an assist maker right there, playing Saka inside the box, and the other side, Saka here now for Mark 11, just getting a foot on the ball and finding his way into this game. It's not the worst thing to concede early when you've got 9-minute halves. It used to be a little bit more catastrophic when it was 6, especially if it was a single limb game and you weren't playing 2 legs. Michael Levin comes forward here. First chance of the game for him. R9 is used, and we talked about a McGeady cancel. There it is inside the box.
Love the skill moves. Love the step overs as well for Mark. Very explosive in dangerous areas.
That's a lovely ball. It's bring Kai Havertz into play. Cuts it back to Mbappe. Surprised that we didn't try and recycle it first time onto the edge. Haaland making moves off the ball. Just trying to recycle and pick a gap as Petr Cech called into action.
It's so patient. So patient. Corner though.
Haaland's up at the near post, and it's a combination of goalkeeper and defender on the line to stop it. That one you're not going to get anywhere near as Haaland rises highest and puts PH Zin into a 2-goal lead.
The corner there, I don't think there's too much to dissect, but the build-up that led to the shot, I mentioned being patient. He seems to just pick passes in and around the area where Mark, it seems quite open. And I know what you're saying, it's very strange that PH Zin, I think he understands and realizes that because he's not punching the ball straight forward. He's waiting,
taking a little bit of time.
Dissecting him, taking time to pick the right passes, and it's causing Mark to rush quite a bit defensively.
Very similar sort of play style to what Abu Maka was doing yesterday, where he's a little bit more methodical in and around the box.
Yeah.
Let's see what Mark can get back into this game. Trailing by 2 at the moment, 20 minutes on the clock.
It's good press there.
He's not been rewarded.
Deserve to retrieve possession. Here's the space we're talking about. CR7 running into it, just backing off with Van Dijk.
That rapid plus activates, and we were talking about Cristiano Ronaldo over the course of the last couple of days, where he's not always a fan favourite, he's not always a pros favourite in the team, but he still is special.
Yeah.
It's taken him a long time to get up to being usable this year, and it might do next year as well. However, now he has got that item, he's more than viable.
This is quick now. This is the regular PH Zin I'm used to and accustomed to this season. Quick passing, and it's like he just upped the gears a little bit in and around the area. Just the first time passes.
Saka around the corner to Mbappe. Cuts it back to Saka. One more to Hullet. Good goalkeeper movement from Mark to get Cech across. And Ronaldo is offside. A pause coming in.
It's needed. A pause is needed. Mark 11's holding on for dear life. PH Zin.
This is very similar to the One-Taxa game, though.
I was genuinely just about to say that, picking him apart, but I've seen, and we both have seen it this season, he's done the same. He starts off very well first 35 minutes, and then the last
if you can't go 5 up or 4 or 5 up.
Yeah. And
I think, just thinking back to that Anders game, what Anders did so well, whenever PH Zin scored, Anders scored.
Yeah.
And it was a constant reminder that I'm in this game and I'm chasing you, One-Taxa just shut him down in the second half. They're the 2 games that spring to mind right now of something similar to what we're seeing at the moment.
So one thing I think is a little bit different with his build-up is that he's changing like the tempo of his attacks. The first 20 minutes, the first time he got those 2 goals, it was when he got around the area, he waited for positional play, like his players to get in the right positions, to play the right passes, slowed it down a little bit. But then those last couple moments there, just quick, snappy passes. So Mark sort of caught off guard a little bit. But we always say, when you're on the ascendancy, you have to make it count. You need to score goals and
when you're playing well, You have to score.
Yeah.
If you have periods of play, you're not going to play. No one plays well for 90 minutes straight. Even
there are games you suffer. You have to.
And PhD will suffer at some point in this game. Mark will put him under pressure. The question is, at what score will Footways Mark step on the gas? Because if it's 3 or 4, or maybe even 5, it could be a bridge too far. But for the first 26 minutes, it's been one-way traffic. It was a good pause, in your opinion?
Absolutely. I think in those moments, it's where the coach is very important, and self-recognition as well as realizing that you're not playing at your peak capacity here. Mark pushing forward, though.
There is Ruud Gullit getting into the box, shoots at the near post, and does find himself a corner. Haaland will pull to the near post. It's a flick-on header, and Petr Cech just about does enough. Haaland again in the near post. Ronaldo offered up, and he's done well.
Oh, that's a risky step over there. I thought as if maybe Peterson should have slowed it down a little bit, waited for support. Mark can get possession. I think that shot with Gullit there was genuinely just to try and earn a corner there.
Mark giving the ball away, and then I think realising that he has to try and win it back quickly, given the foul. PhD will play through it. You just look at the radar at the bottom of the screen, that right back in acres of space. Havertz wins a flick on Mbappe, just went too early. Stones with a couple of step overs to create some space between him and Bukayo Saka, and will try and fire that ball into a dangerous area. Kevin De Bruyne into Saka. Havertz bullies Mbappe out the way, but can't quite keep hold of the ball. She's got a little bit scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah. Pearson does finally manage to get possession back there. Triggered run is so important there. See, he's triggered CR7 as well. He's triggering Haaland. Goes for the finesse. It's an important save.
So going to be an in-swinger in towards Erling Haaland. Keeper has moved a little bit, and unconvincingly Petr Cech just about did enough, but the delivery coming now from Kevin De Bruyne. Dead ball plus activated. It's in on the head.
What? Off the line, I think.
And Kevin De Bruyne offensively has just about pulled something out. Haaland will be up for the header. Check again. This feels ominous.
It's a moment. I feel like it's coming.
He switched it up. He's on Kanate on this occasion.
Yeah, he got blocked as well when turning. Good press there, 2-on-1. And the last bit of defending there from Mark 11, but
since the pause, the game's been quite scrappy.
Yeah, to be honest, he's played better since the pause, but I still think it's below the Mark 11 levels that we saw in the last couple of days, particularly day 1 and day 2 in the group stages.
Mark did actually lose that first game too young, and since then has won 6 in a row. Could be a chance here for PhD. Good interception.
Yep, had to switch there to Kanate to try and manually read the passing lane there.
5 in a row, apologies. He did suffer a defeat in round 7 to Jafonzo, but the group had already sort of taken shape. Jafonzo waited in the semi-final for one of these two. As it stands right now, PhD will be meeting him. Kevin De Bruyne spreading the play. Haaland will take the space. It's patient, and in the end, it's a finesse shot into a crowd of black shirts.
Goal before half-time doing the world of good. 1 minute added on here. Obviously, he has to go forward. Just look at the bottom side. There it is. It's Havertz in open space. Just about keeps it on as well.
Lovely pass into Mbappe's feet. Havertz taking it over again. Cuts it back. Ruud Gullit could be a chance on the edge. PhD defensively marshalled well, and that will do us for half-time. It looked dangerous for Mark 11 after the first 26 minutes. Since that pause came in, not a lot has happened. A lot of probing on the edge of the box and quite a lot of half chances, but nothing clear cut.
It feels like Petersen's very comfortable in defending Mark 11. We've not really seen the step overs or the skill moves from Mark in important areas. He seems frustrated as well, but I think they can take solace in the fact that he hasn't played up to his level. Petersen's played extremely well, yet he's only down by 2 with the second half to go. So there's time.
Yeah.
But Petersen can put his foot down a little bit more and create a few more chances. We know that he's very comfortable in keeping possession in important areas, forcing his opponent into mistakes and breaking them apart when they try to go forward.
We're allowed a pretty lengthy break at half-time. Get the information on. Prepare yourself. More importantly, keep the hands warm, as PHN is doing right now. It is very hot outside, but actually in that arena, it's a little bit chilly.
I wonder what Demo will be saying to Mark 11 as well. Telling him to keep his cool and sort of just trusting his ability around the area. I think Mark 11 for me, his selling point in his where the majority of the quality comes from is his attacking play. We haven't seen that at all. And I think the moment it clicks, and hopefully for his sake it clicks as soon as possible.
One could become 2 very quickly.
Yeah. That's where it sort of feeds into our conversation earlier about when Petersen is on top, he needs to make it count, because I don't think you're going to find many situations where Mark 11 doesn't score.
Mark coming forward. Rudhull is the linchpin at that midfield, just trying to push the ball through him. He's won the ball back well. Through killing Mbappe. A little play lock fake, ever so quick. It's going to fall Mark's way. Hullet on the edge. Couple of step overs, takes the space. Could have actually taken another touch. Petr Cech called into action. Corner's played in quick. Haaland's up. And again, Cech forced into action.
Big save. Bright start from Mark there, but he done very well with Hullet. As you mentioned, I think he could have taken another touch there, but he knows that Petersen would move the keeper for the finesse shot, turn, step over it into space, but maybe a little bit more composure and he could have scored.
Promising first 5 minutes, more in the first 5 in the second half than what Mark showed in the entire 45 in the first. So he will feel the confidence growing right now. The Aussie representing an entire continent.
Great
Mbappe looking towards the back post. Couldn't quite manufacture a chance there, even though he's playing well. PHN, you would say, still looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think the player lock cancels are doing extremely well in forcing Petersen to defend in a way that he has to either predict and try and cut the pass in or be aggressive and step. Petersen on the attack though.
It was a lovely ball roll out wide. Havertz taking it to the byline, cuts it back.
Oh my goodness.
That could have been dangerous. .55 minutes on the clock. 2-0, could become 3 as CR7 finesses home. PHN is cruising towards a semi-final.
Just stem from, I think Mark and then be frustrated that the keeper kicked it out for the throw on, but it was well worked from Petersen. Took the space with Saka down the line there, plays it into Haaland, turn back with CR7, despite he trying to just shimmy across with Konate to try and block it. When you've got finesse shot plus,
it always favours the attacker.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think for that case, it worked perfectly for Petersen. 3-0 to the good as well, and as I said, when Petersen takes the lead by more than a 2-goal lead, I would say he's happy to keep possession.
I think it might have been Alex B last year when we were in Riyadh. He kept on going on about throw-ins are one of the biggest skill gaps in FC. Mbappe just runs it into the hands of Petr Cech. And sometimes if you're just not switched on from a throw-in, 3 passes later, it can end up in the back of the net. Mark's going to have to deploy that higher line and try and press PHN into submission. However, the Brazilians been there, done that He's got a trophy cabinet jam-packed to show his worth. R9 with a finesse. Haaland will pick it up on the edge of the box. The ball just ricocheting around. It's like a pinball machine right now. Edge of the box. Hullet. Finesse. Good block from Kevin De Bruyne. Haaland shrugs Saka out the way, but Saka for PHG might just keep hold of it.
His defense seems so structured in every moment. He's choosing the moments to step forward as well. If he does, his second man press for PHG is very, very efficient and effective in those areas too.
It's been a solid performance. A CR7, La Croqueta into the shots. PHG versus Jafonzo. That's what you got to look forward to in your semi-final.
Yeah, two players that have shown their levels today. They look flawless, both of them. And I think it's a mountain to climb for Mark 11 and Footwiz in this game, especially against somebody that's got vengeance on their mind as well. PHG won't forget last year. He'll remember he'll have this game and be looking forward to it. Just haverts towards the byline, just a little dribbling towards the goalkeeper. La Croqueta cancelled into the shot with CR7. Keeper commits. Van Dijk doesn't block it off the line, and it's 4-0 for PHG in the quarterfinal against Mark 11.
We said on paper it was one of the closest games. PHG, with 67 minutes on the clock, has ripped that paper up.
I just sort of think the inexperience as well of not playing on the main stage.
It's big.
It's a massive thing, and I think people at home might really understand it, but it's just that you're playing at a different setup. You have to understand the connection's different as well. You're playing in front of a large audience, the crowd.
It is a big difference, and I think there's been people coming out once they've been eliminated who's put certain things down to that, as well as poor performances themselves, but it is certainly a factor.
Goal here from Mark could maybe bring him back into it and give him that lease of hope he needs.
De Bruyne driven into R9. Twisting, turning, trying to create something. So a little glimpse of Wesley Schneider there in the audience, enjoying what he's seeing. Pause has been queued with 15 left to play. The amount of interceptions in that area that PHG has got, just blocks or players sticking the leg out and winning the ball back, has been insane.
I think one thing I've noticed as well, he's very happy in running Mbappe or CR7 back to try and cut the lane, so it forces Mark to try and recycle and switch the play again and try and find an opening, but there aren't many opportunities for him to do that.
Kevin De Bruyne on the edge, into Haaland. Again, De Bruyne.
Huge tackle there.
And then the runners come forward. Haaland leading the charge for PHG. You have to wonder if that pause will even come through. Saka for Mark. It's just not been his day.
Yeah, that sums it up, really. I'll be honest. Get the rub of the green and it still doesn't fall in your favour completely.
It literally rolled across the line. Footwiz have had a fantastic another season.
Yep.
When you look at their roster, continuing to expand as well. What Dan and Denman, Johnny, the analyst over there have been doing. So impressive. I'm sure Jamodo at home will be watching. Ethan. Stokes as well. Continue to change the needle when it comes to FC Esports. But on this occasion, PHZ finally gets a little bit of revenge against FUTWIZ, because I think if you go through the history books, there's a few different occasions where FUTWIZ have got the better over PHZ, whether it's in 1v1 or 2v2 competition.
Nice step over there from Mark. Veghorst back post. Keeper's going to get there as well comfortably. It's fair to say we'll be certainly seeing a massive, massive game. Jafonzo against PHZ is an unbelievable matchup.
Well, you got to think Jafonzo will get booed by this Saudi pro crowd. PHZ is one of their favourites after recently signing as he taps the badge on his chest for Al Hula. And they will be on their feet very soon, because we have got 2 unbelievable quarterfinals coming up, Ryan Pozzolo.
Yeah. PHZ said he felt confident. He's shown it in this game. That's it, the replay here, just passing in and around the area. It was a counter-attack.
If we get to the point where if PHZ plays against Abu Makr in the final, does then PHZ get booed?
Absolutely.
But it's going to be Jafonzo standing in his way against PHZ. As for those other 2 quarterfinals that we alluded to, Young will take on Anders Vergang. That is coming up.
I can't wait for that.
In roughly about 15 minutes' time.
That's another grudge match. That's another
massive
bit of payback on the horizon for Young. Last time they played it,
he gave it
on penalties.
And there were a little bit of back and forth.
I'll be honest, Young should have won the game. I'll be completely honest. I said at the start as well that Young sort of flew under the radar a little bit because of his performances. We haven't really got to see him at the latter stages of a lot of events this year.
And that final quarter-final, Nicholas versus Abu Makr. After what Nicholas did to Emes Desari, these Saudi fans won't forget.
Yeah, and another bit of payback. So Abu Makr won't be taking that easy as well, but massive congratulations to PHZ in this game.
What a weekend it would be for Team Falcons if Abu Makr was to go on and win after lifting the club championship here at the Esports World Cup. We're just going to see the final moments of this game. PHZ 5-0, as comprehensive as you like, will cruise through to the semi-final to take on the Portuguese star from Luna Galaxy, Jafonzo. Two quarterfinals, Ryan, that was supposed to be quite tight in reality. Jafonzo 6-2 against Manu, and PHZ 5-0 versus Mark 11.
Yep, comprehensive victories. PHZ, I'm more impressed about not conceding against Mark 11, but an overall professional performance from the Brazilian. From start to finish, might I add as well, it was a great performance from PHZ.
As PHZ collects Mark's key, Mark 11's Esports World Cup for EFC 24 comes to a close. PHZ will continue his route and try once again to be on top of the FC world. He's done it before in Riyadh, and he will be looking to do it once again this evening. 5-0. He comes out victorious. What a player, what a performance. Let's head on down to PHZ, catching up with Milos.
And here we are on the EWC main stage here at the Qiddiya Arena. PHZ victorious for Club Al Ola. First of all, congratulations on the win. How's it feel like to walk up here and have a crowd cheering for you since you're representing a Saudi team?
Yeah, of course. I love the people with me. And every time when I arrived in Saudi, they make me happy, and also they support me all the time. So yeah, I feel so amazing. I know I have Abu Maka, it's Saudi player, but yeah, and I have also the Brazilian guys here, and I just want to make they proud.
I mean, this is a great achievement here, going past the quarterfinals, but you're playing against Jafonso after this. Now, how do you feel that game's gonna go? Is there anything that we should look out for?
Yeah, it's a bit funny. I had my preparation in his house. When he was here playing, I was there in his house. So he's my friend. He beat me in the last year, like 1 month ago in Berlin. So now it's time to revenge. But yeah, he's my friend. Will be a tough game, and let's see.
I mean, it's friends outside of the game, but when you're in game, it's all about who wins, right?
Yeah, of course. It's just friends after the game, but here he's my rival, and I will do my best to beat him.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win, PH Zin. We'll send you over to get some crease crushed because Mark 11, you just took him down. That was it from PH Zin, and of course, our player from Al Ula. We're going to send it back to our casters and continue on with our day.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from PH Zin as we see his best moments from that 5-0 victory. Talk me through it, Ryan, and also talk me through just the general level of performance from PH Zin.
Yeah, it was flawless. I think the first goal sort of set the tempo with the reverse elastico. It was brilliant. And these are some of the chances that Mark 11 had. Didn't fall for him there. Wanted the ball to the back post. Haaland, you could see in space. And this was goal number 3. And for me, from then on in, it was a tough battle for Mark 11 to even get a foothold in this game because Peterson just kept on probing and creating a lot of opportunities.
From minute probably 27 to 55, Mike played a little bit better, and it was starting to get back into the game. But where we say, when you are playing in a decent period of the game, you've got to try and you've got to score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mark didn't. He didn't put any pressure back on PH Zin, and PH Zin rounded it out with 3 more goals in the second half, picking up another keep and a 5-0 victory. As you can see, that is what it does to the bracket. That semi-final is going to be fireworks, but we've got to find out who will be in that bottom half of the bracket. Young from Tuzzy Esports taking on RB Leipzig's Anders Vergang. Ryan, you're not on the commentary for that one, so I've got to ask you about it. Your thoughts? What are we going to see? It's been a day of revenge so far.
It has.
PH Zin getting his revenge. Does Young get, what, 6 months worth of revenge on Anders Vergang?
You know what, right? Anders was my favorite to win the whole competition.
But he's not won on the main stage yet.
He hasn't. He's still... I'm not going to change my prediction, right? He's still in the competition. I've not really been that impressed with Anders' performances. From what we've seen on the main stage, as you said, yet to win at the MS Dasari game, he looked pretty tame and toothless, if I'm being honest, compared to the Anders of old that we saw at the World Championship.
That's coming up. It's going to be a great game. I'm going to be here for it alongside Dan Gaskin, but let's go on down to see a little bit more in-depth analysis on why PH Zin was so good.
Thank you, fellas. And before we get into that matchup, I'm now rejoined by one of my favorite people, Ivan Lapagna, Boris legend.
Thank you so much.
Of course. What do you have for us? I'm sure that it's going to be a PH Zin highlight.
PH Zin for sure. This is going to highlight attacking structure, but also as well the weakness of a 4 at the back. So we have here in this tournament, it is banned with 3 and 5 at the back. You cannot play that. You must have 4. And this lineup at the back has one weakness, and that is between the fullbacks and this, let's see now, center back here, and we're gonna see now how PH Zin is gonna find his gap here between these players. We're gonna play this forward now, and we have here, all right, so we can highlight here. This happens plenty of times. You see here, the gap always will come up in the end between the fullback and the center back. We're gonna play this now a bit more. And I'm gonna ask Mike also one question here. So the pass coming here, which skill move would you do here?
There's a few different skill moves. In this case, if I get some sort of scoop turn, I'd be happy. If you give me a quick enough body feint or step over, also very happy. You can do an elastico.
Elastico, yes. It is coming here, indeed, the X Factor. Nice skill move. Oof. And that is clean. And again, we have one more clip for you. And the same thing here. PH Zin with the patience, attacking structure. He has a plan here, bro. A plan, and that is to find the gap in between. All right, so we have, again, you see now the huge space here. Huge space. And also, if you play 4-3-1, which almost here every pro does, the center forward will find his place. Center forward here will find his place in between the fullback and the center back. And you see, Mike here, this space here, it is massive, right?
If you'd allow it, I almost look at it as a bowling reference. You've got the lanes, you're trying to line up your shot. When you're talking about FC, I think of generating or creating those lanes of space. And it's, as Boris is saying, it's always splitting in this formation with the 4 at the back, between the center backs and the full backs. Will always be a little bit of a gap where you have a little more time to work with if you can find that gap.
Yeah, so yeah, but also he has his vision probably is, of course, on this play here. Mbappe, and also, of course, on this side here, trying to, again, expose this gap here between fullbacks and center backs. And this time, though, we're going to play this forward. From this here, he can go, of course, for the skill move, step overs forward, or pass back inside. He goes here for the skill moves and then extra passing. But this time, though, unfortunately, it is saved. But just here showing this structure, attacking plan, big key, and well, Pearson, well done. Fantastic game. And we have also very soon plenty of great games coming up. So please stay put. First out, a short break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
And back again behind the stage with Mark 11, who just came off the main stage after he faced PHSIN. Unfortunately, Mark, this ends your journey here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you for doing this interview. But I want to ask what your key takeaways are from this last match.
Probably like for the whole, like, not the match specifically, but like the whole tournament, it shows like I am good enough to compete with the best players at least. I came top 8 in the world, second in the world last year, so I am clearly good enough to play. But PHSIN is probably the better player, deserves to win. And that's about it. He's just better than me.
Fair enough. We had a conversation that I want to bring up a couple days before the tournament started, where you mentioned that your region, it's a little bit difficult for you to train, especially with the other 15 players that are competing because of servers, because you're so far from everyone else. This considered, I feel like you should be proud of where, in my opinion, you should be proud of how far you made it and your performances. But are there any other positive takeaways from this weekend and your whole performance altogether?
Oh, no, of course, it's always a positive to come top 8 in the world. You can't really be angry at that, and like no one's gonna ever be like at the top every single year, for example. So like, I'm obviously happy with it. It's a smaller region I come from, but it's still fun. We've got a nice sort of bunch, and hopefully we can come to the World Cup stage more.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on making it this far. Commiserations that this is the end, and we will see you next season in FC 25.
Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad.
Well, you are watching the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC, and this is our third quarter-final featuring that man, Young. He is up next on the Gidea Arena, taking a few selfies as he walks in here. Looking like this is just another matchup for the man from South America. He's got that coach that we've spoken about many times. These two are a formidable duo, as are these two here. Anders Vergang and his coach, Daniel. Anders, remember, just about 6 weeks ago, actually won his first individual world title. He's also won one with his club, RB Leipzig. Before, again, those two, they know how to go about their business on the biggest stage. We've got Boras and Gorilla still joining me here as we have a look at some of their past matches just heading in to this stage. This is maybe the one that we all want to see. Anders, how he bounces back on the big stage after a mixed day one and then kind of a progression in day 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bit of issues playing on the main stage. I think he has so far on the main stage 3 out of 3 losses. So he had a bit issues perhaps with the audience. He has to try to focus more on his gameplay, of course. Sometimes that could be difficult, and he's coming up here against a very good opponent, so tough game.
Do you think he'll change his mindset heading into this one? Dealing with the crowd, I'm going to say?
I think he has to. There's no two ways about it, because if we see the same look into the crowd every chance there is, you're not focused on your game. So he has no other choice. He needs to focus, and I want to see the best Anders.
We haven't really spoken up Young's chances either, have we? From what you've seen, do you think he has a real opportunity here against Anders? Because actually, head-to-head at the moment, it's 2 Love, 2 Anders.
Yeah, I mean, Young has good chances, definitely. He had a good season as well. I mean, he finished in the FC Pro Open, the first big tournament of this year. He finished top 8 and lost there against Anders with the 5-3. So he has definitely great chances. And calling this one difficult. What do you say?
Anders.
Anders?
I'm going for Anders.
Anders as well. SDCplay.gg, let us know as well as we jump straight into this one. Anders taking on Young.
Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. We just had our second quarter-final with a brilliant performance from PHZin, which saw him go through to the semis, where he will be facing Jafonzo. And Milos, what a matchup that is. That is going to be such a good game.
Even more so with the context that we got from PHZin in the interview saying, hey, I practiced with him. I was at his place. We're friends. We're ready to go. But you know what? When we're on the pitch, it's just rivalry. Outside of it, friends love him to death, but in the game itself, it's something else completely.
I know, I quite like that little storyline, that little undertone to it, right? It makes it all that bit more exciting. But, Milos, this next quarter-final, this is going to be good.
It could be a final in its own, but that's kind of the quality of games that we expect here at the Esports World Cup. So let's introduce our players, kicking it off with, representing Tazi Esports, it's Young! The second place Group A Brazilian was and absolutely is a key player to watch. And boy, has he not disappointed. His dynamic playstyle is a treat to watch. But will it open up more cavities than opportunities on the main stage?
And his opponent, representing RB Leipzig, it's Vergang! Wow, you can hear the crowd. They love to hate him, but that is because he is so good. Finishing 3rd in Group B, scoring 29 goals. Vergang came into this tournament as the favorite. He's the guy that everyone wants to beat. Can he keep his cool when the stakes are so high? Okay, guys, if you come here into the center for us, face each other. How are you feeling? Any final words?
I'm gonna win.
Vergang?
I beat him the last 2 years to qualify for World Cup, so I'm fully confident that I'm gonna win this.
Full confidence. Well, gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Oh boy.
Milos, that was tense. I mean, I love it. Fighting talk there from the gang. I'm so ready for this game.
Absolutely, I think we all are. In this case, as you heard it from Brei gang, he is 2 wins up against Young. So the question is, will third time be the charm, or it'll be a Danish hat trick here at the Esports World Cup? Let's send it over to our casters and get our game on the way.
Wow, quite the hot crowd, and for good reason, because Anders Vergang is back on the stage, and he hasn't made, let's say, the best of friends with this Riyadh crowd. Dan Gaskin alongside Richard Buckley. Very excited for this one, Richard, but it does seem like it's the hero versus the villain here.
Oh, they both want to win so bad. Young really wants to win. Anders needs to win. I don't think you can go onto the stage saying, I beat you twice to qualify. I'm fully confident you're going down again. And also antagonize. That's the only word to describe it, this crowd. And I love it. I love anyone who lives up to the crowd. One thing we've missed for a long time in this esport is fans in arenas, people at home, wanting to watch for more than just gameplay, being invested in storylines, being invested in players. There's one thing we've missed for a long time. Anders has brought that, and with that, he's made a couple of people not very happy. Young being one of them. Manu Bashore refused to shake his hand at the FC Pro Open finals as well. This is what we need, and this is what I'm so excited for.
I mean, I think this is what we've been asking for years in FC, right? Is to have these characters, have these heroes, have these villains. And Anders Vergang certainly is the villain here. But you mentioned it, and we have to talk about it. So far, he's played on main stage 3 times. He's been very much jeering towards the crowd, but he's yet to find a win whilst he's been on that main stage. How much is this going to affect him, right? Because we look at the World Championship coming into this tournament. He's the winner. He's the best player in the world. He's the GOAT. He's going to be up there. He's going to be the guy we're talking about for the next few years. But then he comes into this tournament, and every time we've seen him so far, he has been more focused on the crowd than he has his own gameplay. Do you think he can put that to one side here in this affair?
0-3 on the main stage is something he won't like at all. Can he put it behind him? Yes, he's got the ability to do it. I sat alongside Anders yesterday watching Abu Maka versus Manu Bashore, and he knows exactly what he's doing in terms of playing to the crowd. He is some of his favourite people in sport. You look across sort of different sports. He loves Luke Littler in darts, always egging on the crowd. He's a showman. Has he gone about it the right way? He's got about 350 people who want him to lose this game. You can count his coach, his mum, and RB Leipzig people who are supporting him as probably the only people who want to win. Because if I'm Jafonzo and PHC, I'm probably wanting Young to win as well. You know what Anders can do? He dismantled the competition in Berlin. From the quarterfinal onwards, I think maybe 30 goals, 25 goals scored. He was superb. If Anders drops out of this tournament, it opens up the rest of the bracket.
It does. Opens up maybe being the team that and the player that lifts a trophy as well. And I wonder if you put Anders' key in your trophy after it's been crushed. I mean, you have...
And that's for 3 cuts of the same key.
I feel like you have... Can I get replicas? Yes. 3 of them divided. It's certainly going to be an incredible affair. Now, we've spoke about Anders. You can already hear the crowd already booing him because he's probably just walking back the stage. He needs bodyguards at this point just to make sure he's okay. But he is loving this. I like that you pointed that out. He's doing it on purpose. Yeah. He's enjoying himself. He is a showman, and it is entertaining. It's what we want to see. We want to see that entertainment, but he just needs to lock in once he gets into the game.
Absolutely. I think if you look at great sportsmen over the course of the years, one that springs to mind, Floyd Mayweather in boxing. People used to tune in to want to see him lose.
Yeah.
And he never lost. Anders is similar to that. Very rarely, when it comes down to it, does he lose? And that's why when PHZ did beat him at the FC Pro Final, so many people latched onto it. People who didn't ever watch the game of FC were tweeting out the celebration.
Well, on the other side, you've got Young, who had an incredible group stage to put himself into these knockout stages and put himself into this situation. He's been waiting in the wings as the Resurrection stage went down yesterday. And could he be the man to take down Vergang? As you've already heard the analysts talk about, you've heard the stage host talk about it, he's yet to beat Vergang on a stage in a tournament. He is 0-2, but it was a penalty shootout he lost in the FC Pro Open last, it was January?
January,
yep. Quite a while ago now, so he would have certainly had the time to look back at maybe what went wrong. And he's had the days here in Riyadh to maybe study Vergang and assess what he can do to take down this player. It's going to be a great game. I can't wait for it personally, but I'm just keen to see how Anders interacts with a crowd, whether he goes a goal up, whether he goes a goal down. I feel like if Anders goes a goal up, this game might be his. He'll roll with that momentum. He'll feed off the energy of that crowd, just being annoyed that he's ahead. But if he goes a goal down, that's when I'm a little bit worried for him. And is he going to be too affected by the crowd noise?
And we get to watch it happen. We get to see it because he won't hide his emotions. If he feels like he's got Young in the palm of his hand, he's going to let you know about it. If he feels disrupted by this crowd, because I was hearing jeers and whistles during the Manu Bashore Abu Maka qualifying game yesterday. When Manu got the ball in the box, he was getting booed heavily. Not just on the intro or when he scored a goal, but even when trying to attack. You can't just cut that out either.
And it's worth noting, Anders doesn't wear headphones.
No.
He
will hear it all.
He wants to listen to every second of it. He might be able to hear us right now. I don't really know, but he really is a wonder kid. Because if you think back about the history of Anders Vergang, he was, 13, 14 competing, playing FC, goes on an unbelievable streak in FUT Champions. But then again, everyone only started to get really interested about when he was going to lose.
Absolutely.
He's grown up as being that guy that everyone was waiting for him to lose, and now he has almost been born in that kind of environment and just feeds off it as well. So we'll have to see how he's going to deal with this pressure as we're underway. It's Young versus Vergang. It's the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup featuring FC24. And I really feel like this opening goal is going to be massive, depending on which way it goes here.
If Young scores first and can put Anders on the back foot, it really opens up this game. Anders has got the mechanical brilliance to win this game at a canter. If he's switched on and if he is fully equipped, if he takes his head away from it for a second, Young has more than enough ability to knock Anders out of the tournament.
Just for clarity, it is going to be Young kicking from left to right in the darker kit, and Vergang, of course, in that RB Leipzig kit from the right to left, as he's now attacking with Joselu. Does have help here with Mbappe, tries to play it through, ball gets given away though, and I think it's going to be a little bit nervy to begin with, but this opening goal, if it goes in favour, it's a great shot, it's a great effort. But Young just about holds on.
Already seeing the step overs coming out. Slightly fortunate to get the bounce back in his favour, but then, I'll be honest, I expected the goal. Very surprised that Anders isn't celebrating to the crowd right now.
Ball goes out of play. And possession back to Anders Vergang. And certainly hasn't been able to show us the world champion that he is so far when he's on main stage. Off main stage, he's been brilliant. He's taken down some of the best players in the world. Can he find that same kind of form on this main stage and silence a crowd that is very much going to be wanting him to lose here?
When it got through to the quarterfinals in Berlin, his results 7-2, 6-0, 7-0. A quarterfinal, a semi-final, and a final.
Hold on a second, though. This could be the opener. It's a good save, though, from Schmeichel. And that's two chances, both ends. Both players could have a lead, but we know what corners, they can be dangerous. But again, it's well played from Vergang. Make sure you get Konate there to judge that height, judge that header, and compete with Erling Haaland.
We always say nerves and pressure. What does that actually look like? What does that look like in an FC sense? We should be looking at a 1-1 scoreline right now. A little bit of time finishing on missing. A slight lack of composure. And you said, what with the first goal? What if we don't see a first goal for 50, 60, 70 minutes?
Yeah, that's when the nerves really start to kick in, especially with the life-changing amount of money that's on the line at this tournament. $1 million prize pool, but here comes the cross, but Czech's quick to come out. Wasn't really that threatening in the end, but it is something that Young needs to be aware of. And it's something that we didn't see much of from Anders during the games on the main stage. He wasn't really going for the crosses. He wasn't going for the corners. He was kind of focusing on a lot of play through the middle, trying to play the beautiful game. And he's never really shied away from it. He's always said he doesn't really like the crossing meta. He doesn't like the corners. He wants to play the way that he sees the game. And I think when there's $1 million on the line, sometimes you just have to suck it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But here he comes. Stones on this left-hand side has been brilliant all tournament long. Haaland's going to be able to be available in the box. Oh, it's a great shot. But again, it's not quite enough to beat Petr Cech.
Couple of missed chances at either end. It just adds just that extra level of tension. And we know the results for Anders on the main stage. He will know that as well. He'll know he's not one up there. What a pass.
What a ball that is, though, and surely we have it. And of course, he lets the crowd know, but it is subtle. It's not over the top. And I think that's good from Anders. He has to stay focused, has to have that composure. But one thing we saw very rarely on the main stage was him taking a lead, holding a lead. He was often trying to come back from behind.
That driven pass is so penetrating. Ruud Gullit finds R9, and we talked about just a little lack of composure in the first 20 minutes. On that occasion, one extra touch, waited, seeing where the goalkeeper was, realised that there was enough space at that near post just to squeeze it in. Given the periods of play we've seen in the first 20 minutes, you would say a deserved one-goal lead.
Certainly deserved, but there has been chances for Young. Could be another here, and it's going to be a pen. And just like that, the lead could be scraped away from Anders Vergang. CR7 steps over it and will finish as Young puts one on the board. And just like that, we're all tied up. So all those nerves, all that tension, and we're back to level pegging.
You just saw Young gesture to the crowd as well, wanting him to get up. Maybe he feels as though that could be a way to get into the head of Anders. The actual foul itself, it's not good defending by any stretch of the imagination. Young did well to get into the space, but it looked like a pretty obvious press of a tackle button from Anders, which he will be disappointed by.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy, maybe, certainly by his standards. The best in the world for a reason. A lot of the talk with the pros here at this tournament was if Vergang can play the way he did at the World Championship, he would easily win this, because no one would touch him. I don't feel like he's hit those heights just yet. Could be a shot from distance here from Gullit, but instead just walks his way in, plays the ball through, and somehow, some way, has found his way on goal. And look at the eruption from Young. He knows that this crowd is on his side, and he's playing up to it.
And when we see this replay coming back in, I just want to highlight the goalkeeper, because Anders, he's so active with the goalkeeper movement. He almost doesn't really defend. He's so caught up on moving that keeper and trying to position them correctly. The actual defending mechanics that he was using, he got Van Dijk, he pulled him to the left out of the way a little bit. It was really simple for Young.
I think it was so important that Young got an instant reply here against Anders, because it's not allowed Anders to settle into the game and really dictate the pace of it, hold on to possession, and just attack Young over and over. Instead, now it's Young who leads. It's Young who can see how quickly he wants to play this game and start to frustrate Anders a little bit, maybe.
Completely turned on its head, this game.
And certainly now, just opening up more chances. It's going to be the... Oh, he saw the goalkeeper movement and said, I tell you what, a fancy one.
We talked about a lack of confidence in the first 20 minutes. It's flowing through Young right now. So audacious, and I absolutely love it.
I mean, in this meta where corners are so good, I don't hate it, as there's a lot of players, a lot of bodies going forward, but the pass isn't quite good enough. As you can see, the fans of Young in the crowd as well. Would love to see him find a victory here.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of Brazilians in there supporting. I'm sure PhD will be watching on. In support of a good friend of his as well.
And of course, he wouldn't face PhD until the final if he were to go on all that way. So they're on different sides of the bracket. Saka now plays one into R9. This is better from Anders, does have a second chance, but will be recovered here by Young, and he can start to break away. A quick move. There are defenders back for Anders to work with, but you can see the CR7 making the run alongside Havertz. A nice little 1-2 is going to do wonders here to create some space, but good defensive positioning, but not quite good enough. Still is an opening, but finally, Vergang will win the ball back.
It just looks a little bit all over the place at the moment, Anders, but
hold on.
Look how quick he can turn defense into attack.
Erling Haaland, what can you do? Just ran into Saliba. Maybe just hoping that Young would step into a position there.
But speaking of PhD, Young was to win this game. Final quarter-final, Nicholas probably the favourite against Abu Maka. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists, all from South America. What about that on the bingo cards coming into Riyadh?
I mean, we've seen across the years just how dominant South America can be at times. And it looks no different here, as now there's another opportunity. Haaland with a step over, still has the ball, just about gives it away. And it looks nervy at the back. Vergang gives away possession, regains it at least, so he can try and settle these nerves a little bit. He does need a goal, I feel.
Young's second-man press as well is really impressive. Every time you see that little green arrow on top of the AI player, quote-unquote, that's Young activating him and pushing 2 players over to the ball. He's sort of pinning Anders in, which is very, very uncommon.
Ball given away again, but it doesn't matter because it is going to be a free kick to Anders Vergang. At the moment, Anders hasn't really had a passage of play to be able to break through, and as you mentioned, Richard, it's because of the defensive work we're seeing from Young. But if there is an opening, you know that Vergang will find it, and he can stretch his legs with Hosselu here. Into Saka, will shoot, but it's a good save from Czech. Going to be a corner. Danger. Plays it in. Erling Haaland not going to be able to get up over Konate. No, actually, Young can launch a counter.
It looked a little bit dangerous, that one, as it came in, because he wasn't committed at all with the goalkeeper. It was right under the crossbar as well. Delivery probably a little bit too close, if anything.
These runs that have been made from CR7, by the way, have been crazy. As now, speaking of CR7, he's through a goal, has a chance to shoot. That was an opportunity to take a big lead here, but still does have a corner. Again, Haaland's going to be the target, and for good reason. Young's 3-1 up. As again, he shouts towards the crowd, and he's loving every moment.
Vamos, indeed. Player and coach up off their feet. He deserved a goal from the original play with CR7. Corners, we know what to expect. We know the success rates. I think Ryan Pazor always says it's a penalty as soon as it goes into the box. But Anders wasn't able to get anywhere close to that Erling Haaland. Is it close enough that if he pulled the keeper, does he get it? It's split-second decision-making. He didn't move the goalkeeper at all. And he finds himself 3-1 down after, for 17, 18 minutes, being in control as a couple of admins head onto the stage. I actually think that is Jesper Pilm, if I'm not mistaken. Former Danish coach of Marcuso.
It's incredible knowledge, just to be able to see that from a side view as well. But Anders clearly unhappy about something. The one thing that this delay will do is just maybe stop the momentum on the side of Young. You can see he's amped. He's locked in. He's chatting to himself at this point. He's saying, like, He's got
45 minutes away.
3-1 up. 45 minutes away from a semi-final. Guarantee yourself $90,000.
And I also...
What's happening here?
The way that... I always think of how the game's progressed and sort of the momentum of the match and how it's moving along. Right now, it's a lengthier half-time pause as usual, so that it could swing. But if we just played straight through, Young's probably 4-5, 6-1 up.
Oh. I mean, you know full well that once you take a 2-goal lead, you start to feel a little bit more comfortable. That does allow you to play in that manner as well. We need to see an answer back from Anders Vergang here.
Just look how close he is to that monitor.
Every pixel counts. But there was something that he wasn't happy with in that first half, and I don't know if it was where the PS5 was located, but it's certainly been moved now, and maybe it can help, or maybe not. Asaka can whip this one. It's CR7! It's 4! And Young is trying to put this game to bed.
It is Young's moment on the main stage. Anders looks lost. After a devastating loss in January on penalty kicks. That right there, that outburst of emotion. 6 months of, you took my moment to qualify for the FC Pro World Championship. However, Anders is built different. And if anyone in this scene could overturn a 4-1 defeat, you would think it'd be him.
But if we see another one go in favour of Young here, I do start to wonder, is it just a little bit too late? One more into another. He's playing with him at this point, but it's a good save from Schmeichel. And Young needs to just try and find one more. It really would put this game to bed and put him far too far away from Vergang.
Back post, Haaland.
Goalkeeper has been brought out. Haaland is going to be the target. Haaland versus Schmeichel in the air, and Haaland cannot beat the gloves of Peter Schmeichel. And Anders will survive for now. Oh, but he's giving the ball away. Here's CR7, bang! It's 5! And this game might just be done.
The press from Young. He was so rampant. As soon as that ball went into the box from the corner and the second bounce fell to Anders, he tried playing out. And he was on him like a rash. Couple of step overs. Anders did move the goalkeeper, but it didn't matter. Because Cristiano Ronaldo is Young's man of the moment right now.
I mean, we have to give credit where it's due for this performance from Young. To do this against the current world champion really is something. I mean, for Vergang, there is still time. And if anyone can do it, it would be him.
He's shown us no signs, though.
But there hasn't been those signs. You've got to remember how young Anders is, though, as well, right? I mean, he came into the scene when he was 14, 15. He's only 17, 18 now, 18. His R9 not quite through on goal, but does have some possession. Is players up and above. It's going to be Erling Haaland, and there's one back. Don't count him out just yet.
That's a long time. 32 minutes with 9-minute halves. He's going to put constant press on. He's going to step on it. If he was to turn this game around, it would be something quite historic here in the Qiddiya Arena. Young's got to be careful.
How's your lip reading, by the way? Mine's pretty good.
What was it?
He said I can't do anything. He's trying, but everything he tries just, he's not doing what he wants.
He struggled on the main stage through one factor or another.
Here's Young looking to try and find a sixth, and there is that sixth. The instant reply
Oh.
And the fans are lapping this one up.
Again, I love it either way. Just the emotion that's been on show. Young knew what to expect from Anders. Both supremely confident in the pre-match chat.
Yep.
Unfortunately, only one of them can win. And he's not just winning, he's dominating right now, Young.
62 minutes on the clock. 6-2 is the score. Could be 7 here as Saka's through. Oh, it's beautiful from Young. And there's no way now, surely, that Anders gets back into this game. It's even a little shake of the head from Young. Setting is almost too easy at this point. He can start thinking about that semi-final. Maybe he can start thinking about that trophy with how he's been playing. If you can take down the world champion like this.
What's stopping you? For Anders in Berlin when he went on to win that world championship, it was Johnny he beat in the round of 16. 4 goals to 2. And once you spoke to Anders, he said, as soon as I beat Johnny, I knew I was going to win it. If Young goes on to lift the Esports World Cup FC24 trophy, people will look towards this result.
Well, it's 7-2 with 25 minutes left. It would need to be nothing short of a miracle for Anders Vergang. For Young here, this is revenge. Never beaten Anders, but now he's hammering him. Here's a corner. Haaland's there. Easy peasy, hits the post. That could have been 8.
You watched the game yesterday, last game of the day, where it was a overwhelming scoreline, what, 10-1?
10-1.
In the end. Even though this game, there's still, what, 23 minutes left to play. Anders hasn't really shown anything, and this could get to double figures.
Anders just has to throw everything forward, and it does leave gaps like this at the back. It's 8 for Young. It's game, it's match, you can call it here. He knows it, we know it, Anders knows it too. And Young has been nothing short of phenomenal this tournament. And he wants to hear more from the crowd, as they're even griddying at this point.
They're griddying, they're doing Anders' celebration, they're showing the tears.
I think I said yesterday when Bonanno got hammered 10-1, I said it's character building. And it's the same here for Vergang. Off the back of winning a world championship, he'll taste defeat again here. But that will only encourage him to come back bigger, better, stronger, as he looks to try and put one back on the board, but can't get the shot away with R9. Haaland will get a second chance. That's going to be denied as Young regains possession.
Look, Anders will be back.
Of course he will.
A player so talented just doesn't go away like this. And I can tell you what, the next time Anders Vergang and Young play against each other, it's going to be absolute fireworks.
Well, just as everyone was excited to see Anders versus PH Zin again, right? We're going to be excited to see... I mean, let's be honest, we're excited every time Anders Vergang is playing.
But... is it now a little bit personal?
Could be. Oh! He's trying it. And this is what you set yourself up for when you become that villain, though, and you know you can make those celebrations when you are winning. You have to be able to take them as well on the flip side. But now Young starts to look towards, you know, a semi-final, and you mentioned the names earlier. There's some big names still in this tournament. Here's Hullet, and here's a chance for one more.
Rebound.
And there it is. It's 9. The headphones are off. And the shoe is out.
Superb. That is incredible. You talk about the other players in this semi-final. Well, Nicholas versus Abu Maka's coming up next. You've got to think he's going to get the exact same treatment. Nicholas.
Well, also what's funny is Young is a crowd favourite right now, but if he were to play Abu Maka in that semi-final,
booed out the building.
Suddenly you're booed off the stage. There's not going to be any Cristiano Ronaldo Su's there.
Jafonso against PH Jin again. PH Jin's going to be a heavy fan favourite. Recently signed for Al Hilal FC.
One back for Vergang as he just shows he still has what it takes to put the ball in the back of the net. But no reaction from him towards the crowd. He knows that this one's done as well. And it will be a tough pill to swallow for any player, no matter your confidence, no matter if you are a villain. We're all human at the end of the day.
He's probably glad this is the last event of FC24. Gets a few months away.
I mean, it's a shame that that's going to be a memory for him of FC24 after such an incredible year. When you look at the World Championship, you look at the Pro Open, etc. Like,
yeah,
he's just been a player that has gone from strength to strength every time we've seen him.
But when you do make it a little bit personal, people want to beat you even more.
You get a target on your back.
Yeah.
Well, when you become a world champion, you get a target on your back. Everyone wants to beat you. Everyone wants to beat you.
Watching VOD even more closely, what are you doing that's differently? Why do you think so many people are using Saka?
Yep.
So Anders was so good with him in Berlin.
Your strategy gets studied. It gets copied. And your homework was good for the previous event, but you almost have to come up with something else in the next, and that's not always easy to do in FC. As Anders looks to try and put another consolation goal on the board, but it's not going to happen. Can Young find 10? That's my question.
I can't believe this score.
I mean, you look at it on paper and you ask, what on earth happened?
It's the first 20 minutes were really cagey.
I mean, it looked like Anders might have been able to take it, as the 10th goal could be here. He's trying to put on a show for the fans at this point. He probably could have had a 10th goal.
Anders has struggled so much on the main stage.
And there could be various reasons for that. Certainly, I will give him credit. He hasn't really played up to the fans as much as he did in the previous games. Of course, after the goal, he did a little bit, but it wasn't as over the top as it was in other games.
Yeah, just as I was talking about with Ryan as well, you're playing different settings from backstage to on here. Obviously, the crowd play a factor. Maybe it's different connection as well up there. It's different factors, but it's the same for both players.
I mean, Young's been loving it as he finds 9 here, and it might only finish as 9. I say only 9 goals against Anders Vergang. This is something that Young will remember for a very long time. He had yet to beat Anders Vergang on the main stage over the last couple of years, but now he has well and truly hammered him into the ground and will send him home and crush his key.
Wow.
One last chance for Anders to try and just put one on the board to have a happy memory, and it hits the post. And that about sums up his game, but no, he does get a second chance. He does get an opportunity to put a 4th on the board, but that will be the last kick of the game as Young has completed his mission of taking down Anders Vergang and finding his revenge as he marches into the semi-finals here of the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. What a game we've just seen.
Well, let's wait to see Anders handing over that key as full-time whistle is seconds away. There we are, 9-4.
And a shake of the hand towards the coach and towards Young. And as long as we see that after any game, then I don't care what happens in between.
Always respectful.
And Young even trying to encourage the fans to applaud the reigning world champion. But now it's his chance to lap up the applause himself, because he's into a semi-final. $90,000 guaranteed, and the crowd want one more. He's put on a show in this match, but now it's about focusing on that semi-final and keeping his key safe. As for Anders, the crusher waits. It was an incredible quarterfinal. The semi-finals will be coming shortly, but we still have one quarter left. Let's find out how he's feeling on the stage.
I am so happy to be here chatting to Young after that incredible performance. How does it feel? You beat Vergang and you beat him well.
Oh, I feel amazing. I think like the result is just the result of my preparation. I prepared very well with my coach. Like he said, we played like twice. He won twice, but I played better like twice as well. And now I show him that I'm better than him. And I would like to thank you all, this crowd, the Saudi crowd here is amazing. Also the Brazilians here. Thank you guys for all, and I'm very happy.
What has it been like for you to play on this stage here in Riyadh in front of, like you just said, such an incredible crowd who were all behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think we play with the crowd is so good. They support me all the time, and I'm here to make a show for them. So I'm ready to more.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go off to crush Vergang's key. Congratulations. Wow, what a game that was. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole. Well, Anders, once again, not being able to get the job done on the big stage when it mattered. Obviously, we were watching that together. For us, we couldn't quite believe that he won that World Championship about 5 weeks ago. This was a completely different player.
I'm not sure what it is, because that's 4 games on main stage and he's lost them all, but they weren't close games. I don't think Anders deserved to win any of them, and yeah, I can't put my finger on what the problem was.
Can you put your finger on why he was underperforming for the last, or has been for the last 4 days?
Hard to say, of course, what happened exactly, but I think for this season his big target was to win World Championship, which he did. And maybe after this he kind of lost a bit hunger, perhaps a bit of the spark, as he probably felt that he proved everyone this season that he's the best player.
Does that happen? Because you've both won massive tournaments. Can you tell the audience what it's like to win everything you've always wanted to, and then to continue trying to be as good the next tournament?
Yeah, I think like in this game the margins are so small, like between the best player and let's say the 25th best player, the margins are extremely small, and to be the best you have to put in these extra hours, extra grind, extra hunger. I think that probably happened a bit, like after he won a heat, maybe switched down slightly, and that was here enough to, well, lose with such numbers.
Yeah, and losing such numbers. He did 9-4, you can see there. And now that does mean Young progresses. Anders is out of it. Young will now take on Nicholas or Abu Makka. It might be an all-South American affair, or Abu Makka might please the crowd and go on this incredible run, because he actually only got 6 points as well in those group stages and actually got through on goal difference. Gorilla, I want to ask you the same question that I just did to Boris there. After you won that world title, a bit like Anders, what were your feelings after it? Did you kind of get motivated to win again, as we just watch the key of Anders, who we're talking about being crushed here by Young? Or was there a bit of a lull in motivation?
You have an aim. When you start competing and throughout your career, you have an aim, and that's always going to be the World Championship. So Anders won it. Is he 18 now? He's so young, and I think he's built the whole year up into it. He's won it. So coming into this, you are just going to be lacking that extra something, where a lot of the other players are going to be hungry. It's the last tournament of the year. So I do think him winning the World Championship, as much as it was good, he's won it, I do think it plays a part in the performances.
Yeah, and also think for Young, this meant much more. So actually now, after this win, he guaranteed to double his winnings from 90,000 to 180,000 minimum. And I mean, having such motivation, such extra drive, I think here is probably that difference.
Yeah, we saw former world champions Key being crushed last match. So that was Manny Bashir, and now we're seeing another world champion's key being crushed there by Young. He is going to love that, and he loved celebrating. That's something we don't get to see very often, especially in EAFC. I'm not sure if that happens a lot in StarCraft, but it may have done, because we just got our winner. Their studio is actually just opposite us, so we can see exactly when they crown their champion, and this is that champion. It's a Clem from Team Liquid, and he outwitted his opposition in that final 5-0. What a fabulous result for him, just to go and put his key into that totem as well. I can't wait to see who does that a bit later in EAFC as well. Well, that's StarCraft. Let's get back to EAFC, because you have a illustration from that matchup, and I'm guessing it's come from Young.
It's coming, yes, and showing now how he, well, the trick he used here to break down Anders Weregang. First out just here, showing also what we showed last time, that space between the fullback and center back, huge space, of course. But then what happens here is quite interesting. So look at the space here.
Yeah, so he's on the edge of the box with Ruud Gullit, and because Ruud Gullit actually has the finesse shot plus playstyle, I think in this situation I would have gone for it. But they have so many players in front of the ball, so he has a lot of space, he has a lot of time, and once Ivan plays it, you'll see that extra pass, nice and simple, in behind the defense.
Yeah, but also here, I think Anders, his pressing is so good, but sometimes in defense, he has more focused on the keeper movement than actually pressing this player here. And you see that this is a huge space, and Young does this so well to take the space, take every inch here, working his way here forward, and he wins so much time and enters here this dangerous space, and that pass is really nice, and also a great finish.
Yeah, and Saka's not going to miss from there, but we have one more game of the quarterfinal, so make sure you come back right after this break.
to the main stage. We are just behind. Anders just got off the stage. Unfortunately for him, his journey ends here at the Esports World Cup. But Anders, talk to me about the game. The first thing I want to ask is Young celebrations. Notoriously, you're known for your celebrations. Young did some back. Did you notice them? Did it bother you? How did you feel?
I'm not trolling. Honestly, I didn't see them, and it makes sense that he do it now since he lost 2 years in a row to qualify for the real World Cup. So that he can do well at this World Cup, I couldn't care less. I'm still way better than him. It's not like random that every away player today lost by 4 or 5 goals when on paper normally we are maybe better. So I couldn't care less about his celebrations, and hopefully he's gonna lose next game.
And tell me, are there any positives taken out of this game right now or your tournament as a whole?
Not from this game. I've never played with that much delay, so I don't think I'm ever gonna witness this again. But from a tournament, it was not good enough. Also from the beginning, I just played really bad. But it's quite normal that when you just become world champion and win the biggest tournament you can, you have a kind of bad form after that. But Thor had in the Open, like the first tournament after he won last year, but now he's back again. So I think I'm not in doubt that I'm gonna be back at the highest level and gonna be the best again. But I didn't deserve to win this tournament. That's just how it is. But I would also say that the setup in some kind of ways was also not good enough. But everything comes down to myself, and I didn't do well enough. And for the next tournament, I'm gonna do everything I can to be back on the top.
Amazing. Well, a positive attitude after a successful tournament up until this point. Commiserations for going out in the quarterfinals, but congratulations on your performance as a whole, and best of luck for FC 25.
Wow, if you just caught that interview with Anders Vergang and Leah Ravella, reporter in the break, that was something spicy as we see the last quarter-final players roll in here. Nicholas, the Iceman, into his 7th consecutive World Cup. He is taking on the fan favourite, the Falcons player, Abu Maka, who knows exactly how to win on the big stage here at the Gadia Arena. He is going to have everybody in his corner. He knows it as he walks, and he just, I guess, acknowledges everybody ahead of his performance. Guys, that's what we're about to look forward to. Before we deep dive into that, can we have a quick word on what Anders just said there to Leah? He said his mind. He spoke his mind on all accounts, didn't he, Boris?
Yeah, he did. Indeed. So yeah, that's a big question among pro players who is playing home, etc. He was playing the tournament he won last time. He was playing home every game. So yeah, I guess it goes back and forth for both players. Sometimes you play home, sometimes no. And I guess that's something that you have to handle because someone has to play home, someone has to be the host. So yeah, I mean, he was of course not happy. And that's also the mindset of a winner. He wants to win every tournament, even though he kind of downplayed this tournament here, which I don't quite understand because of course it's a huge one. But he just, well, he wants to win every tournament, and yeah, I understand that he's after this tournament quite bitter.
He's not going to be happy after that, is he? That's his 4th loss on main stage. I know we said it a few times, but that was a big performance by Young. So coming off that, he's just not going to be. He's not going to be happy.
And Salt was very much rubbed in the wounds of him as well with the celebrations that Young was doing. Leah mentioned that and asked Anders if he saw them, and he said he didn't. How can you not see this? We never see that.
I have never seen
anything like that
before. And it's not once, he's done it twice.
He did it twice.
He did
once
it twice.
During, it was about 75 minutes or so at this stage. He literally got out of his chair, put the controller down, and then did that. If you weren't wound up before by that scoreline, that definitely wound you up.
Yeah, I mean, he was enjoying and loving every moment here, and well, Anders said that he missed that. There's no chance. I mean, that one felt.
Do you like the fact that Anders very much wears his heart on his sleeve, and he gives us that raw emotion, and we know it's so close after that matchup, and he hasn't really had a chance to process it? Do you like that, or do you wish he kind of held something back like some of the other players do.
I like it. I think it's refreshing. If you're the player playing against him and you're losing and he's doing all these celebrations, then of course you're not going to like it. But I think for the pro scene, I think it's a big plus.
Also, one thing that I have to mention also that, okay, Anders also does these things sometimes on the stage as well. But one thing that I love about him is that he gives and he takes.
Yes.
But after the game, he always shakes the hands because, I mean, what happens in the match, in the cage, that you know, that's one thing, but afterwards is always still GG. So I think that's one point that I really like about him, that, all right, sometimes he also gets crispy, but when he gets this against him, he still takes it quite good.
He draws the crowds to our sport, which we absolutely love as well, as does the player we're going to see next, Nicholas 99FC. He's been around for absolutely ages now, years, and he's going up against someone else who draws the crowd as well, in the form of Abu Maka, the local player. Gorilla, I know you have a load of facts about Abu Maka and being on the main stage and just what he's done in his career.
Yeah, so Abu Maka and Nicholas, I don't think have actually played before on a main stage at a big tournament, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. But also, Abu Maka is coming off a big win versus Manu Bashore, which was also on stage, and I think that's very important. He's going to have the confidence.
Do you ever look into if a player hasn't played against each other? Does that matter at all at this stage, Boris?
Of course it matters, yes. I mean, Abu Maka has a playstyle that is a bit different. And if Nikola hasn't really, and his coach hasn't done proper research about this one, of course this playstyle might shock him. So definitely matters here.
What is it about Abu Maka's playstyle that could shock Nicholas?
Yeah, I think he has something that is nowadays quite rare to see, and that is these passing combinations. Like most times, the players here go for a bit more, let's say, mechanics that are a bit broken, a bit more like flicking, crossing, etc. Abu Maka tries to play FC like he did back in 18, 19, 20, which I love to see. A bit more ground passing, and that is actually nowadays quite rare.
Yeah, well, guys at home, would you bet against the Iceman, Nicholas, in his 7th World Cup? Or are you going with the home hopeful? Let us know, stcplay.gg. Cast your votes right now. I guess it's a case of get your own back as well for the Falcons player, because Nicholas knocked out MS Dossery.
And that was from a 4-0. Nicholas was 4-0 down and he came back
against
MS Dossery on stage with the fans on Dossery's side. So I think that is probably good for Nicholas because he's seen the other side of it and he's came back and got the win.
Would Dossery help Abu Maka here and say, I've played Nicholas so many times, this is how you dispatch this man?
Well, definitely, yes. I mean, you have to look at that game, the first half, where he was, I think, up 3 or 4-0. And he has to try to, well, replicate the same kind of game style as Dossery had against Nicholas for the first half. But then he has to also try to change what Dossery did the second half, when Nicholas came back and scored 5 goals. That was a crazy comeback.
I do think Dossery will be given nothing over complicating, but I think he'll give him 1 or 2 tips, maybe the way Nicholas is defending, maybe his pressure. There'll be 1 or 2 things that he'll tell Abu Maka that could benefit him in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Nicholas is so experienced at this level. He's been in loads and loads of matches like this one. Abu Maka, a little bit less experienced at this level. Well, let's see how this one plays out for a place in those semi-finals against Young. Enjoy this one.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. And wow, what a quarterfinal we just saw. That was so good. Young absolutely dominating Vergang. I mean, we weren't really expecting that, were we? Anders was the favourite of this tournament, by the way, before it started. Milos, how good was that?
Honestly, that was an incredible thing to witness. Young, at the end, great composure under fire. I have to say also, the crowd behind him, that is a buff to take in. However, kudos to Vergang. Not obviously one of the best players in the world, but to be able to turn those boos into boons over day and day and day, to get it here, honestly, pretty darn impressive. But I'm sure it is not the last we've seen of Vergang.
Of course not. And we need to mention Young's celebrations on this stage. The crowd absolutely loved him, didn't they?
It was absolutely brutal. I mean, twice. You do it once and the crowd reacts twice and everybody's on their feet. That is something else, Nicole.
Indeed. Okay, let's get our final quarterfinal underway. So, representing Cloud9, it's Nicholas 99FC! Oh, listen to that crowd. Nicholas finished top of Group B. He only just qualified for this tournament, but he had an incredible group stage and showed his opponents exactly what he can do. The Iceman needs to keep his composure here and shut out this noise, but it won't be easy.
And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, Abu Makka!
Wow.
Abu Makka, our last Arab and Saudi representative, has fought through fire and flames. From groups to a grueling resurrection stage, he made it count when it mattered. And from now on, surviving and thriving are all that matters.
Wow, Milosh, this crowd is absolutely unbelievable. Players, if you come and join us right here, Nicholas.
Well done.
If you can face each other, do you have any last words?
No, just good luck. Any final words? I'm ready, God willing. Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats. Faddalu.
Milosh, that felt so tense. I could feel that, right?
Absolutely is. You're not alone in this. But we have our final quarterfinal about to begin. Riyadh, one more time, Samoni Mara! Hadrin! I think it's time, we're all ready for it, so let's send it over to our casters.
Well, it's quite clear to see who has certainly got the backing here in the Qiddiya Arena for our last quarter-final matchup in the Esports World Cup. Already 3 players are into the semi-finals. Just 1 place remains in that top 4 to take on Young. What's up, Brandon Smith and Dan Gaskin will be guiding you through this quarter-final. Dan, I mean, look, Nicholas, I absolutely love the fact he's come out here, he's getting booed, he's getting hissed at potentially, and he just does not care. On the other side, Abu Makka is soaking in this atmosphere. I mean, Nicholas is called the Iceman for a reason. He can keep his cool no matter what pressure he's under, but this really is going to be a battle against a wall of noise throughout this game. The best way to stop it, an early goal. Silence them quickly, and Nicholas needs to get on top of this one. As for Abu Makka, he's been so entertaining all tournament long. Goals galore. We've seen 15 goals in a game, 10 goals in a game. It just seems to be he loves to attack, which does leave him open at the back, but as long as he can score more than his opponent, he's not going to care.
Well, yesterday, Dan, we had the opportunity to watch Abu Makka in a handful of games. He actually has had to play 3 more matches than Nicholas has had to even get to this stage. He was playing until the late hours last night with wins against Nathan SR, Webb Nazri, and then taking down Mani Bashore, last year's world champion. Some would say that it could favour him, some wouldn't. For Nicholas, he will not care about this at all. For him, he was flawless in the group stages, Dan.
Nicholas is just one of those players that even when you think he might be down and out, he always finds a way back in. 4-0 down against MS Dossary, and he comes back and he's able to tie it all up at 4-4, which is not something that many players could go on to do. And maybe that's something he can take away against Dossari's teammate here in Abu Makka. It doesn't matter if I go behind. I know I'm going to have a path and a route back into this game. But I do think that the crowd is going to be loud and proud and in Nicholas's ear here, so he has to be on top of his game.
Well, the only game that Nicholas lost was in day 1. This is back on Thursday now in round 1. He lost to Mani Bashore 4-2. Since then, he has been on a rampage. He won 6 games in a row in the group stages, and that's just not wins against anyone. Dan, it's wins against the likes of MS Dossary, Anders Vergang, unfortunately he's just been eliminated, Nathan SR, Matthias Bonanno, fellow Argentine there as well, and then even the likes of PH in, who we beat yesterday, 5-0. He's been on a rampage throughout the group stages.
And Nicholas is just one of those players, he's so hard to predict, so hard to read when you're going up against him. He seems to have always something up his sleeve. There's the main man himself, MS Dossary. A previous world champion himself, hands off the baton now to Abu Makka to maybe go on and win the Esports World Cup. But there is a long way to go now, and he just has to try and break through Nicholas's ice-cold wall here.
Well, then it's a hard ask for him, but let's see. what he can do. Last quarter-final underway now. The Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. Nicholas 99 against Abu Maka. The winner will be taking on Young in a semi-final that will be worth $150,000. Remember, the winner tonight here in Riyadh will pick up $300,000. 7 world champions in a row, Nicholas has made. Since 2017, he's never missed the big outing. Whether it be the best 16, the best 24, the best 32 players in the world, he's always there. His name's always on the list. The one thing that's been lacking, Dan, is just that piece of silver at the end. You feel like it's the uncompleted story.
And certainly with the way he's been playing, he definitely could get the job done here in Riyadh. And one thing I can promise you in this game is going to be goals. And I don't think it's even curseable with how both of these have been playing so far this tournament. They've been so good going forward. I'm expecting there to be goals galore.
Ball, Abu Maka, 5 minutes in. We'll give this crowd something to cheer about. Surprise, surprise, it's Erling Haaland using his heads. Basically a diving header.
I promised you goals, and we've already got one on the board. And it was a beautiful goal. Recognised that there were players just stepping up, and then there's an over-the-top through ball at just the right time. And as you mentioned, a diving header pretty much to secure it. Oh, what a ball it was. And anyone else probably not getting on the end of it. Maybe SCR7, but that's why Haaland is on the pitch. That's why he's in your team.
How's he even seen that pass there, Vitinha? Abu Maka knew exactly what he was doing. In case you have missed the headline news here at the Esports World Cup as well, the club championship has already been won by Team Falcons. They won 2 of the esports titles in the first couple of weeks here in Riyadh, regardless of where they place. They've already won that bonus $7 million, and they will be lifting that big Esports World Cup trophy at the end of the 8 weeks. Long ball over the top. This could be a second for Abu Maka. Could he have done more? Was there an opportunity to slide that into the right corner? Quick corner played in now. Haaland makes it 2. Forget the chance before. Abu Maka. What a start to this quarter-final.
All smiles for the crowd here in Riyadh. The Qiddiya Arena is about to have its roof blown right off if Abu Maka continues to play this way. I mean, we know how dangerous corners are. We've said it 1,000 times in this tournament. But he could have had a goal previously. If it wasn't for the goalkeeper movement from Nicholas, it was probably going to be 2-0 regardless. But Abu Maka, he's been flawless with these corners. He's so quick when he takes them. And it's pinpoint accuracy time and time again. And Nicholas now needs to try and dig deep and do exactly what he did against Abu Maka's teammate and find his way back into this game.
Well, if you remember rightly so, last time that Nicholas played a Team Falcons player was on this main stage, and he was 4-0 down in 30 minutes. And I believe there, Mr. Zara is sitting in that very seat that Abu Maka is in. In case you missed what the full-time result was, it was a 5-4 win for Nicholas. I'm not saying that will be the same scenario here, but you can't count the Iceman out. He always finds a way back off the 10 minutes in. Abu Maka could not have played this quarterfinal any better.
Well, I mean, in the interview after Ander Vergang lost, he said, you know, I was playing on the away side. It's no coincidence why we're seeing people lose on the away side either. Abu Maka on the away side, 2 goals up. Because what he has is the crowd advantage. He's always at home. And he's played so well so far this tournament. He really has gone from strength to strength. He had a moment, a blip, I feel, in confidence on day 1. Where I think maybe the nerves got to him a little bit. But ever since then, he's recovered and looked like a player who really can go on to win the whole thing.
Well, he said yesterday in an interview as well that this is the consistency that now he's starting to expect from himself. Last year in the World Championship, he got a top 16 spot here in Riyadh last time that we were here. This year, he's had 3 top 8 finishes. He might be on for a 3rd here. Mbappe, what a tackle that is. It had to be reckless from Rudiger, but he just did enough. Unfortunately, though, he's just given away a corner, and we know what could happen here. Courtois saved onto Bellingham, and Konate bundles it through for 3.
And the crowd are absolutely loving it. And why wouldn't you? Your boy is looking like he could be scoring double digits at this point.
Well, it's the loudest it's ever been inside the Kiddie Arena. Even louder when Team Falcons yesterday won the club championship. There is going to be a small technical pause, I believe, potentially there. Nicholas is fuming, and you can understand why, because fair play to Jude Bellingham, who somehow got on the line. Courtois nearly parried it into his own goal, but that is just, it couldn't have fallen any better down for Abumaka.
Abumaka has got corners on lockdown. And if he keeps finding them, it's going to be difficult for Nicholas to get back into this game. It's going to be difficult for anyone to compete with how successful he's been from corners as well. And he knows it. He's been taking shots at times, saying, if the keeper parries it out for a corner, I've got a great attempted goal here. But then what he does is he switches it up sometimes. When his opponent thinks that there's maybe going to be a shot, suddenly he breaks out the skill move. Suddenly he starts to dance in that box. And I love what I've seen from Abumaka so far. As for Nicholas, the Iceman, he's called it for a reason. He needs to refocus and try and find his way back into the game. And it is doable. There's plenty of time here.
3-0 in 16 in-game minutes. What a start for Abumaka. The point I wanted to say was, though, is that he's had quite a few top 8 finishes this year. His consistency's been incredible. FC Pro Open all the way back in February. Got himself a top 8 finish there, losing to the hands of PH In, who he very much could match up in the final, depending on how it goes here. Also got himself a top 8 finish in Berlin just 36 days ago. And once again here at the Esports World Cup, his consistency has continued. Might be able to go one step further. It'd be the furthest he's ever been in a big world championship tournament like this one. And he really has been the next rising star here in Saudi Arabia. As much as MS Tasari is loved by many, you feel like it's a passing of the baton. Especially this year, we've seen it.
I mean, it's his time to shine. And this crowd are just hoping he can put on even more of a performance here. And I wouldn't blame them if they start to get a little bit nervous if Nicholas got a goal back. But if Abumaka can go 4 up, it's going to be so tough for Nicholas.
Chance Mbappe finds the feet of Haaland. Well played, Konate just scoops a leg around. Nicholas is still not happy. Whatever he's dealing with on a virtual pitch, Kai Havertz all the way on the left-hand side. Simply has not been able to get going yet. Toni Kroos finds Bellingham. Yet to really register a proper shot of goal. Here's Nicholas so far, getting his those step overs, trying to find his groove now in his final third. Haaland keeps it in. And will allow for this chance to restart again. Big switch of play.
It's good patience from Nicholas. He's not getting frustrated visually, certainly in-game. You can see on his camera he's starting to get a little bit annoyed, but he is at least playing with patience in-game. Just needs to be careful with counter-attacks that might follow.
Amount of space on this far-hand side again. John Stones looks to be pickpocketed here by Kai Havertz. Really well done down the pylon. You know where that's going to end up. Haaland makes it 4-0 in 28 in-game minutes. If there was really a stage for Abumaka to make a name for himself, this is it.
What a moment for that young man. You talk about a passing of the baton. He is grabbing it off Nazri and saying, I am more than happy to wave this flag for Team Falcons. As everyone in the audience starting to wave theirs. And again, as soon as he saw Haaland at that back post, it was just a matter of time before the ball ended up in the back of the net. Haaland has been unbelievable this tournament, as has Abumaka. But we have been here before with Nicholas, right?
And it was in this exact moment, really, down 30th minute, he was 4-0 down. And I believe he got a goal just off the restart, maybe like this. Well played, Abumaka again.
And I wonder if maybe Nazri had a word with Abumaka just to remind him of what Nicholas is capable of doing. Don't let your guard down. Don't take your foot off the pedal. Continue to press. Continue to look for goal after goal. Don't give Nicholas a chance back into this game.
Well, there isn't really anyone better to ask, is there, MS Nazri, who had to go through this matchup. It's one of the calmest competitors we've ever seen in this esports space, Nicholas. We need to see a new level of calm to really work through this current situation he finds himself in a knockout quarter-final. Mbappe, Tony Cruz, heavy pass. It's not doing any favours there. Abumaka. Oh my, what a ball again. Finds the feet of Haaland. He's just done that a few times there, Dan. Gets the ball into Vitinha, and it's just this double tap little dinkies, even to find into a big striker.
Nicholas needs to focus up a little bit here. He's not happy, but he needs to be careful because he doesn't want to give away another goal just while he's complaining. If there's something wrong, pause it. Have a chat with the admins, have a chat with your coach, whatever. He needs a goal here. He needs something to cling on to.
Could this be the start? Bukayo Saka! That really just sums up the luck that he's having right now, Dan. You will not get a better chance than that, and you can't even hit the target.
I mean, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for him. That could have just opened up this game. Because you score that goal, you plant that seed of doubt into Abumaka's head of, is it going to happen to me as well as Nazri? But now Abumaka gets to slow the game down again, hold on to possession, look for another one of those over-the-top through balls. Because Nicholas needs to start pressing him soon. Of course, you can go into the half, probably be 4-0 down and still believe you can get back into things, but that time is very quickly going to disappear away from you.
Abumaka is just playing Nicholas off the park still at this point. You get down that byline again, it's that corridor of uncertainty. You know where that one's going to end up. Kai Havertz just about doing enough with his play style pluses, which does enough to stop Erling Haaland on that occasion. 4.5 half time is not going to be pretty for Nicholas, but as we've come to see here at the Esports World Cup, no one is safe in the knockout bracket. Big chance this is for Kai Havertz, he's offside.
Again, it's so close for Nicholas. Even more frustration. Probably would have been a goal if he was onside there, Havertz. Abumaka still has a chance here to make it 5 before half-time. He can hold on to this ball. He can wait for that last attack. It's another ping and switch of plays he finds every single time. And he is onside here, but does give it away, so... looks like it probably will be 4-0 to end this half. And I mean, these quarterfinals, Brandon, they've all been insane, but they've all been very one-sided.
No, they certainly have been. They've certainly had a long scoreline. Big chance for Haaland before the Brei. That's not going to give Nicholas 2 big chances in the half. So frustrated in the Brei, but for Abumaka, he really can't ask for much more than this. 4-0, he leads in the quarterfinal stages of the Esports World Cup featuring FC 24. Abumaka couldn't have played that half any better, Dan, let alone that first 13 game minutes.
I mean, I like what the analysts were talking about in the studio floor earlier about Abumaka's play style and how he comes up with something a little bit different. Sometimes likes to play the quick passes on the floor, but if we're honest, he's really found a way just to get that ball onto Haaland's head, whether it's the through balls at the start, whether it's from the corners, or whether it's just been a dink to the back post. Abumaka has played this first 45 perfectly, but... and there has to be a but when you're going up against Nicholas.
One goal, as we saw, Dan, it will change the game. It's just if that goal's ever going to arrive.
I mean, you feel if it goes to 5, you start to just think about the semi-finals. But if Nicholas gets 1 and just regains a little bit of composure here, gets locked back in, refocuses, and then Abumaka maybe starts to worry about what could happen. But you can see big discussions with the coach at the moment about maybe some tactical changes that could help him in this second 45, because something's not been right for him. You could see the complaints he was having. Will we see Abumaka saluting once more?
It's only been in the last sort of 24 months there's been the emergence of Abu Makr. He sort of stole the hearts of the Saudi Arabian people when he won the local FC Pro Partnered League, the ESPL, 2 years on the trot. When MS Nazri's not winning that, you start looking around and thinking, who is this guy? Next thing you know, he's competing on the international stage. And he might just be on for a semi-final finish here with a huge scalp on the way through.
I mean, we could be looking at Anders Vergang and Nicholas eliminated in the space of 30 minutes.
Could this be a perfect start for the second half? Haaland, it was an idea there to try and play the ball into Cruyff. Abu Makr again has defended superbly well.
Yeah, he seems to have got Nicholas's number for the most part. I mean, Nicholas has definitely had the chances. Missed that open goal, or what felt like an open goal. But other than that, Abu Makr has read every single attempt that Nicholas has tried. He's always had a defender kind of lurking, cutting off those passes. And for Nicholas, he just needs to find something else a little bit different here.
Cruz finds Havertz. Is there an option to whip it into the box deep? There was.
Something different.
Just another question thrown at Abu Makr to say, look, I might start lofting some of those crosses into the box.
I don't hate it from him. I think you've got to get a little bit creative now because you've tried everything for 45 minutes and it's not worked.
Abu Makr, first time on the hunt in this second half for a fifth goal. That should go out for a goal kick. It does. I mean, at this 4-0 situation down, what minute does it get to when we see Nicholas just sort of have to go for it?
I mean, really, it feels like now 60 is usually the default answer, right? But 4-goal deficit is hard to turn over.
Nice ball into the finesse. It was time green. Petacek gets a hand on it and it goes out for a corner.
Here we go.
There's a lifeline to fall back on, Dan. It's here from a corner and it goes. There's Erling Haaland who's timed it green. It doesn't fall on his head. Falls back to Mbappe. Can he get the angle? No, he can't. Van Dijk stands strong. Another wave at it. Pass into Haaland. There's another. Team Falcons shirt in the way. That time Courtois. Still, the chance is alive, and eventually, with the help of Brutal, who drops into an extra defender. Could be a chance to counter-attack if Abu Makr. What a counter-attack this could be. 2, 3, 4 shots there, all blocked from Nicholas. If he was to go and get a fifth, it would be a heartbreak scenario for the Argentine. Brilliant build-up, Abu Makr. What a clever pass that is. Finds Mbappe. Superb, Abu Makr.
Unbelievable. The lifeline on the other side of the pitch for Nicholas to get back into the game. A moment of panic from Abu Makr, giving that ball away. But then to have the composure to go down the other end and do that. The vision, exquisite. As we get to look back at it, it's just one after another, and then just seeing Mbappe peeling. And he finds him perfectly. And the finish, I mean, it looked inevitable by that point. And it might be inevitable that Abu Makr wins this game.
Again, Dan, it's Vitinha. His role in this team has been superb. He's just been the playmaker. That lofted ball went over 2 defenders' heads, and Mbappe was through. One of the best goals we've seen so far from Abu Makr in this game. What a ball, look, it's through. Kai Saka there was in acres of space.
I don't mind that. I think that's actually quite smart from Abu Makr. He doesn't really need to be looking for more goals now. He's got 5, it's actually about possession. If you start attempting passes, even though he looks like he's through, there is an opportunity you give the ball away.
Surely not enough. One into Erling Haaland. 6 of the best from Abu Makr. Some of these scorelines we're seeing in the Esports World Cup are truly ridiculous.
It's been an unbelievable day. 6-2 to Jafonzo, 5-0 to PH Zin, 9-4 to Young. And now Abu Makr finds himself up 6-0. These semi-finals are going to be something else here in Riyadh. Again, it was a little bit fortunate, but He looked for the pass. He tried it when he was in the final third. And he can start thinking about that extra cash he's been able to get getting into the semi-final. Guaranteed 90,000 now. And with the way Abumaka has been playing, maybe there's more on the horizon for him.
As you said, just forgetting for these quarterfinals, it's been his biggest payday already. Topping what he picked up in Berlin just 4 weeks ago. $40,000 he got there with a win here. $90,000 guaranteed just for getting into the top 4 here. Alongside that, even more club championship ranking points for Team Falcons. They don't need them. They have already won the club championship rankings, but maybe they're going to try and set a personal record.
I mean, for Abumaka to find another trophy for Team Falcons in that club championship really would be the icing on the cake.
Just looking as well, Dan, it's his first season contracted as well for Team Falcons. Was picked up from Twisted Minds at the latter stage of last year after getting a top 16 at the FC Pro World Championship, where we saw Manu Bashore knock him out. We knew Manu Bashore went on to win the whole competition after that. Certainly has had a bit of a springboard season as Abumaka, regardless of what happens in the semi-final. Look how open it is at the back for Nicholas. He's had to just go for the game now, unfortunately. But it could get really, really ugly.
It does set up a mouth-watering affair in those semi-finals, though.
Is there a chance for one for Nicholas? Still can't find a way through the power shot there.
Abumaka versus Young. They've already played each other here in the group stages. Young beat Abumaka 4-3. It's one of the few players Abumaka has lost to so far. But back in 2023, as it could be another goal here, and will be for Abumaka. It's 7. Chalk it off, sending him into the semis against Young. And he did beat Young back in 23, 6-2 in playoffs. So he knows he can take down Young. Is there a scenario where Abumaka ends up in this grand final here in Riyadh in front of a home crowd?
7-0, Daniel Gaskin. What on earth?
It's that serious you've used my full name.
I've had to.
You have to.
We've had to go full names.
At 7-0, and it could be 8.
Oh my, this is getting really, really, really ugly for the side of Nicholas now. There's a one more pass across the goal onto the final, went for a La Croqueta instead. And it's clear to see Nicholas's head's gone, which never normally happens. Abumaka is having the time of his life out there. I know we're not in the grand final yet, Dan, and I know who stands in his way, but could you just imagine if Abumaka was to get to a grand final, how crazy this crowd is going to be?
It would be absolute scenes. It would be insane, and a fantastic memory for Abumaka.
He wants 8. Abumaka.
I mean, he wants 8, the crowd wants 8. He's turned up the heat here in Riyadh. It's hot enough outside, but it's hot here inside. He's been able to melt the Iceman here in this game.
Quite literally. Fancy an 8 on there as well. Another block in the way. Still is alive. What a ball! Oh, that is superb. FC 24, Abumaka. Just the creativity in those moments, Dan. He's not afraid to go back and then recycle and then find another way to unpick the lock.
You know when you go to a football game as a fan and you just say, I just want 1 goal, someone to cheer about, someone that I can go home, tell the kids. How about 8 when you come here to watch Abumaka? I promised you goals in this game. Now, I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided, but Abumaka has been a goal machine so far this tournament, and he is not disappointed here in this quarter-final.
Well, you know what, Dan? They've got one better than that. They haven't just given you a few goals. They're giving you a free ticket as well to the next match, because he's coming back to another semi-final. Can Nicholas find anything in this game? He honestly can't. There's a world here. We could be looking at a 10-0 result.
Before Abumaka, I mean, Young now stands in his way in the semi-final. I mentioned he's already lost to him so far this tournament. On the other side of the bracket, Yafonso, who Abumaka has also lost to so far this tournament.
A lot of repeat matchups coming up. 2 Brazilians, 1 Portuguese player and a local here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. All battling for glory here at the Esports World Cup. One of them will pick up $300,000.
And it will be...
I mean, I'd love to hear from Nicholas as well at the end of this game.
That's what I was going to say. It's a case of what went wrong. It's going to be a deep dive assessment of this game for him. Wasn't happy from the get-go, really. After the first couple of goals went in, he was complaining to his coach.
Abu Makka. Surely not. Oh my God.
At this point, just try something, try anything.
At this point, you just showboating for the fans. 8-0.
I mean, we've just seen Young destroy Anders Vergang on the main stage. And maybe the winner of this would probably be a bit concerned to go up against Young, but Abu Makka has just done the same thing, if not one better, against a legend in himself, Nicholas 99 FC. And it is so difficult to call who's going to win this tournament. I was chatting to Gorilla backstage, and he said, I mean, we all had our talent predictions at the start of this tournament, but I'm not sure any of us would have seen how all of this would shape up. And with how everyone's played so far,
I think all of our predictions might be eliminated, Dan.
I think they might be by now, yeah.
Anyone said P18 or Jafonzo, maybe?
I did think about changing to Jafonzo last minute.
I mean, can we edit the spreadsheet now?
Not just saying it. I know that I had Levi David, there was a Bonanno, there was a lot of Emre, and there was a lot of Anders Vergang. And I think that might have been it.
Well, this is generally the biggest scoreline deficit that Nicholas, I think, has ever experienced in his FC esports career. He's been involved since 2016. But to be eliminated in a quarter-final by this margin is unfathomable. He'll try his best to get a consolation if he can even find a way through Abu Makka's back line. Well, I look forward to hearing what he has to say after the game. Abu Makka, incredible performance here in the quarter-final. Semi-finalists in the Esports World Cup. 8-0 win against the Iceman Nicholas 99.
He's already given him his key. He says, I don't want to have to bother with that on the main stage. I don't have to be interviewed here. He probably wants to get out. His key will be crushed by Abu Makka. And that might be heartbreaking for Nicholas to accept defeat here. But for Abu Makka, he has put on one heck of a show in front of the fans here in the Gideon Arena. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say, because he's going to be over the moon. A guaranteed $90,000, a place in the semi-finals, and a rematch against Young from earlier on in the group stages.
Absolutely, Dan. Look, 16 players came here. They qualified in all different routes and situations, from Dallas to Sweden to invites to the last chance qualifier. Now there's only 4 players that remain. Abu Makka is amongst the top 4, and he's catching up with Milos now.
And here we are with the man of the hour, Abu Makka, victorious on stage. He'll be making it to the semi-finals. أبو مكة مبروك الفوز. أكيد حتطلع هلا على نصف النهائيات، بس بالأول بدي أسألك، في كان ضغط عليك كتير، شفناها بمرحلة المجموعات وقدرت تتخطيها، وبس هلا ورجعتنا جيم كتير نظيفة. شو تغير بين امبارحة واليوم؟
أول شيء الحمد لله، أنا كنت واثق من المستوى، حتى في المجموعات المباريات اللي خسرتها كلها كانت فارق هدف، فكنت عارف انه بس احتاج هذه الفرصه اللي ترجعني، والحمد لله امس يوم تاهلت دعم الجمهور، بدعم الموجودين كلهم، دعم فالكون، قدرت ارجع بمستواي. لسه انا ما سويت شيء، انا اليوم توب 4، اطمح اني اوصل للنهايه ان شاء الله.
Well, of course, it's no secret I had some issues, but those games were barely by a goal loss, so it's no issue. We got back into it, focused up, and here I have a crowd behind me. They pushed me, and I definitely could show my skills, but I'm not done here. I want to make it at least to that final and not just get held up here in the semis. طيب، حتلعب أنت جيم كثير مهمة هلا بنصف النهائيات قدام يونغ، شو متوقع بهالماتش هيدا؟
يونغ لاعب كبير يعني فاز على انجلس بنتيجة كبيرة. لعبت معاه بدور المجموعات قدر يفوز عليه فرق هدف، لكن ان شاء الله باذن الله قادر اني افوز على يونغ، ودعم الجمهور الموجود وحاضر ان شاء الله اني قادر افوز على اي احد. دعواتكم اللي تشوفونا وان شاء الله باذن الله نكسر الحاجز ونروح للنهايه. يعني تقريبا هذه السنه لعبت 3 بطولات عالميه كلها خرجت من دور الثمانيه، هذه الحمد لله المره عديت وان شاء الله باذن الله الجاي افضل باذن الله.
There it is. Quarterfinals has been my stop so far in the year, but I managed to make it past. I'll make it here into the semis and beyond, no matter who it is on the other side. Mabruk, congratulations, Abu Mecca. I'll let you go and crush your key. هنتركك تروح وتكسر مفتاح اللاعب ضدك. Hey, that was it here from Abu Mecca. We'll send it back to our studio.
Yeah, thanks, Milosh. And we can just see some of the highlights. And wow, what a one-sided affair that was. 8-0 to Abu Mecca over Nicholas, who is so highly regarded in our space, which is it's quite difficult to watch maybe as well. We've watched Nicholas for so many years just get defeated in that way. You can see how visibly distressed, is that the right word to use, about what's going on. He just couldn't find anything to make it stick today.
Yeah, it's not a performance that we're used to seeing from Nicholas, but from Abu Mecca's perspective, that is a statement performance for his next game. So I would not want to play him now.
Looked like he's having a couple of troubles there. He was, you know, kind of gesturing to his coach there. What do you think was lacking, was missing?
I mean, he was not happy about the gameplay, I think. He had the same issue against Nazri when he was down 4-0, and then they had a game reset, and then he came back 5-4. So there might be something there. I don't know exactly what's happening because I haven't tried out the actual gameplay. But yeah, there's always the risk of having best of one, that sometimes maybe one player might have some kind of better gameplay perhaps. And yeah, I mean, these numbers, they're crazy. These rounds are extremely one-sided. +4 Jafonso, +5, +5, +8. I don't know.
But at least we have cleared one thing up, because Anders said, oh, he thought there was a problem because he was playing away. Well, Abu Mecca was playing away there, so there is no issue in terms of if you're playing home and away. Maybe today Abu Mecca was just the best player on the day. Well, he goes through, doesn't he, to our semi-finals. We have 4 players left. We started with 16, and this is our last player to have his key crushed in the quarter-finals. Abu Mecca doing the deed, of course, and that key, well, you know who it belongs to, Nicholas 99 FC. This is the one Nicholas was missing, and we kind of thought maybe it was written in the stars and maybe he would then hang up his controller. He's spoken about it. He wants to win this, and then maybe he feels like he can retire.
Yeah, he was looking like into knockout stage for me anyway, one of my favourite players to win the tournament. The way he was playing, the way he came back against MS Dosri. But if Abu Mecca goes on and wins the whole tournament, I think that key that you're seeing on screen right now will be at the bottom.
Yeah, sweet moment for him.
Yeah, and it's also quite funny because he actually went through on 6 points. I think that was -7 in goal difference as well. And that was also thanks to Young beating Levy. Thanks to him, kind of. And now he's going to face him in the semi. So a bit funny there.
I mean, yeah, something has definitely shifted over here at the Esports World Cup for EAFC. We've got 4 possibly new faces really starting to emerge here. Jafonso taking on PH Zin. He's a 2v2 world champion, FC Pro champion from early this season. And then the second semi-final is Young taking on Abu Mecca. 4 fantastic players, 2 fantastic matches to get your teeth into in a few moments' time. But before we move ahead, let's just go back slightly and have a look at that masterclass from Abu Mecca. 8 goals for you to digest. What number are you going for?
We have here the first one, actually,
okay.
Abu Mecca's goal against Nicholas. And we spoke about Abu Mecca's passing skills, and I think he is probably in this tournament the best passing player left here, and just showing here his vision. I'm gonna play this slightly. So we have here the pass back to Khulit, and then in this moment here.
Yeah, so if you just see Haaland here, I actually thought when I first watched it that he triggered him, but it wasn't. So this is the AI of Haaland, and he knows that he's running. And if you look in the bottom corner, Vitinia's playstyles has long ball pass plus. So anything over the top, he is the best at it. And he knows this. It's so quick, it's so decisive, and he knows every single player on his team at their strengths as well.
Yeah, but I mean, just showing here, like, he has so short time to actually see this run and to respond to it. But he sees this so fast, reacts, and the pass here is perfect thanks to this playstyle plus. Long pass, but the reaction and vision that makes really here Abumaka special.
And then that diving header to finish off as well, just the cherry on top. But we have another game, the semi-finals, and the winner of this will get $150,000 guaranteed right after this break.
I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from
set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Atenção, é pra matar ele, tá? É pra sem pena, mano. Você vai chegar com 5, com 7 dentro do gol, tu vai finalizar e vai fazer, mano. Não deixa ele vivo. Vambora.
So you qualified last minute in the last chance qualifier here in Riyadh, which was amazing. Congratulations. Any positive takeaways besides that one from your entire tournament up to this point?
Yeah, I think was, as I said in interviews, like was a surprise for me to be here because I was very close to don't come here because some personal things. And yeah, my practice wasn't too well, wasn't too many games. I prefer to rest. And I say to my coaches, like, okay, let's see what's going, but maybe 0-2, 1-2 in the last chance should be okay for me. I don't care, I have to take it. And then I qualify, as you say, in the last minute. I don't know, even I was surprised. And then here for group stage, I say, okay, it's a tough group, so let's see, let's try to be annoying against the best players like Anders, Manuel, they are already world champions. I am the oldest man here, so I just try to be annoying for them. I qualified first the group, and then, yeah, today didn't went well for me, but yeah, I think that was a positive way to finish this season.
Hey, Nico, what's next for FC 25?
I don't know, like now I have to practice the beta, like I think I have 1 more week. So yeah, that's the next step, and then rest for 3-4 weeks. Yeah, the news game is releasing in a month. So yeah, that's the next one.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on your performance up until this point. Commiserations for now. That is all for Nicholas 99, but we do have more semifinals after.
Well, it just got real, really real here at the Esports World Cup for EAFC. It is semi-final time. The winner of both these semi-finals, well, they guarantee themselves $150,000. Who is going to be the first to get themselves into our grand final here? Will it be Jafonso or PH Zin? Two dominant displays, Mike Lavelle, for both of these players in their quarterfinals.
I'm sure PH Zin is happy to be peaking later stages. And then Jafonso has been consistent through and through. I know we keep saying it, but he deserves that type of recognition. We have to give him the appreciation, the accolades, the achievements, another last chance qualifier, of course. And he's been good every single day.
Yeah, and a little bit about PH Zin's season as well. He started off really well. He actually got grouped at the EAFC World Cup to Jafonso. He knocked him out. So yeah, a bit of a revenge matchup here as well.
Perhaps, yes. I mean, they both had great seasons, definitely. And also this tournament, they have been playing some top FC. But yeah, completely new matchup. And we've seen these quarterfinals. It could really be a wild game.
Jafonso, tell us a little bit more about him competing in the EMLS this season. Like, what have you seen change in him this year?
Well, coming into the year, I had been hearing from a lot of people in Europe, because obviously he's Portuguese, about, hey, he's ready. He's ready right now. And I say, okay, we'll see what happens in EMLS. The first couple events are online for EMLS, looked good. Didn't necessarily look like he was the best competitor or he was a guarantee to go through or a sure thing for the finals that were, of course, in person. And then he dominated. He did his thing. And then from there, it's carried on. So I think it probably gave him a little extra bit of confidence, which is to be expected. But again, not to be a broken record, consistently this year, he's been good from the start to where we're at now, so start to finish.
And PH Zin, I mean, he's obviously wearing a Lula as well. He's signed for this Saudi esports team coming into this. Yes. And Mike's been sitting in the crowd, I'll ask him in a moment, but that's going to give him a lot of confidence as well, just knowing he has probably the 12th man on his side.
Yeah, I mean, he should be here. Favorite from the fans, definitely playing for a home side. And yeah, he has a crowd with him, but also he has as well one big trophy this season, a huge trophy, winning the FC Pro Open. I mean, that was a massive one. So yeah, he knows what it takes to win these big games. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Mike, just a really quick one here. You were just watching as a fan in the Giddy Arena. What was it like?
I mean, it's packed. I don't think there's a seat. I had to move over people to try to get next to someone. So that's the kind of atmosphere in there. I'm sure that it's coming across on screen, that everybody's got chants. They're up, they're down, they're handshakes. Everything's happening in there. So if you get a chance or we get a chance, I'd like to take us in there for the semifinals. I'm just throwing it out there for a $60,000 game, basically.
I feel like it was a crowd that was giving you goosebumps as well. Hairs very much standing up on the back of your neck.
I'd never seen the celebrations. I don't think any of us have at the competitive level when you're talking about FC, where you had the lining up the Sui. You know,
I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen the chants in this regard. I've never seen mid-game team talks with an audience. It's just most of our events are a little more studio, so we don't have that new dynamic.
Exactly. I'm not going to get you to predict this one because it's getting to the crunch point, but I am going to get you guys at home to predict. stcplay.gg. Put them in now because the countdown is on. 10 seconds until we find out our first grand finalist. Will it be Jafonso or will it be PH Zin? The time is now for both of them.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the Gidea Arena. Okay, our quarterfinals are done. We just saw Abu Maka become the final player through to the semifinals. And what a game he just had on this very stage behind us. And it's fair to say, he has turned his tournament around, Milosh.
Yeah, that entire ship has been rounded, and it was a massacre that we saw in the quarterfinals. Unexpected, but he attributes that victory to, you know what? I lost by only a goal or two in most of the other games. It's all right. I managed to bring it back, and I got a crowd behind me. So that is a buff that you cannot neglect, as you've heard our analysts and our casters that have been here in the arena over the past few days. However, shall we just remind everybody of what's at stake here? Because if you've made it into the semifinals, you've made at least $90,000, right? But it also means that you've crushed quite a few of our keys here. There's quite a few that you've been seeing as we are on. What is it? 6, 12, 4 players down. There you go. We do it on broadcast, but also our trophy. Nicole, can you believe it? After all these days, in just a few hours, we'll have our victor. And it might just be one of our next 2 players.
Imagine lifting that. Imagine how that would feel, Milosh.
Mental.
Well, it won't be long until we see that happen on this very stage. But shall we get our first semi-final going? Let's do this. Representing Luna Galaxy, it's Jafonso! Jafonso was one of the last players to qualify for this tournament, but he has dominated it. A great win in the quarterfinals led him here, but how will he do when he faces a close friend here in the Gidea Arena?
There's no game without 2 players. His opponent representing Al-Ula, PH Zin! With a 5-0 statement, the Brazilian easily dispatched Mark 11 in the quarterfinals for this spot here in the semis. Practice partners and friends in the real world. How will this rivalry play out on the pitch?
Milosh, this is a big game. Guys, if you want to come here and face each other, please. Do you have anything to say before this semi-final?
Just good luck, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, good luck for him, and I'm ready, and that's it.
Okay, guys, go and place your keys and take your seats. Good luck. Milosh. They're so nice and respectful of each other, but that's because they are close friends. We said it earlier, and it's going to be really interesting how they deal with this game.
Yeah, because it's one thing to be friends outside of the pitch, but on it, it is all about this rivalry. And currently, Jafonso holds a 4-2 streak against him. This is on the pitch itself for the final game that they had at FC Pro Worlds only a bit ago. But we have to get our game ready, so
let's do this.
Are we ready here, Riyadh? Casters, take it away.
Jafonso versus PH Zin, $150,000 on the line. And one of those keys will be no more in 25 minutes time. Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith in the commentary booth to guide you through what could be, it could be a penalty shootout, it could be a 7-0, it could be a 7-0 that way or this way. I don't know what to predict anymore because what we've seen so far has been nothing short from ludicrous.
Quite literally, Richard. I mean, you go through the quarterfinal results. Jafonzo Manabashore, 6-2 win for Jafonzo. PH in mark 11, 5-0 to PH in. Anders Vergang 4, Young 9. And we just saw Nicholas lose 8-0 to Abu Makr. What are half of these results we are seeing? It's unheard of.
It is unheard of. It's a conundrum that I'm sure certainly is yet to be uncovered, as you just saw the prediction coming in at the bottom of your screen there as well. PH in slight favourite, 58% of the votes going to the man from Al Hulula FC. Luna Galaxy on the other side, they've got a chance to get some more points on the board in the club championship.
Just on that as well, Jafonzo PH in. They have played before. They played about 36 days ago in Berlin.
Or is that spot on?
I think it's spot on.
Bang on.
Maybe 37, we'll see. They are the teams loading into the games now, which you can't see at home. We are about to kick off this semi-final matchup. $150,000 on the line between these two. Jafonzo up against PH in. Winner bags $150,000, goes into the Esports World Cup Grand Final. But back to the point, Richard. They played in Berlin. It was Jafonzo that knocked out PH in, not in the knockouts, Rich, in the group stages, which by PH in's own levels and estimations that he has for himself was poor. Yeah. He did make out the group stages in the World Championships.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at just PH's general level of play this season, we're looking down the rap sheet. It's semi-finals, finals, quarterfinals, wins since he's come into the scene, and especially since he's moved from South America over to what was mainland Europe. Not sure where he will be located now with his move to Al Hulu FC. It really does sort of make for very nice viewing. Over $500,000 in prize earnings. He'll be looking to make it closer to $1 million if he was to be victorious today.
Yeah, the FC Pro player from Rio de Janeiro was in contract with Ajax until the summer of 2025, and then Malula came in and said, look, we fancy signing you for the Esports World Cup. They bought him out of his contract nearly a year early.
Do you know what's even crazier about that game that you were talking about in Berlin? It were a loser's game. They both already lost the match in the tournament. Memory serving correct, it was Virgil who had beat Jafonzo to knock him down to the lower bracket, and in the lower bracket final, as you said, Jafonzo with a 4-2 victory.
And now they match up in a game that's worth $150,000. It's a little bit of a different scenario. Jafonzo started so well in his quarterfinal. Are we going to see that start again here against PH? And that was very nearly a perfect through ball into Mbappe. Jafonzo still very much in possession, control in this start to the game. Can R9 turn? Mbappe might have a bit of space to get his shot away. John Stones comes to save the day.
Be a chance for PHG, just threading the needle.
Can he stay calm? Cristiano Ronaldo goes for a cutback, recycles so well. Mbappe opens up the account for Piagazin.
Get the native tongue out. One touch passing, let's see another look at it. Ronaldo taking the space, could have struck towards goal. Saka, first time into Mbappe, and a near post finish for PH. 1-0 up inside the first 15 for the Brazilian. Jafonzo with a chuckle and a shake of the head as he ran the ball out of play. Seen a lot of people suffering on the main stage.
Just some of the scorelines we've seen, Richard, in this sort of latter stage of a tournament. We've seen a lot of FC this year.
Yep.
There's discrepancy in some of the results. Certainly unusual. Haaland looking for a second for PAG and into Bukayo Saka. Believe it or not, Erling Haaland unable to win that battle against Osterlund.
Chance
for Kai Havertz. Step overs back to R9.
Just struggling to get something cooking there. Jafonzo had to pull out a little Ronaldo shot to try and create a little bit of space. PH again coming forward. Kanate with a good block to stop it going 2-0, but that's loose in the middle of the pitch from Jafonzo. He will reclaim possession and play out.
Bit too keen off the mark there, Kai Havertz on the left-hand side. Instead, we'll look for that long ball. Chance to break away. That ball roll was perfect. Gives an acceleration boost into Erling Haaland. Cristiano Ronaldo bundled out the way. Vladimir Leitao still could keep this alive. He's won it back. Rackroquetted into a pass there for Haaland.
It is just, every time he comes forward at the moment, looking like creating something. PH then.
Very fortunate to get that pass away there, Hullet. Havertz wins a corner. We know how dangerous they could be. PAG, big chance. He can find that front post flick on. Haaland just pushed off the ball there, shoulder to shoulder with Mbappe. A third of the game gone already. PAG in the driving seat. Last time he was here in Riyadh, he fell in the top 4 stage of the competition, losing to the hands of Mark 11. This time round, he beat him in the quarterfinals. Maybe some unfinished business for Lula's newest addition to their esports team. Here's R9, back to Hullet.
Rebound.
Keeper get there on the rebound. Yes, he can. 2 hands on it.
Yeah, he was pretty keen with the goalkeeper movement there. PH he moved him backwards and just tried to eliminate and reduce the chance. Did get the shot away in the end, Jafonzo, with Rude.
Keep an eye on that run that will continue from Haaland. It's unfortunately terrible touch from Stones. Of all the games we've seen so far, Richard, on the main stage, this one actually seems to be the least crazy so far.
Yeah, for the first half of sort of the young Anders Vergam, the first 25, it was pretty lackluster, to be honest, and then it just absolutely exploded into life.
Well, Vitinha disguises that pass well. Finetti's green! And it's R9 that equals up the tie.
Textbook Jafonzo, building up on the edge of the box, waiting for the space. And that finish is picture perfect from Ronaldo Nazario. First touch plus activated and then finesse shot. Out of the reach of the goalkeeper, even at full stretch, nowhere near he's going to get to that. And a great reply. Could we have a tight competitive game on the main stage here on Championship Sunday?
Greatest of the game. R9 doing the business there. Pateas, is it 2 in 2 minutes into R9? Yes, it is! Blink and you'll miss it! R9 has just doubled his account! And Jafonzo has flipped the game on his head.
Straight from the kickoff, won the ball back. Couple of recycles. The nice disguised pass into R9. And Jafonzo, after looking a little bit lost in the first 25 minutes, as we approach half-time, will go in flying.
It was like I could hear us, Rich, because we were sort of crying out that the first 35 minutes was a bit slow. Thanks for, 2 goals flying from Jafonzo. And PHG all of a sudden looks a bit unsettled.
Good pressure, high up the pitch to win the ball back.
Keep an eye on that run there. Is he onside, Mbappe? No, he's not. It was a good idea. This chance in the half looks like it's going to play out to Jafonzo. What a chance to go into the halfway point. Not just with a 1-goal lead, imagine a 2. Goal cushion. Alexia Mateus, Vitinha. So a few power shots from the Portuguese midfielder, and on that occasion, still just buying the time. There's that killer pass. Pull it, R9 all queuing up. R9, quick feet, nice reverse, Elastico.
Couldn't quite execute where he wanted there. As he sort of shakes his head, both players don't look the best pleased at half-time. It is Jafonzo with a very, very slight lead.
Well, the halfway point in this game, Jafonzo 2-1 up. PHG started so well in the game, scoring in the first 15 in-game minutes. And then it was 2 in 2 in-game minutes from Lunar Galaxy's Jafonzo, who has had a year to remember. EMLS Cup champion, top 4 in the FC Pro World Championships, and at least the top 4 finish here. Who knows, he might be able to go the full way. Underway in this one. Remember that there is another semi-final that follows this one. It is Young against Abu Makka.
It's a 150k game. We have to remind people as well, you win this, guaranteed $150,000 and 600 of those club championship points.
Just for context as well, last year Jafonzo made around about $25,000 from competitive FC. This season he's already earned $190,000. If he was to go and win this one, he would be looking at about $250,000 in prize earnings. What a ball that is. It's so clever. He's ducked and dived through the on-rushing goalkeeper, but can't find a way through for a finish.
Jumped through the hoop, but couldn't quite put the ball in the back of the net. And PHG's got a chance.
Seen those go for the legs of a defender before. Not on that occasion. Edelman Atal defends well. Havertz, Hullet, huge with to play. Now to Tushimene. Mateus might fancy a finesse, not on that occasion. Recycles back inside Haaland. It's a horrible touch. PHG struggling to get a foothold in this one, Richard. Oh, now he can. What a chance. Bukayo Saka in acres of space for PHG to make it 2-2. We're all square once again.
Just saying. You thought PHG were struggling to get into this game. The high line, Saka with the run, the ball timed to perfection. And Jafonzo with a chance. It bounced off Haaland. He couldn't bring the ball under control. PH goes up the other end and levels the tie. Let's have another look at it. He was just too quick. He couldn't get back. Militao was the nearest defender. And it was all about keeping composure. He slammed it into the bottom left corner.
Mbappe straight away from the restart. Are we looking at a potential hat-trick there for Arno? We still could be. Onside Haaland. Yes, he is, but in a bit of a tussle there with Konaté.
Yeah, no Van Dijk for Jafonso, which is interesting. He's gone, as he has, Militao and Konaté. Obviously, Van Dijk, one of the best centre-backs on the game, but doesn't possess aerial plus. However,
it's like personal preference as well, Rich, with those centre-back choices. Seems like the same pool of 4 or 5 players.
I think personally I would have him in, but I understand it why you wouldn't as well.
Just depends on what sort of consistency you get, isn't it, from a centre-back. Mbappe watching on that through ball. He's pulled that one off perfectly. Big chance, PH in! 3-2 he leads! The Brazilian is back on top!
Timed to perfection. Comes down the other end. Then before you know it, the ball's in the back of the net. A shake of the head from Jafonso. Just hear the PlayStation noises in the background. Someone's utilising that clipping tool and seeing some instant VOD review. Let's have another look at it. Mbappe with the ball. CR7 made the first run, but Saka was the player straight through the middle. Green timed at the near post. PH in. Leads. There's a shrug of the shoulders from Jafonso.
But you can see on the replay there, as you saw against Jafonso, he just flicked on to Eder Militao, who was originally going to try and trap the run of Cristiano Ronaldo, but then he sort of fakes it, found the run of Bukayo Saka, then it was too late to switch back on to Konaté.
Fits green there as well. You're in a good position as long as the goalkeeper movement isn't absolutely spot on perfect.
Goal for the visitors, number 11, Bukayo Saka.
Well, for Alula, their newest signing might be taking them to a grand final in the Esports World Cup featuring FC24. His first outing in the new colours of the Saudi club.
With 2 semi-finals in a row at major competitions as well for Jafonso.
I'm sure there'll be a very happy Diogo Jota watching from somewhere. Of course, the owner and founder of Luna Galaxy. He was here actually at the Esports World Cup a few weeks ago. Actually playing a bit of FC with MS Tasari, I believe.
Great player lock through ball.
Tchouameni looking for a cutback or a lofted ball into the box. Wins that battle. Ooh. Chance for Mbappe. He squeezes it through. Oh no, makes it 3-3. You cannot take your eyes off this one.
Even when Jafonso looks uncomfortable, even when he shakes his head vigorously, he's always in the game. And it was the player lock that opened up the space down that far side. Slightly fortunate to win the header. It was a 50-50 with Tchouameni and Stones. And then that driven pass across the midfield, across the penalty box. It would cut out any midfield, just as it cut out the goalkeeper. 22 minutes left. Game well and truly back on. You just saw a quick glance at the stats there as well. 61% of the possession going Jafonso's way. He's held the ball, but we're all level. What a game we've got coming up as well. Young and Abu Maka.
Do you reckon we'll see another Cristiano Ronaldo-esque celebration on the I don't think that would go down too well with the Saudi
I don't know if he'd get the fan participation this time.
No, I don't think he would he?
It's going to be weird for him because he was certainly fan favourite against Anders Vergang, and now he's going to be, you would imagine, booed out the building when he makes that walk because he's not their guy.
From hero to villain in about an hour.
It was their temporary guy. Abu Maka's their forever guy.
You don't know what we're alluding to. It's Young against Abu Maka in our other semi-final. We have to work out who on earth is taking one of those 2 spots in the grand final first from this side of the bracket.
Over the top.
Coutinho, what's that run of R9 there? Haaland's in acres of space in the back post. Fakes a player, lot uses it. With Mbappe this time down that byline, which causes all sorts of problems. He went for a shot, which will win him a corner. Now we all know what happens from a corner. Normally something of danger. Just like that. Surprise, surprise. It's 99 rated Erling Haaland, causing more problems in the box.
When he gets whipped in, there's only one outcome. If the goalkeeper's not there, if he don't protect in front and protect behind, Erling Haaland will rise and he pokes Jafonzo's nose back in front. These 2 stallions have been going back and forth all game long, but who will be first past the post?
Well, PH led the game, then Jafonzo was in front, then PH went back in front, and now we've just swapped roles once again. Back to you, PH. What have you got for us? Goes back to De Bruyne on the edge. Then tries to speed up to Wildway course into R9. Surely not 4-4. Did he go the right way?
For me, no. Trust the goalkeeper was where the chance was whipped in towards Wakehorse, but on that occasion, well defended from Kanate.
Well, Weghorst is going to be that player to cause a bit of havoc in the final third.
Lovely ball.
Onside. He is. Haaland, Hullet, Vitinha. Mateus tries to find that killer pass into R9. Chance to counter-attack, which PH did score from before. Should have gone back to the goalkeeper. No. Ooh. Instead tried to be brave there. Final 10 in-game minutes. Jafonzo, as it stands, is going through to the grand final of the Esports World Cup, featuring EAFC.
Where is that going?
Is a terrible pass.
We wanted a tight game. We wanted something nip and tuck, and we've got it in the semi-final after 4 comprehensive quarters. The semis is where the drama has certainly picked up. For a debut at the Esports World Cup for FC24, you've got to say, it's delivered. The celebrations, the performances,
the names we've had here as well, the matchups we've had.
The crowd.
And they've still got more to give this crowd.
Yeah, because Abu Maka's on his way out. Probably getting a few games. Just watching those final couple of moments from Young as he beat Anders Vergang.
It's a unique atmosphere as well at the Esports World Cup, because there are fans that are sort of watching multiple different esports titles here, but as soon as they get a sniff that there's a Saudi player of Team Falcons that is competing on a main stage here in the Kiddie Arena, they just flood in.
I actually saw them run across. They were, it was on day 1, and I think they were watching Call of Duty, and as soon as MS Nazri made his walk, about 200 fans just flew into the arena. I think they've got a schedule of the games.
And their support certainly has been heard. And it was heard yesterday when Team Falcons were crowned club champions of the Esports World Cup. 6 minutes back in Inswan now. A semi-final worth $150,000. PA Jin currently 4-3 down against Jafonzo.
Ooh.
Can Arnott win there? Yes, he can. It's on a play. Well, Wenkhorst has to score. He will. 4-4. And we're all square once again. We're 4 minutes away from the 90th minute.
It's ugly, but PA Jin will not care one bit. The ball's up in the air and R9. As Jafonzo looks to the heavens.
We can see it on the replay again, Rich. Was it a pass that was blocked? Was it a long ball that was...
I think he went to play out of the back. Let's have a look at it. He's gone long with Hullet first time. Havertz on Havertz, and then he just didn't get the lock on with his centre-back.
You might be laughing.
86?
You might be in the 86th minute now, Rich. 4 minutes away. PA Jin's delivered some late drama before this season, if you can cast your mind all the way back to February. Has he got a bit more left in the locker, or do we need extra time, or is Jafonzo going to continue to keep on surprising us as he has done this season?
Is it a little bit too early to play last attack? For me, I think it could be.
PA Jin might have other ideas though, Richard.
R9.
Mbappe still looks to break the line. Referee, penalty! In the 87th minute, PA Jin with a huge chance to get in front. He does score. 2.5 in-game minutes away from a grand final.
He went to play down the far side. He's been robbed. He's been pickpocketed of possession. Can we see the foul again, if possible? If we can get a replay of that foul, I want to see it, and I want to see how much contact there really was.
Can we slow-mo it?
Here we go. Oh.
That's not a nice animation, is it? Unfortunately, that's an animation that might have just cost you $150,000. Jafonzo was laughing before, but this time he's actually crying inside.
He's dispatched the penalty with Kylian Mbappe. And he's got to go forward on this attack.
PA Jin has just scored 2 goals in 2 minutes. Is he about to get into a second grand final this year? He was a champion in London at the FC Pro Open. Is he on track to be a champion here at the Esports World Cup? Added time, I can imagine, of a long time. What a ball! Into Cruyff, what a one-more pass, Mbappe! Jafonzo! That is incredible!
Played the extra pass. He recycled. This man doesn't know when he's beat. PA Jin was moments away. He comes from kickoff. It's a dink over the top. Haaland wins it. Cruyff sells everybody and just offloads it.
Surely not another one now, Richard. 3 minutes added time. PA Jin, last attack of the game. 5-all. We wanted more. We wanted a game that would deliver, that was nip and tuck. This has been that and so much more. He's going to win that.
He's going to get a throw in. He's going to get the attack.
5 in-game seconds left, but he's so deep into the half of Jafonzo. The referee's going to play the attack out. Wow, Wenkhorst into R9. Finds a cut back. Neymar off the woodwork. PA Jin nearly snatches here the death.
Extra time is where we go.
Imagine Richard Buckley. Imagine if he pulled that off with Neymar.
Inches, centimetres. The L1R1 drag, creating the space. Neymar. He's going to be here in a couple of days. He could have just won it for the Brazilian, for PA Jin.
got to be. This has been game of the day by a mile.
I think this is it. This is the chance again. R9 into Neymar, takes a touch, left-footed.
Did he time it?
No.
I'm not going to be nitpicky because that was one of the biggest chances you'll ever have. 5-all extra time is going to be needed between these two. Who on earth is going to the grand final? They have delivered everything in this game. PHG, back to you, Weghorst. 6-5. The game swings back to the Brazilian.
He could have just won it seconds ago. He now edges in front once again. 92 minutes on the clock. We're in extra time, so there will be time for Jafonzo to reply. Neymar is the one who turned provider this time around, just sliding the ball into out. And I said it on Monday and I'll say it on Sunday. NDW, never doubt Wout.
I'm glad we're approaching the end of the season, so that won't catch on anymore. Who knows, though? They'll probably give it another special item towards the end of the season.
Just came off for Burnley yesterday.
Back to you, Jafonzo. Both of these two clinical in the final third. Neymar does well to sell 2 or 3 players.
It's a fullback battle right now. Who can get the best out of their fullbacks?
Oh, the Neymar. Can't find a way for it. That's that 99-foot he's Neymar. Interchanging just constantly left to right. Where's that pass? Where's the runs of Cruyff? Where's that lofted ball? There it is.
He already pulled the goalkeeper. It was good anticipation from PHG. But that is a woeful clearance.
And amongst all the home fans that are here, there are just a group of Brazilians that have travelled out to the Esports World Cup. They've been pushing the likes of Young and PH through the competition. And the support certainly has been heard and it has been useful. So they pushed their player on, though. Last 4 in-game minutes in his first half. Cruyff. Step overs and pretty. Jafonzo. 6-all.
Outstanding levels of patience. More than anything. Just recycling the ball. Keeping it moving. Waiting for PHG to make a defensive movement more than anything. I'm not even going to call it an error. Just a movement, so there was a gap there. You just see Kanata, he pulled him ever so slightly to the right. The step overs, effective. Could say slightly fortunate that he got through there without a tackle coming through, but 6-6. Penalties seem fitting.
It really does, doesn't it?
They've got different ideas.
Chance. Cruyff! Oh. Inches wide. The point I wanted to make, you just saw PHG sort of just laughing at the situation he found himself after just conceding. This is John Stones of all players driving this attack forward. John Stones wins a corner. Last chance of the half, whipped in towards that front post, and that should do us for the halfway interval in this game. 6-6, PHG and Jafonzo. Still nothing to separate the two.
After PHG edges in front, 92nd minute, you're probably thinking, what's Jafonzo got left? What do either of these two players have left? The concentration levels on display, the sheer guts and determination from both of them. You've got to pick yourself up for 15 more minutes. Do we have a winning goal, a winning moment here at the Esports World Cup, or will we go to spot kicks?
PA's in, your chance now first to take the lead in this one. Neymar, where is that ball gone to? The fact as well that moments in the game, Richard, the chance of Neymar, the penalty shout that probably shouldn't have been a penalty. Yet still Jafonzo came back again and again and again.
And that 9-minute halves makes extra time so long. Now, it makes it really important with the substitutions, with the game management. When it used to be 6 minutes, it would fly by, extra time. And we used to go to a lot of penalty shootouts.
There's going to be at least 1 or 2 good chances for either of these two players. As you're right to say, there's so much time left. Think of that, it's about 2 minutes of real life time. Just under that left, which will tick by slowly. Mbappe now. Good idea there from PAG. Jafonzo. Overlap Frimpong, fresh off the bench, 99 rated Frimpong, full of pace, full of energy, finds a cut back, Neymar. To Shemeni, look at the space for the Real Madrid player. What a tackle, Konate.
The bravery from PAG to commit in there.
Wow, Weghorst. Wow, Weghorst still. Maybe went a little bit too far. Final 4 in-game minutes, we are edging towards the dreaded penalties. Vitinha. Hullet, Jafonzo, can he build the perfect attack? He scored 6 goals already, but this one would be the extra special goal. Would be enough to put him into a grand final, his biggest ever match he would have played in his career. Neymar finds Haaland, can he twist and turn? The step overs are pretty. Still Haaland tries to shift it onto his opposite foot.
And last chance will fall for PAG. The step overs were so nice, I thought he was going to take the space.
Oh my.
Hold on.
Can Cruyff get there in the air? Yes, he can. 190th minute, we're into the last couple of in-game seconds now. Win this, you don't just guarantee yourself $150,000, but a spot in the Esports World Cup Grand Final.
Last attack.
Is he going to have enough time to get this attack together?
Yes.
But where's that ball going to land? There's options in the box. Disguises the pass into Neymar. Come back, Cruyff! With the last kick of the game! Jafonzo might have just done it.
From 128 to the top 2. Jafonzo with the dagger of all daggers to guarantee $150,000. PH's on his phone. He knows it's over.
Game, set, and match. Jafonzo continues this story of one of the best seasons he will ever have. He's a grand finalist, and he's 1 game away from $300,000. A 13-goal thriller that will be one to remember for a while. What a game, Richard Buckley. What a way for us to cast our last game of the season together as well. It couldn't have gone any more down to the wire. Jafonzo at one point was nearly eliminated out of the game, but still came back.
That's the last game for me at the Esports World Cup, and what a game to go out on. Absolutely incredible. Jafonzo's in the top 2. Let's hear from him right now.
I am here with our first finalist, Jafonzo. Congratulations, but wow, what a game that was. Can you try to sum up how you feel after that and how that game was from your perspective? Because it was so close.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game to watch. It was 50-50. I had the luck to score in the last minute, so yeah, Pejzin is one of the best players in the world, so yeah, it was a really tough match.
And you are through to the final. How does that feel? Did you know that you would get there? I mean, we spoke earlier and you said you were confident you could go all the way, but you've done it. One more game and you could be champion.
Yeah, as I said, I'm a really confident guy. I really think that I can win, and yeah, I'm in the final. So yeah, let's see what happens.
And how are you going to prepare for that game? Don't worry, I'm going to let you go in a minute. I'm guessing that you're going to be keeping a close eye on the next semi-final, right?
Yeah, I'm watching. To be honest, I don't care about the opponent. I just want to do my game. Of course, it will a really tough match, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, well, congratulations. I'll let you go because you need to crush Pejzin's key. Well done and good luck for the final. Please give it up one more time for Jafonzo. Incredible stuff, incredible game. Guys, back to you.
Well, he said maybe a bit of luck there. Does luck come into this, Mike, for us?
What a game. We've been asking for it. It was back and forth, goals galore. Late drama, a lot of different variety with the types of goals being scored as well. You see some of the classic one-on-one, some of the quicker passing, some of the whipping it in for crosses. You saw the long shots. You already seen a finesse in action. Saka there on the near post, and it was really back and forth.
Yeah, and plenty of nerves. We saw plenty of blunders as well. I think that happens now because it comes into play with this big prize money. You might start to think about extra 60,000. Extra 150,000. I mean, that is big money. And this was very harsh. He scores here 5-4.
We thought it was done.
Thought it was done there.
Thought it was done.
But Jafonso shows so much composure. Extra pass, fantastic. Scores 5-5. And yeah, I mean, he just shows such
Couldn't believe
composure.
that. I almost forgot about it. Neymar in the 90th had the chance to close it out.
This is what we expected to see from these knockouts today, and we haven't seen that until this stage at the semi-finals. Is this now a turning of the tide, a sign of things to come for the second semi-final?
I hope so, and I'd like to build on what Ivan said. There's definitely nerves. There was a lot of sloppy defending in that game. Sometimes it's the better offense that brings score lines like this. There were a lot of defensive errors.
Yeah, plenty of them. But yeah, as we said here, it is big nerves, of course. And yeah, this means also now that, well, Pejzin knocked out. He had a nice tournament, but in the end, he has to see here his key crushed in the end by Jafonso, the man from Portugal. And I think for him, I mean, he got 18 points in the group stage. He has deserved this spot. And I think throughout this tournament as well, he has been probably the most consistent player, I'd say.
Two massive losses for Pejzin to Jafonso this season as well. In the groups of the EWC World Cup about 5 weeks ago, and now here on arguably the biggest stage, a semi-final stage.
He's only one step away now, but it has been starting to brew that it just might be Jafonso's year. We started that narrative earlier on, especially after he had an initial group stage where it looked clear-cut that he had a certain confidence and cadence and he was going to be getting results. But when you are able to progress play in the 90th, then that post being hit by Neymar on the rebuttal, and then you score in the 121st, you start saying, this could be it. This has to be it. Surely it's meant for me, and I'm going to crush some keys.
It seems like there's two of those fairy tale narratives running. One for Jafonso coming through that last chance qualifier, and one for Abimaka coming through like he did. 6 points. He had just a 2-goal difference in front of his home fans. There's that poster that's being held up with the fans as well, saying it's happening in Saudi, bring it home. And obviously that is for Abimaka. So there's two of these fairy tale narratives. One of them is going to be crushed.
Yeah, I think also this definitely tells us that players who played recently, who have been grinding recently, this month, this week, who are in form, performs now. And also shows like the margins, again mentioning, like from the best player to like spot maybe 25, the margins are extremely small and takes to have this extra grind, extra practice, and they come in now fresh from this week's qualifier, both qualified. Abimaka now also, of course, through, and Jafonso, and they might play then in the final. Let's find out.
We've got 2 more matches, haven't we? One more semi-final and one the grand final coming up a bit later. And I wish you could see behind the camera as well, because a lot of the studios here, the lights are going out, which means we have another champion crowned. Starcraft a little bit earlier on this evening, and now Call of Duty Modern Warfare. This is their moment over here. Atlanta FaZe with the trophy aloft in their arms. Let's head down to Leah.
Hello everyone, Leah Serral here again in a different atmosphere. Once again, we are at the Totem where Atlanta FaZe have claimed their title as champion, and they are putting their key on the Totem that will be here in Riyadh forever. Soon, we will be crowning our champions in EAFC, and that winner will also be here, putting his key on the Totem forever.
I can't quite see behind there. Is there 5 more titles to be announced? I think EAFC gets announced tonight, and then it's 4 more next week. All the Atlanta guys are in front of the Totem. I'm trying to get an eye on that to see how many more keys are ready to be inserted into that Totem, and then it's going to go and get placed somewhere in Riyadh. That's the selfie I want when I come back here next year. We're going to go and find that Totem and really relive what we got to experience here at this year's Esports World Cup. Okay, well, 2 more matches, guys. The last semi-final is coming your way after this break.
amazing, bro. Look for the extra pass in the box because he's scared for your shooting. Come on, keep going. Keep triggering Havertz.
And welcome back to Backstage. PHSIN just coming off the main stage. Unfortunately, his journey ends here at the Esports World Cup in a semi-final. But PHSIN, I have to hand it to you, a great season, a great performance up until this point, and a great game, especially for all of us watching at home, and I'm sure to play, coming right down to the end. Tell me, any key takeaways? How are you feeling after it? Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, of course, I'm really proud of my season. I just moved to Europe. I won Pro Open EWC, and now I make top 4 in the World Cup. I think I deserve it to go more like high in Berlin. But yeah, it's hard to say. But yeah, now just good luck for Jafo. I want to say one thing also. It's a bit unlucky we played this game because we depend a lot for connection, and I hope this can be better for the next years. This is just thing I hope, because this is all our work, and I'm just coming to Brazil to here, more than 20 hours fly to play one semifinal with this connection. Me and Jafo was complaining, so it's like, and I think it's really hard to say now, but everyone can see.
So you mentioned that you moved to Europe, your first season in Europe competitively. How has that transition been in terms of playing, meeting new people, learning a new language? How has that been for you?
Yeah, of course, I learned a lot from my life, not from my work, but from my life. I learned English in 1 year. I didn't, 1 year ago, I cannot talk nothing, and now my English is not good, but I can try. So yeah, I'm so happy, like change a lot of things in my life. Yeah, I knew now another country. I live in Netherlands, was so good with my family. I enjoy so much. And also I become a better person, a better player, playing against the best in Europe. So now it's just time to have my holiday, to have my time with my family, because I deserve it a lot.
Any plans for your holiday?
Yeah, I think I just want to go with my fiancé to somewhere else, just enjoy, and that's it.
Amazing. Congratulations, by the way. Fabulous season from you. I'm excited to see what's next for you next season. We both have about 20-hour flights back home. But again, commiserations, but you have a very incredible season, a very good performance here to be proud of. And we'll see what's next for FC25.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here we go then. The time is now for that man, Young. He'll be taking on Abu Maka for a spot in this grand final against Jafonzo. This is incredible. Maybe two players that, on paper, well, no one out of our team we predicted had them down to be a winner, let alone possibly a semi-finalist. And this is how they did it. Young against Anders Vergang. 9-4 in that quarterfinal, Mike.
And this should be the most electric matchup that you could have asked for. If you saw everything previously, Young kind of won over the crowd in this Anders game. Now I would think the crowd's got to go against them with Abu Maka in-house.
They're 100% going to be on Abu Maka's side, so it's going to be interesting from Young's perspective. He's going to go out there thinking they're on his side, but we might get a few boos.
Young's not going to get it as one-sided, is he? As he did against Nicholas a few hours ago now. Surely it's going to be a closer contest.
I don't know. My predictions have not been great this tournament, so I'm
with you. I'm with you. I don't think anyone on any of the broadcasts predicted any of the top 4 competitors as their winner, just to give you an idea of how close this has been, how much back and forth, the surprise of results, the variance in players. And again, I think I gotta give a lot of credit to some of these guys that came up with a package I didn't expect. I didn't necessarily expect that Young would get here, but it wasn't to take away from him. I just didn't know that it was gonna be possible. But he's brought his A game, and the same with Abumaka. You know, local guy, a lot of times we haven't seen him in a deep run. He's been at the big tournaments, but we've never seen him in a top 4. This is the highest he's ever been in any of these worldwide or global events.
Well, it's quite a contrast, isn't it, as well, in terms of stage time. Young, the first time we saw him on stage was last matchup against Nicholas. Completely different story to Abumaka. That's definitely going to come into play once again here, Gorilla.
Yeah, because he's going to be comfortable. Obviously, you got the secondary stage, but being on main stage, you got the fans there, you know, the cameras are on you. And the fact that he's played there so many times, he doesn't have that comfortability, there's no second guessing anything. And something as simple as just sitting down in the chair, it's only going to be a positive for him.
A quick word on what Gabgol can do, the coach for Young. The fact that he's won 2 world titles, albeit not with Young, but he's got that experience, the guy sitting behind him in the chair.
Yeah, one of the most successful coaches throughout our community. There's a few household coaches that have the majority of wins or have been through multiple different players and had success. I also noticed he had synchronized celebrations with Young, so maybe he's bringing a lot of energy as well. And I think they came with Brazilians, because I was in there when that game was going down.
I saw a few.
There was a lot of Brazilians. I don't know when they all arrived, because they weren't here in previous days. This is a new addition. I don't know if they saw that Young was progressing and they flew in. Maybe they came in late. It's been great. I saw them live streaming. You watch the stream back. They're popping off everywhere in the building. I don't know. They've arrived. They're here.
Mike knows, because he's been in the Giddy Arena as well. When he had a bit of an off time, he went in there as a fan, sat and watched. He loved what he saw in there. Guys, as always, please vote for your winner. This is a big vote as well. This one counts because the winner goes into the grand final. stcplay.gg. You guys are experts on what to do now. Well, this is our last semi-final for the biggest prize purse ever in EAFC. $300,000 is on the line, 150K guaranteed in this semi-final.
Thank you, guys. Wow. I have just about recovered from the game we just witnessed up here on the big stage. That was unbelievable. Jafonzo just coming out on top, but it was so close, Miloš. That's what you love to see.
Going into extra time is obviously always a lot of fun, especially when a game's so close, especially when both players know one another so well, even so personally between our 2 players, a Portuguese and a Brazilian, is beautiful to witness. You know, heartbreaking at the end for one, but Jafonzo is set to go for that grand final. But Nicole, we have to figure out who he plays.
Yes, who will be joining Jafonzo in the grand final here in Riyadh? We are about to find out.
Let's introduce our players then, starting off with our first on stage. It's Young! You can definitely tell the crowd skews one way here, and it's definitely not towards the Tuzzy Esports player. However, this man is the Brazilian sensation himself, our last Brazilian in the competition, and he's impressed beyond belief. He's young in more than just name, but also in age. Let's see what he can do on our semi-stage.
And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, it's Abumaka! Wow, listen to that crowd. They absolutely love him here in Riyadh. The way he turned his fortunes around during this tournament has been absolutely incredible. Can he work his magic once again? We're about to find out.
Gentlemen, شباب أبومكا بعد أمرك تفضل. كلمات أخيرة.
دعواتكم إن شاء الله إني جاهز بإذن الله.
Well, with your prayers and your hopes, we'll make it pass.
Anything to add, Young?
Just wishing good luck, the best wins.
Right, place your keys and take your seats. Good luck. Oh, Miloš, the crowd in here. They are, of course, behind Abumaka, but that's going to be tough for Young.
Honestly, it is tough, but this is the separation. Does Young have the medal to make it into the grand final? There's no better test than this, and this crowd here in Riyadh. So, Nicole, let's get it started. Our second semifinal. Let's send it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Milos and Nicole. And well, at one point, about an hour ago, Young was a fan favourite, but you can clearly see the fans now behind Abumaka once more. Dan Gaskin here alongside Ryan Pessoa to take you through this semi-final to see who is going to be in that grand final to face Jafonso. Now, you would not want to be facing this crowd, would you, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think Young was sort of caught by surprise there. He thought that maybe when he walked up, they wouldn't move. Maybe, of course, he sort of realised that they'll be on Team Falcons' side, and rightly so in the home nation. But I think with the way the fans have been behind him in previous rounds, he expected maybe some sort of love from the crowd. But yeah, not to be seen. Abumaka embracing it as well. We've got an incredible semi-final on our hands.
I'm so excited for this one. I mean, every Abumaka game we've had on main stage has not disappointed. It's been goals galore. The fans have been wild. The fans have been loud. But on the flip side for Young, he's also been putting on a show. They have played each other already in this tournament. Young actually defeating Abumaka 4-3 during the group stage. But if you go back to 2023, Abumaka took down Young 6-2 in playoffs. So they know each other well enough. It's 1-1 at the moment on the main stage. The audience think it's going to be an 82% in favor of Abumaka. How are you feeling about this one, Ryan?
You know what? I might actually steer clear of a prediction. I'm pretty sure my success rate might be below 10%.
I'll let you off.
Yeah, genuinely, because I'll be honest, I expected Anders to beat Young and Nicholas to beat Abumaka straight up. I thought they would win, and Abumaka won comprehensively against Nicholas. Of course, Nicholas not very happy as well, and Anders the same. But this is a massive game because between the both of them, they scored 17 goals in their quarterfinals combined. So I'm hoping that there's more goals and more of the same in this game. But yeah, prediction-wise, I'd say Young impressed me more. I know Abumaka won 8-0 against Nicholas, but Young against Anders looked fluid. He looked dangerous every time he went forward, and there's something about, I don't know.
You don't have to make a prediction, Ryan. It's okay, you just said.
There's something about Young, though, I don't know. There's something about him. He seems emotionally fueled. And I think sometimes that works for and against players. It worked for him in the Anders game. You can see how much it meant to him. He was celebrating on stage. He was giving it to Anders for payback, and it was a massive grudge match. This game I don't think is a grudge match, though. So maybe some players, or for him, this game might be a step down in terms of emotion for this performance.
There is something to be said there. Young desperately wanted to beat Anders to get that revenge. Maybe there's a little bit of revenge to be had from the previous game for Abumaka, though. But he'll certainly have the crowd behind him. One thing I can promise you again, goals. 9 goals from Young in his quarterfinal. 8 goals from Abumaka in his quarterfinal. How many are we going to see in the semi-final here as we are underway? It's going to be Young kicking from left to right in the white strip, and Abumaka from right to left. And who wants to be in that grand final more? Guaranteed $150,000 if you get there. But of course, it's a tall task to get through either of these competitors. But can Young strike first here as he's starting to charge forward? Havertz back into the middle. Mbappe now could shift one, will find one, but Saka's not going to be able to do much more.
Wins it very high up as well. A needless pass there, sort of rush from Abumaka. Look at the play.
Oh, and it's one more, and he does find the shot, but Virgil van Dijk defensively sound. Still, though, danger, and we'll find one more. Oof. And Ronaldo's through, and Ronaldo puts it away to send Young a goal in the lead here.
That's a beautiful goal, like a kit around the goalkeeper. I thought it was offside, to be honest. Hullet against Hullet wins the header down as well, and it's a blistering start from Young in this game. CR7, though, is proving clutch moment after moment for him. The replay comes in, and you'll see Hullet, as I mentioned, winning the header, the pass back, first time, CR7, like a kit around the goalkeeper. I genuinely thought it was offside. That's why I didn't even react. I thought it was off.
I mean, I had to double take it, but I called it as I saw it. Maybe Abumaka might have thought it was offside as well, but Young, the composure to La Croqueta around the goalkeeper. But now Abumaka looking to try and answer back. Havertz bodies his way through, dings one to the back post, but it's good defensive work from Stones. And that's the danger zone. That's that danger area that you look for in Haaland, but Young will be delighted to be able to defend that one. Now time for Young to push down this right-hand side again. Can't quite beat Saka. And Abumaka just needs to make sure he plays his own game here. Doesn't want to get sucked into the way that Young's been playing. Very fast-paced game, and while that's a brilliant ball, not quite enough to beat Czech.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to get enough pace to get around the keeper with Johan Cruyff. But I agree with what you're saying in terms of sort of sticking with his own tempo and not falling into the traps with the way Young's playing. It's very aggressive, it's very fast. And the crowd firmly in favour of Team Falcons and Abumaka.
And their support has certainly gone a long way. I mean, it's got Abumaka to a semi-final.
Yeah.
And he's been loving every moment of it, as have they. At one point, he was competing in the Resurrection stage, and now he finds himself in the semi-final. 90,000 guaranteed, and playing for a grand final spot. You saw pictures of the totem earlier with all the keys of the winners. And we're still yet to find our victor here in EA Sports FC. Here's Kai Havertz. Haaland again at that back post, but instead opts to go to Cruyff. He tries to hit one. I don't hate it, but again, Young had players in the right place just to ensure it was stopped.
Just to further emphasize on what you said about how Abumaka had to go through the resurrection stage, even getting there was by the skin of his teeth. He genuinely got there because of the goal difference. Hold on, it could have been a finesse there from CR7 and Young, but Abumaka made it through in 6th position in a 1-2 games, lost 5, and then went undefeated in the resurrection stage against Nathan Essar, another Brazilian, Web Nazri, and Manu Bature. He hasn't looked back since that final round 7 in the groups, where he had a very, very poor performance against Emre Yilmaz. Lost 4-0 and was very, very dominant by Emre.
Well, he needs to find something now, and this could be it, but it's going to be offside. That one was offside. Saw the lino flag go up. But that is the danger that Abumaka does pose, and Young needs to be aware of it. Havertz again strong against his counterpart. And it will be a free kick. Often opts to play short and will reassess how he wants to approach this one. It does seem to be a clear direction of trying to work this right-hand side. As I say that, he heads right down the middle, down the throat here of Abumaka, but Abumaka says no, not this time.
Switches on. Kai Havertz, as we've seen throughout the days, how important he has been for the width and the offensive play as well.
I mean, there has been a few different items that have crept up throughout this tournament. Well, there's been majority 9 or 10 that have pretty much been in every single game, as that's a great through ball. There is going to be support in the middle, but Saliba's been unbelievable at the back for Young.
Done very well
today.
Yeah, done very well, and to not be strayed and sort of slow down and jockey across to look for the, or to principally think the pass was going to come from Abumaka, and he can attack now himself.
CR7 again in the mix. Haaland, one more to Saka! It's 2-0 to Young. And we saw what happened last time he started to get going. It was goal after goal. Abumaka needs to slow this one down and find a response soon.
Silence the crowd ever so slightly. Young so far in this game. He's getting the wide words of Gabgo, his coach, behind him. We take a look at the replay. Mbappe, Konate doesn't do enough there to get possession, and it's just simple passing. And Bukayo Saka puts it past Petr Cech, and it leaves Abumaka with work to do in this game. 25 minutes in, 2-0 down.
I mean, Young has been in unbelievable form in this tournament. Right from the group stages, when he was atop the group for the majority of it. Here's Mbappe, maybe a chance to fight back, but that's great defensive work again from Konate. Corner, though, we know how dangerous it is when Abumaka has the chance, but again, can't get above Konate. And it will mean that Young gets the chance just to hold on to this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, you see how early he triggered Havertz there. Just for this particular ball, he can then just drive forward. He's triggered Mbappe and just look, just like that. Defense to attack in an instant. Here we go.
CR7 once more, but Virgil van Dijk this time does better at dealing with him. I think Abumaka just needs to get a read on Young here and what he's trying to do with his attacks in the final third.
Yeah, the triggered runs are very dangerous. It just helps him go forward. It gives Abimaka a lot to think about, whether he tracks the run, does he follow the player in possession. It's a poor switch.
CR7 drags it back in now, will work alongside Sacco. Just got that second goal for Young. It's a recycle of play, but a sloppy ball, and now Abimaka can start to work the pitch here. And he's not really been able to play his game so far, has Abu. Maybe now this can be the opener that he desperately needs in this game. He just needs something to cling on to. 32 minutes gone, and that one's going to be pulled back. It's going to be a free kick, so Abimaka just hasn't really got going.
Yeah, the offside trap caught him off there. I think it would have been a 100 depth offside trap. Maybe manual from Young to push his defence forward. See the support for Team Falcons in the stands.
Oh, but now this could be a chance for the Falcons fans to celebrate, but check again. And you can see head in hands for all the Falcons fans. As Abimaka just can't quite get through and penetrate that defensive Young. Even if he's able to get to the goalkeeper, he can't get the shot through. But now Young on the counter-attack here, tries to hit one. Second bite of the cherry, plays it back. Saka working with Hullet, trying to find Haaland maybe in the middle. Mbappe's also there with CR7. Just so many players, and the step-overs were almost enough.
Yeah, crucial step there with Konate to win possession.
A lot of space on this left-hand side for Saka. Stretching his legs, Mbappe's going to be inside. Haaland's also there, he hits it instead and opts to take the shot.
Good keeper movement. Moved him at the last second there. I don't hate the shot, to be honest, with Saka, the idea of it. Just that switch again, then. You see how it's just so much space. He just triggers him from deep, and it's always the same. Just trying to look for the space for Mbappe to run into.
Well, somehow, Abimaka's won that. That's a great sliding challenge. 5 minutes left of this first half. I think the good news is it's not been completely one-sided here. Abimaka is definitely still within a shot here. Last time when we saw Young start to belt in goals, he ended up scoring 9 of them.
He's just not getting a lot of success with the switch to Havertz. You can see it's on all the time with the hug sideline. It's just not getting to him in the air. Gets it on the floor here, Kai Havertz, to try and get the space to go forward.
Havertz gets blocked, gives the ball away. Maybe could be last attack instead of this half going over to Young.
Yeah, Gabgo in Young's ear, just telling him, just slow down, there's no need to rush forward. Play for the last attack. Probably have 1 or 2 minutes added time, and just wait till the last moment so you don't give your opponent to win possession and potentially punish you. Here he is, Mbappe again in behind.
One last chance before half-time, CR7. It's a long ball back to recycle, but there is still time. Just about, has to start going forward now. Can't really afford to go back. CR7 plays one more. Haaland makes it 3! And Young is on fire. And your defence should be terrified. Unbelievable scenes from Young. As into the half now, that will completely change the team talk for Abimaka.
Yep, Young is flying, silencing the crowd completely, other than the Brazilians behind him in his corner, rooting for him. He just took his time, even playing the pass all the way back there. Gets it to De Bruyne, driven pass. Is slightly fortunate, in my opinion. I think Konate should do better there for Abimaka. But what isn't fortunate is the timing and the precision from Young to get the ball to Haaland, green time it. He saw the keeper movement. And it's 3-0 at half-time. The home favourite, Dan. Team Falcons, Abimaka. He's going to have to do a lot to try and get his hands on that trophy right there. And the coach will be in his ear telling him just sort of reset. And I think it's been sort of timid by Abimaka in some areas. I think he's been put off. Young player switches a lot. And even the switch, he sort of player switches to the fullback on the opposite side to read it, then switches back. And it causes Abimaka just to turn back and second guess everything. So I think he needs to be a lot more just direct in the way he plays. 3-0, the crowd in full support of Young.
I mean, they're certainly the away fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here in the Gidea Arena. As Abimaka, his back is well and truly against the wall here, and he needs the fans more than ever. to try and find something a little bit different here in this second half. An early goal would do wonders. It's a nice attempt to Johan Cruyff. But again, Young has eyes on it. And I think you're right. I think Abumaka has not looked as confident as we've seen. I just think that early goal was everything for Young. Silenced the crowd a little bit. And maybe just slowed Abumaka down, but there is still plenty of time. Here's Saka now. Plays one in. There's so much space here for Cruyff, but again, it's the goalkeeper movement.
Yeah, it is. It's those crucial elements of the game, and it's falling in Young's favour. Corner doesn't manage to get to Haaland. CR7 does enough, and calm and composed there from Young. And after that, he's more sensible with possession.
I mean, Abumaka has had chances.
He has, exactly, and he's been punished every time he's made a mistake. Is that onside? He's just off Mbappe. Good player look, though, but wasn't managed to bring him back in onside in time.
How many times does Abumaka need to knock on the door before it's finally opened here? Or is Young going to have it on lockdown? Certainly seeing more of the ball, but now he gives it away again. And as soon as Young wins it, he's instantly sprinting.
And the back post as well, so many options.
Plenty of options here to work with. Opts to go with Haaland, almost makes it work from the cute angle. That's a lifeline again for Abumaka, though, and now he looks to quickly spring into action on the counter, but that's what we were talking about. He keeps turning back on himself because of the pressure from Young.
Like a switch here, there's space, so he's just to try and pick the right moments, but it's just the pressure. It's suffocating Abumaka. Young doing it extremely well. Even there, just to keep possession with Hullet, realizing that he's not the person you want running down the line.
Could be a fourth here. Saka strikes and Saka scores! Are we looking at our next grand finalist in Young?
Oh my goodness.
Would you have called that at the start of this tournament that Young would make it all the way to the grand final? Some didn't even have them in their lists to automatically qualify out of group stages.
I didn't have him as part of my top three, no way. I wouldn't have, not on paper, but his performances have shown he deserves to be at the top. The time in green from Saka, keeper movement. And Abumaka was sort of relying on a block there to stop it going in, but Young he's flying right now.
I mean, it really has been incredible to see Young develop from the group stages to this point onward. I mean, the only two players he lost to was Webb Nazri and Johnny. And if you think about that, I mean, Johnny was eliminated in the Resurrection stage. He was eliminated in the group stage, excuse me. Then Webb Nazri eliminated in the Resurrection stage. But against the biggest and the best players, Young has shown up and at times dominated. And you could argue he's doing it again here as he's fought to the good.
It's been sensational.
Does Abumaka
needs a goal.
Have anything here? But no, even when you hope, even when you pray for a deflection, for anything to bounce in your favour, it doesn't go well.
Yeah, it's not gone his way, but just looking at some of Young's results, 2-1 win over Mark in the group. He already beat Abumaka in the group stage 4-3. He beat Jafonzo 4-2, so we'll be seeing a rematch if the scoreline remains the same. And hold on a second, could be getting number 5. Great last-ditch tackle there from Virgil van Dijk. He lost 3-2 to Webb Nazri, as you said. 8-3 win against Emre Yilmaz. Lost 3-1 to Johnny. 6-3 against Levy. The big names he's taken by storm.
Well, the one big name waiting in that grand final is Jafonzo, and you mentioned it. He's one of the few people who've been able to beat him. In fact, the only person who's been able to beat him is now Saka. Does give Abumaka a lifeline here.
That's one. That's an important one. He needed that to get back into it and get the belief and show that Young is penetrable. He can be broken down. You can concede, or he can concede goals. 30 minutes left to go, Dan. We've seen crazier comebacks. It's definitely possible.
There is a chance now for Abumaka. Is this going to be the beginning?
Oh, I just seen it. That's so unlucky, I'll be honest. The animation there when he intercepted the ball and it just fell, fortunately, the way of Abumaka.
Well, he needed something.
He needed some luck, to be fair. And when it falls your way, you won't complain. But I'm sure Young won't be happy about that.
Well, the one way to stop this comeback from being a possibility is to find a 5th goal here for Young. And it could be right here, right now, as Haaland almost gets his long, lanky legs towards it. 27 minutes, 3 goals required. As Ryan said, it is not unachievable, and we've seen crazier things happen in FC Esports. But Abimaka is going to need to play some of the best FC of his life. And maybe this could be another. Mbappe is going to be through. And wait just 1 second. Is the Abimaka comeback on?
I was already talking about a potential rematch from the group stages for Young and Jafonzo, but Abimaka's got other ideas. Now the fans are back on side celebrating and making their voices heard. We take a look. It stemmed from just turning there with Cruyff, dribbling forward. The pass was perfect. Mbappe took it in his stride, and a Trivella close to the keeper. 4-2, game on. Young will be feeling the pressure, definitely. We've seen a 4-0 comeback earlier on in this competition. Are we about to see another one?
Young needs to block out the noise and just focus on the task at hand, but that will certainly have planted that small seed of doubt into Young's brain of, well, what if I do throw this one away?
I promise you, he definitely would be thinking that, and he'd be thinking he doesn't want to be... Sometimes when you're falling up in a game, it's very natural and normal to sort of think ahead. I think, oh my gosh, you've already sort of won the game. You feel comfortable. A 4-0 lead should feel comfortable. But Abimaka's got something up his sleeve.
You almost feel like Young needs another goal here.
Absolutely.
It would do him the world of good, and it might happen right here. Oh, 9. Blasting that one wide. It was on the turn. It was a little bit of an awkward animation. It was definitely an opportunity there for Young.
I'm interested to see how he'll deal with the pressure now of just knowing that every time his opponent has possession, Abimaka in this case, you'll get that gut feeling of just fear. I wonder if that impacts the way he's been defending. Will he be a bit more risk-averse in the way he's been pressing?
Every ball's going to be terrifying. Every attack's going to be scarier than the last. He just needs to hold on here, but there is a lot of time still to play. 20 more minutes in game. And Ryan mentioned it. He's been there before. He knows that feeling. It's such a difficult one to try and block out. But the one way to block it out is to find a goal of your own. Bellingham plays it inside to Haaland, and it will be a corner. Still danger here. Can Young find the header from the likes of Erling Haaland? And he is going to change to Cruciate. Get the right man on the ball. Erling Haaland's up.
Oh my goodness. That's why Konate's in the team.
Second chance. This time we'll try Hullet with the cross. Surely someone's got the magic foot, but that one didn't work out. And Abimaka is going to hold on and will still have a chance to get back into this game. And you can see now Abimaka going forward. He looks a little bit more confident. He looks a little bit more like himself. And he's got the speed here with Saka. Just needs help from some more players. And now they've arrived. Now they're in the box. But can he actually find them? Hosselu comes to support. Cruz into Cruyff. Great defensive work. And Young holds on again. And now it's a chance for Young on the other side. Is he just going to start to think about possession, or does he want to go? It looks like he wants the latter! And that might just be it. That may have been enough to stop this comeback. And you can see what it means to him. Vamos rings around the arena as the small selection of Brazilian fans rejoice.
That's the one he needed. Alleviates all the pressure off his shoulders. Just a pass there with Hullet. Manages to step over, gets to R9, and green time finish. Playstyle kicking in perfectly. Abimaka knows, down by 3. And the contrast of emotion you can see from the player cam. Young and Tazi Esports take a 3-goal lead again in this game. For me, unless we see a major capitulation from Young, I think that's it.
Well, I think the reaction and the shots of Abimaka said it all.
You kind of know, yeah.
That was his chance.
If he needs a goal from kickoff, now.
It would have to
right
be now.
It has to be straight away.
And Young knows it. That's why Young locks in, looks to defend, looks to try and win this ball back. R9 is strong, but not stronger than Saliba, it would seem, and Young does win that ball back. And now we can look to just hold on to it, but does give it away. Has to be a little bit careful here. Does probably need to think about controlling a bit of possession.
Good step there. Great step with Saliba. You know, the constant press and the team press has kicked in. It's turned back into trouble. Abu Maka on the attack.
Abu Maka with R9, plays one in to Neymar. Can't hit it.
Oh my goodness, what was going on? I thought it was going to fall Neymar's way again. John Stones does enough to keep possession.
Well, the time starts to tick away now for Abu Maka. Does win the ball back though.
Great play.
Will play it through. Can he?
Nah, that's so unlucky. That's so. I don't know what else. Abu Maka done everything perfect. From switching to Hostru, I think it was, to predict the ball out from the goalkeeper, to knocking it down. He done everything right. Deserved the goal. Or at least the opportunity to take the shot.
Well, there's 2 meter Peter. Crouch has arrived onto the scene. Another big man enters the fray. As Young looks to just control and see this game out. 7 more minutes and he'll be in the grand final, but he may just do it here. Bang! And the job is done. He'll be in your grand final. A rematch versus Jafonzo. The only man in this arena, in this tournament, to beat Jafonzo so far in this tournament is Young.
You can see how much it means. I love the celebration from the coach as well. I love it. He's getting involved. A huge moment for Young to solidify his win in the semi-finals against Falcons Abu Maka. First hand ball with Neymar. Green across goal with Hullet. 6-2.
It's been a dominant performance, and it could be topped off with another goal here, but Abu Maka does defend successfully. We can take a minute just to really congratulate Abu Maka with the tournament that he's had as well.
100%.
Semi-finals, 90K in the bank, has given this crowd something to scream and shout about all tournament long. From the depths of the group stage to the resurrection stage, all the way to the top 4. Abu Maka's name will be remembered here in Riyadh, that's for sure. But it's all about Young, the Brazilian who has just been unbelievable in every single game that we've seen from him. And with only minutes left, you know that Young's heart is racing. And he could find one more here, but again, Davies does the job. $150,000 guaranteed. A spot in the grand final, a rematch with Jafonzo. It's all that Young could have dreamed of, all that he could have asked for here. And it was always going to be a tough task against the home favourite Abu Maka, and Peter Crouch puts in a 7th. I'm so glad I did that SBC, by the way.
That's 16 goals in the knockout stages from Young. 9 against Anders, 7 against Abu Maka. He's a man on a mission. But his final game is against Jafonzo.
The final boss. But who is the final boss? That's the question, because Jafonzo might be thinking Young is.
Yeah, literally.
He's the only man he has not beaten at this tournament. It's going to be an incredible final here at the Esports World Cup. And Young puts his pad down, and he will begin his celebrations because he's going to the grand final here. What a tournament it's been for Abu Maka. I'm sure the fans will give him the send-off that he deserves. But it's the Brazilian fans, the small pocket of them, that have the last laugh. As Young marches on to a rematch with Jafonzo. And he is guaranteed to be $150,000 richer.
Unbelievable performance. But as you mentioned earlier, Abu Maka and Team Falcons have done themselves proud. But it was just a step too far. Young and Tuzzy Esports performing flawlessly in that game pretty much. Controlled the game for large portions, especially in that first half. And Abu Maka just couldn't really respond. He had opportunities, he did get very unlucky in some moments, where just the bounces, the first touches just didn't fall his way, but Young made his moments count in the game, and ultimately at the end of it, deserved to win.
And you can see the fans still supporting Abu Maka to the very end here. And it's great to see, because they have been immense all tournament long. And this will be a memory that I'm sure Abu Maka will never forget. Sure, he would have loved to have gone further. He would have loved to have played in that grand final for $300,000, but 90,000 is still nothing to be shy about as he gets his final send-off. It's been an incredible semi-final, but we've got an even better final coming up. Let's hear from Young down on the floor.
What a way to make it. Young qualifies to the grand final to play Jafo. Congratulations, first of all. How you feeling? You had a whole crowd that's playing against you, and you still made it happen on the pitch.
Oh, I feel amazing. I feel like very prepared to be the champion. I need to say something like, I need to put like my headphones on the maximum volume because the guys were like screaming a lot. So I think like now they can support me, or I don't know, but I'm really happy to be in the final. That's one of my dreams, to be the world champion. Let's see what's gonna happen in the final.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of respect from our audience to you. Can't wait for that final, but this is it. Grand final victory. Do you think you can do it, and why?
Oh, I think it's going to be a 50-50 game. Jafo is also a very good player. We already played this tournament. I won, but it was a 50-50 game as well, and now it's the final, so anyone can win, and I hope I would win.
Well, let's see. You're going to go and crush that key. One more here for Abu Makka to crush. For you, Young, parabéns. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. We'll get to see things when we get back. It is grand final time in just a bit.
Wow, we are down to just 2 players. Young is our grand finalist, guys.
I can't say it's been a surprise based on what we've seen. The intricacies, the details, the offense, the energy in the room. Speaking of energy, Miloš coming through with something late and something great as we build into the grand final. You're seeing some of the highlights. It's the types of goals. There's so much tiki-taka, move, groove. There's just unpredictable nature across the board.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth. Unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do. It could be something simple. It could be something fancy, but he's now guaranteed $150,000.
Is that the Brazilian style coming out here, which we don't really get to see that much in Europe?
I would go as far as saying South American style.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've worked some of the Libertadores events. Those guys all play with a lot of short passing, a lot of move, and a little more possession play. Just not as much so designated for some of the crosses and even the switches of the pitch. A lot of it happens centrally.
Has Jafo learned much playing in the EMLS that can counter this style?
I truly think EMLS, because it was much earlier on in the year, gave him such a bigger boost to confidence. Also qualified him, of course, for an events. But the more experience you get, the better, typically speaking. And what we saw in that last game versus PHZN, to make 2 big finishes, 90th minute, 120th minute, not even a big reaction either, and to keep your composure. Remember that extra pass in the 90th? That should be on replay for years to come.
And you can just get, I guess, a clarification of the 2 grand finalists here as well. Jafo, he booked his spot about an hour ago now, and Young joins him. And Jafo, Agrili, you were saying you didn't realise how young he was as well.
He's 20 years of age, but just looking at those fixtures there, they've both earned their spot in the final. Big opponents, big results.
Well, Young, he is crushing the big opponent of Abu Makka. Here it is. This is a bittersweet moment. It's quite difficult, isn't it, to watch if you're Abu Makka, but I'm sure Young is taking great pleasure in crushing another key. Now only 2 remain. And this is when we get into picking which ones are they most excited about to put in their trophy at the end. Remember, audience, they get to pick 3 from maybe players they've competed at this tournament, or maybe ones they've just got rivalries with from tournaments past.
I can almost guarantee Vergang will be in his
100%
trophy build-up just based on the energy, the celebration, the back and forth, the amount of emotion. I don't know on a personal level if they don't like each other, but there was some tension. I felt it in the room.
It was the celebrations, I think, from Young, but if you're going to be beating someone like Anders and you go and win the tournament, you have to put him in there.
Oh, that satisfying moment there for Young, the Brazilian player representing Tuzi Esports this time out. He's a grand finalist. Can't wait for this one in a few moments' time. Just to get you really hyped for this one and just to understand maybe the players' tactics a little bit more, Mike and Gorilla are going to break down that last matchup and set the scene for what's to come.
Oh, perfect. I thought you'd never ask. Let's take you to the large and in-charge breakdown board, if you will. And we've talked so much about the razzle and the dazzle that we thought, between Spencer and I, let's showcase some of the intangibles. This is what makes a lot of the players at the pro level so special, is the awareness to sometimes recycle if needed. So you've got a lot of space, and you're saying almost everyone here is going to go towards this space. Offensively, you're going to try to take advantage of that space. However, if you feel like it's a low percentage, often at the pro level, you recycle, you make sure that you get the opportunity that you want in that moment.
Yeah, so he's actually going to play inside to Cristiano Ronaldo, but it's so congested, he doesn't want to risk losing the ball. So now you're going to see him completely reset the play, go down the other side, and have another go.
And this is what's so impressive. A lot of people will not do this, and he gets himself now into this zone where you've got, I always call it the trifecta of attackers. Anytime you can get triangles, good things are gonna happen. And players that are in the right zone at the right time, you can count on them to do things. And you see Holland's already stepping through, the center back's out of position. And it makes it a baseline finish when all things are said and done, but almost everyone on the pitch touches the ball. It's total football, if you will. And it's something that Young's been doing so well, is making sure he's picking and choosing his moments, which leads us into a bit of build into that finale. Can Young continue that form? We're all gonna find out soon. We're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back with the grand finals.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Well, you are watching the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC, and you have joined us at the perfect time. It is grand final time. One of these two players you're seeing on your screens is going to go home with $300,000 in about 1 hour's time. Could it be Jafonso from Portugal, or will it be a Brazilian winner in the form of Young? Only time will tell on this one. And if you were joining us a few moments ago, Young said this is 50-50. He doesn't know, and that's because the facts are telling 1,000 words, aren't they, Gorilla?
Yeah, so Jafonso has played 20 matches. However, he's had 1 loss, and that 1 loss is to Young as well. But over the course of the tournament, Jafonso has scored 46 goals, conceded 25, but Young has scored 43 and only conceded 24. So the stats are
There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it at all. How could we even read into this matchup, Mike?
About as even as you can cut it up. I think you try to go off form, but at the same time, both these guys have been winning. If anything, I might give a slight momentum maybe to Jafonso, because he probably thought he was out a couple times against PHZN. I thought we were going to have an all-Brazilian final leading up to that with the semis. But when you get those types of small margins, and Spencer, you've been a champion, in order to win a tournament, at the end of the day, you have to have a little bit of luck. You have to have some good fortune. And Jafonso's had that just recently in the semis, and you start believing fully, this is for me. This is mine for the taking.
I do think with the results, you do that, get that confidence. However, this is the final now. I genuinely believe that form goes out the window a little bit, because once you're there, it's the final, everyone's watching. And as Young said, it's a 50-50 game.
Everyone's watching this, and everyone will be watching an event which is happening in 2 days' time. On Tuesday, Neymar, yes, the actual Neymar, not a virtual reality Neymar, is here in Saudi, in Riyadh, and he'll be taking part in the Esports World Cup. We cannot wait for that. You can see it there, a show match at 9 p.m. on August the 20th for you guys to enjoy. So you can get your tickets, just scan that QR code and come down and get involved. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. But back to more of a phenomenon, which is what's happening right here on our stage, which is going to happen in the Gidea Arena. Let's just get into a bit more detail about this one, I'm going to say. Can you look at maybe Young as well and say he's lost 2 matches earlier on? We said it was Webb and Johnny.
Yep.
Like, you have to find something, Mike, here. And can
I
you go...
make a statement? I'll make a statement.
Go on.
I think everyone wishes they could play like Young. I think the way that he plays the game.
Why?
It is so easy on the eyes. I want to remake and replicate that in my gameplay. If I could do that, because you have the tricks, you have the flicks, you've got the composure when you're doing the swinging it back this way or that way. We talked about it with some of the intangibles, but the passing, it is so precise. The validity, the accuracy, the speed of the movement. I just don't. I don't have the reactions that he's got going on right now, and I'm jealous.
Finally, whose time is it? Jafonso's, or is it Young's?
I mean, you probably want me to go against you at this point.
I'll let you go first.
This is the last prediction.
I just build up Young to do it. I think it's Jafonso's tournament. I think it's Jafonso's tournament. He's been so good throughout all the days. I know consistency doesn't always equate to the result, but that last game, getting those big goals against PHZN, I just think it's going to give him something.
Quickly.
And I think with Jafonso, I'm going to go for Jafonso. Yep, that's my prediction.
Well, this is Jafonso's 21st match, and this is only Young's 10th matchup. This is for $300,000. This is for a World Championship trophy. We cannot wait for this one. Which way is it gonna go? STC Play, cast your votes as well as we jump straight into this match.
A quick chat before we start. Jafonso, you've topped your group, you've made it to the final. Is this it? Are you lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course. I'm really focused. It'll be the game of my life, my career. So, yeah, I hope to win.
There it is. Nicole, what about you on the other side?
Thank you, Milos. I'm here with Young. Young, you've done it once before. You've beaten Jafonso. Can you do it one more time?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's going to be a 50-50 game, but I think if I play my best, I will win.
Good luck. It is time for our final. Let's do this! this is it. Welcome to the grand final of the EAFC 24 tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. We started out with 16 players. We have our final two, Jafonzo versus Young. But who will be crowned champion?
And not just champion.
No.
Is it not? They'll be the first ever AFC 24 champions here at the Esports World Cup, immortalized forever in our totem here at the Boulevard City. $300,000 is the purse that our victor will go away with. And only half that for the second place, but you know what? In a tournament like this, all that matters is who's first.
There is so much to play for here in Riyadh. Milos, shall we get the grand final started?
I think we absolutely should. So please join me in welcoming our first grand finalist, Jafonzo! The man has many trophies under his belt. FBF Tasa Masters 2024 champion. EMLS champion of 2024. Semi-finalist at the FC Pro 24 Worlds. Is victory all but imminent here at the Esports World Cup?
And his opponent in the grand final, representing TZ Esports, it's Young! What a journey he has had to get to the grand final. He believes he can do this and that he can become champion here in Riyadh. But can he do it one more time here on this stage? We're about to find out. Okay, guys, if you come and join us in the middle, please face each other. Any last words in the grand final? This is huge.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Young, incredible player. But yeah, I really want to win. I'll do my best to win. So I want to say good luck and hope it will be a great final.
Young, you've won this one before. Any final words?
No, just the same. Like, I know that he's a very good player as well. It's going to be a 50-50 game and wish him good luck. Who's better will win.
All right.
Okay, if you head to the desk, place your keys down and take your seat because it is time for the grand final. This is what we have been building up to. This is the moment we have been waiting for here in Riyadh.
It has taken 4 days of competition, 16 players, and down to only these two. Only one after this game will be lifting our trophy. Here, nothing is granted, everything is earned. We still have two more keys. One of them will be crushed. The other will sit right here and forever be immortalized on our totem in Riyadh. But, Nicole, I know you're ready. I know I'm ready. I know our casters are ready. But I have one more question to ask. Riyadh, are you ready? Let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. This is what it's all come down to. What a grand final we have in front of us right now. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa have the pleasure of guiding you through what is going to be the last kick of a ball on EAFC competitively for this 24 season, Ryan. But we're not ending just on any game. We're ending on a matchup that's worth $300,000.
The stakes honestly can't really get much higher than this. Jafonzo has been flawless this tournament. The only player, though, that has managed to defeat him is Young, sitting opposite him in this grand final. Young has been very, very impressive in a lot of his games. Some huge victories by some margin as well. Jafonzo, likewise, has been exceptional in pretty much every single game other than the game against Young. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plans out. But I agree with Young. I think it's a 50-50 game.
And look, there's been a lot of hype about Jafonzo coming into this tournament. He's looked so good, especially in the latter stages with the FC Pro World Championships in Berlin, getting a top 4 there. Some have described him, his play style is just so different, and he's seemingly got better and better as the season's gone on, when many have already fallen off. I don't think anyone sits here and would honestly predict this is the grand final, though. I think you'd be lying.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you.
With the 16 players that were here.
No, I get you. Yeah.
Nicholas, Anders Vergang, PH Zin, I know he came close. No one had predicted this day that we've had of results, but more importantly, this grand final. Mass congratulations to these two, and not playing it down at all, but it's just shown how unpredictable this competition has been here at the Esports World Cup.
Yep, absolutely. I can only echo your statements. I think for these players, I think more so on Jafonzo's side, I think it's expected that he would have done well.
I agree.
Extremely well at the FC Pro World Championships this season as well. Young, I feel like it was sort of a moment that he needed to sort of burst and give him the confidence. The names he's defeated along the way, and I think every single round he's got better and better. And I think for his performances, honestly, could deserve to win as well. Both of these players can easily argue they deserve to get their hands on the trophy, but there can only be one person etched into history and winning 300,000 as well alongside that.
It's ridiculous to look as well at Young's career here, well, both of these two in particular. They've both been in this space since 2020, a good 4+ years, and they've only played once, and it was in this tournament. They've never crossed paths before, mainly because they're playing in 2 different regions, but in the last year or so have become a bit more international. But this is it. This is the big one. This is the Esports World Cup Grand Final. Jafonzo versus Young, a matchup worth $300,000. But only one can call themselves the Esports World Cup champion.
Hold on, why is there so much space?
What on earth?
It's a poor decision there from Young. I think he was sort of caught out there. It was almost a 3-on-1, somehow straight from kickoff.
There will be Jafonzo kicking from left to right, of course, representing Lunar Galaxy is Diogo Jota's esports organisation, the Liverpool forward.
Oh, Jota, I mean, Young's
been caught out. Look at the space for Mbappe. This could be a brilliant start. 3.5 minutes into this grand final, and we've already got goals.
He's been caught out there. I was about to say, I think it's Stones or Havertz. It's whoever plays right back. The way Young starts his team, obviously they have to change formation. Players have to move and rotate into their correct positions once you change that. The space was there to be exploited just based on that, and Jafonzo made it count. Took the touch there with Mbappe, showed the composure. Young, it's a poor start by his standards, but you'll see what I mean with the replay. If you can see on the screen there, number 2 just running across, I think it's John Stones, back post. Havertz out of position as well, trying to track back and catch Mbappe. But Jafonzo makes it count.
How does a mistake like that happen, Brian, this early into a game?
It's twice, though. It's sort of one for each player where the space opened up, and for Jafonzo's perspective, he made it count. Young, as well, had that opportunity to make it count, but he made the wrong choice there when it was a 3-on-1. And again, Jafonzo pushing forward with Mbappe and R9.
R9's looking pretty now. Still R9 looking to go straight direct down the path of William Saliba there.
Great step overs and cancellations there with Jafonzo. Trying to isolate Young's defenders.
Havertz, De Bruyne, that one whipped out wide into Mbappe. Massive win back. If you have just tuned in, this is the big one, the Esports World Cup Grand Final featuring EAFC. One of these two will be a champion, picking up $300,000. Their biggest ever payday already, just getting into the quarterfinals, let alone into this grand final. 150k already guaranteed. Chance to double it and walk away with that massive trophy. Here's Kai Havertz now. Jafonzo starting this game brilliantly, just 11 minutes in. Finds Vitinha now, who looks to try and pickpocket the defence. Oh! It's absolutely magnificent from Jafonzo. Speak about saving your best performance to when it really does matter. What a start in this one, Ryan.
Yeah, he's done that a few times. A little dink ball over the top. Hullet makes the run in behind, and it's time to perfection. Catches the defensive line off Young, off guard there. We'll see it again. Pateas into Vitinha, triggers Hullet, just a little dink over the top. Hits it to the near post. And what I love with Jafonzo and his coach Armando is just the composure. You would think they've conceded with the way they react every time. Even the last-minute goal in the previous round against P8 Zin, when it looks like all the odds were stacked against him, he found a way to get a last-minute goal. Not once, but twice in that game. And for Young, it leaves a few questions on how you stop that ball. Do you press the person in possession? Do you try to track the run of Hullet, but then that leaves space for a driven pass into the attacker? That's the conundrum you have when defending those situations, so it's very difficult.
Well, Mardo Vale is the coach that sits behind Lunar Galaxy, much more than the coach. He's been actually heavily involved in Lunar Galaxy as a whole, the creation of the esports organisation alongside Diogo Jota. You look at the players that have come through alongside him. D. Fernandez, especially there, Ryan, had a great season. In another world, could have maybe went an extra step or two further, especially in the likes of the Liga FC Pro. But then you look at Jafonzo, made a massive risk in some ways to go all the way out to the MLS, where sometimes players that make that big move and it doesn't work out well, it's an opportunity wasted. That's your token in an FC Pro League that you can't really find again. He went there, became world champion. Champion in that league, then got himself a ticket to Berlin for the FC Pro World Championships. And the thing that I was worried about is he qualified so early for the FC Pro World Championships and he wasn't in the Champions League that he didn't really have any big LAN event to really practice and getting the reps in before those big tournaments. Yes, he played in a couple of Portuguese local tournaments, but other than that, you maybe had question marks over the sparring reps that he's been able to get in. He's been looked absolutely brilliant. And still, the fact of the matter is, Ryan, he came here a week ago without even a ticket to the Esports World Cup. He came with 127 other players who were all vying to get 2 spots in the Esports World Cup. This could be a big goal back. Petacek does enough.
Great keeper movement.
To save it out for a corner. Young looking to whip it in. No one takes a wicked deflection out to De Bruyne. Kanate. Saliba trying to get it onto a better forward. Is he offside? No, he's not. Haaland's on. Petacek again.
I thought he was miles off for a second. Corner though, Young.
Quickly back in and defended well, but back to the point, Ryan. He took a massive risk. He self-funded his trip out here to Riyadh to play in the last chance qualifier. Only 2 spots available. It was him and Nicholas that took those spots.
Yep, and it's crazy to think that in another world, we may not have even been able to see this performance from Jafonzo.
Do you think it's helped him as well that he's come out a week early? He's played, I think Gorilla said 20 games. This is 21 games now.
100% makes a difference. I wouldn't have put Jafonzo as my person to win the tournament. I did have him as one of my top 3 in the group of Group A, but I think it makes the world of difference playing here. You're acclimatized, you're used to playing on the stage as well, and I think playing on the main stage a couple of times makes a big difference. I think in terms of just getting used to the connection as well, there's little differences. I think it makes the world of good for him.
Coutinho finds Patatis now. Could be a second for Mbappe.
That was risky there from Young, defending there. I don't know if he intended to switch to Saliba. It sort of pulled him out a little bit. Maybe he wanted to switch over to Kanate, because that's what it looked like the movement was made for.
Saka now, the amount of times we've seen grand final swing or even be a blowout is so important that Young tries to just get a goal back and nudge his way back into this one. Especially how some of the games have gone today. Possession goes missing. Hosselu will continue his run on the far-hand side. He'll do his best to try and track the run with John Stones, but we've seen what happens before when John Stones gets caught out. Massive win there from Bukayo Saka. Keep an eye on the eyes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Haaland, and Mbappe, all triggering runs off the ball.
Great interception again.
Needs to get Haaland in that box. Mbappe just fakes the play a lot. Will he use him? Will he try and get the ball into him? You're asking a lot there, aren't you, Ryan? Bukayo Saka up against Kai Havertz.
Yeah, it's a weird choice there. I think he done extremely well with the play lock cancel. Just gave Jafonzo something to think about. But the cross to Saka, in my opinion, is pretty hopeless and happy. You're not really expecting him to win the ball. It's sort of just a crossing for crossing's sake there.
Big win again. Bates kicking off this attack for Jafonzo. If you have just tuned in, this is our grand final of the Esports World Cup. $300,000 on the line. That's a huge 1,000 club championship points in the Esports World Cup rankings, which could be worth a serious amount of money. Saka, Mbappe, a couple of ball rolls. Can he find that through ball? No, he can't. Third of the grand final already gone now. Chance for Young now to get back into this tie. Can he go man for man and try and A couple of skill moves and chain them together. There's those trademark step overs from Mbappe. At the moment, everything that's coming his way, Ryan, he's dealing with.
Yeah, and dealing with extremely well. And to start a counter-attack with Mbappe, good step there with Havertz from Young. Step over animation there with De Bruyne. Didn't work in Young's favour in midfield. We haven't seen much of Young's build-up if you compare it to the game against Abu Maka. Utilised Havertz with the switch more often than not, and it worked, helping him build up, getting the ball to Mbappe straight away. He's not really done that so far in the first 30-odd minutes.
Keep an eye on Cristiano Ronaldo and Haaland here. They look to peel off their runs. Cuts it back, finds Ronaldo. It must go, it will! He's back in the tie. An important goal before this grand final may have just started to swing out of the balance.
It's a massive goal, Brandon. We take a look at the replay. Just a player lock cancelled to CR7, then goes to him, moves him into the position he wants. That touch is perfect. The shot across goal from CR7, and it's a very important moment to get back into this game for Young.
Just shows as well the importance of the play a lot there, Ryan. So many
100%.
times it's often fade, but then when you can really utilise it and just create your own animation, your own run, next thing you know, you've opened up a pocket of space.
Absolutely. It's a mechanic that, of course, a lot of the top players, the elite level players, maximise to its full capacity.
Jafonzo, back to you. Hossler all the way up from left back, believe it or not, heavily involved in the attack. Hullet, what a pass into R9, he can turn and he can finish! A 2-goal lead reinstalled in seconds!
Straight from the kickoff, Brandon. I thought maybe this attack could come to an end. I saw Haaland dribbling on the sideline there, but he managed to work it well, gets it into Hullet, and then it was either he's going to go for Mbappe, but Konate committed the driven pass into R9 Ronaldo, finesse at the near post, and the 2-goal lead is restored again for Jafonzo and Luna Galaxy.
How is he playing so calm in a game like this?
But it's every game, though, with Jafonzo. It's every game. If you were to go through every single game he's had on main stage and just pay attention to his player cam, you maybe would have seen him celebrate or show emotion once, maybe twice, maximum. He seemed accustomed to these scenarios, these high, intense moments.
I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ryan, but in your playing career, what was the biggest ever amount you were in a grand final for or a match-up for?
In terms of prize money? Compared to this, nowhere near. This is 300,000.
How are you feeling in that? These guys are playing for 150k extra.
It's a massive game.
As much as you aren't thinking about the money, you can't help but think about it in the back of your mind.
I think Jafonzo knows, though, that this game is nowhere near from being done. We've seen Young score 16 goals in the previous 2 games. So you have to be wary. You have to know that your opponent's dangerous and show respect to them at all moments, just because you never know. But Jafonzo...
Surely not another one. Went to corner. We know where that could end up, and we probably know where it will end up.
Oh, he's gone short.
Surprisingly, does go short. Then we'll try and work it in. Where's that through ball? Haaland, Hullet, Mbappe, all in the box, trying to be a nuisance.
I think he's playing for the last attack.
Well, speaking of a player, Anders Vergang in the crowd, watching along in this grand final. Hullet, can he try and turn? Mbappe will try and shift a step over. Still on 9. It's an absolute gift. So patient, Jafonzo. And the patient pays for the Portuguese player.
It's surgical. He's just breaking him down in every aspect of the game. Jafonzo, even playing it short from the corner, a lot of players would opt to try and get it into Haaland, and understandably so, but you notice the clock there. Tried to play for the last attack. Recycled possession. This movement with Mbappe was great. The tackle, R9 Ronaldo, the step there was aggressive from Young with Konate, but then the finish from R9 was great for Jafonzo. And just before half-time, or not, wait a minute.
I was
going to say, the animation there with Militao to get bundled there for Jafonzo could have worked against him, but 4-1. The Portuguese man leads going into half-time. Young's got a lot on his hands to try and spark a comeback, Brandon.
Absolutely. 4-1 at the break. I'm sure somewhere in the world, probably in England, Diogo Jota must have a little smile on his face right now. He is 45 minutes away from his esports organisation becoming Esports World Cup champions in the game that he absolutely adores. It's not over by any means. There is still a long way to go, but the only player that we've really seen push Jafonzo to the edge is Young. He knows he can beat him. He's the only player that has beaten him in this competition. He did lose one game in the last chance qualifier to Abu Fazi, but other than that, in the last 20+ matches he's played here in Riyadh, he's only lost 2 games. Top the group stages in Group A, in case you missed that. One of the best defensive records in the competition. And in case you didn't see the groups, they were absolutely stacked. No one was safe. He was in a group with the likes of Johnny, Mark 11, Nathan SR, MS Tassari, P8 Web Nazri. This could be a chance off the restart. Young, desperate for a goal. Bukayo Saka, it's asking a lot.
Gets the corner though.
Which at this point in the game, try and get back in from that. Aerial plus meta, which Erling Haaland is surprisingly not able to connect with on that occasion. How hard is it, Ryan, in the grand final of this? You're 4-1 down to not lose the mental side of it. Part of you must think it's over, but with 9 minute halves, we've come very much accustomed that it's not over.
Yeah, and I think Young will know that better than anyone.
Oh no, it might be over. Cuts it inside. It's the wrong player in the back post.
Yeah.
If that's Haaland, it's a different story.
Yeah, if it's Haaland, then maybe it might be over. But for Young, fortunately, it was R9 lurking at the back post. But of course, Young knows there's still a long way in this game. He's got 40 minutes or so to try and spark a comeback. The issue is when the clock ticks on, you obviously have to push more bodies forward. You're more susceptible to counter-attacks. You leave bodies in offensive areas.
Havertz, Hullet, Young, something's got to click. It's that final pass at the moment that just isn't landing where he wants it to. Possession wasted there by Jafonzo. Kai Havertz does expertly well to keep that on and just ball roll himself back into possession. As every minute goes past, Jafonzo must be thinking, I'm getting so close to crowning out a superb season the best way possible. Hosselu wins a throw-in quite high up the pitch. Well, the last time we saw a Portuguese player really go to the latter stages of an FC competition was Francisco Cruz. It was a long time ago. I'm sure he's watching on somewhere in Portugal, supporting his fellow countrymen. I'm sure Tuga as well along that list with that whole Portuguese community.
Just looks so controlled by Jafonzo. I think Young's going to have to do something to try and ruffle
Brilliant
the
pass.
feathers.
That's a fantastic cutback. Mbappe teases the cutback, but just goes on his own. 5-1, Jafonzo leads in the Esports World Cup final.
And that's why time finishing is essential. Greening it at the near post with Mbappe, but as you said, just teasing the little pass back. It's just about having the options for your opponent to think about. You see Mbappe there, R9's in a great position where he has to either, for Young's perspective, commit and go to Mbappe or sort of jockey backwards and try to cut the passing lane if a pass happens. It didn't. And Jafonzo was brilliant, timed it to perfection. And for Young now, 4 goals in 30 minutes or so to try and equalize. It's just not falling his way. It just seems like he just can't break him down. I don't know if there's anything Young can do in his perspective, maybe a change, or I don't know.
Surely not. He's not done yet. Into R9. That one goes out for corner. Well, we have got a minute in play, by the way, just to update you in case you haven't heard these figures. Jafonzo this year would have won $400,000 if he wins this. Ooh. To this point, he's won $102,000 or $3,000. A win here, another $300K on top of that. He will not have a better season in his lifetime with that sort of prize money, unless somehow the prize pots go up in the next year, which I don't, you know, they might very much do that. And to think he came through the last chance qualifier on the 12th of August, a week ago. Need to have dreamt of just getting into the knockouts, let alone the Final Four or even a grand final. Important pause this now, though, for young Brian, if there's any. Last tactical push that he's going to go for the game. It's a 4-goal swing.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's still got a corner to defend. We see now how dangerous they've been this year, and it's going to be Haaland again. Is he going to get it into the corner? Just about saved by the goalkeeper there. But as you mentioned, for Young, he knows he has to go for it. But I said earlier, you're going to leave so many spaces. And Jafonzo is lethal. We've seen it throughout this tournament.
Another big win, finds Bukayo Saka. Keep an eye on that back post. Petr does enough. Time ticking away. And as much as we can big up the fact it's 9.5s, and it still gets to a point where you need 4 goals. Even with 20 in-game minutes, you're asking a lot. Has to basically have 4 chances and score every single one of them. Saka, is this one of those chances? Haaland in space, it's a Neymar, must score! Is this the start of something special? 20 minutes, 3 goals, Ryan Pizarro. It could happen.
It could happen. It definitely could happen. Young, a great goal, just chose the right pass there. The ball in was beautiful as well. And the extra pass to Neymar. And then it's all up to Young there. Does he have the composure to finish it? That first time ball again, just a little extra touch is lovely. It's a great goal there from Neymar and Young, and it's a lifeline. 3 goals, Brandon.
It's more the question mark here of Jafonzo seeing out this game. Final 17 minutes, he'll just be thinking, just get me to the 80th minute. If I can get to the 80th minute with a 3-goal cushion still, it's got to be near enough impossible. Neymar finds Bellingham, surely not an off one. Young must score, Petr.
That's it, that's the moment. He had to score that there. Jude Bellingham, he'd done everything right. The composure was beautiful up until the last moment where he decided to shoot. I don't know if he second-guessed it, maybe he was looking too much at the goalkeeper there. And this will be extremely painful if Jafonzo down the other end can get goal number 6.
Gives away possession again, and it's another roll of the dice. Get a goal before the 80th minute. Who knows what the last 10 minutes these might be. Huge switch of play. Wherever this Bellingham play has been with Neymar has worked so far. It's given him a different avenue, a different outlook. More importantly, a bit more pace on that side. Neymar, Bellingham could create a 3-on-2 now. Where's the cut back? Lofts it in. I like the idea, but
it's just, yeah, it's not the cross he would have wanted. I think for there, if he held L1 down, I'm not sure if he did or not, didn't get the correct animation for the cross. You want it lofted. You want Haaland to be able to have time to get the jump on the back post, but it was way too whipped there at the back post with Jude Bellingham there, sorry, for the cross.
And what do we say, Ryan? You've got to have 4 perfect chances and you've got to score them all. That was 2 wasted there. Jafonzo. Under 10 minutes away from being Esports World Cup champion. Locked it into Haaland. He can do it now. He will do it now. 6-2 Jafonzo. Maybe he just knows what he has achieved here in Riyadh.
That is exactly the cross that Young was looking for down the other end. You want it lofted. You want Haaland to be able to have time to get in the air and challenge the back post. And that's exactly what Jafonzo did. Pateas down the byline, and it's Jude Bellingham against Haaland. There's only one winner, puts it into the corner, 6-2. And unfortunately for Young, it's game over, and I'm sure he knows that as well. You can see him just dejected.
Well, you look at the run he's at, Jafonzo. I'll say it again, he was in Group A with Young, Mark 11, Webb, Nazri, Emre, Yilmaz, Abimaka, Levi David and Johnny. Levi David and Johnny didn't even make it out the group stage here at the Esports World Cup, which just shows how difficult it's been. He came straight into the knockout stages today. A win against Mani Bachure, a win against PA in extra time. And a huge win here in a grand final. What a way to end his FC24 season. $400,000 in prize earnings just this season. And a massive chunk of that coming from the Esports World Cup, of course. 300K guaranteed with a win here, but he's not done yet. He'll be thinking, Ryan, I joked about earlier, can we just continue the season? Can we play a few more tournaments?
No, he's peaked at the right moment, Jafonzo. And even to say that the EMLS was early on in the season, he's sort of just been consistent throughout. His level of performance, though, has been sublime.
You sort of sit here and think, if the FC Pro World Championship was a month later...
The thing is, he's done so well there as well. It's not as if he...
Still at top 4.
Yeah, and for Young, oh, never mind, about to say, gets a consolation. Jafonzo smiling as well. Just everything sort of falling in his favour in some moments in this game, and unfortunately for Young, he just couldn't get it going. And Jafonzo knows the Esports World Cup, the EAFC champion. It's something he will call himself. It's a huge moment.
What a moment. What a journey. 16 players came here to Riyadh from all over the world to try and bring back the trophy for their club, their esports team. Jafonzo will end this EAFC 24 season as a world champion, an Esports World Cup champion. Jafonzo is your winner.
Unbelievable, the outpour of emotion as well, you can see it. I said, we've never really seen anything from him in terms of celebration, and this is how much it means to him. Unbelievable from Jafonzo and Armando. Fantastic work from the duo and everyone behind the scenes. Deserved champions, but commiserations to Young and Tuzzy Esports. They've been unbelievable. They should be so proud, and it's difficult in these moments to find the silver linings and understand the accomplishments they've achieved. Second is no shame. Jafonzo, though, has been sensational. As we mentioned earlier on, there was a world where he might not even have been here. If there wasn't the last chance qualifier, he wouldn't be here at this tournament. And Jafonzo has done himself proud.
Heartbreak for Young. He won't feel it now, but he should be so proud of himself. Top 2 in the Esports World Cup is massive. Only a handful of players will ever make one grand final in their time, let alone 2. But what a moment here in Riyadh to conclude a week that's been incredible. Lunar Galaxy have put their key into the trophy, and they will be crowned Esports World Cup champions. Jafonzo does it here in Riyadh. He is champion of the EAFC section of this incredible 8 weeks in Riyadh.
Jafonso, congratulations. You are the winner here in Riyadh. How does it feel?
Best day of my life. I worked so much for this. I knew one day I could be world champion. Today was that day. I want to say thank you to a special person, my coach, Armando. If it wasn't him, I wouldn't be here for sure. So I want to dedicate this for him especially.
And we can see just how much it means to you. This is amazing. What has it been like playing here on this stage in Riyadh in front of such an incredible crowd?
I want to say thank you to all the Saudi fans. They are amazing. I really enjoy playing this stage, and hope next year we go again. Thank you.
Jafonso, a huge victory for you, of course, a big career moment. But I have to say, maybe call me the BM guy in this interview here, but you get to pick 3 keys to put in your trophy. Is there any 3, maybe at least one of them that you have in mind that you have to crush and forever be in your trophy?
No. All the opponents are really good, so I don't have like a special one. I knew all the games would be tough, but yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone that supported me from Portugal as well. And yeah, really enjoying my time here in Saudi. Thank you all.
One more time, your first ever EFC 24 Esports World Cup champion, Jafonso! Please, you may leave your trophy here, because after this, hey, there it is. You gotta enjoy it. You'll put your trophy in here, because the next piece, you'll be taking your frame and then giving it over to our totem to be forever immortalized here at the Esports World Cup. So please, on your way to it. There it is. We've got the Champions Walk coming up in a sec, but Nicole, it has been an absolute pleasure here with you on stage, and hope to get to do it one more time. But that is it for us here. It is not done. Champions Walk, Totem, and the whole shebang. One more time, your winner, Jafonso!
Well, then this is a walk that only one player can make. In an esports such as EAFC 24, he's off to the Esports World Cup totem alongside all our other champions here in Riyadh. He will insert his key in that hole there. His name will be remembered as the first Esports World Cup champion on FC 24. All those keys you see there in the pit are names that have fallen here on the biggest stage in Riyadh. Jafonso is champion here. This is just been such an unpredictable tournament, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, but deservedly so. He's been phenomenal from start to finish, and he's such a humble person as well. Great player, and he should be so proud alongside his coach Armando as well. Incredible moment for the duo to get their name cemented in history as the EAFC 24 Esports World Cup champions. Incredible.
Bigger than that, Ryan, as well. 1,000 club championship ranking points have just come the way of Luna Galaxy. And if you don't know anything about that, there's $20 million in prize money that goes out to different esports clubs depending on your rankings. Team Falcons have already won the jackpot. They are top of the table, $7 million guaranteed. But Luna Galaxy, with a 1,000 point picked up there, they might be sniffing around top 10.
Wow.
Just from one game.
Yeah, that's incredible. Unbelievable, of course, that Jafonso has contributed. That it's a prideful moment as well for him.
And as we said, in case you didn't know, Luna Galaxy is Diogo Jota's esports organisation. He'll be gutted that he's not here. He might be on a plane out tonight. Yeah. He can work it between his footballing season commitments with his club Liverpool. He will be so proud of his team, so proud of Armando Verde as well, the coach of this team, a big, big part of all the success they've had. And this is massive for Portugal as well. Jafonso, EAFC 24, Esports World Cup champion. What a way to end the season. As we said, that is our last kick of the ball for the FC 24 year. Here when we've had two different World Championships. And two different winners, two very different winners. Felt like it was brewing, Ryan, the season he was having.
Yeah.
There was some sort of silverware that was coming alongside the MLS trophy that he did pick up.
Even the plays he beat on his journey. Manu Bachori last year winning in Saudi Arabia. PXN FC Pro Open
He's
champion.
Champions, isn't he?
It's just an unbelievable. Young as well was phenomenal throughout. So he's taken names along his journey. You see the keys there, selecting the three. I'm interested to see who he would choose, actually.
Right, what keys is he going to choose then? He can choose 3 keys to go into his trophy. I can't directly see who they are. Can we get an angle on that one?
What's that?
MS Nazri. Move your finger slightly, Jafonso. Who's the middle one? Nicholas surely is. Who's the last one?
I think that's
Manu?
I think it's Manu. Yeah, it is.
Manu Bachori. Right, those are his 3 players' keys that he's going to basically have put into his trophy to remember, in the nicest way, the players that he stopped from winning the title. And all the other keys will be going into the totem. Of course, he has his own key in the trophy, plus the 3 there. 12 other keys will be going into the bottom of the totem, alongside all the other players that have been eliminated throughout the different esports titles that have been here across the last 7 weeks. There's still more to come, as you can see. 4 more esports titles to conclude here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. But that's it from myself, Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa. What 4 days of action it's been. That is it for us until the new game lands. For now, it's back to the studio with the rest of the team. Guys, what did you make of that?
Wow, utter disbelief for Jafonso there. What an incredible moment for the 20-year-old to pick up his first, hopefully of many, global titles on this absolutely fabulous stage.
And he deserves it. I mean, shout out to Young, but what we saw from Jafonso start to finish, the types of goals again, some of the little dinks, the precise passing, his defensive micromanaging is some of the best I've ever seen.
I think for a final, that's probably one of the best well-balanced games in every area, attack, defense, and honestly, in the final, some of them goals were incredible.
Just the reading of the game, Rachel.
A 4-1 lead he had at that point there, and it never really looked like Young found his feet in that matchup compared to what we have seen of him.
He did such a good job, Jafonso, with some of the traps in the middle of the pitch, where he really took away spacing, he made him uncomfortable, and even when Young got a couple big breakthroughs, the goalkeeper movement is, again, so precise, but it just offset him just enough.
Wow, these moments were special as well. The emotions playing out in the Giddy Arena, and as they should. You are a world champion at 20 years old, and this is how he did it. Remember, it didn't start on Thursday, it started on Monday. He's played 21 matches this week. What a journey he's had. He's lost just 1, and that, surprise, surprise, you mentioned it already, was to Young in round 3. A 4-2 loss there, a 6-2 redemption match in that grand final for that man there. What a moment. And we also heard Brandon saying it as well. He plays for Luna Galaxy, Diogo Jota's esports team, and Diogo has been messaging on social media throughout this week as well, encouraging everyone to get behind his player, and I'm sure he'll be tweeting his congratulations or putting it out somewhere on socials as well, because it means so much for Diogo. He was here in Riyadh only a couple of weeks ago as well, just seeing exactly how big the EWC is. What a moment for Portugal, for Luna, for Diogo and Jafonso.
It's been a good week for Jota. He scored, Liverpool won, and now his player just won the World Cup, so I think he'll be happy.
I mean, what a great ambassador of the sport as well. I know it's early on in Jafonso's career, but he's always been one of the nicest guys. We've interacted with him, super humble, and he deserves it. I look at his pathway to get here. Maybe we should mention that again, but going through a last chance qualifier, he played maximum games, maximum opponents, and his consistency was the best of anyone that we saw on display. And it doesn't always come down to that. When we get into finals, you just hope for a great final. You hope that the better player wins, and there's no doubt that Jafonso deserved that victory and deserved the entirety of the tournament structure and progression and so forth.
I hope he deserves a spot as well in the Giddy Plays of the Day. I don't actually know if he's made it. Gorilla, has he made it into this at all?
He has, but not the first one. We've got PH in Mark 11 here, and this goal was so nice. Down the right-hand side with Havertz, he plays it inside. and he does a La Croqueta shot cancel because the angle wasn't on, but he made the angle.
And probably the only way that he could have scored from that angle, which is something that you love to see when you talk about some of the plays of the day. As we continue here, looking for that build-up, see some familiar names. You got a knockdown. This is more about what it meant to pick out that pass, 90th minute, PHN versus Jafonzo. Jafonzo needed that to get into extra time. We thought the game was done after that penalty kick.
And then the last one as well is Jafonzo, the second goal versus Young in the final. A little dink over the top to root hood it. We was in the arena.
Oh my God.
That goal.
We had a live reaction.
So nice.
Wow. I'm telling you, if you think you have that type of vision and that in your locker, you don't. And especially not when you're on a big stage going against the best players in the world. It's just...
In the final, he done that. That's...
Everything has to be perfect or does not come off.
A lot of hopeful wannabe EAFC players be watching that match going, we need to learn a lot of these skills to get ourselves here, maybe on the stage in the future. Well, we did say again, commiserations to Young. He was once again absolutely fabulous. He only lost twice before that grand final as well. But he does get an accolade over the course of the 4 days, and that is the PlayStation Player Bounty. That award goes to Young as well for some of amazing moments that he had in the tournament, a best moment as well. I mean, great for, again, another young by name, young by nature player, and this was a matchup against Vergang.
Yeah, he had so many good performances, and against Anders as well, he put out a statement. It was goal after goal, and I've never seen someone play against Anders like that and just dominate.
9 goals past Anders, who also took a global title a couple of weeks ago. That was where maybe he thought he had the belief, and he definitely did a lot of these celebrations as well, which was actually something we don't get to witness very often. That will live in my memory for a long time, Mike.
I've never seen that before at a tournament. I don't think you've ever seen anything like that.
I haven't.
We're starting to get there, though. We've seen some dances now coming into tournaments, and the more that you open up to a crowd and you just have that moment where you're overwhelming, full of so much emotion, you just got to let loose somehow.
This is what the Giddy Arena has allowed the players to do, just come out of their shells and really kind of play into that audience, which we don't get very much in the EWC. So we have loved having that massive crowd in the arena. So guys at home, thank you for bringing the energy to the players and to us as well. I'm going to crown now an MVP as well, a PlayStation MVP. Of course, it goes to our winner. Of course, it is Jafonzo. What an accolade as well. Not just a world champion, but an MVP to boot, guys.
MVP, $300,000. He's got the trophy.
Fantastic.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
Great jawline.
And this was the kind of most valued player play as well, I'm going to say. I'm going to call it that.
But that first one looked like a normal cross, but it wasn't. He done a player lock cross on the first goal to open it up in the final. We've obviously talked about the second one, and he got the ball with R9, done a finesse shot. And as I've said before, Jafonzo inside the box is composed and he's clinical.
He just constantly waits for the perfect moment, and you have to give him so much credit. It's so hard to do that, even when you're at home playing through a weekend league, yet alone, in person, live audience. I think we should give a lot of special appreciation for all the Saudi fans that came out and made this such a unique experience across the board, and everyone who organized the tournament as well. This turned out phenomenal.
And I want to say as well, a big thank you to the Esports World Cup for putting on that last chance qualifier. Without that, we wouldn't have Jafonzo here. Something was written, wasn't it, in the stars that they thought, you know what? We need a Nicholas and a Jafonzo in this. Those two players put on such a show. So we're so grateful for having that on Monday and bringing it here. Guys, is this very much a start of big things for Jafonzo going forward?
He's 20 years of age and he's won the World Cup, but the way he's played, the players that he's played against, I mean, at the end in his trophy, he put MS Dottery, Nicholas, and Manu Bashore. Them three at the bottom, it's going to be there forever. So every time he looks at the trophy, he knows who he's beat.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we've mentioned it before. Thank you so much for watching. We really hope you've enjoyed the show, but we'd love your feedback regardless. You can just scan that QR code and let us know your thoughts on the past 4 days and the Esports World Cup as a whole, as the fireworks go off behind us in the Boulevard. We saw them yesterday, didn't we, when Falcons got crowned the club champions, and I want to get out there and enjoy
amazing.
this party. Guys, I want just some final thoughts, because Mike, we were here in Riyadh last year for the World Cup. This has been even more special, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and I think one of the big takeaways, I'd like to see a couple new finalists. We haven't seen Young break past that moment. He's been right there, he's on the horizon, and then Jafonzo, this has been the year of Jafonzo, and you mentioned it early on. I'd like to think that he's got at least a few more years of being at this level. You never know, game shifts, your focus shifts, but I got a lot of belief in him. He's been dead on.
And the thing for me as well, I think this tournament's created a lot of storylines going forward, so that'll be interesting to see going forward.
Gorilla, you're a former world champion, your first time actually on this side of the stage, calling a new world champion. How was it for you to be a part of?
I've really enjoyed it. Obviously, I'd want to be playing. I've been competing for nearly 10 years, and for me, this has been the best event, and I think the players love it. So I've enjoyed being on this side. Hopefully next year, though, I could be playing.
Yeah, kudos absolutely to everyone who has made this special event happen. We've absolutely loved it. But of course, we had to crown just one champion, and that was Jafonso from Lunar Galaxy Esport. And you know the hashtag? It is Rise and Defy. Jafonso did just that here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Riyadh has been such a wonderful host for us once again. We've loved being a part of the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC 24. Gorilla, Mike, thank you so much for your company for these past 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you once again to everybody at home who's enjoyed watching. We'll see you hopefully next year. Goodbye.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Oh.